Chapter 1, A Perfect Beginning. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, a voice called out, causing Xiao Yu to stir. Slowly, he opened his eyes, glancing around with a bewildered expression. Bright lights illuminated a spacious room, and soft laughter occasionally echoed around him. The unfamiliar environment startled Xiao Yu, his eyes widening as he abruptly stood up from his seat, nearly colliding with the person behind him. What is happening? Where am I? Dumbfounded, Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings, oblivious to the peculiar gazes directed at him by those nearby. He had merely taken a brief respite. Could someone enlighten him about the situation he found himself in? The room unmistakably resembled a conference hall, filled with unfamiliar faces. Peering out the window, he realized that even the scenery outside differed from his memories. He must be dreaming, he thought, and with that, Xiao Yu slowly closed his eyes, yearning to awaken from this surreal slumber. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and as he reopened his eyes, shock coursed through his being. Just moments ago, a series of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Had he truly traversed into another world? Xiao Yu, sharing an identical name with his previous self, was 22 years old, a recent university graduate, and had been interning for half a year, working as a game planner, just as he had before his inexplicable transition. It seems you are quite exhausted, a voice remarked from behind him. Turning, Xiao Yu was taken aback to find an enchanting woman standing closely behind him, with flowing black hair, striking features, and clad in a short skirt paired with a white blouse. She wore wine-red glasses that exuded an air of intellect. Zhao Jia, the leader of the game development team, was now his direct supervisor. Noticing Xiao Yu's unblinking gaze, Zhao Jia furrowed her brow slightly. She had never seen such an expression on his face before, sensing something was amiss. Should you not be feeling well, you need not attend today's meeting, Xiao Jia suggested, though a second thought lingered unspoken, sparing the young man from discouragement. The meeting aimed to discuss the game proposal from their newly established fourth group, which was already understaffed, compounded by Xiao Yu's novice status. Whispers had reached Zhao Jia that General Manager Wang Zhiqiang intended to set an example. For a newcomer, this situation was far from favorable, and given Xiao Yu's current state, it was evident he could not withstand much more pressure. To Zhao Jia's surprise, Xiao Yu shook his head resolutely. Team leader, I am perfectly fine. I know my limits. Zhao Jia studied him with a frown for a moment before acquiescing with a nod, turning to return to her own seat. As Xiao Yu resumed his place, astonishment enveloped his thoughts. Just then, he had pieced together the puzzle of his current predicament through the memories that flooded his mind. He was now employed at a game development company named Shanghai, a subsidiary of FC Corporation. In this world, the video game industry was surprisingly still in the nascent stages of the late 1980s and early 1990s, with only two industry giants emerging. One was FC Corporation, and the other was Century Corporation. Indeed, neither of these companies hailed from within the borders of Huawei. Globally, all third-party developers relied heavily on the influence of these two primary entities. His current company, Dingyo Game Development, had not delivered a satisfactory product to FC for 3 consecutive years. According to their contract, if Dingyo failed to produce a game meeting FC's standards by the end of the year, they would face liquidation. At this critical juncture, the fourth group had been chosen to develop a new game, with Xiao Yu designated as the proposal's creator. Excitement surged within him. He could scarcely believe he had transitioned into such a world. In an instant, the frustration of his crossing dissipated, replaced by a fervent exhilaration, for he alone understood the significance of this opportunity. For him, this electronic entertainment realm, still rooted in the 1980s, represented a veritable golden age. FC continued to dominate the globe with a console he had developed 5 years prior, while Century struggled to maintain its footing against FC's supremacy in the realm of electronic entertainment. This was the best of times. Both companies were generating hundreds of billions in revenue, igniting enthusiasm across the industry. Yet the influx of third-party developers like Dingyo had not brought forth a single primary entity. As a game planner from another world, Xiao Yu understood the implications of his arrival. The essence of the gaming industry lay not in technology, but in creativity. And now, his mind brimmed with a multitude of innovative ideas. At this moment, there were no billion-dollar masterpieces like Pikachu, nor had any PC games emerged. The world's computers were still primarily focused on office tasks. There were no legendary swords, no plumber in a red cap, no graphics card crises, no dreams of 300 million mice, no elementary school alliances, and certainly no battle royale survival games. As for mobile phones, please. The devices in people's hands were still basic, featuring cold light screens. Where were the mobile legends? For Xiao Yu, this was an unparalleled opportunity. With these thoughts, he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. Indeed, this was a perfect beginning. The FC company was still entrenched in the era of 8-bit machines, and his arrival would herald a revolutionary transformation for this world. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yu nearly believed himself to be favored by fate itself. Looking around at his whispering colleagues, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. A small third party, soon to face demise, had already lost any allure for Xiao Yu. Though he remained unaware of FC and Century's plans, the stagnant electronic entertainment industry was poised for imminent upheaval. With hundreds of billions at stake, no capital would willingly abandon this blue ocean. The influx of investment would undoubtedly drive industry transformation, presenting challenges for him. The current circumstances offered no advantages, only constraints on his development. Perhaps I shall elevate the realm of entertainment under my guidance, Xiao Yu mused, a smile blossoming as visions of the future filled his heart. He would not allow himself to squander this opportunity. In the grand battle for entertainment, he would emerge as the ultimate victor. Soon, the entire electronic entertainment empire would usher in an era belonging to him. Chapter 2. You know nothing about games. Just as Xiao Yu reveled in his exhilarating visions of the future. The conference room door swung open abruptly, revealing a balding middle-aged man stepping inside. This unexpected figure was none other than Wang Zhiqiang, the chairman of Dingyou Game Development. Upon entering the meeting room, Wang Zhiqiang cast a sweeping glance, his piercing gaze sending shivers down the spines of many. His cold stare lingered on Xiao Yu for a moment before he settled into his seat, sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the conference room. A wave of confusion washed over the attendees, leaving them pondering the intentions of Mr. Wang today. Ahem, with a light cough, Wang Zhiqiang swiftly silenced the room. At that moment, Xiao Yu recalled the piercing gaze Wang had cast upon him earlier, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. This fellow is surely up to something. All teams are present. I have summoned you today regarding a game proposal from Team 3. This matter should not require your attention, but I have discovered something that necessitates a discussion. As he spoke, Wang Zhiqiang picked up a hefty proposal from his desk and gestured towards its cover. You all are aware of the company's current situation. The foundation of an exceptional game is paramount, and the proposal is of utmost importance. Our time is equally valuable. Hence, I hope you comprehend that I lack the luxury to review subpar work. With that, he slammed the proposal onto the table, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, is this the fruit of your labor after all this time? Have you ever encountered such a dreadful game from FC Company? Our platform is a console. A console. Do you understand? How did you even conceive of such a shoddy game? Are you expecting players to lug their consoles around the globe? As Wang's fury echoed through the room, all eyes converged on Xiao Yu, prompting Zhao Jie, Xiao Yu's supervisor, to rise slowly. Mr. Wang, I have reviewed the proposal, and Xiao Yu never claimed this game was intended for console operation, nor is it a children's game. Upon hearing Zhao Jie's interjection, Wang Zhiqiang smirked coldly. Team leader Zhao, you should be aware that our new game must be designed for consoles. Are you suggesting I further burden an already strained company budget? Zhao Jie faltered, her brows knitting in uncertainty, clearly a loss for a rebuttal. The company's finances could indeed not withstand much more upheaval. Yet, Wang Zhiqiang had no intention of granting Zhao Jie an opportunity. He was determined to set an example today. He aimed to make it abundantly clear to Zhao Jie, who had remained indifferent towards him, who truly held authority in this company. Meanwhile, the central figure of this affair, Xiao Yu, remained silent and motionless in his seat. Wang Zhiqiang's expression darkened as he abruptly hurled the scattered proposal towards Xiao Yu. Do you have nothing to say? Smack. Xiao Yu raised his hand in defense, causing the documents to scatter across the floor. Then, under the astonished gazes of his colleagues, he slowly stood, his demeanor calm as he faced Wang Zhiqiang. You claim this is garbage? Wang Zhiqiang stared at Xiao Yu in disbelief. This was a man who had always been submissive, now suddenly rising to challenge him, catching him off guard. How dare he retort? At that moment, Xiao Yu was acutely aware that the proposal he had crafted was far from the disgrace Wang Zhiqiang described. It could even be deemed revolutionary. The fool across from him had no inkling of the game's true worth. In the silent conference room, Wang Zhiqiang felt his authority being challenged. He coldly glared at Xiao Yu, his voice icy. Xiao Yu, Do you wish to resign? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? In an instant, Xiao Yu's gaze turned fierce, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wang Zhiqiang. Xiao Jia, standing nearby, looked at Xiao Yu with astonishment, her heart racing. Was this truly the same Xiao Yu who had once cowered before the manager? What was this newfound air of authority? Seemingly startled by the intensity radiating from Xiao Yu, Wang Zhiqiang instinctively took a step back. What do you intend to do? You declare my proposal as garbage? You, an imbecile, know nothing about games. With a derisive laugh, Xiao Yu tore his draft proposal into shreds, causing Wang Zhiqiang to tremble at the sight of such audacity. Xiao Yu had the audacity to shred the proposal in front of him. The onlookers gasped in horror, one whispering, "He's gone mad. Absolutely mad. He dares to tear a proposal in front of Mr. Wang." Setting aside Wang Zhiqiang's status as chairman, even his position as a member of the FC headquarters review team could have crushed Xiao Yu in this industry. No one had ever dared to shred a game proposal in front of FC company, not even a discarded draft, unless they were prepared to exit the industry altogether. Wang Zhiqiang's face paled, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Xiao Yu. Do you wish to be blacklisted? Do you realize that as soon as I spread the word, you will be ostracized by the entire industry? Xiao Yu merely smiled, responding, blacklist me? You must possess the capability first. Let me inform you, from this day forth, you are fired. Remember, a useless individual does not represent the industry. With that, Xiao Yu strode out of the conference room without a glance back. The audience stood in stunned silence, watching Xiao Yu depart with such poise. Rebellion, rebellion. Xiao Yu, I will ensure the entire industry blacklists you. As long as I am here, no one at Shanghai will dare to hire you. The roar emanating from the conference room echoed throughout the company as colleagues outside gazed at Xiao Yu, who exited with an air of nonchalance, filled with astonishment. What had gotten into Xiao Yu to provoke the chairman to such an extent? At that moment, Wang Zhiqiang felt as if he had lost all dignity, and in his fury, he turned his ire towards Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia, is this the caliber of your team member? Effective immediately, you are suspended to reflect on your work, and the entire Team 3 will be placed on unpaid leave. Xiao Jia's expression turned icy at his words, closing the documents in her hand, a cold smile gracing her features as she glared at Wang Zhiqiang. Xiao Yu spoke wisely. You understand nothing about games. With that, she flicked her hair and strode towards the exit with an air of confidence, leaving Wang Zhiqiang visibly pale and seething with rage. The employees, witnessing the confrontation between their boss and the team leader, huddled together, their faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 3. Resigning to return home and inheriting a fortune? As Xiao Yu exited the corporate edifice, he cast a glance back at the towering structure, his eyes brimming with derision. Dingnyo Games was merely one among the myriad video game development firms under the auspices of FC Company. It was true that Wang Zhiqiang was a member of the FC Company's review team, but that was a matter from 3 years prior. Should this year pass without the emergence of a blockbuster game, even Dingnyo Games would face the grim prospect of bankruptcy. How could one who could barely secure their own position dare to threaten him? Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? Turning his attention away from the vexations of the company, Xiao Yu began to contemplate his plans following his departure. Presently, there were only 2 avenues for game development. One could either pursue the console and handheld channels of FC Company, or opt for the platforms provided by Century Company. With no hope remaining for FC Company, he was left with no choice but to rely on the channels of Century Company. Money was of paramount importance. He required substantial funds to develop his inaugural video game product. After hesitating for a considerable time at the crossroads, Xiao Yu finally retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. With a moment's pause, he dialed a number. The phone rang only once before being picked up, and a composed voice resonated on the other end. Hello? Recognizing the voice, both unfamiliar and familiar, Xiao Yu hesitated before speaking. Dad, I've resigned. There was a brief silence on the line before a response came through. Understood. Wait downstairs. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Xiao Yu standing still, somewhat discontented. After a wait of roughly 10 minutes, a sleek black Lincoln Navigator SUV glided to a stop before him. The driver swiftly exited the vehicle, opened the door for Xiao Yu, and bowed slightly, saying, "Young master. Master sent me to fetch you." At that moment, in the underground parking lot of the business building, Xiao Jia, who had just pulled out in her car, happened to witness this scene, her expression instantly morphing into one of astonishment. What was happening? Watching Xiao Yu step into the luxurious vehicle, she felt as though she were in a dream. Just a short while ago, she had heard that Xiao Yu, having recently graduated, was still renting a place and had even struggled to pay the rent, with his breakup making quite the stir in the company. How was it that he was now driving a luxury car worth millions? As she observed the car depart, Xiao Jia snapped back to reality, pondering for a long while without grasping the situation, ultimately shaking her head in confusion before driving away from the company.
gazing out at the passing scenery. Xiao Yu found himself lost in contemplation. His familial background was not insubstantial. In fact, it could be deemed quite affluent. The Xiao family had been rooted in Shanghai city for decades, tracing back to his grandfather's ventures that established their presence in the city. Through generations of relentless effort, they had amassed a considerable fortune. The Xingmei Group, the family business, was a world-class conglomerate with assets nearing 100 billion, spanning various industries such as commerce, real estate, manufacturing, and electronics, a true commercial empire. In comparison to the assets of Dingyo Corporation, the weekly profits of Xingmei Group could easily purchase an entire Dingyo company. By this calculation, it would be accurate to regard Xiao Yu as an unequivocal scion of wealth. However, disinclined to inherit his family fortune and live as a mere idle-rich second generation, Xiao Yu had resolutely severed ties with his family, embarking alone into Shanghai with the intention of proving his worth through personal endeavor. How naive, he mused. Would one truly forsake a billion-dollar inheritance? With a shake of his head and a wry smile, Xiao Yu acknowledged that the Xiao family, given their current circumstances, would not be making significant inroads into the entertainment industry. If he wished to build his own entertainment empire, he would have to devise a way to do so independently. As the vehicle slowly entered the coastal villa district, known as the most affluent enclave in Shanghai, it was evident that the Xiao family was not the only billionaire resident in this area. The car came to a steady halt before a villa, and upon disembarking, Xiao Yu surveyed the environment, strange yet familiar, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. No sooner had Xiao Yu crossed the threshold of the villa than a figure lunged toward him. "Son, you have finally returned," exclaimed Zhongli, Xiao Yu's mother, whose concern for her son had grown immeasurable during his year away for work. Upon hearing that her son had resigned and was coming home, her heart surged with excitement. She ushered Xiao Yu to the sofa, scrutinizing him closely. "You've lost weight. How could you leave home without a word? Do you have any idea how worried your father and I have been? It was merely a matter of joining the family business. Your father only intended to cultivate your potential. You are the sole heir of the Xiao family, and yet you choose to endure hardships outside." Listening to her persistent chatter, Xiao Yu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, realizing at last why he had chosen to leave home. He had heard tales of directors returning to inherit vast fortunes after their films flopped. Little did he know he would find himself in a similar predicament. Turning to his mother, Xiao Yu replied, "Mother, I still do not wish to join the family company. I have my own passions and plans. My return is merely for a brief respite. Thereafter, I intend to venture into entrepreneurship." "Still so obstinate at this hour. You resemble your grandfather in some respects," came a steady voice from behind. Xiao Yu turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit enter the room, exuding an air of authority while deliberately concealing it upon meeting Xiao Yu's gaze. This was Xiao Lei, Xiao Yu's father, the current head of the Xiao family, chairman of Xingmei Group, with a net worth in the hundreds of billions, truly a titan of commerce. Looking at his father, Xiao Yu paused before speaking. "I understand your reasoning, but I have my own aspirations." "Then why have you returned? Why not continue pursuing what you love?" Xiao Lei inquired as he settled onto the sofa, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. Although Xiao Yu had not maintained contact over the past year, his father was well aware of the circumstances surrounding him. Long nights spent working, frequent pay deductions, and the absence of any savings were just the tip of the iceberg. Even his rent was becoming difficult to manage, and his long-term girlfriend had ended their relationship. As the son of the illustrious Xiao Lei, the wealthiest magnate in Shanghai, I find it utterly humiliating to speak of such trivial matters. The son of a billionaire, rejected by his girlfriend due to financial constraints, and subsequently dismissed from his company? It's a scandal that could easily make headlines. And yet, I stubbornly maintain my composure, as if I am oblivious to the reality of my situation. However, Xiao Yu, undeterred by such thoughts, merely shook his head and remarked, "Father, the endeavors I wish to pursue far surpass the mere inheritance of wealth in terms of intrigue." Chapter 4, 20 million in pocket money? Xiao Lei silently scrutinized Xiao Yan, lost in contemplation, while an eerie silence enveloped the living room. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Lei chuckled softly and finally spoke. "Then take your time to rest at home. We shall discuss the company matters later." With that, he turned and retreated to his study. Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback, felt a twinge of confusion but chose not to dwell on it. After conversing with his mother for a while, Xiao Yu returned to his own room. Seated at his desk, he spread out a sheet of draft paper and, twirling a ballpoint pen in his hand, fell into deep thought. He meticulously recalled the planning proposal crafted by his predecessor, gradually transcribing its essential elements. Hours seemed to slip away as he gazed at the densely scribbled pages before him, stretching with a yawn and allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. This proposal was something his predecessor had long envisioned. It was relatively refined, yet still required significant revisions. Today, as criticism felt somewhat unwarranted, Xiao Yu shook the proposal in his hand, unable to suppress a grin. Technically speaking, the concept outlined in the proposal was not merely a conventional video game. Wang Zhiqiang's inability to recognize its potential was simply a reflection of his limited perspective. However, Xiao Yu knew that this creation bore a different name in his former world, Tamagotchi, or electronic pet eggs. This nurturing-type electronic toy could be considered an extension of video games, having indeed wrought miracles, yet this realm lacked precedence, rendering Wang Zhiqiang blind to the immense wealth it contained. While some might dismiss such a rudimentary electronic toy as lacking market appeal, Xiao Yu was acutely aware of its global impact. With sales reaching 80 million units, this seemingly inconspicuous gaming product generated hundreds of millions in profits for its developers. This was a genuine blockbuster. Launching this project would necessitate a considerable amount of capital. Where could one procure such funds? As Xiao Yu pondered the initiation of this venture, a different scene unfolded in Xiao Lei's study. Xiao Lei, with an expression of calm detachment, perused the documents in his hand, while Zhang Li, seated nearby at the desk, mirrored his actions. Both were executives of Shengmei Group, their commanding presence cultivated over many years, which was not easily borne by ordinary individuals. Thus, they tempered their demeanor in front of Xiao Yu, appearing as an ordinary family. Standing silently in the room, Zhao Yong bowed his head, lost in his own thoughts. Were the documents accurate? Xiao Lei was the first to finish reviewing the materials, placing them on the desk before looking at Zhao Yong and inquiring. My dear sir, there is no issue with the information. The Dingyo Game Company announced during today's meeting the suspension of the third development team's operations, and it seems they are now deliberating on how to dissolve the third group. A group of blind fools. Can my son truly be so incompetent? Xiao Lei, while appearing genteel in the eyes of ordinary people and possessing no history of cursing, does not resemble a nouveau riche in the business world. However, who would have imagined that when it comes to his own son, Xiao Lei could not suppress his expletives? Criticism of one's own offspring is permissible, given the familial bond, yet such behavior from outsiders is intolerable. The Shengmei Group and Dingyo Game Company bear no significant connection, save for a minor link through the Wanxiang Supermarket, a subsidiary of Shengmei, which serves as the largest distributor for the FC company in the domestic market. A glimmer of determination flickered in Xiao Lei's eyes as he declared, informed the marketing department to suspend the contract renewal with the FC Group for this year. And the reason? Zhao Yong inquired, unsurprised by Xiao Lei's reaction. There is no reason, Xiao Lei replied with a cold smirk, waving Zhao Yong off to leave the study. As Zhao Yong departed, Zhang Li turned to Xiao Lei with a smile, teasingly asking, aren't you worried that that old man Yamamoto will cause you trouble? Trouble? Without Wanxiang Supermarket, how does his FC company expect to sell anything domestically? Let Yamamoto find someone capable of replacing me first, Xiao Lei retorted. Although the two companies claim a partnership, it is the buyer that holds the upper hand in this market. Both FC and Century companies must rely on Wanxiang Supermarket, a subsidiary of Shengmei Group, for the sales of their consoles, handheld devices, and games. With nearly $1 billion in net profit annually, it is certain that Yamamoto of FC company would be eager to uncover the source of the problem. If I merely hint at the issues surrounding Dingyo, I need not lift a finger. Yamamoto will take it upon himself to dismantle them. This is the confidence that sustained Xiao Lei. It has been 2 years since the family last dined together, and as Zhang Li continually served food to Xiao Yu with a smile, the head of the table, Xiao Lei felt somewhat neglected. Son, eat a bit more, Zhang Li encouraged. Xiao Yu looked at the mountainous pile of food before him with a sense of helplessness. Unsure of what to say, Zhang Li paused her serving and addressed Xiao Yu. Son, are you in need of money? Taken aback by her question, Xiao Yu was speechless as Zhang Li handed him a bank card. This is your allowance from childhood, untouched. Your father and I know you might not want to accept money from us, but this is all yours, totaling 20 million. Xiao Yu gazed incredulously at his mother, at a loss for words. What child has such a substantial allowance? Your father and I have discussed this. It is wonderful for you to have your own interests, and we do not oppose your aspirations. However, there is one thing I must make clear in advance. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, Xiao Lei gazed at Xiao Yu with a calm demeanor. This is your final opportunity. Whatever game or company you wish to pursue, we shall not interfere. But you must agree to one condition. Regardless of whether Xiao Yu agreed or not, Xiao Lei continued to speak for himself. If you fail in this venture, you must return and inherit the family business. Xiao Yu's lips twitched slightly, her heart filled with exasperation. Was it truly the case that failure in business meant inheriting a fortune of billions? She picked up the bank card from the table and waved it lightly, then remarked, I advise you to contact a professional manager at once, so you can enjoy your retirement sooner. After dinner, Xiao Yu returned to her room, flipping the bank card in her hand. After contemplating for a considerable time, she finally took out her phone to browse. The initial funding for the project was secured. Now, it was time to seek collaboration. In the realm of gaming, regardless of the type, one person alone could never suffice. Zhao Jia, seated at the computer, stretched languidly, her exquisite figure leaving a lasting impression. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted to Xiao Yu, and just as she was deep in contemplation, her phone on the table suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yu? After a brief hesitation, she answered the call, and a familiar voice resonated on the other end. Miss Xiao, do you have time tomorrow? Let us meet somewhere. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 5. Miss, are you coming? At the overseas Chinese restaurant, Xiao Jie sat at the table in casual attire, her expression somewhat conflicted. Even now, she could not fathom why she had agreed to Xiao Yu's invitation after his call last night. As she contemplated whether to leave, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Traffic was heavy, and the bus was slow. Xiao Yu took a seat opposite her, a broad smile on his face, while Xiao Jie twitched her eye at his words. Choosing to take the bus instead of a luxury car worth millions? Is this what rich second-generation individuals are like these days? Xiao Jie forced a smile and looked at Xiao Yu. So, what did you summon me for? Are you in a hurry? Xiao Yu looked at her in surprise. If his memory served him correctly, Xiao Jie should be on paid leave. Although I'm currently at home with nothing to do, I won't squander my time idly. Let us get to the point. Aware of Xiao Jie's underlying resentment, Xiao Yu chose to disregard it, leaning back in his chair. I actually have a proposition for you today. I'd like to invite you to join my company. Just recently dismissed, and now starting a company? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jie's expression transformed. Her interest peaked as she gazed at Xiao Yu. A company? If I recall correctly, you were just fired yesterday. Where does this company come from? Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, exuding confidence as he replied, Of course there is one. It's just that the team is quite small. If you join, we will be two. Xiao Jie couldn't help but want to laugh. Where did Xiao Yu derive such confidence to make such declarations? In an instant, Xiao Jie suddenly recalled the scene of Xiao Yu's departure the previous day, and found the seemingly absurd words of Xiao Yu somehow believable. With wealth, all problems could be effortlessly resolved. Suppressing her curiosity, Xiao Jie inquired, What kind of company are you planning to establish? A video game enterprise? Naturally, it would pertain to her original profession. As for your concerns, I shall disclose them only after you join. It seemed surreal that an employee, whose game proposal was rejected just the day before, would suddenly express a desire to create games and invite her to join in this venture. At that moment, Xiao Jie blinked at Xiao Yu. Are you making games? Do you have a project? Xiao Yu smiled faintly, remaining silent, merely gazing at Xiao Jie, awaiting her response. Under Xiao Yu's unwavering gaze, Xiao Jie felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks and coughed gently. Ahem, I am not yet dismissed from the company. If you wish for my participation, you must provide me with an irresistible reason, such as a compelling game proposal. Before she could finish her sentence, she watched Xiao Yu retrieve several sheets of paper from her bag. Upon receiving the papers, Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback, swiftly glancing over them, only to be captivated by their contents at first sight. What is this? Two of the sheets displayed design drafts, evidently sketched by Xiao Yu overnight, albeit lacking in refinement. One appeared to be some kind of electronic toy, with an unusual shape and a broad cross-structure, yet it exuded an extraordinary aesthetic harmony, featuring a screen in the center. The other sheet depicted an adorable yet formidable chibi Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just one glance was enough to ensnare Xiao Jie's attention, prompting her to instinctively look at the final sheet, which contained fragmented information detailing the story's background and some gameplay mechanics, though lacking in specifics, with crucial details omitted. At that moment, Xiao Jie felt a peculiar itch in her heart, an overwhelming desire to glimpse the remaining content. Yet Xiao Yu had only presented her with 3 sheets, 2 design drafts, and 1 incomplete proposal. Abruptly raising her head, Xiao Jie cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Yu, her expression leaving Xiao Yu momentarily taken aback. Why do you appear as if I have abandoned you? Let us converse amicably. After being reminded by Xiao Yu, Xiao Jie regained her composure but was too eager to argue. She pointed at the proposal in her hand and exclaimed, What about the rest? Company secret, replied Xiao Yu nonchalantly, lifting her coffee cup to take a delicate sip, her eyes shimmering with amusement. Hearing this, Xiao Jie nearly choked, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. You need to join my team before I can reveal the rest of the proposal. If you truly wish to know, reflect on the proposal I shared with you yesterday. As soon as Xiao Yu's voice fell, Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback. Glancing down at the 3 sheets of paper in her hand, her mind involuntarily wandered back to the proposal Xiao Yu had presented earlier. Upon a meticulous comparison, she discovered numerous similarities, and the current version appeared to be more rational. A glimmer of insight sparked in her eyes as she regarded Xiao Yu and remarked, Strictly speaking, what you have created is not a game, but rather a toy. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's words, Xiao Yu felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, she was not mistaken about Xiao Jie's capabilities. She had immediately discerned the crux of the matter. To be precise, it is a video game toy. What do you think? Please give it some thought. This is merely my initial step, Xiao Yu said, her tone laced with temptation. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Jie began to seriously contemplate Xiao Yu's invitation. To be candid, she was genuinely intrigued. The concept of a hybrid toy and game, if executed correctly, could undoubtedly become a sensation. Though she had yet to experience the physical device, her years of research had provided her with a wealth of knowledge. This idea was indeed innovative. The industry had not seen a revolution in a decade, and Xiao Yu's proposition was undeniably groundbreaking. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Jie looked at Xiao Yu and stated, "Give me 3 days. I need to deliberate thoroughly." Xiao Yu smiled slightly, then stood up from her seat, saying, "Only 3 days. My time is limited. I will expedite the initiation of this project. I will await your response." With that, Xiao Yu turned and left the restaurant without a trace of hesitation. Xiao Jie found herself in a quandary due to Xiao Yu's invitation. On one hand, there was her long-established company, rich in resources and platforms. On the other, a brand-new venture that required starting afresh. Caught in this internal conflict, Xiao Jie felt a wave of frustration, unaware that another individual was even more troubled than she was. In the bustling center of Edo, a towering office building stood proudly, a testament to the strength of the company it housed in this precious real estate. The large red and white sign was strikingly conspicuous, as if proclaiming its dominance in the industry to the world. This building was the headquarters of the world-renowned gaming entertainment conglomerate, FC Group. Chapter 6. Who is behind the scenes? At FC Group, in the marketing department, the manager Takashita Toshio furrowed his brow as he perused a document in his hands. After a brief moment, he slammed the papers onto his desk. His cold gaze fell upon the individual seated across from him as he icily demanded, "Ohashiten, can you provide me with an explanation? It has been 3 months. Why has the contract with Wanxiang not been finalized? If I am not mistaken, this contract should have been on my desk yesterday, yet I see nothing but a report of negotiation suspension." Ohashi Satoshi, standing opposite, was drenched in cold sweat. Under Takashita Toshio's intense scrutiny, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The meeting, presided over by the department head, took an unexpected turn. Negotiations with Wanxiang abruptly ceased. With a thunderous clap, Takashita slammed his hands on the table, bellowing, "Fool! Do you not comprehend the reason? We are currently investigating. I trust you understand that this is a $500 million order. Wanxiang is an irreplaceable partner for us in Huagua. Do you realize the substantial impact they have on our handheld sales? At present, there is no one capable of absorbing our order except for Wanxiang." "Understood." Min Takahashi responded hastily, bowing deeply. "I require an explanation for the cessation of negotiations within 3 days. If you cannot provide it, prepare for an apology." With that, Takashi hurled the documents in his hand forcefully at Min's face. "Get out." Flustered, Min scrambled to gather the papers before hastily leaving the office, only exhaling a sigh of relief upon returning to his own workspace. Wiping the cold sweat from his pale forehead, he promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Book me a flight to Shanghai. If there are no available seats, arrange a charter. Are you trying to make me wait for my demise?" A charter. Shanghai, the headquarters of the Dingyo Game Company. Since suspending the entire third team, Wang Jiqiang had been in high spirits. The effect of setting an example was evidently successful. Many within the company now followed his directives without dissent. This was precisely the outcome Wang desired. In this moment of satisfaction, he thought that if Xiao Jie were to reach out and admit her mistakes, his mood might elevate even further. With a subtle smile adorning his face, he was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of the office phone. Answering it, his expression shifted dramatically, eyes gleaming with intensity as he replied, "Understood. Just ensure the arrangements are made." Upon hanging up, Wang's excitement grew. It was indeed a fortuitous beginning, as the FC company headquarters had sent representatives. The arrival of high-level personnel from the marketing department at Shanghai represented an opportunity for Wang. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to pay them a visit. Even a mere appearance would be beneficial. With that thought in mind, he promptly left the company, heading straight for the hotel. At that moment, Min Takahashi's expression was far from pleasant as he faced the staff at Shanghai. "Has there been any contact with Wanxiang?" "Group leader, we have made contact. Wanxiang stated that their upper management is unavailable and will be so for the next month." "How infuriating. Just yesterday, I called and they were present at Shanghai. Today they claim to have no time." Min roared, his countenance darkening further. The staff before him, however, appeared helpless. Their rank was insufficient to influence the upper management of Wanxiang. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, Min turned to the staff and inquired, "Do you know the reason behind Wanxiang's withdrawal from negotiations and their subsequent refusal to engage further?" Two staff members were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances as if hesitating over whether to divulge certain information. "If there is something to say, just say it." Min discerned their thoughts with a mere glance. One of them finally spoke up, "There is something we are unsure about." The personnel from the Wanxiang marketing department hinted that this was a decision from their corporate headquarters, seemingly related to a company called Dingyo. Upon hearing this, a spark flickered into Min's eyes, and he asked, "Headquarters? Are you referring to Xingmei Group of Shanghai?" The two nodded, and Min furrowed his brow, fully aware of this company. As one of the premier large-scale conglomerates in Huagua, deeply entrenched in commercial real estate, heavy industry, and technology, it was indeed a formidable enterprise. However, it was peculiar that such a billion-dollar corporation would have a falling out with FC Company. They should be complementary partners, so when did they become adversaries? After much contemplation, De Heemin still couldn't grasp the root of the issue. Finally, he inquired, which Shanghai company were you referring to? Dingnyo Games, one of the staff members replied. A gaming company? De Heemin was slightly taken aback, but then raised an eyebrow. And it's linked to the headquarters? One staff member nodded, explaining. Dingnyo Games is a domestic gaming company established 5 years ago, having developed several games, including Konyu, which sold over 1 million copies on the console platform. 2 years ago, they received investment from the headquarters, but no notable games have emerged since. De Heemin scoffed coldly. There were countless such companies under Tian Tang. So many that he could hardly distinguish one from another. If it were not for the current contract issue, he might never have heard of this company in his lifetime. Useless is useless. A company that has received investment from the headquarters has failed to produce a hit for years and now has dragged him into such a significant predicament. There seemed to be no justification for its continued existence. At this moment, De Heemin was solely interested in understanding what foolishness this company had committed to provoke Wanxiang into terminating their channel contract with Tian Tang. Get me in touch with the owner of this gaming company. I want to meet this foolish pig in person. The staff members felt a shiver run down their spines. Acutely aware of the murderous intent behind De Heemin's words, summoning someone could only lead to misfortune. Hurry, De Heemin roared, and the two hastily turned to exit the room. However, as they opened the door, they were suddenly halted in their tracks. Standing at the entrance was a portly man, poised to ring the doorbell, and a look of confusion crossed their faces. Who are you looking for? Wang Jiqiong asked, glancing at the two before checking the nameplate on the room, confirming there was no mistake. With a beaming smile, he said, I am Wang Jiqiong, the general manager of Dingnyo Games. I wonder if team leader De He is present? As I was about to seek someone out, they unexpectedly appeared at my doorstep. The two exchanged glances before addressing Wang Jiqiong, stating, Team leader De He wishes to see you. Please come in. Inside, De Heemin was sulking, and upon witnessing their brief return, his expression darkened instantly. Did I not instruct you to find someone? Why are you back? Team leader, the person has arrived, one of them replied. At that moment, De Heemin's demeanor froze, and with a cold smirk, he commanded, bring him in. Wang Jiqiong stood respectfully before De Heemin, inwardly puzzled as to why he had suddenly requested to meet. Could it be related to the game development? As De Heemin scrutinized Wang Jiqiong's ample physique, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Are you Wang Jiqiong from Dingnyo Games? Upon the confirmation of his identity, Wang Jiqiong, taken aback, responded, Team leader De. It is rare for you to have heard of me. Indeed it is you. De Heemin's sudden outburst of anger left Wang Jiqiong bewildered. Team leader, is there something wrong? De Heemin, with a mocking smile, regarded Wang Jiqiong and coldly inquired, are you aware of Xingmei Group? Xingmei Group? A hint of confusion flitted across Wang Jiqiong's eyes before he smiled. How could one not know? The domestic market is predominantly managed by Wanxiang Commercial under Xingmei. What is the significance of this company that you suddenly mention, team leader? Wang Jiqiong questioned, still perplexed. That is good to know. Wanxiang has ceased all commercial dealings with the headquarters, and the rumors circulating from Xingmei suggest that a game company from Shanghai has offended them. Do you know anything about this, Mr. Wang? Upon hearing such explosive news, Wang Jiqiong's expression shifted. I have not heard of this. Which foolish entity has incurred Xingmei Group's wrath? Mr. Wang, it seems you have overlooked the crucial detail in my previous statement. I mentioned a game company from Shanghai. After gritting his teeth and uttering this, De Heemin fixed a piercing gaze on Wang Jiqiong, evoking a chilling sensation within him. A game company from Shanghai? There are numerous gaming enterprises there, yet over the years, most have belonged to Sega, and aside from a few companies that withdrew investments years ago, it seems mine is the only remaining video game company. His complexion turned ashen, and Wang Jiqiong hurriedly raised his hands, exclaiming, Team leader De. This is absolutely not my fault. It cannot be. Who could fathom how he had offended Xingmei Group? Such a substantial corporation was one he seldom encountered. Then explain to me why the contract negotiations have abruptly ceased, with all evidence pointing to your company? Under the predatory gaze of De Heemin, Wang Jiqiong felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, It has nothing to do with me. We have no connections with Xingmei Group. Are you implying that there is an issue within our marketing department? This contract was personally overseen by him, and Wang Jiqiong was undermining his work. As the great riverman slowly rose to his feet and approached Wang Jiqiong, he raised his hand and patted the plump face of the latter, coldly declaring, Mr. Wang, our contract has but 1 month remaining, and the rumors emanating from Xingmei Group are a direct consequence of your actions. I have no inclination to clean up after a fool. Thus I have resolved to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. Effective immediately. FC Company will withdraw all personnel from the Dingnyo game and revoke all benefits you have been receiving. Furthermore, we demand the return of all funds previously injected. Like a whisper of a demon, Cold sweat began to bead on Wang Jiqiong's forehead. Displeased with the sensation on his hand, Minda raised his hand to wipe it on Wang Jiqiong's high-end suit and continued, "You had best pray that Shengmei Group rescinds this restrictive negotiation. If not, I do not recommend relying on contractual clauses to send you in as a means to appease their wrath. What we at FC require are partners who create value, not a corpulent fool like you. Now, instantly, vanish from my sight." With a thunderous roar, Wang Jiqiong trembled, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Minda, struggling to utter a word, yet finding himself unable to produce any sound. With a disoriented shuffle, he had just exited the room when the door behind him was slammed shut with force. A shiver ran down his spine, drenched in cold sweat, as a flicker of dread crossed his eyes, contemplating when he had committed such a grievous error. In a flurry, he fumbled for his phone and hastily dialed a number, his voice trembling as he implored, "Quick, employ all available connections to investigate whether the company has had any recent dealings with Shengmei Group. Hurry." After hanging up, Wang Jiqiong hurriedly turned and left the hotel, fervently hoping to uncover the root of the problem, for only in doing so could he save himself. Unbeknownst to Wang Jiqiong, Minda had afforded him no time whatsoever. After dealing with Wang Jiqiong, Minda promptly began arranging a meeting with the executives of Wanxiang. At Shenghaven, the Shengmei Group building, Wanxiang Commercial, a principal source of cash flow for Shengmei, held a significant contract with FC Company. The abrupt cessation of collaboration left even the upper echelons of Wanxiang in disbelief. Upon receiving news of Minda's swift and decisive actions regarding Dingyo Game Company, the head of Wanxiang Commercial hurried to the president's office to report the latest developments. "Mr. Xiao, you have arrived?" Xiao Lei, having signed the documents at hand, looked up with a smile at the head of Wanxiang Commercial, Yu Hua. Yu Hua nodded and spoke, "Mr. Xiao, we have received word from the FC marketing department that Dingyo Game Company has been excised, and they will subsequently impose corresponding legal liabilities on Dingyo." A look of surprise flickered across Xiao Lei's face. He had not anticipated FC Group's rapid response, which was indeed unexpected. "And what of our contract?" "Inform them that negotiations may commence," Xiao Lei replied with a light chuckle. Without the support of FC Company, Dingyo Gaming Company has met its demise. A company ostracized by FC and now seeking legal compensation will find no assistance in the entire industry. In Xiao Lei's view, this company has already entered the realm of death. Within the vast city of Shanghai, Dingyo Gaming will fade away quietly, leaving not a ripple. Chapter 8. Finished. Utterly finished. FC Company abruptly withdrew its support personnel from Dingyo Gaming, and the company has commenced asset liquidation, while Wang Jiqiong continues to roam restlessly throughout Shanghai. The sudden news struck Zhao Jia as surreal. She had been contemplating Xiao Yu's invitation at home when a call from a colleague shattered her thoughts. Others were left in confusion, unaware of the underlying issues, but once the call ended, Zhao Jia immediately connected the incident to Xiao Yu. Dingyo Gaming had never offended anyone in Shanghai during its years of operation, although Wang Jiqiong had been somewhat inept within the company. He had not incurred anyone's wrath externally. Moreover, the abruptness of this event took everyone by surprise. Even if Dingyo Gaming were to undergo asset liquidation, it should have been a month later, especially considering that the company still had games in development. The more Zhao Jia pondered, the more she felt this incident was linked to Xiao Yu, yet she found herself unable to conjure a valid reason to inquire further. Overnight, the gaming community in Shanghai was abuzz with the shocking news regarding Dingyo Gaming, with many industry insiders speculating whom Dingyo might have offended to be so swiftly brought low. Meanwhile, Wang Jiqiong, exhausted from a day and night of turmoil, had red-rimmed eyes and a weary spirit, yet he persevered. FC Company left him with no semblance of opportunity. After his departure, Dahi Min had already contacted headquarters, and within mere hours, all processes had been completed. It could be said that the marketing department of FC Company in Japan was conducting a rapid liquidation, leaving no chance for revival. After consuming nearly half a bottle of red wine, Wang Jiqiong glanced at the clock on the wall, anxiously awaiting news from outside. At this point, he was indifferent to the fate of the company. His sole desire was to discern which powerful entity within Shengmei Group he had offended. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted Wang Jiqiong upright, and he hurriedly made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he found his secretary standing there, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. "President Wang," the secretary said, her expression somewhat troubled as she stepped aside slightly. "This is a representative from Shengmei Group." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiqiong's expression shifted, and a low, somber voice escaped him. "Shengmei Group? Hello, President Wang. I am Zhang Jia from Shengmei Group." After ushering the guest inside, Wang Jiqiong fixed his gaze on Zhang Jia, stating, "I never anticipated you would come in person. I am here merely to ensure that President Wang understands the situation clearly." Zhang Jia replied, his professional smile veiling a glint of frost in his eyes. With a light chuckle, Wang Jiqiong began, "Pray tell, how have I offended your esteemed Shengmei Group, or perhaps a certain high-ranking official, that you would orchestrate such a scheme against me?" Zhang Jie responded with a cold sneer. I wonder if Mr. Wang has been prone to outbursts or targeting someone in particular during this period. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiqiang's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated that the issue might stem from within his own company. After a moment of contemplation, he fell silent, evidently struggling to recall the events. Since Mr. Wang cannot seem to remember, allow me to assist in jogging your memory. Over the past 2 years, your gaming venture has been plagued by deficits, and you have been eager to develop a groundbreaking game to solidify your standing in the FC market. Yet, none of the 4 development teams have managed to meet your expectations. It was during this time that you noticed the teams were coasting without ambition. To instill a sense of urgency, you decided to make an example of a young employee, one who had only been in the industry for less than a year. The proposal he presented, which you dismissed without a second glance, was publicly ridiculed as you terminated him, rendering his efforts utterly worthless. A faint smile played on Zhang Jie's lips, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Does Mr. Wang recall now? Wang Zhiqiang stared at Zhang Jie in disbelief. A look of incredulity etched across his face. Xiao Yu? How could it be him? On what grounds do you stand up for a mere youth? Are you mad? Wang Zhiqiang erupted, rising abruptly, only to find that Zhang Jie's smile had vanished, replaced by an icy countenance. The mere mention of the surname Xiao struck Wang Zhiqiang like a bolt from the blue, as he recalled Zhang Jie's words. In an instant, he remembered the figure behind Xingmei Group, the renowned business magnate Xiao Lei, famed throughout Shanghai and beyond. Both bearing the surname Xiao. Could it imply that Xiao Yu is indeed connected? As Wang Zhiqiang opened his mouth to speak, Zhang Jie let out a chilling laugh and interjected. Some matters are best left unspoken. They can at least spare you some semblance of dignity. Leaning closer to Wang Zhiqiang's ear, he coldly whispered, You are finished. From the very beginning, you erred. Wang Zhiqiang murmured in a daze, disbelief still flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he could not fathom why a wealthy heir, blessed with vast fortunes, would choose to work at his company. How could he have made such a choice and publicly humiliated this individual? This fleeting recollection made Wang Zhiqiang feel that his current plight was not entirely unwarranted, for he had indeed acted foolishly. Observing Wang Zhiqiang in his despondency, Zhang Jie let out a derisive laugh before turning on his heel and departing. After a considerable interval, Wang Zhiqiang regained his senses, and in a sudden epiphany, he felt a glimmer of hope for redemption. Yet, as he rushed to pursue Zhang Jie, he found that he had already vanished into the elevator. A fleeting expression of anxiety crossed Wang Zhiqiang's face, as if a sudden realization had struck her. In a flurry of movement, she retrieved her phone, desperately searching for her last glimmer of hope. After rummaging through her contacts for what felt like an eternity, she discovered, to her dismay, that she did not possess Xiao Yu's phone number. In a state of panic, she dialed Zhao Jie's number instead. Upon seeing the incoming call, Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Wang Zhiqiang to reach out to her. Shouldn't she be fully engrossed in salvaging her company? It seemed astonishing that she could spare the time to call. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Jie hesitated for a moment before answering the call, only to be met with a desperate wail on the other end. Zhao Jie, you must save me. The fate of my company rests in your hands. Chapter 9. Eradicating evil. The fact that Wang Zhiqiang would seek her assistance was something Zhao Jie could never have anticipated. After all, everyone in the company knew what kind of person Wang Zhiqiang was. Zhao Jie had spent years avoiding her, and now here she was, beseeching for help. For a brief moment, Zhao Jie felt as though she were caught in a dream. Despite having previously worked at the same company, she did not divulge Xiao Yu's contact information. The Xiao family was a formidable presence in Shanghai City. Had she unwittingly offended them? It was clear to anyone with discernment that crossing the Xiao family could lead to dire consequences. Anyone who dared to speak on Wang Zhiqiang's behalf would surely share the same fate. After disconnecting the call, Zhao Jie felt an unexpected sense of relief, as she had long desired to do so. Free from the constraints, she decided to pay a visit to Xiao Yu's company. A brand new game mode seemed to await her exploration. She dared to hang up on me. She actually hung up on me. The busy tone that followed left Wang Zhiqiang's face flushed with indignation, rendering her momentarily speechless. Glancing at her phone, she impulsively hurled it against the wall. The device, of remarkable quality, remained intact. With her last hope extinguished, Wang Zhiqiang felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Xingmei Group was intent on dismantling her, leaving her with no opportunity to fight back. The sheer weight of this overwhelming situation was enough to push her to the brink of despair. At that moment, her phone, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly rang. Startled and disoriented, Wang Zhiqiang snapped back to reality and hurried towards her phone. She snatched it up from the floor and glanced at the screen before hastily answering. An unknown number. Could it be Xingmei Group calling? Had they decided to show her mercy? Hello? On the other end, there was a brief silence before a formal voice emerged. Greetings, this is the Commercial Bureau of Shanghai City. We have received reports alleging that you are in violation of market regulations. We are at your company and require your cooperation. The information relayed from the other end struck Wang Zhiqiang like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly stunned. She muttered to herself, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it escalate so quickly? Wang Zhiqiang's complexion turned ashen, and her heart was filled with an extraordinary dread. The Xiao family had left her no avenue of escape. It was one thing to contend with her in business, but now they were intent on casting her into despair. Was it merely because she had dismissed their son? Was such a reaction truly warranted? The secretary beside Wang Zhiqiang observed her distress with a twinge of sympathy, reflecting on how just the day before, she had exuded confidence, commanding the video game industry in Shanghai with authority, only to find herself in this precarious predicament today, an almost unimaginable turn of events. Whether it was the confrontation or Wang Zhiqiang herself, at this moment, all was lost. At the Xiao family villa, Xiao Yu was summoned to the study by Xiao Lei. His expression one of bewilderment as he pondered the nature of the meeting. Xiao Lei placed a document on the desk, smiling as he remarked, "I've just come across something rather intriguing. You might find it interesting." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he picked up the document. His countenance swiftly transformed as he read, "What is this?" It detailed how Dingnyo Games had sold a game under a private label to Century last year, an occurrence unbeknownst to FC Company. Xiao Lei had initially aimed to undermine Wang Zhiqiang in business, but had inadvertently stumbled upon this revelation. According to the terms of the contract with FC Company, Dingnyo Games, having accepted investment, was obliged to prioritize providing each game to FC. Should they wish to sell elsewhere, they required FC's authorization and a share of the profits. The issue of profit sharing was moot, as FC had not even been aware of this game being sold to Century and had not participated in its development process. This meant that Dingnyo had already breached the contract and would be liable for substantial damages. If they lacked the funds, Wang Zhiqiang would face dire consequences. As he examined the document, Xiao Yu expressed his astonishment with a light chuckle, saying, "This is quite fascinating. I previously thought he sometimes acted without forethought, but it seems he has channeled his cunning into such matters." With a gaze fixed on Xiao Yu, Xiao Lei inquired, "So, how do you intend to handle this situation?" Leaning back in his chair with a smile, Xiao Yu replied, "If I am not mistaken, your son, Dingnyo, is finished." Although Xiao Lei had never broached the subject of dealing with Dingnyo, Xiao Yu's analysis pleased him greatly. Xiao Lei nodded and stated, "Indeed. Today FC has already initiated the asset audit process for Dingnyo." "So soon?" Xiao Yu's face registered surprise, though it was fleeting, suppressing his astonishment. He contemplated whether to further exacerbate Wang Zhiqiang's downfall before she hit rock bottom. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Yu suddenly looked up, smiling at Xiao Lei. "Let the relevant authorities handle it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback, then, filled with curiosity, asked, "Why?" Even without this document, Wang Zhiqiang was doomed. "I require no obstacles on my path forward. It is best that her demise be thorough, even if it is already assured. This is both her misfortune and her serendipity. Regrettably, I must ensure his complete disappearance from my sight. Fortunately, he need only collapse before me once. There is no necessity for him to endure a second barrage from me." At this moment, a confident expression adorned Xiao Yu's face. Contemplating Xiao Yu's recent declarations, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Xiao Lei's eyes, which grew increasingly bright. After a year apart, Xiao Yu had indeed matured. This sudden surge of confidence and the aura of authority were both familiar and foreign to Xiao Lei, stirring a vague excitement within him. In the realm of commerce, akin to a battlefield, every survivor has climbed to the pinnacle of their industry atop the corpses of their competitors. Each field boasts its own sovereign or emperor, figures who are innately suited for leadership, decisive, perceptive, and often autocratic, with each trait being indispensable. If one were to encapsulate this essence in a single term, it would be dictator, for they command with unwavering authority, and the entire industry exists under their dominion. Take, for instance, the current titan of the video game industry, the FC Company, helmed by the indomitable Yamauchi. His relentless efforts over the past decade have elevated FC to its present stature, with the industry standards largely stemming from his influence. Even the formidable Century Corporation spent nearly a decade and vast resources merely to seize a fragment of the market from FC. As Xiao Lei gazed at his son, a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Regardless of Xiao Yu's future success, the sheer force of his presence was unparalleled. Chapter 10, Joining Forces. Xiao Yu's confidence Wang Zhiqiang was left utterly disheartened. Until the very last moment before the company's complete liquidation, he failed to establish contact with Xiao Yu. No one could have anticipated that a single confrontation during the meeting would mark the final intersection of their paths. The Dingnyo Company, with assets merely in the tens of millions, could hardly stir significant ripples in Shanghai with its sudden bankruptcy, and even FC exhibited little reaction. It was simply a matter of liquidating non-performing assets. There was no need for widespread attention. At last, Zhao Jie agreed to collaborate with Xiao Yu, and they arranged to meet outside, ready to discuss their forthcoming partnership. In the cafe, as Xiao Yu observed Zhao Jie, elegantly attired in a brown, waist-length fitted trench coat. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. He took a seat opposite her and presented a contract, smiling as he said, "Here is the contract. Please take a look." Zhao Jie picked up the contract with great interest, but after a mere glance, her brows furrowed in surprise. 3 months? And I'm merely the vice president? She had anticipated a multi-year agreement, assuming Xiao Yu would prepare a more extended commitment, yet here was only a 3-month term. However, the position was indeed quite elevated. Even if his company comprised only 2 individuals, 3 months is ample time. From the launch of the electronic pet to market feedback, you will have sufficient opportunity to assess my company's potential. Whether you choose to stay or depart will ultimately rest in your hands, Xiao Yu remarked with a shrug. Casting a playful glance at Zhao Jie, "You wouldn't be afraid, would you?" "Afraid? What a joke." Zhao Jie let out a light laugh, gracefully lifting her delicate hand to inscribe her name upon the contract. She then gazed at Xiao Yu with a charming smile, inquiring, "Mr. Xiao, are you satisfied now?" Xiao Yu responded with a subtle smile, extending his hand towards Zhao Jie, and said, "Welcome, Miss Zhao, to Shenlong Entertainment." In that fleeting moment, Zhao Jie discerned an inconsistency in his words. Shenlong Entertainment? Is this an entertainment company? She regarded Xiao Yu with surprise. For it was known that no video game company in existence ever referred to itself as an entertainment company. Did Xiao Yu intend to stray from developing games? Though perplexed, Zhao Jie refrained from voicing her inquiries and instead addressed Xiao Yu directly. "Mr. Xiao, may I now peruse your complete project proposal?" Xiao Yu smiled gently, "Of course." He retrieved the game proposal from a file folder and handed it to Zhao Jie, who eagerly opened it, as if it were a treasured artifact. Within mere minutes, she felt as though a gateway to a new world had swung open before her. This concept brimmed with boundless potential. In an instant, she found her breath quickening. As she scrutinized the game content and several concept illustrations, Zhao Jie abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes shining with an almost frightening brilliance as she looked into Xiao Yu's. "You are truly a genius. How is it that no one discovered your talent before?" Reflecting on her time at the company, she recalled that all of Xiao Yu's previous proposals had been conventional, never evoking the exhilarating sensation that this one did. Zhao Jie had completely erased her past impressions of Xiao Yu. In her eyes, he was now a bona fide genius, an enigma. With an entirely new game model and experience, it could be asserted that Xiao Yu, with this proposal in hand, was qualified for a lead position in the development teams at FC or Century Company. After calming her racing heart, Zhao Jie inquired, "I see there are only 5 concept illustrations. What about the rest? As the boss, I cannot be expected to handle everything myself, especially as original illustrations are not my forte. How many types of pets are there?" Zhao Jie asked, curiosity piqued. "There are tentatively 5 types, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Within each elemental category, there are 10 unique pets. 50 in total." Zhao Jie pondered, her brow furrowing as she regarded the mere 5 illustrations in her hand. While they were indeed concept art, the undertaking appeared substantial. Given Xiao Yu's indication, this video game project needed to be designed and launched within a month, underscoring the urgency and the necessity of a large team. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jie spoke, "This is manageable. I will address the personnel issue. However, I would like to know which pet will be the primary focus." Zhao Jie understood that among the 50 pets, one would undoubtedly take center stage. Xiao Yu, however, merely smiled and shook his head, pointing to the first concept illustration before Zhao Jie. The original artwork depicts a pale golden 5-clawed dragon, its powerful head characterized by remarkably simple lines, presenting an uncomplicated image that can be wholly realized on an electronic pet device. A mere glance captivates the observer. When Zhao Jie first encountered this dragon, she sensed its complexity beneath the surface. Now, upon seeing that Xiao Yu has chosen it as the flagship pet, she is momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Xiao Yu would make such a selection. The dragon stands as one of the primary cultural emblems of our nation, and this time, the electronic spirits comprise not merely 50, but 51 creatures, with this sacred dragon being the final addition. 51. Zhao Jie gazes at Xiao Yu in surprise. Uncertain of his intentions, she observes a subtle smirk on Xiao Yu's lips, his visage radiant with pride, as he articulates, "The sacred dragon is a pet of all attributes. Yet it necessitates continual synthesis with other pets to manifest, and the probability of this is not particularly high. It can be synthesized from 5 or even 2, with the odds being random. However, one stipulation remains. We have designated that only through prolonged nurturing can a synthesis opportunity for the sacred dragon arise." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie's expression transforms into one of utter astonishment. She stares blankly at Xiao Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Synthesis? All attributes? Low probability? Long-term nurturing? A cascade of phrases floods her mind, taking her some time to regain her composure. Looking at Xiao Yu with bewilderment, she is tempted to pry open his mind to discern the thoughts that led him to conceive such ideas. The introduction of a unique, rare pet could significantly enhance player engagement and prolong gameplay, a concept that has never before been seen. Yet, it is now put forth by Xiao Yu, leaving Zhao Jie in a state of confusion. After some time, Zhao Jie gradually regains her focus, her gaze fixed on the proposal in her hands, feeling as though she is cradling a mountain of gold. Upon the release of this game, to whom do you intend to sell it, FC or Century? This is reality. If one seeks to maximize profit, collaboration with both companies is essential, with the only challenge being the choice of which to partner with. As Xiao Yu's gaze falls upon Zhao Jie, a faint smile graces his lips as he calmly states, Century. Why? Zhao Jie inquires, perplexed. She had initially presumed Xiao Yu would opt for FC, given that past ventures had navigated through FC's channels, a choice that would mitigate numerous risks. However, Xiao Yu appears to hold a different perspective. Leaning back in his chair, he allows a cold smile to surface and responds, because I have little fondness for Yamauchi. His desire for control is overwhelming. Chapter 11. Personnel in place. Yamauchi Furuta is the quintessential industry autocrat, having single-handedly propelled FC to the pinnacle of this sector, to the extent that nearly all global gaming companies must survive under his auspices. In contrast, Century Video Games, after a decade of effort and expenditure amounting to hundreds of billions, has barely managed to establish a foothold amid the pressures exerted by Yamauchi Furuta. Since then, no other first-party company of a similar nature has emerged within the industry. Familiar with the developments in this industry, Zhao Jie was well aware of Xiao Yu's current concerns. If the game fell into the hands of FC, their interests would not be maximized. Thus, entrusting its publication to Century was the most prudent course of action. Zhao Jie nodded, and then spoke. I will promptly gather the individuals you require, while you must swiftly refine your game proposal. Xiao Yu smiled faintly, merely nodding without further elaboration. He had faith in Zhao Jie's discernment. She was a partner brimming with untapped potential. In just one evening, Zhao Jie successfully recruited the artistic talents that Xiao Yu needed. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Such swiftness? When he arrived at the studio, he looked at Zhao Jie with a mixture of surprise and skepticism. This studio was a place he had rented in advance, and Zhao Jie had already brought the team over. Xiao Yu was somewhat astonished. He had sought game development artists, not an abundance of novice talent. Surely, such individuals could not be so readily available on the market? Entering the conference room, he noticed 5 or 6 individuals gathered, seemingly engaged in a discussion. A cursory glance revealed something amiss. They appeared exceedingly youthful, resembling recent graduates. Turning back to Zhao Jie, Xiao Yu asked, puzzled, who are these? Zhao Jie smiled slightly and explained, some of our previous artists were outsourced. These are promising university graduates I had contacted, who have just finished their studies and have yet to secure employment. I thought I would bring them in for a trial. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned. He sought individuals who could function independently. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Zhao Jie handed him a piece of draft paper. Upon a brief scan, his expression brightened. This was precisely the artistic style he needed. Noticing the smile that blossomed on Xiao Yu's face, Zhao Jie felt a sense of reassurance in her judgment. She knew what kind of talent Xiao Yu required, and through the proposal, she could select suitable candidates. This was her confidence. The group of graduates, upon seeing Xiao Yu approach, recognized him as the boss Zhao Jie had mentioned. They were somewhat astonished that someone so young could command over 20 million. It was indeed remarkable. Xiao Yu waved the draft paper and addressed them. Your works are impressive. I would like to know if you have any questions. At this, a shy young woman raised her hand and asked, hello, my name is Bai Fong. Does your question imply that our works have been accepted? Initially, they had merely intended to give it a try, as they were vying for the position of lead artist for the entire project, a considerable challenge for them. Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, I am not looking for temporary workers. Your works align well with my current requirements. If you are willing, we can sign a contract now, although some details in your artwork will need revision. The group was momentarily stunned by his words, then eagerly nodded, expressing their willingness to stay. Upon graduation, one might find themselves earning a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, with the prospect of remaining in Shanghai. It is crucial to acknowledge that many may depart from Shanghai soon after graduation. Although there is a sense of reluctance, it is simply the reality. The exorbitant cost of living, coupled with their lack of employment, has led to a glimmer of hope instilled by Xiao Yu. Observing the crowd's excitement, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, merely gesturing for everyone to take their seats before continuing. I have just reviewed your works. They are commendable, yet there are numerous areas that require attention, Xiao Yu remarked. Surveying the room, we are a company rooted in Huagua, and while there is a noticeable trend of westernization in global gaming, some companies incorporate elements of their own culture into character design. I understand. For instance, clothing and accessories. Bai Fong, who had previously posed a question, interjected. Xiao Yu regarded her with an approving gaze, recognizing her innate talent and potential for development. The group, contemplating their creations, found merit in Xiao Yu's insights. You must remember, our games are intended for a global audience. They need to possess unique characteristics. The designs you create must instantly capture attention, thus avoiding monotony and ensuring distinctiveness. Do you comprehend? Understood. The collective realization dawned upon them, and they responded eagerly. However, before they could fully relax, Xiao Yu clapped her hands and announced, "Since you are all aware now, we shall commence work today. In 3 days, I will review your drafts with General Manager Zhao. Time waits for no one. We must seize every moment. Before the new year, I hope to see our creations on the market." Exiting the conference room, Zhao Jie scanned the busy employees in the work area before directing her attention to Xiao Yu. After a brief appraisal, she smiled and said, "You did an excellent job with the mobilization. I never realized you possessed such capabilities." In response, Xiao Yu smiled modestly and shrugged. "There is much you remain unaware of." Before Zhao Jie could retort, Xiao Yu inquired, "How are the contacts with Century Company progressing?" "The proposal has been submitted, and the review team should be reaching out to us soon. However, I'm uncertain about the likelihood of success. This is our first collaboration with Century, and they have no particular reason to prioritize us. We can only wait. First, we need to finalize the prototype. We must present something of merit," Xiao Yu stated, her eyes gleaming with determination. Joyful music emanated from the office as Xiao Yu paused at the door, momentarily taken aback before stepping inside. Zhao Jie, clad in formal attire, was curled up on the sofa, intermittently fiddling with a small device reminiscent of a digital pet, her face occasionally lighting up with a goofy smile. It was hard to reconcile the image of a polished professional with this playful demeanor, causing Xiao Yu's lips to twitch in amusement. With a light cough, Xiao Yu roused Zhao Jie, who was engrossed in her electronic pet device, and said with a hint of exasperation, "You are a senior executive. Must you behave like a child?" Upon noticing Xiao Yu, Zhao Jie sprang from the sofa, striding swiftly to stand before him, her gaze intensely fixed on him. As a waft of fragrant orchid filled the air. Chapter 12. The arrival of the review team, Zhao Jie remained oblivious to the inappropriate proximity between them, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Xiao Yu. Her expression was one of unrestrained excitement as she waved the palm-sized electronic pet device, exclaiming, "It's simply perfect. I even feel a twinge of regret for not having created all the pets." Having navigated this industry for 5 years, she understood that the quality of a game could be directly measured by its engagement, and it was evident that Xiao Yu's electronic pet had excelled in this regard. The morning had slipped away without her accomplishing anything other than playing with the electronic pet. From feeding it at the outset to nurturing, playing, resting, and evolving it. An unprecedented sense of involvement coursed through Zhao Jie's heart. And this was merely a single pet. The forthcoming complete version was set to feature dozens of electronic pets, ensuring that most users would find a game to their liking. Xiao Yu subtly stepped back, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the exuberant Zhao Jie. "I have stated before that I am a genius, and there is no need for you to doubt the game I am creating." To this, Zhao Jie surprisingly refrained from retorting, instead responding with palpable excitement. "The review team from the Century Group will arrive tomorrow. I believe our electronic pet will win their favor." Xiao Yu blinked in astonishment. "So soon?" Zhao Jie smiled faintly, nodding without elaborating further. Sensing her confidence, Xiao Yu simply remarked, "Then make the necessary arrangements. Tomorrow is crucial, and our game's approval hinges on this moment." "Of course, I trust that Century will not be unreasonable," Zhao Jie replied, a confident smile illuminating her face. The following day, at Shanghai Airport, a stylishly dressed man and woman emerged from the terminal. The woman, clad in a flowing red gown with long brown hair, removed her sunglasses to reveal an exquisite visage. Though she wore minimal makeup, her captivating eyes radiated an undeniable charm, leaving those who caught her glance momentarily awestruck. Her natural allure drew the attention of many men nearby, yet her demeanor remained aloof, as if she were unaware of their presence. The man beside her appeared composed, donning gold-rimmed glasses, his expression tinged with a respectful admiration as he gazed upon the woman. "Ms. Yamato, Mr. Nakayama, I believe we should delineate our responsibilities. I am merely visiting Shanghai, and the task of reviewing the game is best suited for you. A newly established company does not warrant my direct involvement. Rest assured, I am well aware of the necessary procedures." The man's lips curled into a brief smile, yet he hastily bowed, his demeanor somewhat awkward. "It is merely a fledgling company. Typically, the review team assigns just one individual. However, no one anticipated that Ms. Yamato would appear here unexpectedly. While I am unaware of the internal dynamics at the higher echelons of the company, it is evident that the situation is anything but ordinary. Fortunately, I need not remain by her side, lest I endure endless tribulations." As they conversed, Zhao Jie, impeccably dressed, approached, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she addressed them. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Keiko Yamato and Mr. Jun Nakayama?" The formerly respectful Nakayama's expression shifted instantaneously. He cast a cold glance at Zhao Jie and nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, you are from Shenlong Games?" Xiao Jia's smile widened as she extended her hand. Introducing herself, "Hello, I am Xiao Jia, the head of the Shenlong Games development team. We warmly welcome your presence." To her surprise, Yamato disregarded Xiao Jia entirely, striding past her, and Nakayama did not extend his hand either, merely stating coolly, "Director Xiao, I believe we should expedite the process. We cannot afford to waste time here." Xiao Jia's expression remained unchanged, despite having anticipated their attitude. This was the confidence of the first party, platform, users, and exceptional hardware development technology, all of which solidified the stature of Century and FC. Even though they were merely representatives of Century, the arrogance often attributed to FC employees was palpable. In this era, aside from the first party, other game companies hold little influence, especially those recently established. Xiao Jia was certain that had it not been for the proposal she had previously submitted, they might not have even sent representatives. The group boarded a business vehicle and made their way to the company. Upon arriving, Yamato merely glanced around before instructing, "Take me to the hotel, let Mr. Nakayama discuss the rest with you." Xiao Jia was momentarily taken aback but signaled the driver to take her to the hotel, while she accompanied Nakayama toward the company. A sense of foreboding washed over her. It was clear that Yamato was the pivotal figure among the representatives from Century. However, the authority to make decisions did not rest with Nakayama, and having him evaluate matters was hardly a positive sign. Despite her lingering doubts, Xiao Jia led Nakayama inside the company. Today was significant, and many employees were keenly observing the entrance. When they saw Xiao Jia entering with a guest, their breaths quickened. Representatives from Century had arrived. This is one of the only two first-party video game entities in the world. Although it may not quite compare to the FC, it still generates annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. At this moment, Nakayama Jun is thoroughly relishing this sensation as a first-party entity. His presence in such a company is akin to a celestial being descending to Earth, effortlessly exuding an air of superiority. While immersed in the admiration of those around him, he is suddenly drawn from his reverie by a voice nearby. "Mr. Nakayama, allow me to introduce you to the chairman of Shenlong Games, who is also the lead developer of this game." Upon hearing this introduction, Nakayama turns his gaze forward, and upon a mere glance, he feels a jolt throughout his being. As an auditor for the Century Company, Nakayama has encountered a fair share of high-ranking individuals, yet none have possessed such an innate aura as this young man before him. "Mr. Xiao?" Having perused the materials, Nakayama surmises this must indeed be Xiao Yu, yet the intensity of his presence is beyond comprehension. Observing Nakayama's slightly unnatural demeanor, Xiao Yu remains unperturbed. "We welcome your arrival and shall proceed directly to the main topic." Chapter 13. The astonished Nakayama Jun. Xiao Yu despises superfluous chatter and procrastination, as he has little time to squander. Given that this is his first game, he feels compelled to oversee every detail personally to ensure its perfection. However, Nakayama appears somewhat unable to match Xiao Yu's brisk pace. Shouldn't the standard procedure involve some casual conversation? Nakayama is not entirely naive. He has visited Shanghai City no less than 10 times and has engaged with several video game development companies across China. But encountering someone like Xiao Yu is a novel experience. Previous partners would never have presented their game to him so soon. Baffled, Nakayama trails behind Xiao Yu into the conference room, his eyes twitching at the sight of the makeshift conference table. Such a rudimentary environment. As soon as they take their seats, Nakayama observes Xiao Yu handing him a box, accompanied by a project report, a sight that leaves him momentarily stunned. It has already been developed? He gazes at Xiao Yu with astonishment, taken aback by the progress. Merely a month ago, it was still just a report. Xiao Yu nods and speaks. "This is a preliminary testing machine. We have refined it several times already. The remaining task is merely to add new types of pets." With that, Xiao Yu fixes his gaze on Nakayama, only to find him hesitating to engage with the machine. Leaning back, Nakayama addresses him, "Mr. Xiao, before we assess the game, I must mention that Century Group has never ventured into handheld gaming. The reason for my presence here is that the review team sees a glimmer of hope in you. So you understand what this signifies." Regardless of its authenticity, at this moment, Zhongshan Jun yearned for dominion over the stage. Feeling disconcerted by the fact that he was being led around by Xiao Yu, the sensation was far from pleasant. Was Xiao Yu truly the examiner? Or was he the one in charge? He loathed this feeling, yet Xiao Yu remained unfazed, wearing an expression of indifference. Observing Zhongshan Jun, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smirk internally, wondering if he truly believed him to be foolish. If that were the case, then let Mr. Zhongshan Jun duly assess our game. Merely conversing in a manner befitting the situation, as long as the game passed, Xiao Yu was indifferent. A faint smile graced Zhongshan Jun's face as he proceeded to open the box, only to find his eyes narrowing in surprise. What constitutes a flawless design? It is that initial glance that incites an irresistible urge to play, a principle that applies to both the console and the game. The design of Xiao Yu's electronic pet machine was inspired by the iconic Digivice from Digimon, which was rather fitting. The key was its futuristic form, a model never before seen in this world, causing Zhongshan Jun's eyes to brighten. He found it hard to believe that this was the brainchild of Xiao Yu and his team, pointing to the electronic pet machine within the box. Zhongshan Jun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Did you design this yourselves?" "To be precise, it was I who designed it," Xiao Yu replied with a subtle smile. Zhongshan Jun's eyes widened slightly, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Could he be a genius? If his memory served him right, Xiao Yu was the planner for the electronic pets, and now he was also capable of product design. In an instant, Zhongshan Jun began to regard Xiao Yu with newfound respect. He gently lifted the electronic pet machine from the box and lightly touched the power button, causing the soft yellow backlit screen to illuminate suddenly. "It even has a backlight," Xiao Yu chuckled softly, responding. "I can't expect players to be clutching a flashlight while playing under the covers at night, can I?" It is noteworthy that this world had seen the release of the first and only handheld console by FC, yet even that lacked a backlit display. It was precisely this realization that led Xiao Yu to incorporate backlighting in a device that could hardly be classified as a handheld. Zhongshan Jun felt as though he had missed something crucial, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what that was. Accompanied by a melodious tune, a vividly lifelike pet appeared on the screen, prompting Zhongshan Jun to exclaim, "Is that a panda?" Hailing from the homeland of pandas, China is renowned worldwide for its beloved national treasure, and it was a delightful surprise that Xiao Yu had integrated a panda into the design. Observing the icons on either side of the screen, which included features for feeding, training, and evolution, Zhongshan Jun found himself utterly engrossed after just a short while. In the conference room, the only sound that filled the air was that of the electronic pet machine, with no other voices to be heard. Xiao Yu and Zhao Jie silently observed the captivated Zhongshan Jun, both choosing not to disturb his immersion, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. Zhongshan Jun suddenly became aware of a dull ache in his shoulder. As he gradually regained his senses, he was taken aback by this sensation. Glancing at his wristwatch, he was astonished to discover that over an hour had passed. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he looked down at the electronic pet device in his hand. Disbelief etched across his features. Had he truly spent an entire hour on this device? This was his first time playing, inwardly exclaiming in astonishment. A glint of excitement ignited in Zhongshan Jun's eyes just as his mobile phone buzzed in his pocket. His brows knitted together slightly. The abrupt interruption irked him, and he answered the call curtly. "Who is it?" After a moment of silence on the other end, a cold voice replied, "Zhongshan Jun, what are you saying?" Startled by the voice, Zhongshan Jun immediately stood, straightening his posture and bowing respectfully. "Hello, Miss Yamato." Observing this scene, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise at Zhongshan Jun, well aware that the gesture was not directed at him. Who on the other end of the line could instill such fear in him? "Zhongshan Jun, have you really spent such an extended period on a game from a small company? Has your discerning ability diminished?" Yamato Keiko had initially anticipated Zhongshan Jun would return quickly. She needed to submit her report today, as she was scheduled to return to Fusang the following day and could not afford to linger. However, as time slipped away and Zhongshan Jun remained unresponsive, her irritation grew. Did a game from a small company truly warrant such an extensive review? Upon hearing Yamato Keiko mention the game, Zhongshan Jun snapped back to attention, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Miss Yamato, this game is truly extraordinary. I implore you to wait just a moment. I will return shortly with the specifics." Chapter 14, The Fall. The Fall. Zhongshan Jun's reaction exceeded Xiao Yu's expectations yet aligned with his predictions. After Zhongshan Jun ended the call, Xiao Yu donned a professional smile once more, while Zhongshan Jun's demeanor shifted from indifference to keen interest. In Zhongshan Jun's eyes, Xiao Yu resembled a money tree, prompting an overwhelming desire to approach and express his gratitude. "Mr. Xiao, this game has surpassed my expectations. Century is eager to collaborate on excellent games, but I must emphasize that Miss Yamato is pivotal in this review process. I cannot guarantee that I can sway her, so I need to make an effort." As a game reviewer for Century, Zhongshan Jun understood there were implicit metrics to meet each year to advance, and he now saw a glimmer of hope. If only Miss Yamato would agree, he would devote all his resources to pave the way for this game. Hearing this, Xiao Yu merely smiled, nodding in understanding. "Mr. Zhongshan Jun, I appreciate your sentiments, and I am more than willing to assist you. You may take this electronic pet device with you." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Zhongshan Jun bowed respectfully and then stowed away the electronic pet device, departing the company in the company of Zhao Jie. Upon Zhao Jie's return, she found Xiao Yu casually reclining in his office chair, humming a tune, which brought a faint smile to her face. This young man, who not long ago was merely her game planner, had unexpectedly transformed into her superior, now brimming with such ingenious creativity. Had she not been privy to the earlier proposal, she might have found it hard to believe. Sometimes, reality is indeed more fantastical than fiction. With a light laugh, Zhao Jie remarked to Xiao Yu, Are you truly confident that Miss Yamato will excel at your game? I cannot guarantee it, but if someone like Zhongshan Jun can become engrossed, I merely worry about how long it will take for Yamato Keiko to do the same. Observing Xiao Yu's unwavering confidence, Zhao Jie smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Little did she know the allure of the electronic pet device in Xiao Yu's previous life. This gaming device had primarily captured the interest of women and children. It was a well-established product, tried and tested globally, and Xiao Yu had no reason to believe it would fail. At the Shanghai International Hotel, Yamato Keiko stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, arms crossed, her left hand gently swirling a glass of red wine, her expression still austere. Though her family urged her to step out for a breather, how could she find peace? The establishment of Century Company was relatively recent, having expended years of effort and substantial resources to carve out a niche in the market from FC. Yet, this was still insufficient. FC loomed like a colossal entity before Century. This year had brought a turning point after years of struggle. But that opportunity did not belong to the Yamato family, which boded ill for them. It was not in the Yamato family's nature to sit idly by. Over the past 6 months, they had monopolized a significant portion of the company's game reviews, aiming to identify promising companies, but regrettably, they had failed to discover even one. The gaming concepts were all too similar, lacking the spark that could captivate. Even the new company under Shanghai offered her no glimmer of hope. Frustrated with the situation, Yamato Keiko longed to return to Fusang to discuss alternative strategies with her family. Yet Zhongshan Jun had thwarted her with a phone call. I hope you can surprise me. If not, I shall ensure your downfall before the Yamato family meets its ruin. She murmured softly, her eyes glinting coldly, her stunning visage growing increasingly frigid. At that moment, a sudden chime at the door startled her, and she hesitated briefly before walking towards it. Upon opening the door and seeing Zhongshan Jun, breathless and standing at her threshold, her expression remained icy as she addressed him. You have returned? Faced with her frosty demeanor, Zhongshan Jun stiffened, straightened his posture, and bowed slightly. I apologize, Miss Yamato, for keeping you waiting. Come in, she replied without acknowledging him further, turning to enter the room. Taking a deep breath, Zhongshan Jun followed suit, matching her pace closely. As she leaned against the sofa, Kei Yamato caught the attention of Shun Nakayama, who swallowed hard. Soon after, he heard her voice inquiring, Shun Nakayama, I would like you to clarify what you meant over the phone. Shun's expression became serious as he hastily retrieved the electronic pet device from his bag and handed it to Kei. Miss Yamato, please take a good look at this game. Kei furrowed her brow as she examined the device in Shun's hands. Is this a gaming console? In an instant, a cold laugh escaped her lips, a mix of disbelief and amusement washing over her. Are you implying that a company established just over a month ago has developed its own handheld gaming device? Her expression darkened, her face clouded with skepticism. Shun Nakayama, are you jesting with me? Uncharacteristically, Shun did not retreat. His hands trembled slightly, yet his resolve was evident. Staring intently at him, Kei felt a flicker of surprise. What kind of game could possibly warrant such determination from Shun? This was an unprecedented situation in her experience. Hesitating momentarily, she extended her hand to accept the electronic pet device from him. The quiet room was filled with the melodic tunes of the electronic pet device. While Shun remained silent, watching as Kei engaged with the gadget, time slipped away unnoticed, and what began as a mere trial for Kei quickly captivated her attention. The exquisite design, exceptional tactile experience, minimalist interface, captivating pet visuals, and innovative immersive gameplay combined with superb interactive features overwhelmed her senses. Within minutes, a plethora of words began to swirl in her mind. To Kei, this electronic pet device seemed nearly perfect, if there were any shortcomings. It was perhaps that it housed only a single pet. With a deep sigh of relief, Kei lifted her head, only to realize her neck had grown somewhat stiff. Startling her momentarily, she glanced in surprise at Shun, who stood motionless across from her, and asked incredulously, How long have I been playing? Shun smiled slightly, suppressing his excitement as he replied, An hour, Miss Yamato. You have been playing for an hour. Could it be that she had become so engrossed in this game? Kei gazed at Shun with disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 15. An unexpected twist. It had been quite some time since Kei had devoted her energy to gaming, leading her to ponder when she had last engaged so deeply with a game. Was it in high school? University? As she gazed down at the electronic pet device, waves of nostalgia surged within her. Since her tenure in the auditing department of Century, she had reviewed hundreds, if not thousands, of games. Yet none had ever evoked such a profound feeling within her. In but a fleeting moment, Yamato Keiko grasped the intrinsic value of the electronic pet device in her hands. This represented not merely an extension of gaming, but a groundbreaking innovation within the industry. It was a type that had never before graced the market. The expressions on Yamato Keiko's face shifted rapidly, and she suddenly sprang to her feet, her gaze intensely fixed on Nakayama Jun. We have discovered a treasure. Nakayama Jun was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with a smile. Suppressing his excitement, he spoke slowly. Miss Yamato, this is an exceptionally perfect game, unprecedented in the market. Moreover, the machine you are currently using houses only one type of pet, while our companion company, Sacred Dragon, has prepared as many as 50 variants of similar pets. This is a true blockbuster. Yamato Keiko never anticipated that her initially lackluster visit to Shanghai would yield such unexpected rewards, filling her heart with exhilaration. Truly, the heavens had favored her. Huaguo was indeed a land of wonders. Hearing her murmured words, Nakayama Jun nodded in agreement, deeply moved. This was a gaming company that had only been established for a little over a month, and prior to this, they had never released a game. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yamato Keiko's eyes, and she fixed her gaze intently on Nakayama Jun. Immediately submit a report. I need our team to be aware of this game's existence and to acquire it at all costs. Furthermore, contact Sacred Dragon Company without delay. I must meet with their planner at once. Nakayama Jun promptly nodded and turned to arrange the subsequent matters, his heart brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Yu was taken aback by the swiftness of Yamato Keiko's invitation. Even after hanging up, a look of surprise lingered on his face. Meanwhile, sitting across from him, Zhao Jia couldn't help but be startled by the expression on Xiao Yu's face. What did they discuss? Upon hearing the inquiry, Xiao Yu replied, Yamato Keiko wishes to meet with me tonight. Zhao Jia looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. So urgent? There must be other reasons, otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a rush. But what does this have to do with us? Xiao Yu shrugged and chuckled lightly. Their urgency signifies that we have abundant opportunities. Let us tidy ourselves up. We must make a good impression on her tonight. Zhao Jia smiled lightly and nodded, feeling inexplicably reassured by Xiao Yu's confidence. The current Xiao Yu was no longer the person he once was. The agreed-upon meeting place was the Shanghai International Hotel. After receiving the call, Xiao Yu and Zhao Jia hastened there. It was the first time Xiao Yu was meeting Yamato Keiko, and upon seeing her exquisite visage, he momentarily found himself entranced. Zhao Jia, observing this, felt a tinge of jealousy. Yamato Keiko's every move exuded an enchanting allure, and few men could resist her charm. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's composure was commendable. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his poise. Yamato Keiko smiled slightly, unperturbed, while some might fret over such matters. She regarded it as an innate advantage. After a courteous handshake with Xiao Yu, the group settled down, and Ohama Keiko began to scrutinize Xiao Yu closely. Young, confident, and emanating an inexplicable aura, he was clearly not an ordinary individual. Coupled with his exceptionally brilliant ideas, Xiao Yu left a very positive first impression on Ohama Keiko. With a charming smile, she addressed him, Mr. Xiao, it is an honor to meet you, and I apologize for today's oversight. As she spoke, Ohama Keiko symbolically lowered her head, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Ignoring Xiao Yu's expression, Ohama Keiko continued. I had the privilege of personally testing your company's electronic pet device, and I must candidly say, it is the best concept I have encountered in my career. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Yu replied with a slight smile, secretly thinking to himself that this was indeed the case, and a confident smile graced his lips. Ohama Keiko showed no signs of disdain towards Xiao Yu's reaction. Such brilliance was a privilege that ordinary people were not entitled to judge. She gazed intently at him and inquired, Mr. Xiao, I would like to know how you plan to proceed with this collaboration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Jia, both taken aback by the other's surprise. It appeared the game had been a success. The other party had not suggested any modifications, but instead was directly discussing the terms of collaboration. Zhao Jia furrowed her brow and addressed Ohama Keiko, Miss Ohama. We would like to clarify that you are merely a member of the review committee, and Century has its own set of protocols. This does not seem to be a matter we can discuss at this moment. Without the necessary authority, any conversation would be futile. However, Ohama Keiko, upon hearing this, smiled instead of becoming angry, a hint of self-satisfaction appearing on her face. Miss Zhao, strictly speaking, I hold another position that allows me to decisively influence this collaboration, as I hail from the Ohama family. Hearing this, Zhao Jia fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment of thought, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she looked up at Ohama Keiko. Ohama Masayuki from the Century Board of Directors? Ohama Masayuki was a senior member of the Century Board, regarded as one of the 4 founding elders who had made indelible contributions to the company's current standing. The fact that Ohama Keiko was related to the Ohama family was astonishing. With a smile, Ohama Keiko observed Zhao Jia, quickly deducing her background. Realizing that this individual was not as simple as she appeared. I am indeed the granddaughter of Ohama Masayuki. Xiao Yu, watching Ohama Keiko, couldn't help but think to himself, is it fashionable for rich second-generation heirs to play the role of a naive ingenue these days? Seeing Xiao Yu's expression remain calm and unperturbed, a sense of frustration suddenly welled up within Ohama Keiko. Why was he not surprised? Just as the three were about to begin discussing the specifics, They suddenly noticed Nakayama Jun approaching with a worried expression. Leaning in to whisper a few words in Ohama Keiko's ear, her countenance visibly darkened. Upon a sudden realization, Xiao Yu sensed that matters might not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. Chapter 16. The Unexpected Ambition of Xiao Yu. Having served the century-old enterprise for many years, Yamato Keiko had never encountered obstructions from her colleagues, primarily due to her lineage as the granddaughter of Yamato Masao and her exceptional professional abilities. Yet today, to her dismay, she found herself ensnared in a subtle plot. At this moment, Yamato Keiko's countenance was so grim it could almost drip with water. Although Xiao Yu was unaware of the specifics, an instinctive intuition warned him that it likely pertained to their collaboration. His suspicions were confirmed when he discerned that Yamato Keiko's pallor had changed dramatically due to the game from Shenglong Company. Merely half an hour had passed since he submitted his report when the headquarters review team informed him that Shenglong Company's game had been denied approval and project initiation. These concise 8 characters were poised to crush Shenglong entirely. Yet, their true target was not Shenglong, it was the Yamato family. With a somber expression, Yamato Keiko directed her gaze at Xiao Yu, forcing a strained smile as she said, "Mr. Xiao, I regret to inform you that our collaboration may need to be temporarily shelved." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. Though to Yamato Keiko's surprise, he did not succumb to emotional turmoil. "May I inquire why?" Yamato Keiko pressed her lips together, a fleeting hesitation crossing her features before she finally spoke. "The review department has rejected your previously submitted game proposal." A cold smirk appeared on Xiao Yu's face as he retorted, "What immense authority you possess." No sooner had he uttered these words than Yamato Keiko rose and bowed deeply in apology to him. Representing the Yamato family, she expressed regret for the unwarranted entanglement of Mr. Xiao and Shenglong Company, insisting that the game was exceptional and should not be obscured due to their oversight. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yu inquired, "Representing the Yamato family? Why not Century Company? I bear no obligation to apologize for the foolish actions of imbeciles." Yamato Keiko held her pride, and with a hint of a smile, Xiao Yu asked, "Given the current situation, may I know why Shenglong is implicated?" This unwarranted disaster irritated Xiao Yu, and he needed to discern where the issue lay. Although he was not entirely certain, he could surmise that it likely involved the upper echelons. Fixating intently on Xiao Yu, Yamato Keiko did not anticipate such a question. After a moment's hesitation, she was struck by the illusion that revealing the truth to Xiao Yu might unravel the problem. After some contemplation, Yamato Keiko resolved to disclose what she could to Xiao Yu. The upper management was in disarray, with individuals attempting to oust the Yamato family from the board. However, the very first sentence caused Zhao Jia's expression to shift dramatically, and even Xiao Yu, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, felt his eyes narrow. The century-valued company, a leader in the industry, held the Yamato family in high esteem, yet what had he just heard? It is astonishing that anyone would dare to oust the Yamato family from the board. Have they lost their minds? Ignoring the expressions of the two individuals, Keiko Yamato continued. This targeted approach has persisted for quite some time. Previously, they operated during the game production and development stages. But this marks the first instance of intervention during the game review phase. It seems they can no longer wait. Xiao Yu then let out a cold chuckle, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. Keiko Yamato offered a wry smile, recognizing the truth in Xiao Yu's words. The Yamato family has long maintained control over numerous gaming resources. Severing their review authority now would be akin to cutting off the source of a river, inevitably leading to its eventual desiccation. Moreover, the adversaries of the Yamato family could employ various means to expedite this process. This was akin to striking at the snake's vulnerable spot. The Achilles heel of the Yamato family had been grasped tightly. At that moment, Keiko Yamato's gaze fell upon the electronic pet machine resting on the table, her eyes shimmering with a sense of struggle. The golden opportunity lay before them. Yet the Yamato family found it nearly unattainable. Currently, they possessed only a fragment of the sales channels associated with Century Company. Even if they were to acquire the electronic pet, retaining it would prove impossible unless they had other collaborators, at the very least. They lacked the capability in the production phase. Given the present circumstances, who would be willing to partner with the Yamato family? An air of silence enveloped the group. And after a considerable pause, Keiko Yamato finally spoke. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Xiao, but I believe our collaboration must come to an end. In truth, I feel our partnership has only just begun." This sudden declaration caused Keiko Yamato, who had intended to leave, to halt in her tracks, gazing at Xiao Yu in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her features. What had she just heard? Xiao Yu was still willing to collaborate with her? Did he not comprehend her current predicament? Even Zhao Jia wore a face of shock, staring at Xiao Yu, murmuring under her breath, "This is absolutely insane." Turning to Xiao Yu, Keiko Yamato managed a wry smile. "Mr. Xiao, this is hardly the time for jest, and I certainly do not require consolation. Are you not interested in hearing about the nature of our collaboration?" Xiao Yu asked with a smile, a hint of allure evident in his demeanor. Rooted to the spot, Keiko Yamato found herself instinctively moving toward her seat. A glimmer of hope igniting as she looked at Xiao Yu. Do share your vision for the collaboration. Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied. I wish to know what the Yamato family can still accomplish within Century Company. Keiko Yamato hesitated for a moment, pondering before responding. Distribution channels, but not entirely. That is more than sufficient. I believe we can orchestrate a significant venture, Xiao Yu remarked with a light chuckle, pointing to the electronic pet machine on the table. He continued, I will handle the manufacturing and motherboard factories, and even the marketing. Your role will be to leverage Century's distribution channels. Upon hearing the proposed terms of collaboration, both Keiko Yamato and Jun Nakayama exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity, as if gazing at a fool. However, they all understood that Xiao Yu was far from foolish. The lopsided nature of the collaboration required immense sacrifices from him, and regardless of how he navigated the situation. Should he succeed, his demands would be considerable. Yamato Keiko clenched her teeth and finally spoke. What do you desire? Observing her with an expression suggesting she was a worthy pupil, Xiao Yu felt quite pleased. She did not appear to be merely a pretty face devoid of intellect. I require the unwavering support of the Yamato family in the future, as well as a position within the first sequence of Century Corporation. The first sequence represented the pinnacle of the gaming companies under Century Corporation, granting comprehensive support in terms of both funding and technology. It could be described as the highest echelon for third parties. For Xiao Yu to comprehend Century Corporation and the entirety of this industry, he must gain entry into the first sequence. Chapter 17. The confidence in collaboration, a nascent company that had developed only a single game, having been established for less than a month, was now audaciously claiming it wished to enter the first sequence? Yamato Keiko found it implausible to believe that Xiao Yu was unaware of the significance of the first sequence. It was evident he understood its value. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such a condition. Mr. Xiao, you must recognize the worth of the first sequence. It is impossible to gain entry based solely on a single game. Yamato Keiko's expression darkened slightly, clearly displeased with Xiao Yu's opportunistic stance. Yet, she was somewhat taken aback to see him still smiling at this moment. I am well aware of that. With a slight furrow of her brow, Yamato Keiko struggled to grasp Xiao Yu's intentions, pondering before she spoke. Although the Yamato family is currently under siege, Century is akin to our child. We shall not compromise with the intent of destruction. I never claimed entry into the first sequence could be achieved solely through this one game. Entry requires nomination and support from the board. Thus, I believe my request is not unreasonable. A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's face as he continued. To be precise, I am investing in the future. Yamato Keiko was momentarily taken aback, staring at Xiao Yu as if he were mad. In this world, there were countless companies that perished after a single game. What imbued Xiao Yu with such confidence? Was it merely an electronic pet device? As she pondered this question, Xiao Yu's voice broke through her thoughts once more. The electronic pet device is our inaugural collaborative project. I need to witness your sincerity. Should this game become a massive success, I will collaborate with you on subsequent projects, and at that time, you must personally facilitate my entry into the first sequence. At this condition, Yamato Keiko's interest was piqued. Such an arrangement would be immensely beneficial for the Yamato family, with no apparent downside. It was well understood that the electronic pet device was bound to be a hit, and her only task was to persuade her family. Miss Yamato, this opportunity is singular. I would not mind selling this game to FC, as they would surely be intrigued. Damn. Upon hearing Xiao Yu mention FC, Yamato Keiko's mood soured considerably. After casting a piercing gaze at Xiao Yu, she took a deep breath, striving to suppress the nausea that welled within her. I will return to Fusong overnight. Subsequently, I shall employ every means at my disposal to facilitate the collaboration between our family and yours. However, I wish to know, Mr. Xiao, where do you intend to manufacture your electronic pets? Xiao Yu responded with a slight smile, uttering two words. It's a secret. In that fleeting moment, Yamato Keiko felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Xiao Yu, letting out a cold huff as she seized the electronic pet device from the table and turned away without a backward glance. Once Yamato Keiko had departed, Zhao Jie seized the opportunity to inquire about Xiao Yu, as today's developments had taken her by surprise. The conditions Xiao Yu mentioned seemed far from feasible, and Zhao Jie knew well that production was no simple task. Had Xiao Yu lost his mind to agree to such an impossible condition? Where will you produce the electronic pet device? Zhao Jie asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Observing Zhao Jie's worried demeanor, Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, I have my methods. You need not worry about this. Just keep an eye on the Yamato family. Seeing Xiao Yu's unwavering confidence, Zhao Jie inexplicably felt a sense of calm wash over her. Xiao Yu did not perceive this as a significant obstacle, as they had their own manufacturing facility. Although not of substantial size, it was more than sufficient for the initial phase, ensuring that Xiao Yu's pre-New Year shipments would proceed unimpeded. Once sales began to surge, and Century Company recognized the immense profits at stake, all notions of partnerships and competitors would pale in comparison to the allure of profit. At that point, the substantial cash flow would compel them to invest their utmost efforts into expanding the electronic pet device market, rather than negotiating contract by contract. They would be the ones approaching Xiao Yu with contracts in hand, eager to collaborate. Contemplating this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a faint smile. In a secluded courtyard within the Kyoto district of Fusang, it is difficult to fathom that in such a precious locale, an independent garden could exist. This was the estate of the Yamato family. The fruits of generations of toil and struggle had culminated in the current standing of the Yamato clan. Yet the challenges they faced now were more dire than any in their storied history. The courtyard, once filled with a light-hearted atmosphere, now felt stifled and oppressive. Having just returned from Shanghai, Yamato Keiko knelt respectfully upon the tatami, her expression serene. Opposite her, an elderly man reclined on a seat, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that sought to uncover her thoughts. "Keiko," he began, his voice resonating with authority. "I instructed you to remain in Shanghai during this time, and not to return. It seems my words fell on deaf ears." The aged voice carried a tone of displeasure. For Yamato Masao was indeed angry that his wishes had been disregarded by his beloved granddaughter. Keiko Yamato clenched her fists, a fleeting look of determination crossing her face as she abruptly raised her gaze towards Masao Yamato. "Grandfather, I have made a new discovery in Saikai. The game is not what matters. We must preserve our strength." Her words were instantly interrupted by Masao, whose countenance darkened considerably. "Do you realize the company is at an irreconcilable juncture? As long as you remain in Saikai, you won't err. Without error, they cannot touch you." "Grandfather, I still stand by my approach. Only through proactive measures can we triumph in this struggle. In the past, I refrained from voicing my thoughts because we lacked a trump card, but this time, I have found that very card." As she spoke, Keiko produced a box from her satchel and presented it respectfully. "Grandfather, this is the sword I have discovered, delivered directly to us by our adversary." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Masao's eyes as they fixated on the box, his mind seemingly racing. Keiko felt a surge of excitement. As a century reviewer, she understood the immense value of the electronic pet device. With only 3 months until the new year, the company had begun to halt this year's game reviews to prepare for the upcoming sales. This year, aside from a few classic games, there were few new releases capable of becoming hits. Yet, the electronic pet device in her possession would leave their competitors defenseless. At this moment, no game could rival her electronic pet device. None could. Chapter 18. The unseen truth. Keiko Yamato was the most talented heir in the Yamato family. Over the years, at Masao's behest, family resources had been increasingly directed towards her. It could be said that as long as Keiko did not falter, even if the Yamato family faced downfall, there remained a chance for resurgence. Masao had never witnessed Keiko so resolute in pursuing something he opposed. After a moment of silence, his gaze fixed on the box, he spoke. "Is this the game from that company in Saikai?" Keiko nodded, her eyes shimmering with fervor. "Grandfather, I assure you, for the past 3 years, no game developed under Century's banner has come close to this one. It is a true blockbuster, and I nearly brought it into the company." Masao swiftly grasped the significance of her statement. What did she mean by nearly bringing the game into the company? He had never doubted Keiko's discernment. During her tenure, every game she oversaw had achieved no less than 1 million in sales. Thus, he had no reservations about the quality of this game. The fact that it compelled Keiko to return to Fusang was a testament to its value. What truly piqued Masao's curiosity was the reason behind Keiko's words. Had the game not yet been incorporated into the company? Noticing the curiosity etched on Masao's face, a smile graced Keiko's lips, her eyes glinting with a cold brilliance. "Before I had even submitted my report, they had already dismissed this potential blockbuster. It is no secret that the company has obstructed the Yamato family's involvement in the review process. Yet Yamato Masao could scarcely fathom that his opponents would be so foolish. Perhaps the gaming development market in Huahua has afforded them a false sense of security, leading them to believe that no blockbusters could emerge from that region, which emboldened them to halt all game reviews from Huahua without restraint. Should this game indeed become a sensation, and should their rivals' interference result in Shurji suffering substantial losses, the Yamato family's adversaries would face dire consequences. In an instant, the cunning and astute Yamato Masao's mind raced through possibilities, and his expression brightened as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. The nearly 70-year-old man's breathing grew heavy with excitement. However, in the next moment, Yamato Masao fell into deep contemplation, sensing that the situation might be more complex than he initially thought. Fixing his intense gaze upon Yamato Keiko, before he could even pose his inquiries, she divulged everything discussed with Xiao Yu, including the matter concerning the first sequence. The courtyard once again fell silent. After a prolonged period of reflection, Yamato Masao's lips curled into a faint smile, accompanied by a soft chuckle. "What an ambitious young man. I am inclined to meet him." His gaze settled on Yamato Keiko as he spoke slowly. I am growing old. If I do not make one last effort, many may forget how the Yamato family rose to prominence. Keiko, you shall take charge of this matter. We have agreed to Xinglong's terms. But there is one thing you must clarify for me. Yamato Keiko felt a surge of excitement, yet was momentarily taken aback by the latter part of his statement. Without acknowledging her confusion, Yamato Masao continued. Investigate the origins of this young man. One capable of proposing such terms is certainly no ordinary individual. Ah. Yamato Keiko responded with a nod, her eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. The situation was unfolding even more swiftly than she had anticipated. Or perhaps the Yamato family was more anxious than she had imagined. Within just 3 days, Xiao Yu received a response from Yamato Keiko. She would arrive in Shanghai tonight to discuss the particulars of their collaboration. After hanging up the phone, a subtle smile graced Xiao Yu's face, revealing a hint of a victor's grin. It seems they are indeed in a hurry. Otherwise, they would not be acting so swiftly. Zhao Jia remarked with a smile. They are eager to thrust this sword forth, and we too must prove ourselves within the industry, each seeking their own needs. Xiao Yu replied with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending negotiations. 3 days had passed. Have you found the factory you mentioned? This was a concern that had been weighing on Zhao Jia's mind. If they could not secure the contract with the manufacturing plant, their machines would remain idle. And her worries were entirely justified. With a smile gracing his face, Xiao Yu raised his hand, clutching a contract that he waved before Zhao Jia, exclaiming, the contract from Shengmei Group is valued at 10 million. The first batch of goods will be available in a month. Zhao Jia momentarily froze, her body instinctively lunging forward to snatch the contract from Xiao Yu's grasp. After poring over it for what felt like an eternity, she realized she had not misheard. The deal with Shengmei Group had indeed been secured? How did you manage that? A profound sense of astonishment filled Zhao Jia's heart. Leaving her puzzled as to how Xiao Yu had accomplished such a feat, Shengmei Group, a giant in Shanghai, has a presence in virtually every sector, with scarcely any industry untouched by its influence. Although a mere subcontractor, it remains the largest one in Shanghai, having previously partnered with internationally renowned enterprises. This was seemingly the first instance of it accepting domestic orders. Xiao Yu, his smile inscrutable, wore an expression that was both enigmatic and elusive, leaving Zhao Jia in a state of bewilderment. How could he possibly broadcast the fact that he was the son of Xiao Lei, the esteemed head of Shengmei Group? Observing Xiao Yu's silence, Zhao Jia opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words, her gaze fixated intently on the contract in her hands. As dusk began to settle, Xiao Yu and Zhao Jia made their way to Shanghai International Hotel. After a 3-day interval, they were to meet again with Dai Huizi, though this time she arrived accompanied by an entire legal team. Given the significance of the contract signing, Dai Huizi never took such matters lightly. Upon Xiao Yu's arrival, Dai Huizi's fists clenched, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him, a hint of a playful smile gracing her lips, as though she possessed some hidden knowledge. This gaze sent a shiver down Xiao Yu's spine, an uncomfortable sensation washing over him, as if he were laid bare and exposed. As they exchanged handshakes and settled into their seats, Dai Huizi's voice rang out. Mr. Xiao, there is an adage in Huagua. A true person does not reveal themselves, and I believe this phrase describes you perfectly. Chapter 19. The commencement of cooperation. Xiao Yu's confidence, the emergence of a new company capable of delivering such high-quality games, piqued Dai Huizi's curiosity regarding the underlying reasons. After heeding her grandfather's advice to conduct an investigation, she stumbled upon some intriguing revelations. Xiao Yu had been dismissed from a gaming company. Shortly before, that company was expelled from the market for various reasons, with FC personally overseeing the operation. A surprising turn of events indeed. Further inquiries left her astounded, even eliciting a chuckle, as she discovered that FC had been used as a pawn. Shengmei Group, a conglomerate renowned in Huagua and globally, had ceased its contract with FC due to a gaming company, a claim so extraordinary it would be met with disbelief. To halt a multi-billion business deal so abruptly signified true outrage on the other party's part, with all roads tracing back to Xiao Yu. Coincidentally, the current chairman of Shengmei Group also bears the surname Xiao. One point that everyone tends to overlook, yet it allowed Yamato Keiko to roughly deduce Xiao Yu's identity, is the fact that someone who initially agreed to take on the entirety of the domestic sales channels, aside from the overseas ones, must possess an immense reservoir of resources, something only an entire century-old corporation could manage. Gazing at Xiao Yu, Yamato Keiko realized that he was not merely a glittering figure, but rather an entire goldmine. In an instant, she found herself curious about whether Xiao Yu had a girlfriend. Noticing the increasingly peculiar glances directed at him by Yamato Keiko, Xiao Yu cleared his throat, pulling her back from her reverie. With no hint of embarrassment on her face, Yamato Keiko instead smiled charmingly at Xiao Yu. Mr. Xiao, the Yamato family has decided to collaborate with you. We can agree to the conditions you previously proposed. However, there is one stipulation. Aside from this electronic pet, if you wish to enter the first tier, you must present a genuine game. Xiao Yu was not taken aback by her words. He merely nodded, as this was already within the scope of his plans, requiring no additional reminders from them. Observing Xiao Yu's nod, Yamato Keiko smiled and inquired, "So, how are you progressing with the commitments you made, Mr. Xiao?" Casting a glance at Zhao Jie beside her. She soon saw Zhao Jie retrieve a contract from her handbag and place it on the table. Upon seeing the emblem of Shengmei Group on the cover of the contract, Yamato Keiko's eyes narrowed in realization. Indeed, Xiao Yu had close ties with the Xiao family of Shengmei Group. Wearing a playful smile, she remarked, "Mr. Xiao, you truly possess remarkable abilities to have secured a partnership with Shengmei Group. With that, I am reassured." Xiao Yu smiled gently and signaled for the lawyer behind him to commence discussions with Yamato Keiko's lawyer regarding the contract details. In less than half an hour, after receiving a nod from his accompanying lawyer, Xiao Yu took out his pen, ready to sign, only to discover a delicate hand suddenly obstructing the area where he was to sign. Looking up at Yamato Keiko, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is this? Have you changed your mind?" Yamato Keiko shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yu as she spoke. "Mr. Xiao, I need to discuss something with you privately." At these words, Zhao Jie furrowed her brow, but, upon receiving a discreet signal from Xiao Yu, she rose and exited the room. In an instant, only Xiao Yu and Yamato Keiko remained. With hesitation, Yamato Keiko said, "Mr. Xiao, the Yamato family has reached a perilous juncture. You are the only one willing to collaborate with us at this critical moment. Should we fail, I would be deemed a traitor to the Yamato family. Although it may be somewhat inappropriate, I must implore you. If we fail, please save the Yamato family." With that, she stood and deeply bowed to Xiao Yu. Observing Yamato Keiko with surprise, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled and asked, "You, a company worth hundreds of billions, seek assistance from me for just a few tens of millions? Mr. Xiao, I am referring to Shengmei Group." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned icy. "You investigated me? Forgive my impertinence, Mr. Xiao, but the matter concerns the life and death of the Dai family. Regardless of the outcome, you are a savior to us," Dai Keiko replied, her tone laced with urgency, seemingly anticipating her next words. Xiao Yu paused briefly and abruptly raised his hand to halt her speech. "Stop. This woman is indeed coveting my beauty," he mused internally. With his hand raised to silence her, he began to sign the contract without lifting his gaze, stating, "I never engage in ventures lacking certainty. This time, the Dai family will not face any peril. Shengmei Group will not intervene. Just watch. In this battle, we shall have but one victor. We shall not lose." After signing with a flourish, Xiao Yu slowly rose to his feet, straightening his attire, and smiled at Dai Keiko. "And forget about Shengmei Group." As Xiao Yu turned to leave, Dai Keiko, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly regained her senses. "Mr. Xiao, please wait." Turning back with a hint of confusion, Xiao Yu noticed that she held an invitation in her hand. His expression shifted slightly. "This is the invitation to the Century Group's New Year Gala. Your presence is essential," she said with a warm smile. Accepting the invitation with a smile, Xiao Yu replied, "I will check the timing." With that, he turned and departed without looking back, leaving Dai Keiko staring at his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. As Xiao Yu emerged, Zhao Jie immediately approached him, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Were they imploring you to marry her? After all, a talent like yours is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Are you feeling jealous?" Xiao Yu asked, somewhat surprised, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Zhao Jie's face visibly flushed, and after shooting him a fierce glare, she finally heard Xiao Yu say, "It pertains to future collaboration. It appears they remain somewhat uncertain. In this world, perhaps only you possess such confidence. Even our esteemed producers find that seemingly perfect creations may falter upon release, and the chances of failure are significantly high, as we cannot represent the entirety of the players." Zhao Jie remarked, recalling numerous industry-acclaimed games that had disappointed in sales. "Talent is never to be questioned. Sales will reveal all. My works have always been blockbusters." Saying this, Xiao Yu strode ahead without glancing back, gesturing to Zhao Jie, "You may consider whether to stay or leave. In 3 months. I hope to hear your response when the New Year sales figures are announced." Chapter 20. Explosive Sales, a Shock from My Father. Creation, Refinement, Production, and Shipment. Over the course of a month, as the first batch of electronic pets hit the market, even the nonchalant Xiao Yu found himself, albeit subconsciously, monitoring the sales performance. The Dai family managed the overseas markets, while he took charge of the domestic sector. Relying on the domestic market distribution and sales of Shengmei Group, Xiao Yu was able to promptly obtain shipping data reports. However, regarding international data, she must wait a while longer to see it. The domestic sales have remained relatively stable, showing no significant fluctuations, as this is the first batch of goods, but it is currently gaining momentum. Conversely, the sales overseas commenced approximately a week earlier than those domestically. Thus, the data will be clearer and more comprehensive. Yet, she has yet to receive the report. Seated in her office chair, Xiao Yu stared blankly at the ceiling when suddenly, outside her office, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. The door was thrust open with force, and she turned to see Zhao Jie, flushed and panting, appearing at the threshold. In her hands, Zhao Jie clutched a bulging folder, her face alight with excitement. She quickly approached Xiao Yu, placing the folder on the table, and exclaimed, "The materials from Keiko have arrived." Startled, Xiao Yu instantly rose from her chair and, without a moment's hesitation, opened the folder on her desk. Inside, she discovered a disc and a document. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. "Bring the player." Zhao Jie called out from the office door, and soon a staff member delivered a machine into Xiao Yu's office. Rather than hastily examining the contents of the folder, Xiao Yu first intended to view the disc. As the video began to play, it revealed a group of people sitting together, laughing and discussing various topics. Each holding a familiar device, an electronic pet machine. Could this be footage from buyers? Xiao Yu and Zhao Jie exchanged glances, suppressing their excitement as they meticulously observed the players in the video. Almost everyone possessed an electronic pet machine, indicating that the market had indeed opened in Fusan. The subsequent scenes showcased electronic pet players from other countries, predominantly students and women, indicating a substantial user base. Upon turning off the screen, Zhao Jie anxiously looked at Xiao Yu and inquired, "Does this mean it has exploded?" Xiao Yu smiled slightly and extracted the document from the folder. A single glance sent a jolt through her body. Zhao Jie, who had been watching her intently, felt a surge of concern, fearing Xiao Yu had encountered unfavorable content. Hesitating momentarily, she leaned in for a closer look, only to be struck dumb, frozen in place. 100,000 units? This was within just a week's time. In disbelief, Zhao Jie murmured to herself before suddenly bursting into exuberant shouts, turning to embrace Xiao Yu, shaking her with joy. 100,000 units. Xiao Yu, 100,000 units. This is just the first week. We've created a miracle. Xiao Yu's expression remained relatively calm. Although the results exceeded her expectations, it was merely a week ahead of schedule. However, she understood that achieving such results in the first week would undoubtedly incite a whirlwind of popularity in the time to come. Soon, this trend will sweep across the globe, and Shenglong Company will seize this opportunity to establish its position within the gaming industry. Observing Zhao Jie, who was within arm's reach, Xiao Yu suddenly lifted her into his arms and spun her around until her face turned a deep shade of crimson before gently setting her down. He instructed everyone not to slack off in the coming days, promising a generous red envelope for all after the new year. He had long wished to emulate the practices of Nanshan's perennial victor. Outside the office of the chairman at Shengmei Group, Zhao Yong stood at the door, grappling with uncertainty as he contemplated the documents in his hands, unsure whether to enter. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. "Come in." Upon entering, Zhao Yong immediately felt the weight of Xiao Lei's gaze upon him. "Is there something amiss?" Xiao Lei inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his expression as he noticed the folder in Zhao Yong's grasp. "Chairman, it pertains to the matters regarding the subcontractor." At this, Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback. After a few moments of contemplation, he suddenly recalled that his subcontractor had recently accepted an order from his son's company. Could there have been an issue with the order? Were the goods unsold? Xiao Lei had faith in the technical capabilities of his subcontractor, confident that quality issues would not tarnish their reputation. It was more likely that there was an issue with inventory accumulation. However, to Xiao Lei's surprise, Zhao Yong shook his head. Intrigued, Xiao Lei pressed on. "What is the matter then?" Zhao Yong handed over the documents and explained. "A contract for an increased order has come from the young master. It appears we will need to work overtime." Xiao Lei raised an eyebrow, his expression reflecting unexpected surprise. If memory serves, the initial shipment comprised 500,000 units, which should suffice until the year's end. "Chairman, the overseas orders are in a critical state. The young master's recent partners have already contacted us, and I have just learned that of the 500,000 machines, fewer than 100,000 remain. Our warehouses, both domestic and international, are devoid of stock." "What?" Xiao Lei's face registered astonishment, and he opened his drawer to retrieve an electronic pet device, exclaiming, "Are you saying this product is nearly sold out?" Seeing Zhao Yong nod in affirmation, Xiao Lei was taken aback, swiftly picking up the phone on his desk to dial a number. "Immediately, I need a comprehensive sales report for the Wanxiang supermarket electronic pet device within half an hour. All data, please." After hanging up, Xiao Lei stared blankly at the electronic pet device in his hands, his expression one of disbelief. To prevent his son's debut product from floundering, he had secretly purchased one himself but hadn't engaged with it until now. Only then did he comprehend the nature of the remarkable creation his son had developed. Opening the electronic pet device, Xiao Lei resolved to thoroughly explore its enchanting features. As time passed, when the statistics department finally delivered the data, they were astonished to find Xiao Lei engrossed in the electronic pet device. leaving the young woman who brought the documents momentarily stunned. It appeared that the chairman himself was also captivated by this gadget, leading her to silently marvel at the unexpected revelation. As for Xiao Yu, who stood nearby, he was momentarily at a loss for words, observing Xiao Lei engrossed in the game. It was not until an hour later that Xiao Lei, feeling the strain in his shoulders, gradually lifted his head. Chapter 21. A phenomenon of a game. Noticing the two pairs of eyes in the office gazing at him in silence, Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback. He cleared his throat gently to mask his embarrassment. Have the materials been brought over? The young lady promptly regained her composure and hurriedly handed the documents to Xiao Lei. Mr. Xiao, here are the sales figures concerning the electronic pets. We have been compiling the statistics during this period. Have you been compiling them all along? Xiao Lei inquired, slightly surprised. The statistics department typically operated with meticulous planning, and for a first-time collaboration with a company that had not yet secured many orders, they would not usually pay excessive attention. The young lady nodded and explained, due to several reports from various Wuxiang supermarkets requesting expedited shipments, indicating a need to increase the distribution of this product, we have been closely monitoring the situation, intending to evaluate it before making any decisions. As Xiao Lei listened to her report while flipping through the documents, he found himself increasingly astonished. The domestic sales in the first week had approached 1 million units, and judging by the sales trajectory, it had only stabilized for 2 days before experiencing a sudden surge. The upward trend seemed relentless. Suppressing his astonishment, Xiao Lei turned to Xiao Yu and asked, how many additional orders have they placed? 10 million units. Xiao Yu, seemingly feeling it was insufficient, paused before adding, they mentioned that there might be further orders in a month. Everything had spiraled out of control. A sensational product had abruptly disrupted the rhythm of the manufacturing plant. Xiao Lei had initially estimated that they would only sell half before the new year, with the peak sales period expected to coincide with the holiday. Yet, the sales of his own child product were occurring at such a rapid pace that it felt almost surreal. 5 million units might not even last a month. Where could he possibly find justification for this? Rubbing his throbbing temples, Xiao Lei instructed, make arrangements to ensure production runs overtime to meet their supply needs. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, understood. Once the two had exited the office, Xiao Lei gazed at the electronic pet in his hands and suddenly let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. It seemed that Xiao Yu had indeed been right. It was time for him to start considering other candidates. Mr. Xiao. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with excitement. It was evidently Dai Keiko calling. A slight smile crept onto Xiao Yu's lips as he could probably guess the reason for her call. On the other end, Dai Keiko exclaimed enthusiastically, Mr. Xiao, the situation abroad is exceedingly promising. The feedback from the channels can be summarized in 2 words, increase stock. In less than a month, we have sold over 4 million electronic pets, a figure that nearly rivals the iconic game Bullet Man from Century Corporation. Bullet Man, the highest-selling game upon the release of the console by Century Corporation years ago, was a masterpiece that had achieved a sales milestone in the millions. A mythic achievement for the company. However, at present, Xiao Yu is shattering this myth. Across the globe, the sales of electronic pet machines show no signs of decline. Rather, they continue to surge, with a foreseeable possibility of this growth persisting for at least 3 more months. There is hardly any need to wait until the new year for Yamato Keiko to ascertain her victory. With this thought in mind, Yamato Keiko excitedly remarked, Mr. Xiao, please do make a trip to Fusang during the new year. We not only wish to savor the fruits of our triumph, but I also wish to invite you to witness a rare spectacle. Listening to the icy tone on the other end of the line, Xiao Yu remained nonchalant. The Yamato family had been suppressed to such an extent that someone within the upper echelons must be held accountable. As for Xiao Yu's presence, it was merely to lend support to the Yamato family. Attending would entail no loss. Xiao Yu nodded and replied, I will come. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu would indeed attend, Yamato Keiko felt a surge of excitement. After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. Gazing at the trend chart on the wall, a victorious smile crept across Xiao Yu's face. The explosive sales of electronic pet machines had reached several million units within just a month, and this trend was steadily expanding. On the streets and in shopping malls, one could hardly take a few steps without hearing the delightful sounds emitted by these electronic pets. In a world where people had yet to cultivate the habit of browsing the internet on their mobile phones, electronic pet machines had become the sole source of entertainment for many. This compact device brought immeasurable joy to countless individuals, free from the constraints of traditional pets. Even an electronic companion could provide solace and happiness. Such is the enchantment of electronic pets. Soon, this trend captured the attention of the media, and as television outlets began to focus on it, a phrase emerged in public discourse, phenomenal. This game is indeed phenomenal. As individuals noticed those around them engrossed in electronic pets, those without one began flocking to stores to make purchases, defining the phenomenon. There were even instances of stores running out of stock for several days. And in the second-hand market, the prices of electronic pet machines soared to several times their original cost. Those who successfully hatched exceptional pets could sell them for prices exponentially higher. What began as a mere gaming device had unexpectedly transformed into a financial commodity. This was a statement made by Xiao Yu during a summary meeting, yet it rang true. This trend had undeniably brought substantial profits to the Shenglong Group. From domestic sales alone, Shenglong Company had already amassed over 30 million, underscoring the allure of electronic pets. In an apartment in Shanghai City, the disheveled Wang Jiqiong stared blankly at the electronic pet before her, her eyes glimmering with regret. After downing the contents of a wine bottle in one go, she forcefully hurled it away. The very electronic pet she had deemed worthless had now dealt her a stinging slap in the face. Though lacking precise data, Wang Jiqiong, having spent several years in the industry, could roughly estimate the sales figures for this machine. This is a sensational success. Had I secured it back then, I would be the one laughing now. If I had not expelled Xiao Yu, how splendid my life could have been. Yet, where in this world are there so many ifs? Today, he possesses nothing, while Xiao Yu has substantiated everything with undeniable evidence. The notion of understanding this game is utterly absurd. This thought reverberates in his mind, leaving him with a throbbing headache, yet no one is concerned about his current sentiments. Time continues its relentless march, and electronic pets sweep across the globe with an unstoppable momentum, maintaining high sales until the new year. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu has already boarded a flight to Kyoto with Zhao Jie. Chapter 22. The Night of Destiny at Kyoto Airport. After a lapse of 3 months, Xiao Yu encounters Yamato Keiko once more. This marks Xiao Yu's inaugural visit to Fusang, and after surveying his surroundings, he finds little to pique his interest. He is here merely to witness the coronation of Holy Dragon Entertainment. A month prior, Yamato Keiko informed him that the Yamato family had invested nearly all their resources, close to $100 million in promotion, into this international market to create such a fervor abroad. As advertisements for electronic pets inundate the market, these diminutive devices have become indispensable for countless individuals. Today is not only the night of destiny for Holy Dragon Games, but also a pivotal moment for the Yamato family. Victory means obliterating their rivals, while defeat would not deter them from striving forward. At the very least, they refuse to remain passive. Tonight, the stakes are monumental, a 50-to-1 showdown. The Takeuchi family has nearly monopolized every game from Century Corporation this year, yet the Yamato family remains oblivious to their sales performance. This is a decisive night in Kyoto. As they arrive at the venue, Xiao Yu looks up to see the colossal logo of Century Corporation emblazoned atop the building. This very company has repeatedly assaulted the dominance of FC, striving to seize control of the market, only to fail time and again, leaving behind only relentless perseverance. Xiao Yu sighs inwardly, then follows Yamato Keiko into the building en route to the conference hall. Isn't that Keiko? Why is she bringing outsiders to the annual meeting? Isn't it embarrassing enough to do so within the company? A flippant voice interjects. Intrigued, Xiao Yu turns toward the speaker, who is clad in a sharp suit made of fine material, their gold-framed glasses gleaming under the lights. Yet, their appearance pales in comparison to his own. Observing the self-satisfied expression on their face, Xiao Yu instantly deduces that they are likely Yamato Keiko's rival. As expected, Yamato Keiko's expression darkens, and she coldly addresses the individual. Get lost. Takeuchi Ryoha. At this low growl, Zhao Jie beside him is momentarily taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, she leans closer to Xiao Yu and whispers, "They might be from the Takeuchi family." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had heard Zhao Jie mention the Takeuchi family before, like the Yamato family. They were one of the 4 great families of Century Corporation. It appeared that the Takeuchi family was now targeting the Yamato family. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Teichi Ryoha. This was the very individual who had caused him such exhaustion in the latter stages. Today, he would not let him escape unscathed. Why are you so upset? I am merely considering your interests. A considerable number of partners from Century Group have arrived today. If you do not mind the embarrassment, feel free to bring them in," he said, casting a chilling glance at Xiao Yu. Takeuchi Ryoha had been closely monitoring the dynamics of the Yamato family. Over the past 3 months, they had invested substantial resources in a particular product, yet he was unaware of what that product was. Now, observing this unfamiliar young man, he could roughly surmise that he might be the partner the Yamato family had secured. A remarkably ordinary young man. Had the Yamato family fallen to such depths? Regardless of who it was, aiding the Yamato family was a path to ruin. Once today's annual meeting concluded, he would ensure that Xiao Yu regretted his initial decision. Takeuchi Ryoha, Mr. Xiao Yu is my esteemed guest. And who do you think you are? You have yet to assume your father's position. A venerable voice resonated from behind. Takeuchi Ryoha halted, a flicker of humiliation crossing his face. Yet he turned to bow his head in apology, saying, "I understand my mistake." His eyes gleamed coldly. At that moment, Takeuchi Ryoha showed no real intention of contrition, though this sentiment went unnoticed by others. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Takeuchi Ryoha finally turned to leave, but the chill in his eyes remained. After casting a fierce glare at Xiao Yu, he departed. At that instant, Yamato Masao's expression transformed, blooming into a smile as he looked toward Xiao Yu. Mr. Xiao, we have long been destined to meet. It is indeed a great fortune for this old man to encounter you today. Being treated with such reverence by an elder made Xiao Yu feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Yamato Masao felt no sense of impropriety. He recognized Xiao Yu's worth, a true prodigy, endowed with remarkable creativity and keen judgment. More importantly, he was young. At merely over 20, individuals of that age typically occupied the lowest rungs in a gaming company, yet Xiao Yu had already ascended to the ranks of multimillionaires, if not billionaires, through a single game. This young man before him commanded respect, a recognition that Xiao Yu rightfully deserved. Meanwhile, Yamato Keiko stood respectfully by, not daring to utter a word. This was her grandfather's authority. Even she felt no objection to his actions. Grandfather, the annual meeting is about to commence. We can enter now. Yamato Masao nodded slightly, and together with Xiao Yu, they made their way toward the venue. As Yamato Masao and Xiao Yu entered the hall side by side, they instantly attracted the attention of many onlookers. Yamato Masao seemed to be the star of the day, with a myriad of eyes gleaming with inexplicable excitement. Internal affairs of the Century Corporation have ceased to be a secret within the country. The Takeuchi family has launched its final assault on the Yamato family. After years of internal power struggles, the Yamato family finds itself with few remaining cards to play. Today, the fate of both families will be unveiled. The vanquished shall exit the upper echelons, while the victorious will seize the future. This is a fight for survival, albeit a tumultuous one for the Yamato family. Curiosity lingers regarding the identity of the young man beside Yamato Masao. Could he be the new son-in-law? Xiao Yu has captured a portion of attention, yet the remainder of the assembly's focus has shifted towards the stage, seemingly awaiting something significant. In the office, Nishiyama Takeuchi, clad in formal attire, sits silently with closed eyes, lost in contemplation. His fingers rest upon a folder, and suddenly, he opens his eyes wide, rising to step outside. This annual meeting is unlike any other. It marks the departure of an old friend, an outcome he dreads, yet the Takeuchi family holds equal importance. He is unable to make the decision, thus entrusting the choice to the market. Regardless of who prevails, the outcome will be accepted by all. The market serves as the fairest judge, and he can uphold his conscience no matter who departs. As Nishiyama Takeuchi emerges, the lights in the hall dim, and beams illuminate him, drawing the gaze of all attendees towards him. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance appears in Xiao Yu's eyes. This is one of the titans of the industry. From this day forth, he will officially ascend the stage. Chapter 23, Striking Achievements. The hall is filled with numerous so-called luminaries of the business world. Among those recognizable to Xiao Yu are several individuals whose status rivals that of Nishiyama Takeuchi. At the forefront stands Mitsui Tadashi, chairman of the Sunju Group, Japan's largest conglomerate. Morita Akio, chairman of the electronics giant Sony Corporation, and Robert Moore, CEO of Enel Chips. A glance reveals that a significant portion of the attendees are world-renowned billionaires. Who could have anticipated such a gathering of global enterprises at the annual meeting of a video game titan? A thought can lead one to heaven or hell. Among today's attendees are many project leaders for Century Group's investments this year. Whether they face losses or profits hinges upon the financial report in Nishiyama Takeuchi's hands. The winners shall remain, while the losers will depart. This is the essence of this annual meeting. In this assembly, perhaps only Xiao Yu exudes unwavering confidence, entirely untroubled by his own fate. Nishiyama Takeuchi clears his throat and commences his brief speech. The content is nothing more than an affirmation of the year's work and a vision for the future. It seems that the annual reports of companies worldwide follow a similar script. After a while, Xiao Yu struggles to maintain his focus. Just then, Nishiyama Takeuchi raises his voice, instantly capturing the attention of many, including Xiao Yu, who suddenly finds himself intrigued. Today, I shall announce the annual financial report of Century Corporation and determine the fate of certain collaborative partners. I do not wish to engage in these matters. I must leave it to the market to render its judgment. I wish you all good fortune, and may Century thrive as well. Amidst the mixed laughter in the conference hall, Takeuchi Nakayama opened the folder in his hand. Below the podium, many attendees held their breath, and Xiao Yu could even hear the accelerated heartbeats of several individuals. Suddenly, his hand was tightly grasped by Zhao Jia, who appeared somewhat anxious beside him. A smile graced Xiao Yu's lips, as it seemed he was the only one at ease. At that moment, Takeuchi Nakayama stood at the podium, his heart racing with anxiety. As he opened the folder, he felt a sharp pang in his chest, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. The numbers before his eyes were starkly black, signifying losses. This entire page represented a deficit. This year, the handheld project of Century Corporation incurred losses totaling 1.2 billion. However, Century does not intend to abandon the handheld project, for I exist to be a rival to Yamauchi and Toyota. A wave of dry laughter erupted from the audience. But it was evident that the sentiment was far from pleasant. This project had absorbed countless efforts from Century Corporation. And in yet another attempt to challenge FC Corporation on their home turf, they were met with such an outcome, an unbearable reality for anyone. Yet, Takeyuki Nakayama pressed on. Turning the page, he was met once again with a series of black numbers, no sign of improvement. Losses persisted. It was only upon reaching the 4th page that he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, as a few red numbers appeared, slightly easing his mood. This year, our collaboration with the Sanjiu Group yielded a profit of 10 million, and our partnership with the Dafa Group brought in 30 million. Henceforth, we shall deepen our cooperation. Wishing for a prosperous future ahead. Takeyuki Nakayama nodded slightly to the representatives of both companies before flipping to the next page, only to furrow his brow. As the primary source of cash flow for Century Corporation, game development has always been paramount and traditionally profitable. It was startling to witness a loss in this area. This should pertain to the project overseen by the Takeuchi family, which had transitioned from the Yamauchi family at the beginning of the year. How could such a situation arise after a full year? The platform game project comprised 50 titles, of which 30 were profitable, yielding a total of 2.5 billion, while the remaining titles incurred losses amounting to 1.5 billion. As the words fell from his lips, a profound silence enveloped the audience. There were no applause to celebrate. Only expressions of bewilderment. Those familiar with Century Corporation understood that it was rare for their games to suffer losses, and even when they did, the scale was typically in the hundreds of thousands, seldom exceeding 1 million. Many gazes turned towards the members of the Takeuchi family, among whom Teuchi Yoshitaka exhibited a hint of evasiveness, yet still held onto a sliver of hope. He awaited the losses of the Yamato family. A staggering investment nearing 100 million. Should it falter, it would result in a total loss, and his own missteps would be obscured, leaving the Yamato family utterly dispossessed. At that moment, Takeuchi Yoshihara was still contemplating the competition. After a moment's hesitation, Nakayama Takao gazed at the financial report in his hands, pondering whether to continue reading, as he was genuinely concerned about the toll it might take on his well-being. After much deliberation, Nakayama Takao took a deep breath and turned to the final page. His eyes fell upon the figures, and the glaring red numbers were almost blinding. The anxious expression that had dominated his face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment. Profits? Profits indeed. Suppressing his excitement, Nakayama Takao meticulously counted the zeros following the digits, confirming he had not misread. A smile began to form on his face. And as the crowd looked on in confusion, Nakayama Takao's voice resonated once more. This year, Century Company had made a special investment in electronic pet machines, a novel type of game that yielded a profit of 200 million. The attendees were enveloped in disbelief, while Nakayama Takao simply smiled and added, "I am referring to the profit after the revenue sharing with both parties." What? How is that possible? Gasps of astonishment erupted, and many members of the Century Company's game development team were stirred, having never heard of this project. What sort of genius could generate such monumental profits? A profit of 200 million, and that was after sharing. Only games with sales in the millions could achieve such feats. How many million-selling games had Century Company even produced? In a decade since its inception, there had only been one, and now, suddenly, a second had emerged. So quietly that if the chairman had not mentioned it today, they might never have known. Applause erupted as Nakayama Takao announced, "Please welcome our new partner, Mr. Xiao Yu, chairman of St. Dragon Entertainment." At this moment, not only the onlookers, but also Zhao Jia and members of the Yamato family were visibly excited. While Xiao Yu wore a calm expression, though a hint of surprise lingered in his heart. The overseas profits would only reach him after the new year, and he could only estimate the amount. According to the contract, Century Company would receive merely 40% of the profits. He would pocket 60%, amounting to a total of 300 million, and with the domestic profits included, the electronic pet machine project had brought him $600 million. This was more than double what he had anticipated. Chapter 24. The Rising Stars. My indifference to money amidst the crowd's gaze. Xiao Yu slowly approached the podium. All eyes were fixed upon this unfamiliar face, filled with astonished expressions. Such youth, yet he had designed a game that sold in the millions. Was this the power of genius? Many attendees looked at Xiao Yu's youthful and handsome visage, suddenly feeling the weight of their own age. Are the emerging talents of this era truly that formidable? They have swiftly vanquished numerous nascent gaming prodigies, leaving them lifeless on the metaphorical shores. In examining the entire realm of the video game industry, one cannot overlook the scarcity of creators in their 20s who have achieved sales in the millions, let alone those who boast tens of millions. Yet, here stands the youthful Xiao Yu, who has astonishingly produced a blockbuster with sales surpassing 10 million copies, a testament to his remarkable prowess. Many individuals are now contemplating how to forge a connection with this rising star, for he is undoubtedly a figure basking in the zenith of success. As Xiao Yu ascended the stage and exchanged a handshake with Takao Nakayama, he heard the latter lean in and softly express gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving my old friend." Xiao Yu offered a subtle smile, harboring skepticism towards such crocodilian remorse. It was merely something to listen to, not to be imbibed as wisdom. The collaboration with the Yamato family has been quite enjoyable, Xiao Yu remarked with a gentle smile. In response to this simple statement, Takao Nakayama's eyes narrowed perceptibly, and he regarded Xiao Yu with a faint smile, refraining from further comment. Though it was but a straightforward utterance, Nakayama discerned the underlying implications. If they wished to pursue deeper collaboration with Shenlong Entertainment, the Yamato family was an indispensable ally. This was a clear declaration of allegiance. From this day forth, the Yamato family's position within the Century Group would remain unassailable. Nakayama chose not to elaborate further, merely smiling slightly before posing for a few photographs alongside Xiao Yu. Observing the spirited young man on stage, Shoji Morita of SOK Group narrowed his eyes slightly and then whispered to his secretary, "Investigate this young man and his company. I require comprehensive information." As a titan in the global electronics industry, the video game market had captured SOK Group's attention. Yet until now, they had struggled to find a suitable partner. In hardware, they stood unrivaled, even outshining the FC, but in game development, even the Century Group could easily surpass them. SOK Group was in urgent need of a capable game developer, and Xiao Yu appeared to be a promising candidate. At this moment, it was not only Shoji Morita. Other game development companies were also springing into action. They needed to swiftly acquire all available information about this young talent. For such formidable capabilities could pose a significant challenge to numerous gaming firms in the future. Meanwhile, Ryoga Teichi remained rooted in place, staring blankly, utterly astonished and unable to regain his composure. How could this be? How could this possibly be real? Sales in the tens of millions. How had the Yamato family achieved such a feat? Had they manipulated the data? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it, realizing that such an accusation would only serve to dig his own grave. In his eyes, a project destined for failure had unexpectedly yielded such bountiful profits for Xiao Yu and the Yamato family. This was beyond his wildest imagination. He recalled how this very game had once been presented before him. All of these events now flooded back into his memory. It was precisely due to Keiko Yamato's personal visit to Shanghai that he decided to delist this game. Who could have anticipated that they would take a divergent path and release it independently? This was nothing short of a slap in his face. Meanwhile, he, who held a wealth of company resources, was faced with substantial losses. Not a single one of the 50 games he personally selected could rival the electronic pet. In a 1-50 matchup, none were capable of performing, leaving Yasuharu Teuchi feeling as if the world had gone mad. While Yasuharu stood there, lost in thought, Masao Yamato appeared by his side like a specter, seemingly out of nowhere. How does it feel? This is the chasm between you and Keiko. You attempted to push others aside, plunging the Yamato family into despair. Yet, it seems fate has intervened. This is a game with millions in sales. Do you comprehend what that signifies for Century Company? No, you do not. If you did, would you still engage in such foolishness? The Takeuchi family is doomed. You have single-handedly brought about its downfall. With a cold smile directed at Yasuharu, Masao's eyes gleamed with malice. He harbored no intentions of letting him off the hook. This time, Xiao Yu had handed him a sharp blade, and he intended to ensure that the Takeuchi family would never rise again. The best resolution was to make them vanish from his sight. The annual meeting of Century Company had undoubtedly captured considerable attention, especially following the explosive success of the electronic pet game. The media swiftly reported on it, igniting a significant wave of popularity. Within just a week, renowned video game magazines and media outlets around the world had covered and analyzed this petite electronic pet device. The name Shenlong Entertainment frequently appeared before global players. To them, it was an extraordinary company. Achieving such heights with its debut game was a testament to its formidable strength. Consequently, numerous media outlets discovered that many players were eagerly anticipating Shenlong Entertainment's next game. At this juncture, Xiao Yu had just returned from Fusang when he received an interview invitation from Shanghai television station. As one of the world's most populous nations, the video game industry in Huahua had begun to take shape over the years, giving rise to several remarkable video game development companies. However, none had achieved the level of success that Xiao Yu had in less than half a year, developing a product with sales in the millions, placing his company among the elite in Huahua's gaming sector. Before the host, Xiao Yu displayed not a hint of nervousness, which piqued her curiosity. It was uncommon for someone his age to exhibit such poise. Mr. Xiao, as the creator of this year's trending game, the electronic pet, what are your thoughts at this moment? I am delighted that everyone enjoys the games produced by Shenlong Entertainment, and I feel gratified to receive recognition for my creations. He replied, according to foreign media reports, you have generated hundreds of millions in revenue from the electronic pet project within just 6 months. I would like to ask you, as an entrepreneur who graduated just over a year ago, what are your thoughts on your first pot of gold? Upon hearing the question, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the speaker with a hint of surprise. After a brief silence, a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, I have no interest in money. Chapter 25. Only he can achieve this. He claims to be utterly disinterested in wealth. Yet, in less than half a year, he amassed 600 million. Within the confines of the Xiao family villa, Xiao Lei, watching an interview program on television, wore a look of utter disbelief. Beside him, however, Xiao Ma was thoroughly engrossed, her face alight with joy. Regardless of what you say, he's still your son. 600 million in half a year, far more successful than you were in your time. Xiao Lei glared at his wife, wanting to retort, but as he pondered, he realized the truth in her words and found himself devoid of a counterargument. When he had taken over the family business, he hadn't earned 600 million in a year, let alone in 6 months. In comparison, his son's achievements were indeed superior. Sighing as he glanced at the electronic pet device on the table, Xiao Lei picked it up, staring at it for quite some time, still feeling as though he were in a dream. A sound at the door snapped him from his reverie. Turning to look, he saw Xiao Yu returning. Xiao Ma joyfully welcomed him, while to maintain his dignity, Xiao Lei chose to remain aloof. However, when Xiao Yu caught sight of the electronic pet device in his father's hands, the facade crumbled instantly. The device emitted a delightful melody, captivating Xiao Yu's attention. With a mixture of surprise and curiosity, he asked, "Dad, you're playing with this too?" Since the launch of the electronic pet project in Huizhou, Xiao Yu had seldom returned home, and encounters with Xiao Lei could be counted on one hand. He never anticipated that his father would also engage with the electronic pet device. Xiao Lei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, decided to change the subject. The year has concluded. Your project has been quite successful. What do you plan to do next? Taken aback by the inquiry, Xiao Yu paused before responding. Naturally. We shall seize the momentum and introduce new games to solidify our market position. Although Xiao Lei was not well versed in the video game industry, he understood that anything related to electronics evolved at a rapid pace. Whether a game could endure a lifetime was uncertain, but he knew that failing to release new games was not an option. He nodded in acknowledgement, affirming his son's forthcoming actions. Xiao Yu, however, had his own considerations. After all, the electronic pet device was not a game in the traditional sense. The true game he intended to create was yet to be unveiled. The night passed without further discourse. Upon arriving at the company the next day, Xiao Yu instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Since the company had swiftly risen to prominence, it had relocated to the bustling business district of the Overseas Bund, an office environment that Xiao Yu found immensely satisfying. Yet today, the glances from the employees seemed somewhat peculiar, leaving him feeling somewhat out of sorts. Furrowing his brow slightly, as Xiao Yu stepped into his office, he discovered that someone was already present. Daihe Keiko. With a look of surprise, Xiao Yu could not comprehend how she found herself in his room. Zhao Jie stood beside her, quickly signaling as Xiao Yu entered. Xiao Jun, you cannot simply abandon your former partners after achieving success. Daihe Huizi remarked with a charming smile, her voice silky and sweet, causing Xiao Yu to shudder involuntarily. Frowning, he responded, "Speak properly." Daihe Huizi stifled a soft laugh, and after Xiao Yu took his seat, she continued, "You have not contacted us for over a month. Are you content with your current achievements?" A flash of realization crossed Xiao Yu's eyes, hinting that he had discerned her purpose for visiting, yet he refrained from voicing it. As Daihe Huizi met his silent gaze, a sense of helplessness washed over her. The Xiao Yu before her was entirely different from anyone she had encountered, leaving her feeling exposed, as if she were a sheep stripped bare of all secrets. It was evident from his eyes that he had already surmised her intentions. With a gentle sigh, Daihe Huizi proceeded, "The Tauchi family has been ousted from the core, yet the Century Group has suffered considerable losses this time. Numerous gaming companies have been liquidated, and we urgently need to infuse new talent." Xiao Yu smiled slightly and replied, "However, your gaming library remains abundant. My games are not urgently needed. No, we require a new game, something akin to electronic pets," Daihe Huizi asserted with newfound seriousness. Taken aback by her earnest demeanor, Xiao Yu pondered a moment. A game with millions in sales? Was Century truly so desperate for games? Zhao Jie appeared equally perplexed. Despite the substantial internal restructuring, Century had a solid foundation, and it had been a long time since they launched a new gaming platform. Why the sudden urgency for high-quality games? Fixating on Daihe Huizi, Xiao Yu's expression shifted to one of doubt, only to be replaced by a spark of insight. The matter of games is negotiable, but I require the truth. What is Century truly planning? Daihe Huizi felt a jolt at his gaze, hesitating before responding. "I can speak candidly, but you must keep it confidential. If FC learns of this, all our efforts will be in vain." "Naturally, we are partners," he assured her. Taking a deep breath, Daihe Huizi studied Xiao Yu for a moment before revealing, "In 6 months, we will launch a new console globally." "What?" Zhao Jie exclaimed in shock, while Xiao Yu maintained an unusually calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this news. Considering the timeline, both FC and Century had not updated their console platforms in 3 years. It was evident that Century was prepared to gamble everything, seeking to seize an advantage in the console market. However, Without a major title to back it, this console was destined to fail. In this era, it is not that there is a lack of remarkable works, but rather that new genres and innovative games are the true path to success. Therefore, Yamato Keiko sought out Xiao Yu. Completing such a task in merely half a year would be deemed impossible for any game company. However, Yamato Keiko believed that only Xiao Yu and his Holy Dragon Company could achieve this feat. The office was enveloped in silence as Xiao Yu slowly spoke. Understood. Await my news in 3 days. Yamato Keiko's expression brightened, and she abruptly stood, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yu. Thank you, Sir Xiao. I shall eagerly await your good news. Chapter 26. The True Masterpiece. Pocket Monsters. Xiao Yu. Have you lost your mind? As Yamato Keiko exited the company, Zhao Jie returned to the office. Her face etched with concern as she addressed Xiao Yu. Yet, upon seeing the smile on Xiao Yu's face, she momentarily sensed something was amiss. To create a game in half a year while ensuring quality, and furthermore, to have it be a monumental success? Were the demands of the Yamato family truly so high that Xiao Yu could meet them? Observing the anxious expression on Zhao Jie's face, Xiao Yu smiled gently, seemingly unperturbed. What appeared to be an insurmountable task to others was, in Xiao Yu's perspective, merely a straightforward challenge. He gestured for Zhao Jie to sit, and turned his chair to gaze out the window. Zhao Jie, I understand your concerns. But what if I told you I could deliver? At his words, Zhao Jie sprang up from the sofa, her face a canvas of disbelief as she regarded Xiao Yu. In that moment, she felt that Xiao Yu might not be speaking in vain. He genuinely seemed capable of producing a remarkable game. We are a game company, but our ambition has never been to merely be an excellent game company. We aspire to become a presence akin to FC, or even surpass it. Xiao Yu turned to Zhao Jie. In FC's iconic games, the character of the plumber has become an integral part of their corporate culture. Just mentioning it brings FC to mind. What if we had a character like that? This character has captivated the world for over a decade, achieving legendary sales figures and earning its place as an immortal classic in the realm of video games. Do you believe we can accomplish this? At that moment, Zhao Jie was rendered speechless, her mouth dry from listening. If Holy Dragon Entertainment could indeed produce such a game, it would undoubtedly fulfill all of Xiao Yu's ambitions. But was this truly feasible? Observing the confident smile on Xiao Yu's face, Zhao Jie felt her doubts transform into certainty. Xiao Yu would undoubtedly succeed. Noticing the change in Zhao Jie's expression, Xiao Yu playfully pointed to his head. I have been planning this game for quite some time, even formulating the concept during the development of the electronic pet device. Its name is Pocket Monsters. Pocket Monsters, Zhao Jie exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. What type of game is it? An RPG role-playing game. Every newly launched video game console inevitably requires a flagship title to ensure its commercial success. And Xiao Yu intends to present none other than Pokemon. This game has astonishingly sold 5 billion copies over a decade in its previous world, transcending mere gaming to permeate various realms such as anime, manga, merchandise, and film, captivating audiences worldwide. It has become one of the 2 pillars of Nintendo, representing one of the most valuable gaming icons. The yellow rodent, exclaiming Pika Pika, looms like an insurmountable mountain, overseeing every RPG game. It is undeniably the reigning champion. Through this game, Xiao Yu aims to solidify his standing in the video game industry. Zhao Jie swallowed hard, observing the gleam of ambition in Xiao Yu's eyes, and finally spoke, tell me what you need. I will do my utmost to assist you. At that moment, she was completely convinced of Xiao Yu's capabilities. She could sense his confidence in the game, and she was even tempted to try playing it herself. With a slight smile from Zhao Jie, Xiao Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Zhao Jie always knew her place, her unwavering trust and obedience allowing him to focus on game development. This is the hallmark of a worthy partner. First, help me contact several comic companies. I wish to select the most suitable one for collaboration. Second, notify all senior management. A meeting will commence in 1 hour regarding the new game project. Third, please bring me a cup of coffee. Zhao Jie hesitated momentarily, but then turned to leave the office, determined to comply. At that moment, she felt more like a secretary. Yet she could not refute Xiao Yu's authority. In the conference room, a dozen individuals were seated, occasionally whispering to one another. Since the success of the company's first game, a significant number of personnel had been recruited, ensuring a well-rounded team. Just then, Xiao Yu stepped into the conference room. Placing the documents before him, he scanned the room and immediately addressed the matter at hand. I have gathered you here today to discuss the new game project. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of excitement surged through the room, evident on the faces of both seasoned employees and newcomers alike. The company, now under the global spotlight due to a game, was about to embark on a new development. This was significant news for everyone. All present straightened in their seats, their eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yu, eager to hear about the new game plans. First and foremost, I need you all to understand one crucial standard. This game is not merely an electronic pet. It is a monumental title destined for the console, A true blockbuster with the potential for millions in sales. As he spoke, Xiao Yu gestured for Xiao Jie to distribute the prepared brief materials. The room fell silent, save for the rustling of papers. In that instant, the atmosphere became heavy with anticipation. A blockbuster? They were truly set to develop a game with the potential for sales in the millions. We shall dedicate the full force of our company to development, with a mere fortnight at our disposal. Yet, we must demonstrate our technological prowess and capabilities to the world. We are poised to present a grand gaming feast to players across the globe. Now, I shall announce the leaders of each team. Xiao Jie will serve as the project leader, responsible for coordinating between the various departments. Bai Feng, the head of original art, will oversee the game's visual design. Wang Xiaodao, the programming lead, will be in charge of the game's programming architecture. As Xiao Yu surveyed the assembly in the conference room, a solemn expression adorned his countenance. I trust you all understand the significance of this project. There is no turning back, and we shall affirm our worth. What emerges from Shenglong must be nothing short of exquisite. We aim to echo this motto around the world, proclaiming to players everywhere that the presence of Shenglong Entertainment's emblem signifies a true masterpiece. The players need not hesitate. This is our confidence. Noticing the enthusiasm ignited among the crowd, Xiao Yu finally gestured with his hand. I hope you all will muster your utmost spirit. The meeting is adjourned. As he watched everyone depart, Xiao Yu exhaled in relief, while Xiao Jie, beside him, gazed at him with a piercing intensity. Who could have anticipated that this young man before them harbored such grand ambitions? Chapter 27. I never intended to buy the company what constitutes a true masterpiece. Sales figures? No, such a notion is a mere affront to Xiao Yu. Sheer sales volume signifies little. It is the ability to stir a global sensation that defines a genuine masterpiece. It is precisely this kind of monumental creation that Xiao Yu aims to realize. Xiao Jie acted with remarkable speed. Within a day of Xiao Yu's instructions, she had contacted 3 comic companies. Disliking complications, Xiao Yu summoned all 3 companies simultaneously to select the one that best suited their needs. As the financial hub of the nation, Shanghai City boasts an array of cultural companies, with hundreds of comic publishers, yet few seem to meet Xiao Yu's stringent criteria. The National Culture Group, recognized as the oldest comic company in the country, boasts an impressive roster of authors and is arguably the most formidable contender. Penguin Comics, a leader in the nascent domestic comic market, stands as a significant rival to National Culture. The final company, Pikachu Comics, is relatively well known only within niche circles, and Xiao Jie perceives it as the least promising option. In the meeting room, all eyes were fixed upon Xiao Yu, who quietly perused the samples in his hands. He needed to discern the appropriate comic style, requiring a moment's contemplation. After a while, he selected 3 pieces from the thick stack of samples and turned his gaze towards the representatives from the 3 companies. The national companies sent merely a marketing staff member, while Penguin Comics dispatched the head of their marketing department. However, Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised to see that Pikachu Comics had sent their manager, indicating their earnest interest in this collaboration. Thank you for your patience. The styles I require have all been represented. Thus, I believe we can proceed with our discussions. Upon hearing these words, the representative of Guoli Company, Chui Yuyan, gazed at Xiao Yu with an expressionless demeanor and stated, Mr. Xiao, Shenglong Entertainment has truly shone brightly during this period, yet we find it unexpected that you suddenly wish to commission a comic. Our new game requires the support of a comic, which is why we sought out your team. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. As this is our first collaboration, feel free to present any conditions you may have. Chui Yuyan returned the smile and began. Guoli Culture is the foremost comic company in the country, dedicated to the creation of outstanding comics. If Mr. Zhao's concepts are sufficiently compelling, we would not mind lowering our collaboration terms. Oh, what kind of terms do you intend to propose? Xiao Yu inquired with keen interest. We propose a 50-50 revenue split, with shared copyright, Chui Yuyan articulated. Apologies, but I believe our potential for collaboration has come to an end. Xiao Yu interjected suddenly, cutting off Chui Yuyan mid-sentence. 50-50, shared copyright. Is that all? Chui Yuyan looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment, unable to comprehend what he had said to provoke such a swift decision from him. Xiao Yu's expression remained devoid of any warmth as he replied, copyright is non-negotiable. It must solely belong to Shenglong Entertainment. He then glanced at the 2 others present and continued, if you share the same sentiment, I believe we can conclude our discussions here. Chui Yuyan stared blankly at Xiao Yu, his countenance visibly darkening. Guoli Culture's esteemed position was built upon a substantial portfolio of copyrights. To deny them that while seeking to utilize their channels and creators was nothing short of an affront. Suddenly standing, Chui Yuyan coldly addressed Xiao Yu. In that case, I see no necessity to continue our negotiations. Guoli Culture is not an inferior comic company. I believe our collaboration has reached its end. I wish you the best, Mr. Xiao. With that, he strode out without a backward glance, leaving the room enveloped in silence. The representative from Penguin Comics frowned at Xiao Yu and hesitated before speaking. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Xiao Yu shook his head, his expression remaining notably serene. It was evident to him that the value of the Pocket Monsters franchise was unparalleled. Once the copyright was compromised, his losses would be staggering. The representative from Penguin Comics displayed a fleeting struggle before rising and stating, "I apologize, Mr. Xiao, but we cannot accept such terms. However, I hope for opportunities to collaborate in the future." With that, the representative turned and departed. Zhao Jia, observing this unfold, was left speechless. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Yu had effectively dismissed 2 companies, both of which she had deemed promising. She never anticipated that the only company remaining was Pikachu Comics. Among the 3, it was this very company that Xiao Yu truly valued. Due to its long-standing position as an industry leader, national culture has established a relatively fixed artistic style. After an extensive search, I managed to find only one artist who barely meets my expectations. More importantly, their greed is palpable. While I am willing to compromise on financial matters, they are adamant about retaining copyright. As for Penguin Comics, they have continuously touted themselves as representatives of new media, and indeed have several talented authors. However, their artistic style is exceedingly inconsistent, causing me to feel a lack of confidence. Surprisingly, I discovered that the comic style of Pikachu Comics aligns perfectly with my requirements, and it is evident that their authors possess considerable skill. Meanwhile, the only reason Li Jiyuan remains at this company is that it is on the brink of collapse. Due to numerous failed investments, many of their promising works have not had the opportunity to gain traction, resulting in severe financial strain. If the current issues are not resolved swiftly, the company may very well cease to exist. Li Jiyuan is unwilling to witness the demise of the company he painstakingly founded, and the invitation from Shenglong Entertainment represents his last glimmer of hope. Thus, he is inclined to take a chance. What he requires is merely financial support, not copyright. He is prepared to go so far as to sell his shares in the company to me, provided that I agree to ensure Pikachu Comics continues to thrive. My gaze fell upon Li Jiyuan, the manager of Pikachu Comics, filled with a sense of curiosity. "What are your thoughts, Mr. Li?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Li Jiyuan lifted his head and replied, "I have reviewed your proposal, Mr. Xiao. There are no issues with the creative aspect, and we do not require the copyright. However, I have another condition. Please, share it with me," I responded, intrigued by Li Jiyuan's earnest demeanor. "If possible, I would like Mr. Xiao to invest in Pikachu Comics and become the majority shareholder of the company." Chapter 28. I am not qualified to evaluate this game. What began as a discussion of collaboration took an unexpected turn when the other party expressed a desire to sell the company. I stared at Li Jiyuan, bewildered, and after a moment of contemplation, I asked, "It seems we are not discussing the acquisition of the company." Li Jiyuan sighed with a hint of resignation and replied, "Though this may not be the most opportune moment, I sincerely propose this request. Pikachu Comics has been the culmination of my efforts. Over the past 6 years, I have exhausted nearly every avenue available, yet I have been unable to salvage it. The financial reserves of Pikachu Comics are dwindling, and if we merely pursue a partnership with you, I fear we may not be able to sustain ourselves." At this point, I began to understand that the other party's acceptance of my invitation was a final gamble. "Please elaborate on your reasons for valuing Shenglong," I inquired with keen interest. Li Jiyuan paused momentarily, reflecting before responding. "The reason is simple. I have personally experienced your company's electronic pets, and both the original artwork and the gaming experience are exceptional. Most importantly, I find your company's illustrations to be quite captivating, evoking a sense of kinship within me. It was particularly after viewing your interview that I realized how joyous and fulfilling it is to create under your guidance. The recent project involving Pocket Monsters has left me with a similar sentiment. Truly, it is a work of genius." Li Jiyuan, seemingly not adept at offering compliments, appeared slightly flushed even while speaking the truth. Xiao Yu wagered $1, as this might have been his first time extolling someone. The reception room fell into a brief silence. Observing the somewhat anxious Li Jiyuan, Xiao Yu suddenly chuckled, causing both Zhao Jia and Li Jiyuan to pause in surprise. "What is so amusing, Mr. Xiao?" Li Jiyuan inquired with curiosity, unable to comprehend the source of Xiao Yu's laughter. "I am quite pleased at this moment, for I have discovered an excellent collaborator," Xiao Yu replied, extending his hand towards Li Jiyuan. "I believe we can proceed with further cooperation." Staring in astonishment at Xiao Yu's hand, Li Jiyuan felt a surge of excitement wash over him, trembling as he exclaimed, "Did Mr. Xiao agree to my request?" "Certainly. I am confident that Pikachu Comics will emerge as the finest comic company in the nation, if not the world." Aware that comics are an indispensable aspect of his overarching entertainment goals, Xiao Yu pondered why he would push away someone who so perfectly aligned with his vision. With this thought, he turned to Zhao Jia and instructed, "Prepare an asset evaluation for Pikachu Comics. I need to expedite this project." Zhao Jia nodded in acknowledgement, somewhat taken aback by the day's developments, yet not dwelling on it further. Given the current state of the company, investing in Pikachu Comics was indeed a straightforward endeavor. Once the comic matter was settled, Xiao Yu had completed his preliminary tasks and was now ready to engage in earnest discussions with Yamato Keiko. In the office, Yamato Keiko, dressed in a wine-red dress, sat on the sofa, quietly reviewing the proposal in her hands, her expression increasingly revealing her astonishment. Since receiving Xiao Yu's call the previous evening, she had felt as though everything was surreal. Within 3 days, Xiao Yu had actually produced a game proposal. Was he even human? Initially, Yamato Keiko had estimated a time frame of about a month. She had expected Xiao Yu to present merely an idea within 3 days. After all, crafting a blockbuster game that could sell millions could not be hastily encapsulated in a proposal. It would be an affront to the grand project. However, Yamato Keiko suddenly recognized that she had overlooked a crucial point. This individual was Xiao Yu. It seemed to be an unbreakable rule that there was nothing he could not achieve. With a long, relieved sigh, Yamato Keiko looked up at Xiao Yu, admiration radiating from her expression, and slowly remarked, "Sometimes, I truly wish to see what resides within your mind. Perhaps we could engage in a deeper exchange." Her eyes glimmered with an intriguing allure. "Apologies, but that is something you should never hope to uncover in this lifetime," Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. Keiko Yamato smiled faintly and continued, "Initially, I believed that what you shared with me today was merely a concept, but I now realize I was entirely mistaken. A genius does not require validation from others. I apologize for my earlier biases. This is truly a monumental work, even though I have yet to see the game itself. I can confidently assert that it is the most formidable masterpiece I have encountered in my years of experience, rivaling even the legendary repairman of the FC era." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "I have always held great confidence in my creations. Merely matching a benchmark is not my objective. Surpassing it is my aim. I believe it is possible. It is merely a matter of time." Keiko Yamato smiled gently. The 7-year-old repairman is not insurmountable. The game Xiao Yu is presenting is a testament to that. In an instant, however, Keiko Yamato began to hesitate. Such a grand creation seemed to exceed her authority to determine their collaboration. She could see that Xiao Yu was undoubtedly aware of this as well. Given Xiao Yu's nature of not settling for less, it was likely that this time, significant concessions would be necessary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Keiko Yamato rose and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yu, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Xiao. I am unable to ascertain the collaboration for this game without higher-level confirmation. Please proceed." Xiao Yu was not surprised. Despite Keiko being a member of the Yamato family, she was not the one responsible for game approval. He remained unhurried. Keiko Yamato nodded, and then took out her phone to make a call. "Teacher Miyamoto, there is a game that requires your evaluation." A moment of silence ensued on the other end, followed by an elderly voice. "Keiko, you are the head of the review team. I believe you can determine the value of a game." Keiko's expression turned serious as she replied, "Teacher Miyamoto, this is a game that could serve as a pillar for the company." "What?" The elder's voice on the line seemed to tremble with a hint of excitement upon hearing Keiko's words. After a brief pause, he continued, "Hold steady. I will come to Shanghai tomorrow." A game capable of becoming a cornerstone for a gaming company was an unexpected revelation for everyone. How could such a significant work's value be confirmed over the phone? They would not be satisfied without seeing it in person. After hanging up, Keiko Yamato turned to Xiao Yu, smiling as she said, "Teacher Junichi Miyamoto will personally visit Shanghai." "Mr. Xiao, it has been 3 years since he last reviewed a game in person." Chapter 29. Conditions of sincere intent. For many years, Century Company has been established, and it has made substantial inroads into the market previously dominated by FC, with Junichi Miyamoto playing a crucial role. As a legendary producer for Century Company, all the games that have achieved sales in the millions have emerged from his expertise. This genius producer, the lifelong rival of FC, is a godfather-like figure in the realm of video games. Upon hearing that he would be coming, Xiao Yu maintained an expression of calmness, devoid of any surprise. As this scene unfolded before Yamato Keiko, she couldn't help but feel that Xiao Yu was somewhat overconfident. Was it not reasonable to display a bit more excitement at the prospect of having teacher Miyamoto Junichi personally review your game? Sensing her thoughts, Xiao Yu smiled subtly and replied, "I have immense faith in my creation." Yamato Keiko was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Miyamoto Junichi was more anxious than anyone. Upon learning that even Yamato Keiko was uncertain about a major title, a sense of anticipation stirred within him, as if he was about to witness the birth of a masterpiece. The next day, barely having arrived at Shanghai, and without even stopping at his hotel, Miyamoto Junichi made his way directly to Shenlong Entertainment. In the meeting room, Xiao Yu observed the elderly gentleman, who, despite being over 50, exuded vitality. It was evident that he possessed a genuine passion for gaming. Miyamoto Junichi quietly perused the proposal in hand, alongside several original illustrations of pocket monsters. He examined it with utmost seriousness, his expression shifting as he processed the profound impact the proposal had on him. Approximately half an hour later, he placed the proposal on the table before him, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yu, filled with astonishment. In the past, the term genius was often used in the industry. But at that moment, Miyamoto Junichi felt that this individual before him transcended the notion of genius itself. What sort of mind could conjure such brilliant ideas and create a game of such caliber? Meanwhile, Yamato Keiko, noticing Miyamoto Junichi's silence after reviewing the materials, felt a pang of confusion. How was the game, really? Could he not offer a word of feedback? Just as Yamato Keiko hesitated to speak, Miyamoto Junichi let out a gentle sigh, saying, "I am getting old." Upon hearing this, Yamato Keiko was momentarily stunned, a smile gradually appearing on her face. The implication seemed to suggest that the game had passed muster. With an intense gaze fixed on Xiao Yu, Miyamoto Junichi reflected, "I haven't encountered such an exceptional game in many years. Although you are still in the planning phase, I am confident that this game is already remarkably well crafted. All you need to do is bring it to fruition. Xiao Jun, you are truly a genius in my eyes. Thank you for the praise." Xiao Yu replied with a smile, showing no intention of deflecting the title of genius. Yamato Keiko, cautiously glancing at Miyamoto Junichi, inquired, "Teacher, what do you think of this game? This game is more than capable of being a flagship title to bolster our console sales. Keiko, it stands as a pillar comparable to the FC's foundational games. I am certain that the future of this game is beyond our imagination." Upon hearing this, excitement surged in Yamato Keiko's expression. With Miyamoto Junichi's endorsement, the game's prospects appeared exceedingly promising. Upon realizing this, Yamato swiftly turned to Xiao Yu and spoke, "Mr. Xiao, I believe we can discuss the mode of cooperation now." A glint of brilliance flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes, and a subtle smile graced his face as he replied, "I have but one stipulation. The copyrights shall not be relinquished." With that single statement, the reception room was suddenly enveloped in silence. Yamato stared at Xiao Yu in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. The very subject she intended to negotiate was the copyright, yet Xiao Yu's declaration had effectively shut her down. Observing Xiao Yu's calm demeanor, Junichi Miyamoto sighed inwardly, having anticipated this very scenario. A masterpiece of genius would never easily part with its rights. Not only would he refuse to sell it entirely to Century, but even shared rights would be out of the question. As a prodigy, how could Xiao Yu possibly be unaware of the value of this game? Yamato's face bore an awkward smile as she attempted one last effort. "Mr. Xiao, I believe we can reach an understanding. Century has never relinquished the copyrights of its game companies. Your proposal lacks precedent. I am here to create a precedent." Xiao Yu replied, maintaining his tranquil smile. "If you can present a game that rivals this one, we may have grounds for discussion." Yamato's expression darkened. If she possessed such a game, would she still be seated here? Nevertheless, she dared not confront Xiao Yu, for the value of this game was undeniable. Without his involvement, Century's console would lack a flawless launch lineup, inevitably resulting in yet another creative failure. In contrast, Xiao Yu's game could find a suitable platform elsewhere, such as the FC. As the two parties remained at an impasse, a sudden cough broke the tension. Xiao Yu turned to Junichi Miyamoto, his gaze filled with curiosity, as Miyamoto spoke. "We can forego the copyright." At this declaration, Yamato sprang to her feet, incredulous as she regarded Miyamoto, unable to comprehend why he would make such a statement. Just as she was about to speak, Miyamoto raised a hand to silence her and continued, "We will offer Shenlong Entertainment the best launch conditions. We will not impose any further demands regarding the copyright. Pokemon belongs to Shenlong." A spark of interest ignited in Xiao Yu's eyes as he regarded Miyamoto, contemplating his thoughts. After a moment, he extended his hand towards Miyamoto, saying, "May our collaboration be fruitful." The conditions proposed by Miyamoto were unprecedented. The launch sequence offered was the best possible choice for any game. The substantial profit share, comprehensive promotion channels across all systems, and the promise that the game would be prominently displayed upon sale were enormous concessions. Although Xiao Yu was unsure of the reasoning behind this offer, the advantageous terms rendered further delay unnecessary. At the very least, it was evident that the other party was genuinely sincere. Chapter 30, Alliances. Alliances. Still alliances. Until she departed from Shenlong Entertainment, Yamato remained a visage of perplexity. After hesitating for quite some time inside the car, I finally mustered the courage to ask, "Mr. Miyamoto, why have you offered such conditions to Xiao Yu?" There is an old saying in Huagua, "A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Once it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon." Do you truly believe that Xiao Yu is the kind of person who would be content to remain beneath others? Looking at Yamato Keiko with a smile, the light in Miyamoto Junichi's eyes flickered. From the moment he was able to present a game of this caliber, we should abandon any thoughts of persuading him to relinquish the copyright. A genius is multifaceted. He is certainly aware of the value of this game. And the options available in this world extend far beyond our Century 1 company. Are you suggesting he might seek refuge with FC? Yamato Keiko inquired, her brows furrowing. That is a possibility we cannot dismiss. Yet there is also a chance he may pursue an alternative path, Miyamoto Junichi replied with a wry smile. Do not forget who his father is. Yamato Keiko gasped in shock, her face betraying her astonishment as she realized she had completely overlooked this matter. The Shungmei Group, a colossal entity, would undoubtedly create a ripple effect throughout the industry, compelling even FC to tread cautiously. Although they may lack technical prowess, their wealth is undeniable. In that fleeting moment, Yamato Keiko seemed to grasp the intention behind Miyamoto Junichi's actions. Are you trying to prevent Shungmei Group from entering the fray? Giving Yamato Keiko an encouraging glance, Miyamoto Junichi sighed. With someone like Xiao Yu, aside from cautiously courting his favor, we possess no other means. We must strive to maintain a cooperative relationship. As long as he does not oppose us, whatever he does is beneficial to us. Keiko, remember, we are partners. Not the traditional first and third-party relationship. Before Xiao Yu, we have little capital to leverage. Yamato Keiko nodded slightly. Although her expression had returned to normal, her heart remained in a state of shock. Xiao Yu had already amassed the resources to soar to great heights, and no one could confine him any longer. At Shenglong Entertainment, Xiao Yu sat in his office humming a cheerful tune, a broad smile adorning his face. Across from him, Zhao Jia observed Xiao Yu's self-satisfied demeanor, unable to suppress her bewilderment. With such generous conditions, are you certain Century has no ulterior motives? Having worked in the industry for years, Zhao Jia had never witnessed a first-party entity display such humility. It felt decidedly amiss. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yu seemed unconcerned about any covert maneuverings, as if it were only natural for Century to act in such a manner. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Jia, Xiao Yu smiled and remarked, "When your strength is such that your adversaries have no alternatives, things may unfold more easily than you anticipate." The internal issues plaguing Century Group were indeed significant. Under such circumstances, their urgency to release a new console was telling. A glint of excitement sparkled in Xiao Yu's eyes as he pondered something amusing. "Zhao Jia, do you know why they are in such a hurry?" Momentarily taken aback, Zhao Jia looked at Xiao Yu in confusion, pondering for quite some time without comprehending the meaning behind his words. Seeing Zhao Jia shake her head, Xiao Yu explained, "Last year, Century suffered considerable losses. Although it appears to still show some profit on the surface, when factoring in the development of their new console, their cash flow is visibly dwindling. This money has already been burned, and if the console incurs further losses, Century will inevitably collapse." Zhao Jia gazed at Xiao Yu in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how Century Group had reached such a critical juncture. As she stared dumbfoundedly at him, she suddenly noticed an inexplicable smile on Xiao Yu's face, stirring her curiosity. "You don't have any ulterior motives, do you?" "Not exactly motives, at least not yet. Our immediate priority is to finalize the game. However, before that, our promotion must commence." Surprised by Xiao Yu's statement, Zhao Jia paused, gazing at him with astonishment. "We still have half a year. Are you certain you want to start promoting now?" Xiao Yu rose and stood by the window, overlooking the entire bond. He inquired, "Zhao Jia, do you recall what I mentioned about all entertainment?" Zhao Jia nodded. Xiao Yu had brought up all entertainment several times, yet she still felt perplexed. Did he intend to initiate plans already? After all, the game had yet to be completed. What could Xiao Yu possibly do? "First, call Li Jiyuan. I have matters to discuss with him," Xiao Yu said nonchalantly. Zhao Jia, not daring to delay, promptly turned to find Li Jiyuan. Since investing in Baika Comics, the infusion of capital had led to the gradual relocation of Baika Comics to the premises beneath Shanglong Entertainment. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu was looking for him, Li Jiyuan hurried upstairs. "Mr. Xiao, you summoned me?" Looking at Li Jiyuan, Xiao Yu finally spoke. "Prepare accordingly. Have your authors start getting ready. From today, we will officially enter the comic phase, and I will begin releasing the first volume in 2 weeks." Li Jiyuan's expression brightened as he eagerly nodded, "Understood. Additionally, you and Zhao Jia will collaborate to establish the company's animation department." The mention of an animation department left Zhao Jia and Li Jiyuan momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yu. Li Jiyuan was the first to regain his composure, his face alight with surprise as he asked, "Are you suggesting that this comic will be adapted into an animation?" Seeing Xiao Yu nod, Li Jiyuan's heart surged with excitement. During his tenure managing Baika Comics, he had dreamed of adapting all the comics under his company into animations, yet reality had thwarted his ambitions, consuming vast amounts of resources with little to show for it. Several adaptations had even faltered midway. Xiao Yu, however, was different. His abundant funds and the lucrative cash flow from electronic pet machines assured Li Jiyuan that Xiao Yu would undoubtedly succeed. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will ensure this endeavor is executed flawlessly." Meanwhile, Zhao Jia stood, wide-eyed, observing the exhilarated Li Jiyuan, her mind swirling with questions about Xiao Yu's true intentions. As the two individuals departed from the office, a smile graced Xiao Yu's lips, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The fusion of comics, anime, and gaming heralded the explosive success of Pocket Monsters. Although the initial investment appeared substantial, it was astonishing to realize that the game had already entered a profit phase even before its official release. Such is the power of the entertainment industry. Chapter 31. The comic debuts. Subsequent expansion. The progress of the comic unfolded even more swiftly than Xiao Yu had anticipated. Within a mere week, Li Jiyuan had presented all the original drafts to Xiao Yu. With eyes sparkling, Xiao Yu perused the artwork in his hands, internally marveling at the brilliance of his decision to collaborate with Li Jiyuan. The style and rhythm were precisely what he had envisioned, instantly alleviating a multitude of tasks and elevating his spirits. Indeed, this was the style I sought. What is the name of the artist? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's inquiry, Li Jiyuan, with a smile, replied, Pseudonym, Beyond the Shore. He is a newly emerging artist who joined last year. Excellent. He is worth nurturing. We can reach out to the publishing house now. Li Jiyuan, feeling elated, found it somewhat unbelievable that Xiao Yu had taken such a keen interest in his work. After nodding earnestly, he departed the office with the drafts in hand. In this world, comic books still possess a significant market, which is why Xiao Yu prioritized the development of comics. In the bookstores of Shanghai City, there exists an unwritten rule. Every Saturday, new comics are released, serving as a promotional event. The attention garnered by new authors often hinges on this day. As the bookstore opened its doors in the morning, a throng of individuals, predominantly students, surged into the establishment, racing toward the comic section. I wonder if there are any new releases this week, one student remarked with palpable excitement. Who knows? The few titles released by National Culture Publishing last week didn't fare well. The forums were in uproar. Another shook his head in discontent. Please, don't mention National Culture. A bunch of antiquated authors, recycling the same old ideas for years. It's a miracle if any of them can actually draw well. One scoffed disdainfully. As the group approached the shelves, their banter ceased abruptly, their eyes widening in surprise. A comic with a bright yellow cover dominated a significant portion of the shelf. Its cartoonish figure curled up, with large, adorable eyes that captivated passersby. Staring at the new comic in a daze, many felt a wave of astonishment. What is going on? Is this the highlight of the week? Someone leaned closer to read the title, murmuring, Pocket Monsters? Their gaze shifted downward, and upon spotting the logos of Pikachu Comics and Sacred Dragon Entertainment, a collective gasp resonated. It had been a year since Pikachu had released a new title. Yet Sacred Dragon Entertainment seemed somewhat familiar. Of course it looks familiar. This is the company that developed the electronic pet machine. The classmates around me are evidently enthusiasts of electronic pets. With excitement etched on their faces, one of them reached out eagerly towards the preview comic. After merely glancing at it, a gasp escaped their lips. The artwork is simply magnificent. To my astonishment, there exists a pet divine dragon. In an instant, the previously tranquil bookstore was filled with exclamations of wonder. Given the audience comprised primarily of students, they were well acquainted with electronic pet devices. Nearly 9.5 out of 10 were engaged with such gadgets. Upon spotting the emblem of Divine Dragon Entertainment, they sensed that this was no ordinary affair. Just from a cursory glance, they discovered that numerous longed-for divine dragons were depicted within, including an adorably enchanting little sprite capable of captivating all hearts. Trainers, adventures, the coexistence of humans and sprites, competitions. All of these elements represent the very synergy they had ardently wished for. Divine Dragon Entertainment had actually crafted a comic specifically for electronic pets. This implies that more pets will emerge in the future. A surge of excitement ignited within everyone. For the electronic pet device had been one of their few companions. The prospect of more pets led them to a singular thought. Purchase them all. Eagerly flipping through the thin preview book in their hands, they instinctively began to take the new comic from the shelves and made their way toward the checkout counter. The content and artistry of the comic were sufficiently captivating, attracting many comic enthusiasts who were willing to spend money on such high-quality work. Additionally, numerous individuals bought it out of loyalty to Divine Dragon Entertainment, a phenomenon they had never anticipated, a comic created specifically for the player community. In no time, a lengthy queue formed at the checkout, and the sales report for the comic was promptly updated. Within the company, Xiao Yu reviewed the report in hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips, while opposite her, Zhao Jie and Li Jian displayed expressions brimming with excitement. 100,000 copies. A staggering 100,000 copies sold out in a single day domestically. This was something they had never imagined. This development left the two of them in a state of contemplation, struggling to comprehend it. Li Jiyuan, clearly unable to contain his excitement, turned to the composed Xiao Yu and exclaimed, "The publisher has contacted us. Should we arrange for a reprint?" "Absolutely. Let us start with 1,000,000 copies," Xiao Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Li Jiyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had initially considered a reprint of 50,000 copies to gauge market reaction, but Xiao Yu's ambition exceeded his expectations. "All right, I'll make the arrangements immediately," Li Jiyuan nodded in agreement. "How are the anime projects progressing?" Xiao Yu inquired, placing the materials on the desk. Zhao Jie then responded, "We have already acquired an anime company, and the initial production can commence shortly. Originally, the plan was to recruit personnel to form a new department. However, Xiao Yu realized that this approach would be too inefficient. While Divine Dragon Entertainment was not lacking in funds, time was of the essence, prompting her to have Xiao Jie acquire a company to assess the situation. Hearing that the company could soon be operational brought a smile of satisfaction to Xiao Yu's face as she nodded approvingly. Excellent. Directives have been issued. During this period, we must work diligently and without reservation regarding bonuses. The anime must be launched promptly to ensure that the fervor remains unabated and continues to escalate. Xiao Jie nodded, acknowledging that despite the tight timeline, the task was certainly achievable. At this moment, she was acutely aware that Xiao Yu had already commenced the promotion of the new game. The manga was merely the initial step. Once the anticipation for this game reached its zenith, the anime would follow suit. This burgeoning excitement would not merely remain steady, but would rather explode exponentially. Xiao Jie contemplated the implications. If everyone maintained a heightened anticipation for the game, it would ignite the market even before its release. This encapsulates what Xiao Yu referred to as all-encompassing entertainment. Realizing this, Xiao Jie suddenly grasped the formidable nature of Xiao Yu's strategy. The interconnectedness of these operations was something she had never envisioned. Thus, she found herself eagerly awaiting the grandeur of the game's launch. Chapter 32. A matter of a phone call in this world. Games are distinct from anime. The lines are sharply drawn, never having merged even once. However, Xiao Yu's approach transcended that of his contemporaries in this realm. As the anime disc lay before him, the smile on Xiao Yu's face never wavered. The timeline had far exceeded his expectations, indicating that Xiao Jie's acquisition of the animation studio was indeed commendable. According to your specifications, the animation has not deviated significantly from the manga. This is a preview, which I have brought along, Xiao Jie stated, her voice tinged with fatigue as she settled onto the sofa. Since the manga's promotional campaign began, she had not enjoyed a proper rest for a month. Her focus unwaveringly on the anime in hopes of hastening the completion of the final product. Xiao Yu, fully aware of her predicament, observed her weary visage and remarked, "Once the anime is on track, you may take a few days off." With that, he took the disc and approached the VCD player, intending to assess the final product's quality. The familiar style of Japanese anime was prevalent in nearly all animations within this world, a trend pioneered a decade ago in Manhwa, which came as a surprise to Xiao Yu. The animation style aligned perfectly with his expectations, and when Pikachu appeared on screen, Xiao Yu felt as if he had been transported back in time. Deep down, he knew this was the anime he had envisioned. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie observed Xiao Yu, captivated by his childlike wonder as he watched the final cut. Her curiosity piqued. She had never witnessed this side of him before, with a soda in hand. He might well be perceived as the archetypal otaku, though a rather affluent and handsome one. Time seemed to slip away, and when the familiar music played, Xiao Yu was jolted back to reality. Indeed, he had brought along the melodies from his past life. Upon learning that he could compose music, everyone was taken aback. They realized that there seemed to be nothing Xiao Yu was incapable of. Noticing Xiao Jie's unwavering gaze upon him, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Jie suddenly regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she interjected, "What is the quality of the anime like?" Xiao Yu nodded in affirmation. "It is quite good, precisely the type I was seeking. It appears you truly understand me." At this remark, Xiao Jie's face turned even redder. She cleared her throat to mask her inner turmoil and continued, "Since the quality of the completed work is satisfactory, we are left with one pressing issue. How shall we sell it to the television stations?" This was Xiao Jie's primary concern, as she lacked resources in this area, and previous discussions had revealed the other party's ambiguous stance. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Xiao Jie had mentioned this matter to him a few days prior. Lost in monitoring the progress of their game, he had nearly forgotten about it. A glance at Xiao Yu's expression made Xiao Jie realize that he had not yet taken action on this front. She was about to speak when Xiao Yu suddenly said, "Wait a moment, I need to make a call." With that, he skillfully pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Dad, I wanted to ask if you have any connections with the television stations." As Shengmei Group is a world-class enterprise rooted in Shanghai, it has numerous collaborations with local television stations, with advertising expenses each year being a considerable sum. It would be false to claim there were no connections. Yet Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Since his son had found his footing in the business world, he rarely reached out, and even their collaborations were conducted through standard commercial channels. This left the billionaire chairman, Xiao Lei, feeling somewhat disheartened. His son could now earn more than he did at a younger age and seemed to no longer need his father. However, at that moment, with Xiao Yu's call, Xiao Lei discerned an underlying implication in his son's words. His son was in need of assistance. In an instant, Xiao Lei felt a renewed sense of purpose, realizing that there were indeed matters beyond his son's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Yes, of course." Hearing the slightly excited tone from the other end of the line, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although he couldn't quite grasp the situation, he candidly stated, "I have an anime that I wish to sell to a television station. but I have not yet found the right person. Before he could finish, Xiao Lei exuberantly declared, I will contact the marketing department and have them reach out to the television stations. Just bring your work along. It was merely an anime. Although he had not dealt with such a project before, which television station would refuse a profitable venture? Not broadcasting it. He had plenty of money to spare. At that moment, Xiao Lei had resolved to pave the way with financial backing. Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised by his father's swiftness, but nodded in agreement. After hanging up, a beaming Xiao Lei hummed a cheerful tune as he dialed the marketing department to relay the instructions. Meanwhile, after concluding his call, Xiao Yu turned to Zhao Jie and said, the issue has been resolved. Take the completed work to the marketing department of Shengmei Group and mention that I sent you. They will provide you with the corresponding television channel, and you simply need to follow their instructions. As soon as the words left her lips, a profound silence enveloped the office. Zhao Jie gazed at Xiao Yu in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. It was at this juncture that Xiao Yu began to sense the peculiar atmosphere. Raising her gaze to Zhao Jie, she inquired with a hint of surprise. You are unaware of Shengmei Group? Yet you just called me dad. Zhao Jie had contemplated Xiao Yu's identity, but had never considered this particular aspect. Only now did she grasp the true depth of Xiao Yu's background. The son of Xiao Lei, the chairman of Shengmei Group, and a billionaire? How many more secrets did her superior harbor that she was oblivious to? Xiao Yu smiled shyly and said, I apologize. I assumed you were already aware of this. What are you shy about? Zhao Jie internally seethed. She regarded Xiao Yu with a sense of awe, her mind drifting to past experiences, momentarily unsure of what to say. In this era, many young individuals strive diligently, yet few possess both wealth and ambition to the extent that Xiao Yu does. In Shanghai, where affluent individuals abound, the number of second-generation wealthy heirs is countless. Yet here was Xiao Yu, at such a tender age, already a billionaire, while others her age still engaged in trivial pursuits. Just as she was grappling with the complexities of promotional channels, Xiao Yu resolved the issue with a mere phone call. Truly, comparing individuals can elicit envy. What does efficiency mean? What does status signify? Within a single day, Zhao Jie comprehended it all. Even as she exited the conference room of Shengmei Group's marketing department, she felt as though she were in a dream. The television station staff, who had previously been indifferent towards her, exhibited a dramatic shift in demeanor, failing to recognize her as the representative from Shenglong Entertainment who had visited just days prior. Even during the signing of the cooperation agreement, they cordially inquired if she required any further assistance. What had previously taken her an inordinate amount of time to negotiate was concluded in mere hours with Shengmei Group's involvement. The advertising revenue was to be split 50-50, with the television station purchasing the broadcasting rights for the anime by episode, adjusting prices according to subsequent viewership ratings, and even altering the terms of collaboration. The contract was finalized and confirmed in an atmosphere of mutual goodwill, benefiting all parties involved. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Jie expended only a few hours of her time. Yet she understood that this outcome was entirely due to Xiao Yu's intervention. Had he not contacted Shengmei Group, she would likely still be waiting at the television station. Did the station not wish to reject her? They were powerless. The financial incentives provided by Shengmei Group were simply too substantial. As a heavyweight corporation, especially one like Shengmei Group, their annual investment in Shanghai television represented a significant share. After all, they were the benefactors. One could hardly afford to offend Director Xiao, a risk no one in Shanghai dared to take. Upon exiting the Shengmei Group, Zhao Jie promptly dialed Xiao Yu's number to convey the news that the contract had been successfully signed. The animation is set to air on Shanghai television in 2 weeks, at which point Xiao Yu's final piece will be firmly in place. The popularity of the manga has surpassed the expectations of its publishers over the past fortnight. The most frequent calls they have received have been requests for updates and shipments. Publishers throughout Shanghai City have been in an uproar, having never witnessed such an occurrence before. The comic market in Huagua is not lagging behind that of foreign countries. At times, it even serves as a trendsetter. When the manga of Pocket Monsters gained immense popularity domestically, overseas distribution commenced simultaneously. At the Shurji Group, within the office of the review department. Ever since the Takkan family was ousted from the upper echelons, Yamato Keiko has relished sitting in the position of department head. As the youngest department head in the history of Shurji Group, there have been no dissenting voices within the company, for none are deemed more suitable than she. However, at this moment, Yamato Keiko's face was a mask of astonishment as she stared blankly at the documents in her hands, disbelief etched in her eyes. What did you say? She exclaimed, shaking the papers as she looked at her secretary, her tone rife with incredulity. Are you certain that the statistics were not miscalculated? The sudden inquiry left the secretary feeling helpless. He could only nod and reply, I apologize, department head, but I have confirmed this repeatedly. These are the accurate figures. Yamato Keiko's fingers trembled slightly as she shook her head, feeling as though the world had gone mad. A newly released manga, authored by someone relatively unknown, had astonishingly sold 2 million copies in just 7 days. Were the readers of this manga truly foregoing sleep both day and night? An average of 198 copies sold every minute. This figure only accounts for Kyoto. Who knows how many were sold nationwide in Fusang, not to mention other countries. At that moment, Yamato Keiko could only think one thing. Xiao Yu was raking in unimaginable profits. Traditionally, the promotional period for games is concentrated in the month leading up to their release, relying solely on advertising with little variation in promotional strategies. However, from the onset of the manga, Xiao Yu has completely overturned the industry's understanding of promotion. Is it possible to approach publicity in such a manner? More importantly, it seems that promotion does not need to incur substantial expenses. It can even be a profitable venture. Merely estimating, Xiao Yu may have already amassed over 10 million from the manga alone, with several months remaining until the game's release. While others are still pondering how to market their games, Xiao Yu has already begun laying the groundwork. It is rumored that in 2 weeks, the related anime will also debut on television, introducing it to a wide audience of gamers. Each step is intricately connected, and Xiao Yu is nothing short of terrifying. Yamato Keiko never anticipated that she would one day feel such profound trepidation toward another individual. Meanwhile, far away in Shanghai, Xiao Yu remains oblivious to Yamato Keiko's sentiments, his sole focus being the matter of profits. Shanghai, St. Dragon Entertainment. Observing the smiling faces of Zhao Jie and Li Jiyuan, Xiao Yu inquired, "How did we fare?" Today marked the day for the global revenue settlement of the comics, and it was the moment to receive the first profits from the comic venture. Zhao Jie, brimming with excitement, raised her hand to pass a document to Xiao Yu, stating, "The figures have been compiled. I have separated the domestic and international earnings." St. Dragon Entertainment traditionally operates in 2 distinct markets. As Xiao Yu opened the folder, his gaze fell upon the figures, and his eyes widened in disbelief. 20 million? And this is solely from domestic revenue? Xiao Yu exclaimed, incredulous. Zhao Jie nodded affirmatively. This is merely last month's revenue. Due to a substantial reprint, it should be our highest selling month. Xiao Yu smacked his lips in astonishment before shifting his gaze downward. 40 million. That does not exceed my expectations. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him. After all, the international market was vast, and with the groundwork laid domestically, such results were not entirely unexpected. Merely from the comics, he had already accumulated significant profits, nearly recouping the majority of the investment for the new game development. The subsequent focus would be on the quality of the animation. If the anime became a sensation, it would yield returns surpassing those of the comics. By then, Xiao Yu's pocket monsters would have fully entered the profit phase, a phenomenon unprecedented in this world. Xiao Yu also realized that he had perhaps underestimated the insatiable appetite for entertainment in this realm. Otherwise, he would not have been so astounded by these figures. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie and Li Jiyuan, who had already previewed the earnings, were filled with excitement. As the primary project leaders during this period, their workload was not significantly lighter than Xiao Yu's. Achieving such high revenue was a testament to their hard work, especially for Li Jiyuan, who had never envisioned that establishing Pikachu comics would lead to such effortless and gratifying profits, free from any concerns. This was the state he had always dreamed of, perhaps. This time, he would give birth to a comic god. Continued, Chapter 34. A publishing house that does not produce animation is not a good game company. The fervor surrounding the comic continued to escalate. As countless readers worldwide eagerly devoured the latest volume of Pocket Monsters, another piece of news began to circulate quietly. Forums online had begun to spread the word that Pocket Monsters was set to be adapted into an anime. In this era, computers were limited to web browsing. The idea of playing games was a distant dream, as even the systems were unstable. Yet, this did not deter the cheers of enthusiasts. Within half a month, many parents were astonished to find their children, regardless of age, glued to the anime channel in Shanghai City at the same time each day, anxious that the anime might premiere sooner than expected. On the day of the official anime debut, Xiao Yu sat at home watching television. Beside him on the sofa, his father, Xiao Lei, held a newspaper, but his eyes frequently darted toward the screen. As for Zhao's mother, she was currently peeling an orange for Xiao Yu. Suddenly, the television screen went blank, and a stirring piece of music filled the room, followed by the camera pulling back to reveal a young boy wearing a red and white striped hat. Beside him squatted 2 of the most popular little sprites from cartoons, the Holy Dragon and the Yellow Mouse Pikachu. Quite adorable, my son truly excels, Zhao's mother chuckled lightly, watching the animated show on the screen with great interest. Beside her, Xiao Lei cleared his throat, not comprehending much, but feeling that whatever his son produced must be the best. The scenes playing on the television continued, and after a while, Xiao Yu felt relieved, sensing that the production team's quality was indeed up to par, without any flaws. Just as Xiao Yu was lost in thought, his phone on the table suddenly rang. Seeing it was Zhao Jie calling, he paused momentarily, quickly realizing what she would say. Upon answering the call, before he could speak, a piercing scream erupted from the other end. Xiao Yu, where are you? The viewership ratings are out. Zhao's mother immediately perked up. her expression filled with keen interest as she turned to look at Xiao Yu. In an instant, he understood his mother's gaze, and he vowed to himself that he would develop a secure communication device in the future. "I'm at home." His words carried a double meaning, and Zhao Jia quickly grasped the implication, her tone returning to normal. "Mr. Xiao, the television station just called me. The viewership ratings for the first episode of the animation have been released. It's 186, about to break 2. This is the highest viewership rating for an anime on Shanghai TV in 5 years. They say this figure will continue to rise. We are on the brink of success." At that moment, Zhao Jia was overwhelmed with excitement, even contemplating abandoning games altogether in favor of animation. Little did she know that, in Xiao Yu's eyes, animation merely served the purpose of promoting games. At that moment, Zhao Jia was unaware that a publishing house unwilling to engage in animation does not make for a successful game company. After learning of the achievements, Xiao Yu simply gave Zhao Jia a few more instructions before hanging up. Turning around, he found his mother's gaze fixed intently upon him. Was the caller a woman? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in response. "I heard you broke up with your girlfriend previously. Who is she?" "Mom, she is my business partner." With a single sentence, Xiao Yu dashed his mother's hopes, then turned and returned to his room. The night passed in silence, and the next day, upon arriving at the company, Xiao Yu discovered that personnel from the television station were already present. The initial contract only granted the broadcasting rights for the first 6 episodes, 2 episodes per week, but the television station could not wait for half a month. Just after the viewership ratings were released yesterday, the station received a call from higher-ups urging them to negotiate for the complete broadcasting rights of the animation as soon as possible. Xiao Yu did not involve himself in such trivial matters. For him, games were of paramount importance, and today marked the first day of game testing, which he intended to oversee personally. The negotiations stretched through the entire morning, representing a true equal footing discussion. All rights are held by Shenlong Entertainment. Particularly when the anime enjoys soaring viewership ratings, the initiative in negotiations lies predominantly with Shenlong Entertainment. Xiao Yu holds a firm belief that this negotiation will not result in failure. Indeed, this belief is substantiated when Zhao Jia presents the contract before Xiao Yu, her face radiating with self-satisfaction. 5 million for the broadcasting rights of 20 episodes, valid for merely 1 year, with a stipulation for them to have the first option to purchase our subsequent works, while the copyright remains firmly with us. This lucrative contract clearly reflects the expectations of Shanghai Television Station for this anime. Mirroring the comic book, this represents only the domestic profits. The overseas rights fall under the purview of Century Group, leaving Xiao Yu to simply count the earnings. At this moment, Zhao Jia displays an expression that seems to beckon praise, prompting Xiao Yu to chuckle softly. Zhao Jia has proven to be far more capable than he had initially imagined. Indeed, a promotion and raise await her, but there are more pressing matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia's expression transforms into one of seriousness as she promptly follows Xiao Yu towards the conference room. The atmosphere in the meeting room today is somewhat peculiar. As Xiao Yu enters, everyone rises in unison. Observing the prototype laid out on the table, though rather rudimentary, it represents Century Group's flagship product for the year, albeit without a casing. As Xiao Yu sits and nods, the development team swiftly inserts a disc into the drive. Almost immediately, the screen displays a familiar image for Xiao Yu. The new generation console has finally incorporated 3D technology, prompting Xiao Yu to leapfrog the previous 2 generations and create based on the blueprint of the 3rd generation's Sapphire replica. Personally engaging in gameplay serves both as a nostalgic endeavor and a means to directly identify shortcomings. Hours of gameplay ensue, with nearly all attendees participating, followed by the consolidation of feedback. This is a rule established by Xiao Yu. A game that its developers are reluctant to play cannot reasonably expect players to invest in it. The game development has been remarkably successful. Thus far, no bugs have been detected, suggesting it is nearing an optimal state of perfection. "Thank you all for your hard work over these past few months," Xiao Yu declares, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from everyone. Their faces brightened with joy. After months of diligence, this day has finally arrived. They will soon submit the game for review by Century Group, followed by comprehensive adaptation for the new console. When this game is unveiled, it will mark his ascent. Xiao Yu is confident that when the time comes, his strike will be unassailable. Even the FCS Repairman series will hesitate to confront his blade. Chapter 35. The unrivaled charm of a masterpiece in the conference room of Century Group. The atmosphere is somewhat tense, with nearly all senior executives gathered. 7 or 8 individuals are seated around a table, with a machine placed centrally. Its blue and white rectangular body, featuring a circular disc area at its core. This is the new generation console developed by Century Group, a result of a year-long endeavor. It boasts a fully realized 3D gaming mode. Although the technical execution is not yet flawless, it stands as the world's first 3D gaming console. However, the focus today is not on the machine itself, but rather on the games it harbors within. This morning, A courier package from Shanghai stirred the entire review department of Century Group. The long-anticipated game, tracked for months, finally unveiled its playable version today. Their evaluation of Shenlong Entertainment's current capabilities hinges upon this game. While they have yet to play, many present already feel confident that the game poses no significant issues. Shenlong Entertainment has engaged in comprehensive promotion for this game, having begun their campaign months ago. Comics, animations, and more have been employed, and it is even rumored that they have recently begun collaborating with a record company for the music of this animated series. Remarkably, even before its release, the game has already generated substantial revenue. If it were not for the game's pending launch, one might suspect that Xiao Yu's Shenlong Entertainment was merely toying with Century Group. Daiha Huizi's face was etched with tension as she gazed at the disc in her hand, casting a glance at the others before stating, "Teacher Miyamoto will not be joining us, as he has already formed his own judgment. I expect all of you to exert your utmost capabilities in response to this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we must conduct a thorough review of this game." With that, Daiha Huizi inserted the disc into the console and powered it on, accompanied by familiar music. The logo of Shenlong Entertainment graced the screen. Following this, the well-known theme music from recent television broadcasts played, and the screen transitioned to showcase countless silhouettes of pocket-sized creatures overlapping one another. In an instant, Daiha Huizi recognized several of these creatures. Indeed, she had been diligently following the series on television every day. The almost flawless 3D modeling showcased Xiao Yu's mastery of 3D technology, achieving a level of sophistication that even the research department at Century Group's headquarters would find challenging to replicate. Observing the exquisite animations and fluid motions, Daiha Huizi found it hard to believe that this was the work of a company established less than a year ago. As for those around her, they had completely succumbed to the allure of the game. The nearly impeccable battle system revealed innovative gameplay mechanics that had never before appeared in role-playing games, directional evolution and fusion upgrades, concepts that were entirely unprecedented. Everyone was engrossed. And as for reviewing the game, that notion seemed absurd. They could hardly pinpoint any flaws. Daiha Huizi felt her throat dry, her eyes still alight with wonder. Staring at the disc packaging in her hand, her admiration for Xiao Yu flowed like an unrelenting river. What is genius? This is genius. Although only a demo version, it was enough to captivate players, the quality of this game far surpassing many of the titles from Century Group's headquarters. This is the value and allure of a masterpiece worth millions. Once engaged, it is sufficient to ensnare players in its depths. Keiko Yamato even contemplated that. Solely relying on this game, Xiao Yu could potentially overshadow all competing titles in sales. While lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Turning to her side, she discovered that Jun Nakayama had approached. "Manager, should we notify the other companies to avoid direct competition and postpone the release?" Keiko Yamato refrained from responding or reprimanding Nakayama. This was a reasonable reaction, considering they had already reviewed numerous games. This time, the console platform was set to launch 6 games. Among them was the flagship title from Century Group, marking the debut lineup, while the game from Shenlong Entertainment was merely an addition. Yet, to her astonishment, Keiko found that none of the remaining 5 games were formidable contenders. Should they release concurrently with Pokémon, it could adversely affect the sales of the other titles, potentially triggering a devastating domino effect. Nakayama's suggestion was understandable, serving as a protective measure for the other games. However, such an action would render the debut of Century Group's new console quite lackluster. Only one game in the launch lineup. Even the FC had never attempted such a thing. After a moment of silence, Keiko shook her head and declared, "No, all games will launch. We shall not shy away from Shenlong's title." However, upon raising her hand, Nakayama instantly ceased speaking, gazing at her with a look of confusion. "Nakayama, the development team under Century Group has lost its momentum. Shenlong Entertainment's entry presents a splendid opportunity. I want everyone to recognize that a superior development company has emerged. Once we fall behind, we will only face defeat. Do you understand?" Nakayama paused, his expression shifting, before finally nodding in acknowledgement. "Go, inform Teacher Miyamoto that Shenlong Entertainment's game has been approved." In just a day's time, as he counted the hours, Xiao Yu received a call from Century Group. To his surprise, it was Miyamoto Junichi on the line. "Xiao Jun, your game has been approved. The contract we signed is now in effect, and we must await the new console's release in a month." Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Xiao Yu's eyes, as if everything had unfolded as anticipated. "Thank you, Senior Miyamoto." A chuckle echoed from the other end of the line as Miyamoto Junichi mused, "I'm getting old. In this industry, I can only rely on my experience now, but I must say, this is truly a masterpiece. I haven't encountered anything like it in years. Not even a work with the potential to become a classic. Xiao Jun, you have accomplished something remarkable. You've demonstrated to the entire industry that the momentum of video game development is unceasing. I believe you will create a world that has never been heard of or seen before." Taken aback by such praise, Xiao Yu paused, clearly unprepared for the sudden compliment. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Thank you. I appreciate your kind words." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yu began to ponder over Miyamoto Jun's words, which seemed to be an attempt to win him over. Yet, there was an unsettling dissonance in his thoughts. Given the current stature of Century Group, it appeared unnecessary for them to engage in such overtures. Chapter 36. You cannot be serious? For many years, Century Group and FC Group had been rivals, entwined in a dance of love and rivalry. Whenever one side unveiled a new device, it would inevitably draw the gaze of the other. This occasion was no exception. The announcement of Century Group's new console had been made 6 months prior, with the official promotional campaign commencing only at the beginning of this month. Over the course of a month, the console's capabilities would be gradually revealed. The world's first 3D console. Such a headline alone was sufficient for Century Group to boast about. Meanwhile, FC Group had begun to regard this competitor with newfound seriousness, as the formidable capabilities of this console promised a significant transformation in electronic entertainment. This was precisely the kind of innovation that Century Group had always strived for. Each of their breakthroughs was nothing short of revolutionary. At the FC Group's headquarters, on the top floor, the president's office occupied nearly the entire level. An elderly man sat quietly at his desk, his eyes half closed, emanating an air of authority. The office door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man stepping inside. "President," he acknowledged. The elder emitted a sound from his nostrils and slowly opened his eyes to regard the middle-aged man. "Horizaki, has what I requested been prepared?" Horiguchi Jun stepped forward, placing the documents before the elder before retreating a step. "President, it has been organized as per your instructions." The elder, known as Yamauchi Tomita, was the president of FC Group and the true power behind its reign, often regarded as the emperor of global electronic entertainment. Under his leadership, FC Group had thrived, its position unchallenged for decades. Yet today, after a holiday, Yamauchi Tomita had unexpectedly returned to the company, specifically requesting all information pertaining to Century Group. This was an unusual signal. Although the two companies frequently clashed, it was rare to witness the president displaying such anxiety. Yamauchi Tomita placed an object on the desk, causing Horiguchi Jun to pause in astonishment. "Do you recognize this?" Yamauchi's voice cut through the tension, and Horiguchi Jun nervously shook his head. Yamauchi Tomita lifted the small device from the desk, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. This item was technically a variant of a gaming console, known as an electronic pet machine. In that moment, Horiguchi Jun felt a faint recollection of the name, yet he could not place it. Electronic pet machine? Yamauchi's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and within the vast office, Horiguchi Jun felt a chill run down his spine, his body involuntarily trembling. This sensation was foreign to him. What could it possibly mean? Yamauchi Tomita shook the electronic pet machine in his hand and spoke, "Such a terrifying device, and you are unaware of it?" In an instant, Yokoi Jun's body tensed, his head bowed in silence as he braced himself for the impending storm unleashed by the president. "Allow me to enlighten you. This seemingly insignificant device has sold millions of units within just 6 months, with financial institutions estimating its profits to be an astonishing $600 million, and this figure is based on last year's statistics. It continues to generate revenue even now." "What?" Yokoi Jun stared in disbelief at the diminutive electronic pet machine, struggling to comprehend the source of its enigmatic allure. $600 million. Do you understand why I sought information on Century Group? It is because this model is marketed through Century Group's channels. Yokoi Jun felt as though he had been struck by lightning, overwhelmed by the barrage of unfavorable news delivered directly by the president. "Yokoi, explain to me why there has been no response from FC regarding such significant developments." "I apologize, President. This was an oversight on our part." At that moment, Yokoi Jun trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the revelation. Unbeknownst to him, Takamatsu and Fu Tian had likely torn their hair out in frustration over his ignorance. Takamatsu pointed at the documents before him and spoke. "An old friend of mine informed me that this gaming console was developed by a partner of Century Company, and even the games were created by them. However, that is not the most critical part. Rumors suggest that this company will be featured in the quality lineup for the launch of Century Group's new machine, and we are completely in the dark about it. We lack knowledge of the game's content, its genre, and even the name of the company." Takamatsu's expression darkened menacingly. "Yokoi, must I personally oversee this matter?" "Understood. I shall investigate this matter immediately." In a flurry, Yokoi Jun gathered the documents from the table, finally grasping the purpose of his earlier efforts. Meanwhile, far away in Shanghai, Xiao Yu remained blissfully unaware that he had caught FC's attention, with the latter not yet knowing his identity. Since the game was confirmed, everyone in the company had been tirelessly testing it, while Xiao Yu patiently awaited the arrival of the release date. At this moment, he was focused on his custom-made item, his ultimate trump card. In a factory on the outskirts of Shanghai, Xiao Yu watched with keen interest as several workers maneuvered a base to bring forth an imposing structure. Towering 4 to 5 meters high, from the workshop, The red cloth covering it could hardly conceal its angular silhouette, and excitement welled up within Xiao Yu. A month prior, he had enlisted a model manufacturer to create several models of that height, and today was the day of inspection. With a few swift steps, Xiao Yu approached and pulled down the red cloth. Behind him, Zhao Jie covered her mouth in astonishment, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Unable to gather her thoughts for a considerable time, the sharply defined head, glimmering scales illuminated by the sun, and the body coiling upward to a height of 4 to 5 meters. Before them stood a dragon. This dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the emblem of Shenlong Entertainment and was identical to the sacred dragon in the realm of Pokemon, leaving Zhao Jie utterly astonished. Originally, I believed that Xiao Yu was merely commissioning an ordinary model, yet to my astonishment, she has truly created a magnificent holy dragon. No wonder she had previously mentioned surprising everyone. It turns out this was the surprise in question. It is noteworthy that no model of such caliber has ever graced this world, nor has any gaming company dared to produce a model of this magnitude for their game image. Xiao Yu has inadvertently pioneered a new frontier. I can already envision the frenzied expressions on people's faces upon seeing this model. This sensation is unprecedented. With fervent eyes, Xiao Yu gazed at the statue, unable to suppress an urge to laugh heartily. Soon, this model will be transported alongside others to the launch event of the console. At that moment, the entire electronic entertainment industry will remember this occasion. Chapter 37. Finding a company to purchase at the colossal model is but a segment of Xiao Yu's grand design, intended solely for the launch event. As for its future disposition, she has yet to disclose her plans to anyone. Today was merely for the inspection of the goods. In total, she commissioned 4 giant models: the Holy Dragon, Pikachu, the Garlic King, and Jigglypuff. According to previous surveys of the comics and animations, these 4 characters enjoy unwavering popularity within the Pokemon universe. As for Dream Dragon and its ilk, they have yet to appear in the comics, and even less so in the animations. The game will eventually reveal higher-tier Pokemon, hence Xiao Yu remains unhurried. Observing the workers loading the models onto the truck, Xiao Yu turned to Zhao Jie beside her. I need to make a trip to Fusong. The upcoming game launch event will be held in Kyoto, and you should accompany me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie nodded, but looked at Xiao Yu with a curious expression. It seems you are not particularly eager to go to Kyoto. Xiao Yu did not shy away from the inquiry, and chuckled softly. Indeed. But Fusong remains the most vibrant market for gaming globally. However, this will be my last visit. Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Xiao Yu's statement. While it is indisputable that the global market, especially for console games, thrives in Fusong, what does she mean by last visit? Noticing Zhao Jie's wide, innocent eyes fixed upon her, Xiao Yu smiled and explained, the domestic market has reached a level of maturity. After this game launch, I will make certain arrangements. Our next game will be released domestically. Zhao Jie felt a jolt of surprise, gazing at Xiao Yu in bewilderment, uncertain of the truth behind her words. Even upon returning to the company with Xiao Yu, Zhao Jie continued to ponder what she had just said. All right, everyone, please cease your work. I have an announcement to make. As soon as the words left her lips, the entire office fell silent, all eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, filled with curiosity. Our game will soon meet players around the world. I want to express my gratitude for all your hard work during this time. While I am away from the company, Vice President Zhao Jie will oversee all affairs. Upon hearing this, the staff showed no signs of surprise, as if this development was merely to be expected. After all, Zhao Jie's remarkable work achievements during this period have been evident to all, showcasing her exceptional capabilities. Having expressed all of this, Xiao Yu called out to Zhao Jie and proceeded towards the office. As soon as she took her seat, Zhao Jie noticed Xiao Yu intently gazing at her, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. What are you staring at? Xiao Yu smiled slightly and replied, are you still pondering my earlier words? Zhao Jie paused for a moment, then nodded. However, before she could voice her curiosity, Zhao Jie suddenly asked, how much money is left in the company's accounts? The abrupt shift in topic left Zhao Jie momentarily at a loss. Are you planning to abscond with the funds? After making a jest, Zhao Jie finally spoke. Due to the investment in the gaming project, we have already consumed over 100 million from the initial 600 million. And with the acquisition of 2 companies, a total of 200 million has been expended. Recently, our manga and anime revenues have been steadily coming in. So the company currently has 300 million available. Zhao Jie was well versed in the company's financial matters, perhaps even more so than the finance department itself. This was inevitable, as aside from being extremely proactive in game development, Xiao Yu had entrusted almost all other responsibilities to her. After making a rough estimate in his mind, Xiao Yu gazed intently at Zhao Jie. There is something you need to handle personally, but it must remain confidential. Currently, only you are aware of it. Zhao Jie looked at Xiao Yu, her face filled with confusion, her mind swirling with questions as she struggled to comprehend the essence of Xiao Yu's intentions. From today onward, you will investigate domestic motherboard manufacturers. Zhao Jie was taken aback, frowning as she asked, "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, "Naturally, it pertains to gaming. As the sole heir of Shengmei Group, do you really need to engage in such endeavors?" Zhao Jie couldn't help but voice her skepticism. But her words trailed off abruptly as she realized that Shengmei Group does not manufacture motherboards. Suddenly, a look of horror emerged on Zhao Jie's face as if she had stumbled upon a startling revelation. Staring at Xiao Yu, she gasped, You intend to develop a console?" Seeing Xiao Yu remain silent, Zhao Jie's heart was already in turmoil. There are only two companies in the world capable of producing consoles, FC and Century Group. After years of industry accumulation, even so, both have only undergone a few iterations. This represents a significant investment, fraught with market risks. If successful, you will become one of the world's top 3 first-party developers. If it fails, you stand to lose everything and may even face a joint blockade from FC and Century. A game that fails to find buyers will render any past glory utterly insignificant. While such ventures have been attempted before, those companies have been completely acquired by FC, leaving no opportunity for competitors. The fact that Xiao Yu is contemplating entering the console market, has he lost his mind, or is it she who is losing her senses? Have you considered the consequences? After a moment of silence, Zhao Jie finally asked Xiao Yu. This matter has been a resolute decision from the very beginning. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not relent. The FC has occupied its position for far too long, making it increasingly difficult to introduce change to the market, whereas I possess the capability to do so. Observing the confident smile on Xiao Yu's face, Zhao Jie took a moment to comprehend before nodding in agreement, stating, I understand. I will personally oversee this matter. Embrace the endeavor without concern for financial matters. Following the release of this game, you shall witness the initiation of a money-printing machine, providing us with a continuous cash flow to support our plans. At that moment, Zhao Jie was profoundly moved. Realizing that Xiao Yu's intention behind launching this game was to pave the way for future endeavors, who could have anticipated such foresight? With a clear understanding of Xiao Yu's objectives, Zhao Jie felt an exhilarating thrill. The sensation of gradually ascending towards the pinnacle was indeed intoxicating. In that instant, she harbored no doubts regarding Xiao Yu's capability to develop the console. It seemed as though, once Xiao Yu resolved to undertake a task, success was inevitable. Failure? That would depend entirely on the one executing the endeavor. At this juncture, Zhao Jie eagerly anticipated the type of console Xiao Yu would introduce to the world and the transformations it would bring to the industry. Chapter 38. A robust background Fusang. Kyoto district in a seemingly ordinary courtyard. Appearances could be deceiving. As one ventured inside, they would encounter pavilions and ancient, exquisite architecture, luxuriously beyond imagination. A mere glance revealed that this was not a dwelling for the common folk. A wooden sign hanging beside the main gate boldly displayed the characters Yamauchi. This was the residence of Tomita Yamauchi, the president of the FC Group. The sound of flowing water wafted into the room where Tomita Yamauchi sat at the table, using a pair of Nama chopsticks to bring a slice of fresh tuna sashimi to his lips. Opposite him, Yokoi Jun remained motionless, kneeling with a document folder placed before him, quietly awaiting the conclusion of Tomita Yamauchi's meal. As Tomita savored the sashimi, a sweet flavor lingered on his palate. Slowly opening his eyes, he set down his chopsticks, finally directing his gaze toward Yokoi Jun. Have I found what I sought? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing the inquiry, Yokoi Jun bowed his head in response. He then presented the documents before Tomita Yamauchi, his face radiating respect. We have located the company and conducted a thorough investigation. This dossier, compiled over several days, saw Yokoi Jun dispatching nearly every available resource to expedite the acquisition of information regarding the company. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, and he ultimately obtained the coveted details. However, upon reviewing the contents, Yokoi Jun felt that certain aspects warranted Tomita Yamauchi's personal judgment. As Tomita Yamauchi accepted the documents and began to peruse them, his expression faltered at the sight of the first page. He was an employee of our previous game development studio. Hirabayashi Jun nodded and began to explain. Indeed, he was an employee of a company in Shanghai City, but he was dismissed for certain reasons. Is this a tale of revenge by a prince? Hirabayashi Jun reflected bitterly within, lamenting the incompetence that burdens the military. The ancient saying holds true even today. How many such fools have you promoted over the years? With a resigned expression, he lowered his head and stated, We have commenced a thorough review of the mid-level personnel within the company. Such occurrences will certainly not happen again. Yamanaka Tomita remained silent, instead engrossed in the documents at hand. As he meticulously turned the pages, his expression darkened progressively, until he reached the word St. Beauty Group, at which point he slammed the documents onto the table. Fixing a steely gaze on Hirabayashi Jun, he coldly inquired, How is St. Beauty Group involved? A trillion-yuan enterprise spanning multiple industries, the entry of such a colossal entity into any sector would spell disaster. Hirabayashi Jun's body trembled slightly as he spoke. St. Beauty Group has no intention of entering the market. How do you know this? Hirabayashi Jun replied quietly. The first game from Shenglong Entertainment faced internal issues at Century Group and did not follow the normal procedures. Thus, Xiao Yu utilized the channels of St. Beauty. However, the second game bears no connection to St. Beauty Group. Furthermore, the marketing department has subtly inquired, and they have shown no interest. According to financial analyses, St. Beauty Group has not invested in the video game industry in the past 3 years. Yamanaka Tomita took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the agitation within, though concern still lingered. The entry of such a behemoth is not favorable for anyone. We must keep a vigilant watch, leaving no opportunity unguarded. Should they enter, it would be a fight to the death. After issuing a caution, Yamanaka Tomita scrutinized the documents, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Initially, he merely sought to assess the situation, yet he had unearthed such a significant opportunity. With wealth and talent, the arrival of such a figure would undoubtedly stir a distinctive wave, whether in gaming or other ventures. Yamanaka Tomita conceded that Xiao Yu had now captured his attention. The day of the new console release from Century Group is fast approaching, and he found himself impatiently eager to witness the performance of Xiao Yu's game. A plane gradually descended upon Kyoto Airport, and as Xiao Yu stepped out of the terminal, he spotted Yamato Keiko awaiting him outside. As a partner, Yamato Keiko was among the few friends with whom Xiao Yu could engage in conversation. Once in the car, Yamato Keiko, brimming with excitement, turned to Xiao Yu and exclaimed, "The 4 items you sent have stirred the entire publicity department. They never imagined such an approach. How is it that your mind works this way?" Hearing her inquiry, Xiao Yu smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Those unfamiliar with the items would undoubtedly be astounded. Regardless of whether Xiao Yu intended to respond, Yamato Keiko continued, "Tonight marks the unveiling of the new console, and subsequently, your game will be launched concurrently. The outcome hinges on tonight's performance. Do you possess confidence?" Xiao Yu smiled faintly and replied, "Is there anyone capable among us?" With this single remark, Xiao Yu's unwavering confidence was unmistakable, leaving even Yamato Keiko astounded. It is worth noting that while she held high hopes for this game and the internal assessments from the company were exceedingly positive, no one dared claim they could dictate the market's choices. The true measure of success would ultimately be determined by the market itself. If the reception was favorable, then it would be deemed a masterpiece. Xiao Yu was acutely aware of Yamato Keiko's thoughts, yet it bore no significance to him. Their ignorance of the true value of this work only served to distract them. The car sped directly toward the venue of the launch event. With over 3 hours remaining before commencement, the streets were already teeming with pedestrians, and even vehicles were crawling at a slow pace. This exemplifies why the Century Group opted for a local promotional campaign. This place is indeed a paradise for console gamers. Before the car even reached the venue, Xiao Yu spotted 4 massive models draped in red cloth, positioned along the roadside, drawing the curious gazes of many passers-by, eager to uncover their mystery. However, these models would remain concealed from the public until the event commenced. As Xiao Yu beheld the throngs of people filling the streets, a surge of excitement welled up within him. So many gamers awaited his declaration of the rise of Shenglong Entertainment to the world. This night would mark his and Shenglong Entertainment's epic triumph. Tonight, the world would remember Shenglong Entertainment. Chapter 39. A magnificent opening. The car moved at a sluggish pace. Yet Yamato Keiko appeared unfazed, relishing the atmosphere. Today, 80% of the people on this street were drawn by the new console from the Century Group. How could she be troubled by her benefactors? She secretly wished that the crowd might obstruct her entry. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's mind was occupied with thoughts of how many players he could win over this evening. The birth of a masterpiece would undoubtedly forge a legend, and that was precisely what he sought. His gaze fell upon the 4 colossal models shrouded in red fabric, and his spirits began to rise. Upon finally arriving at the launch venue of the Century Group, Xiao Yu and Yamato Keiko entered the room, where they encountered Yamato Masao and Miyamoto Junichi. However, they were not the only ones present. There was also Nakayama Takao. He had chosen to be here in person rather than wait at the company for the numbers to arrive at dawn. Driven by high expectations for this console and the new game by Xiao Yu, one that had already ignited the market before its release. Upon seeing Xiao Yu arrive, Yamato Masao stood with a smile and waved him over. At present, Xiao Yu and the Yamato family are intertwined in a shared fate, experiencing both triumphs and tribulations together. Without Xiao Yu's presence, he would not find himself in this position today. Not only has he eliminated his competitors, but he has also ascended to greater heights, an achievement he had previously deemed inconceivable. How does it feel to grasp the fervor of the players from Fusang? As this topic arises, a self-satisfied smile graces the faces of those present, for they possess a cadre of the most devoted console gamers. As for Huagua, in their eyes, electronic entertainment is merely in its infancy. Were it not for Xiao Yu's sudden emergence, few would have noticed the players from this nation. Xiao Yu smiled faintly, remaining silent, though a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. This marks his inaugural game release in Fusong, and it will be the last, after achieving legendary status. He will completely sever ties with the individuals before him. They mistakenly believe that the market lies firmly within their grasp. Oblivious to the plethora of games yet to be developed around the world, they cannot even begin to fathom the gaming phenomena that existed in his past life. Tonight, Xiao Yu intends to impart the first lesson of a lifetime to these aging individuals before him. Noticing Xiao Yu's silence, Yamato Masao refrained from continuing the conversation, aware that discussing matters he disdains would be unwise. However, he wished to make Xiao Yu confront reality, knowing that only tonight could the players deliver a sufficient impact. Miyamoto Jun's eyes shimmered with intensity, his thoughts unspoken, while Nakayama Takeuchi awaited the commencement of the game and console sales in quiet anticipation. As time ticked away, and the clock struck 8, the group moved toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sky had darkened considerably. Under the glow of streetlights and neon signs, the crowd thickened, moving slowly yet steadily. Moments later, the entire street was abruptly shrouded in darkness, causing everyone to pause in confusion, except for Xiao Yu, whose lips curled into a subtle smile. What is happening? Nakayama Takeuchi furrowed his brow, never having encountered such a situation before. Could it be a power outage? Instinctively, he glanced at Xiao Yu, surprised to see a smile on his face. Turning to Yamato Keiko, who exhibited no change in demeanor, he inquired, Keiko, what is going on? Yamato Keiko sighed, explaining, this is part of Xiao Yu's arrangement. We discussed it beforehand. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, puzzled by Xiao Yu's intentions. Meanwhile, in the throng on the street, people exchanged bewildered glances, the oppressive darkness causing a sense of agitation. Is it really a power outage at such a critical moment? A player lamented, what on earth is going on here? My mood has soured instantly. Damn it, what are we supposed to do in this darkness? Another exclaimed, as the street erupted into a cacophony of voices, and the crowd halted its movement, looking around in confusion. In the brief moments as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the lights extinguished entirely, yet a cacophony of sounds erupted from the rooftops on either side of the road. With a soft hiss, all eyes were drawn skyward, where countless sparks blossomed from the rooftops, ascending into the heavens. It was a display of fireworks. The crowd erupted in excitement, many gazing upwards. Reminiscent of a time when smartphones would have been drawn for photographs, though lamentably, such devices were non-existent in this era. A splendid array of fireworks illuminated the sky, followed by the beams from rooftop lights directing their focus towards four massive red drapes at the forefront of the street. The spotlight converged, capturing everyone's attention. The cheers of the street fell silent as the crowd, filled with anticipation, gazed nervously at the crimson fabric, pondering what lay concealed beneath its layers. With a swift motion, the four red drapes were dramatically torn away, leading to a moment of stunned silence before an uproar of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. It's the Holy Dragon. My heavens, it truly is the Holy Dragon. And Pikachu too. What an astonishing company. They have brought to life beloved characters from the animation. The excitement was palpable, with individuals clamoring to acquire these figures, price being no object. Amongst the throngs, the exhilaration was mirrored within the confines of the room where individuals like Nakayama Takeuchi were equally enraptured. Though aware of what Xiao Yu had brought, they had never anticipated such a grand unveiling. Staring incredulously at Xiao Yu's beaming face, they yearned to delve into his mind to uncover the creative brilliance behind such a presentation. Their marketing department had never conceived of such innovation, perpetually relying on the mundane routine of showcasing machines for players to try. In stark contrast, Xiao Yu's creativity rendered their own promotional efforts obsolete. At that moment, Nakayama Takeuchi contemplated how he might entice Xiao Yu to join their company, recognizing him as a prodigy even if he were to solely oversee marketing. Yet, he understood that such aspirations were mere daydreams. For as long as Xiao Yu's game encountered no significant issues, soaring to success was merely a matter of time. Chapter 40. The player's astonishment. The models commanded the attention of all present. In this context, the strikingly exquisite, several-meter-high models were impossible to overlook. In an instant, numerous fans of the little sprites began to converge towards the display, as if drawn by an irresistible magnetism. Suddenly, a familiar melody resonated from the high platform. A multitude of spotlights flared to life, illuminating the stage. The unmistakable tune, accompanied by a familiar voice, ignited the atmosphere. It was the theme song of the little sprites. Uncertain who initiated it, a cry surged forth, followed by an avalanche of cheers as the crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, instantly igniting the ambience. The entire street found itself immersed in a euphoric symphony of music. The grand spectacle of fireworks, the melodious symphony of music, and the remarkably lifelike models ignited a wave of exuberant cheers from the fans of the little sprites. Many gaming enthusiasts looked on with envy at the sprite admirers, their hearts inevitably recalling the games they cherished, feeling a sense of disappointment as it seemed nothing was prepared for them today. After 3 years of playing this game, it feels as though there's nothing to show for it, lamented one gamer. I heard that this time there would be games from Holy Dragon Entertainment. I truly wish to see how entertaining their offerings might be. In just a few fleeting moments, a succession of grand events began to sow seeds of doubt among numerous players. Observing this spectacle, Takayuki Nakayama felt a swell of excitement within him. This unprecedented grandeur was a sight he had never encountered before. On Akiha Street, had such a scene ever graced the surroundings? Meanwhile, it was not only Nakayama who was captivated. In the adjacent room, a dozen individuals stared in astonishment at the street's vivid display, their eyes reflecting sheer amazement. They were game developers under the aegis of the Century Group, invited to witness who would ascend to the throne of sales supremacy today. Initially brimming with confidence, they found it hard to believe that someone like Xiao Yu, who had merely crafted a single game, could potentially dethrone their cherished masterpieces. With nearly 10 million in sales, Bullet Man was the flagship title of Dream Palace Games, set to debut on a new console platform. Shrek Games' blockbuster fighter, also boasting sales in the millions, was another heavyweight contender. Furthermore, the illustrious Three Kingdoms from Radiant Games was slated to feature prominently in this quality lineup. However, as they gazed at the unfolding scene, their former confidence began to wane, replaced by uncertainty. Could they truly compete with Holy Dragon Entertainment? This feeling of self-doubt was alien to them, yet they found themselves bewildered by Xiao Yu's prowess. Everything they had done thus far remained shrouded in secrecy, to the point where thoughts of abandoning their promotional efforts began to surface. Compared to Xiao Yu's marketing strategies, they seemed woefully unprepared. This is terrifying. I have never witnessed such promotional tactics, lamented Wen Oyom, the president of Dream Palace Games, his expression reflecting deep distress, as if Holy Dragon Entertainment had him pinned down. Beside him, Rail Cross, the chairman of Shrek Games, wore an equally grim countenance, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I wish I could strangle my entire marketing department." At his words, several staff members behind him shuddered, their faces betraying a hint of anguish, clearly the marketing personnel of Shrek Games. "We have fallen too far behind. Now we can only hope that his game's quality is lacking," a voice interjected, drawing the collective gaze of everyone to Wu Yuhui, chairman of Radiant Games. A native of China who had joined the ranks of Fusong in his youth, he was perhaps the most knowledgeable individual regarding the intricacies of the Chinese market. His creation, set against the backdrop of the Three Kingdoms, had resurrected his company, achieving sales in the millions, making him the only Chinese game producer standing at the pinnacle of the industry. The words just spoken by him momentarily stunned everyone, casting a shadow of doubt in their hearts. Is the quality of this game truly subpar? At the end of the street, the concert upon the high platform had drawn to a close, and soon after, the host from the Century Company ascended the stage to officially announce the launch of the new console. In an instant, the once congested crowd began to shift and flow. The demo stations quickly became surrounded by eager players, incessantly urging the staff to present the games for trial. "Hurry, I want Pokemon." Hardly anyone inquired about other games, as most were merely rehashed older titles, rebranded as new versions. The allure of a new game far surpassed that of the familiar. The nostalgic melodies and beloved visuals captivated the audience, and when the exquisite 3D animations graced the screen, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Good heavens, these graphics! Is this truly the 3D I remember? A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd, yet it remained just that, a moment of awe. Most attendees were seasoned players. While stunning visuals and exceptional music could seize their attention at first glance, they understood that retaining players depended on gameplay. This was the true essence. In a fleeting moment, after the initial exclamations, players earnestly embarked on their gaming odyssey. The classic role-playing mechanics, involving leveling up and battling, seemed devoid of novelty. However, upon reaching level 10, the chosen Pokemon suddenly ceased all movement. A bug? As many players pondered this perplexity, a blinding white light illuminated the screen, accompanied by a pulsing heartbeat sound. The Pokemon they had selected had transformed entirely, even its name altered. Evolved? Players gazed incredulously at the screen, certain that this was a groundbreaking feature, one they had never encountered in previous games. Meanwhile, those familiar with Pokemon erupted in cheers from the back. The concepts from comics and animations had been flawlessly integrated into the game. They had initially expected different character designs. In a moment's time, the atmosphere shifted as everyone began to rejoice. This was genuine innovation. Within a short span, numerous players resolved to acquire this game, no matter the cost. As the game was bundled with the console, the sales staff were unprepared for such a surge of players making decisions at that moment. The scene was unimaginably crowded, while those upstairs anxiously awaited the first wave of sales figures. After an indeterminate time, the door to the room swung open, drawing the attention of all within towards the entrance. Chapter 41. A Battle of No Return? The sales results are in. The staff from downstairs rushed into the room, breathless yet unable to conceal the excitement radiating from their faces. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed several pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. The president, Takao Nakayama, stepped forward and eagerly seized the documents from the staff member's hands, hastily flipping through the data. Beside him, Junichi Miyamoto and Masao Yamato hesitated to snatch the documents from Nakayama and instead opted to inquire of the staff. "How are the sales?" Yamato asked first. Naturally concerned about the performance of the game in collaboration with Xiao Yu, though the immediate focus seemed to be on the console's sales. The staff member snapped back to attention and quickly replied, "In just 1 hour, we sold 3,000 units." Given that it was the launch day, the initial stock was limited, with further shipments scheduled to follow. Nonetheless, 3,000 units in an hour was astonishing. Yamato stared in disbelief at the staff member, exclaiming, "What did you say?" 3,000 units. The staff member nodded, his expression growing increasingly radiant. "Indeed, that's the sales record from the Pokemon booth. I'm unaware of the other data on the document." To sell 3,000 units in just 1 hour at a single booth was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Nakayama trembled as he held the documents, realizing that the launch event on Akiha Street had attracted tens of thousands of attendees, and that a single booth had surpassed their projections by selling 3,000 units in an hour. With 3 hours remaining until the midnight release event concluded, they were on track to shatter the Century Group's record for the fastest sales to exceed 10,000 units. Witnessing Nakayama's reaction, the others were momentarily taken aback. Junichi Miyamoto fixed a penetrating gaze on Nakayama and inquired, "What is the situation? Are the sales figures at the other booths also impressive?" Nakayama shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration as he regarded the silent, mildly smiling Xiao Yu, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe. In stark contrast to Xiao Yu's astounding sales, the other booths were dismal in comparison. Even those with a bit of popularity had only sold a few hundred units. To Nakayama, the sales from Xiao Yu's booth were nothing short of a crushing dominance, surpassing the combined totals of all other booths. Taking the data from Nakayama, Junichi Miyamoto merely glanced at it and was immediately struck, gazing at Xiao Yu in astonishment. "This is a miraculous figure, and it's only been 1 hour." Masao Yamato, his face alight with excitement, thought that had there not been others around, he would have eagerly sought to win over Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Keiko Yamato stared at Xiao Yu, her eyes glinting with an almost frightening intensity. In the adjacent room, observing the sales records presented by their own team, a sense of foreboding washed over everyone. The numbers were decent, yet they felt starkly out of place against the backdrop of the evening's fervor. The scene ahead was a sea of people. Today, 90% of those present were drawn by the allure of the games and gaming consoles. Yet, the current circumstances starkly contrasted with the anticipated success. In just 1 hour, only a little over 1,000 units had been sold. In the past, such figures would have elicited laughter, but now, there was no mirth to be found. Everyone understood that as long as certain data remained unseen, they could not afford to relax. Wu Yuhui tightly clutched the sales report in his hands at that moment. Their booth had managed to sell merely 500 consoles in an hour. If it had been in the past, he might have felt a semblance of reassurance. But now he was desperate to learn the sales figures of Xiao Yu. With a swift motion, he turned to his subordinate and spoke in a somber tone. "What about Xiao Yu? What are the sales figures for Shenglong Entertainment?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate trembled slightly before responding, "We haven't received the exact data, but we have an approximate figure. By the time I returned, their backend had only 100 consoles left." "How many consoles did they sell?" Wu Yuhui's eyes reddened as he inquired. Over 3,000 units. At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present soured, particularly Wu Yuhui, whose face turned as pale as if he had fallen into a vat of flour. How is that possible? It shouldn't be like this. Why has it come to this?" At that moment, no one paid heed to Wu Yuhui, for they were all acutely aware that their own survival was at stake. Leaving little room for concern over Wu Yuhui's fate, they had initially believed that the Century Group had brought in a mere dog, only to discover it was a ravenous wolf. The entry of such a formidable opponent would be challenging even for FC to contend with directly. To think that a single game could sell over 3,000 copies in less than an hour, it was crucial to recognize that such numbers did not merely reflect console sales, but also the games in hand. This level of sales could only be driven by a game with the potential to become a masterpiece, compounding their woes. They now realized that the game being released concurrently was indeed a magnum opus. Shouldn't they have been advised to avoid releasing their products today under such circumstances? Yet, the Century Group had never mentioned a word about it, not even a single letter. In an instant, the heads of the various gaming companies felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, left breathless and bewildered. They seemed to grasp what the Century Group was endeavoring to convey. This indiscriminate strike was a clear message. The era of relying on past glories had come to an end. The Century Company had successfully identified and nurtured a game studio capable of producing masterpieces. Once such a company emerged, others would inevitably be supplanted. All of your advantageous resources would be appropriated by others, leaving you with nothing, unless you could innovate anew. A chill filled many hearts, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Who could say whether today's sales figures were a test? If the sales were dismal, it would surely pave the way for Shenlong Entertainment to take their rightful place, as today's game releases consist solely of first-tier titles. While Xiao Yu's entertainment company uniquely stands as the only non-first-tier entity, such a situation is indeed plausible. With this thought, Wu Yuhui felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he realized there was no turning back. Although Xiao Yu appeared unstoppable, there remained 3 hours to catch up. They would not yield until the final moment. Wu Yuhui abruptly raised his head, scanning the crowd before declaring, "Until the last moment arrives, no one is permitted to retreat. Should anyone falter, they will be wholly consumed by Shenlong Entertainment. We have no alternative." Chapter 42. A desperate struggle. The sales of Pocket Monsters were set to far exceed everyone's expectations. 3,000 copies sold within an hour is no trivial figure. It is important to remember that although tonight marks the launch, the game is bundled with the console. For players, several thousand yuan is not a trivial sum, thus achieving over 10,000 sales tonight is undeniably significant. This evening, the Century Group prepared a staggering 50,000 consoles for release, and should they sell out on the first day, it would herald alarming news. In the adjacent room, various game companies could no longer contain their mounting dread. They had initially believed they were facing a minor threat, yet in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a voracious dragon, an unforeseen turn of events. Wu Yuhui was correct. They must summon all their resources to counter Xiao Yu and his Shenlong Entertainment. A defeat tonight would spell a terrifying future for them. All game companies sprang into action instantaneously, mobilizing every individual present to fervently promote their games. Lacking adequate preparation, they could only resort to these rudimentary methods to combat Xiao Yu's marketing, hoping merely to sell even a single additional copy. It seemed as though the outcome had already been determined, as Yamato Masayuki smiled contentedly while observing the throngs of people slowly moving through the streets. He was overjoyed. He had never anticipated unearthing such a gold mine. Just as Xiao Yu had previously stated, this night would be etched in everyone's memory. The promotional tactics of the past had fallen woefully behind, and being behind meant inviting defeat. At this moment, Xiao Yu remained unaware of the identities of those in the adjacent room, but Yamato Masayuki was fully cognizant. Tonight, the spectators were solely them, while those beside them were merely subjects of punishment. He aimed to impress upon these individuals that there are always greater mountains and more capable people beyond one's own reach. Currently, the streets continued to swell with incoming crowds, and the already congested Pokemon booth grew increasingly crowded. The staff of the Century Group had been dispatched here, yet they still struggled to keep up. No one had anticipated such a fervent scene. It seemed as though they were not merely releasing a game, but rather giving away money to these eager patrons. "Give me a copy of the game. And a console. Watch where you step, you clumsy fool. Step back. First come, first served." The cacophony of shouts amidst the throng made it abundantly clear to all staff that tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless one. As the countdown approached its final moments, a palpable tension enveloped the room. It was not a concern over whether Xiao Yu's sales would be surpassed, but rather an anxious curiosity regarding the extent of his own sales. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the door, prompting Nakayama Takeyoshi to swiftly turn around. His gaze fixed on the entrance, his eyes glinting with urgency as he commanded, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a throng of individuals standing outside. Xiao Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize most of them, although many had appeared in photographs he had seen before. Observing the newcomers, Nakayama's heart stirred. Yet his expression remained impassive as he calmly invited, "Please, do enter." Upon hearing these words, the guests filed in, their eyes sweeping over Xiao Yu, who sat there leisurely, a look of inscrutable intrigue reflecting in their gazes. Noting this scene, Yamato Keiko leaned closer to Xiao Yu and whispered, "These are game developers from various companies. Consider them your competitors today." Xiao Yu offered a faint smile and nodded, refraining from further comment. After all, what was there to discuss with a group of defeated rivals? Once the newcomers greeted Nakayama, their attention shifted directly to Xiao Yu. The moment their eyes met, an electric tension crackled in the air, akin to the scent of gunpowder. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock. After a brief pause, a resonant voice echoed, drawing everyone's gaze toward the doorway. The launch event had officially concluded, and now they awaited the results. A staff member entered briskly, clutching a folder, and without acknowledging anyone else, made a beeline for Nakayama. "President, the data is in." Nakayama fixed his gaze upon the documents before him, an enigmatic glimmer dancing in his eyes, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, nearly all eyes in the room were riveted on the folder, including Xiao Yu's, who was eager to ascertain his sales figures. With a gentle tap on the folder, Nakayama expressed with a hint of nostalgia, "This document, while solely reflecting tonight's sales performance, already conveys the caliber of your work. Each of you possesses formidable skills and games that cannot be underestimated. In this new console launch, you have all showcased your utmost capabilities. Yet I am aware that some among you have not fully grasped the importance of this event. As he spoke, Nakayama's gaze swept across the assembly, the mysterious light in his eyes intensifying. He continued, the launch sequence of the Century Group has never entertained idlers. But it seems that the fighting spirit of some has waned. Therefore, we have welcomed new game companies, and today is your moment to prove yourselves. With that, Nakayama slowly unfolded the document before him. A fleeting glance caused his eyes to narrow in astonishment, a look of shock flitting across his face, before he swiftly composed himself, not lingering for even a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening our host has achieved a remarkable sales figure of 48,000 units, leaving fewer than 200 remaining. This is an unprecedented accomplishment that shatters the historical record for initial sales within our Century Group. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt of surprise, including Yamato Masayuki, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. As his gaze fell upon the sales distribution below, Nakayama Takeuchi displayed a look of realization, followed by a sigh of resignation. It was not that they lacked the will to compete, but rather that their opponents were exceedingly formidable. Contemplating these thoughts, Nakayama Takeuchi slowly spoke, ladies and gentlemen. Among the sales exceeding 40,000 units, Shrek Company accounted for 1,000. This performance is neither outstanding nor dismal. At the very least, it remains consistent with previous years, hovering around this figure. Unremarkable, to say the least. Dream Palace Games recorded 1,500 units, a decline from prior results. After uttering this, Nakayama Takeuchi observed the figures below, feeling somewhat relieved. Radiant Games, with 3,000 units sold, has demonstrated significant improvement compared to earlier performances, yet it is evidently insufficient. As Nakayama continued to read through the names of various companies, the expressions of those around him grew increasingly grim. Chapter 43, No Competent Contender. Nakayama Takeuchi was methodically announcing each company's sales, while others silently calculated the totals. As the last company, Holy Dragon Entertainment, remained, the executives from other game companies appeared visibly dismayed. They realized that the cumulative sales of all their companies barely reached 10,000 units, neither more nor less. Nakayama Takeuchi cast a quiet glance at Xiao Yu, then lowered his eyes to the data in his hands. After taking a deep breath, he finally declared, Holy Dragon Entertainment, 38,000 units. The moment the words left his lips, a wave of shock swept across everyone's faces as they gaped at Xiao Yu. In contrast, Xiao Yu maintained a serene expression. He was confident that his results would not disappoint. Had it not been for the host's limitations, his game might have achieved far more than what was reported tonight. The real explosion was only just beginning. With a smile, Xiao Yu gradually rose, casting a glance at the representatives from other companies before casually stating, Thank you all. Wu Yuhui, feeling cold and clammy, stared at Xiao Yu in disbelief, realizing that he had been outperformed. As the leading figure within the quality ranks of Century Group, witnessing his first-day sales being surpassed by Holy Dragon Entertainment in such a dominating manner, by over tenfold, was unprecedented in his decade-long career in gaming. What sort of game could possibly unleash such formidable power? No one present knew the answer, though perhaps some would enlighten them the following day. Yamato Masayuki approached Xiao Yu with a smile, embracing him before saying, Congratulations on creating a new miracle. I believe we should celebrate with a drink. Nakayama Takeuchi also nodded with a smile. From this day forth, Xiao Yu would become the ace star of their Century Group, and the efforts to cultivate him had already commenced. Moreover, they faced not merely the presence of Shanglong Entertainment, but an even greater threat, the FC Group. Suddenly, a gaming company with unparalleled potential and prowess emerged in the industry, signaling an inevitable clash between FC and the Century Group. This impending battle for talent would be of unimaginable proportions. The Century Group would never relinquish a figure like Xiao Yu. Even if FC were formidable, they would fight with all their might. As long as they retained Xiao Yu, they could still contend with FC on equal footing. However, should Xiao Yu be lured away by FC, the Century Group would be left with nothing but a bleak fate. All present in the room watched as Yamato Masayuki and Nakayama Takahiro departed with Xiao Yu, leaving everyone else behind. Yamato Keiko turned back at the door and let out a cold laugh. You all have grown far too comfortable over the years, whether dealing with FC or other companies. You believed that invincibility equated to victory. But now, with the emergence of Shanglong Entertainment, do you comprehend their strength? Let me enlighten you. Shanglong Entertainment has released only 2 games, both masterpieces. Before Little Spirits, they had the electronic pet machine. As her words fell, Yamato Keiko turned to leave, leaving the room's occupants in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, only then realizing the profound sense of helplessness that enveloped them. How could they possibly contend with such a force? A night of fervor ensued, for the launch was in Kyoto. drawing global video game magazines and media to converge upon the event. The spectacle of the previous night left them reeling even after a night's rest. After a brief respite, many reporters began to play the most highly anticipated game. Mark Clater, a game editor for Global Players, had been responsible for coverage in this region and had queued all night to secure the console and game. Eagerly opening the console, Mark's eyes sparkled. It was undoubtedly the most exquisite console ever produced by the Century Group. Yet, his primary concern lay with the game's content. Having only observed other players the previous night, he was deeply impressed. As he inserted the disc into the machine, familiar music filled the air, and Mark soon became engrossed in the game. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Mark's wife had called him for dinner several times. After what felt like an eternity, Mark exhaled deeply, his face radiant with satisfaction. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the clock on the wall and realized he had spent a full 6 hours since morning engrossed in the game. Had he truly missed lunch because of a game? In an instant, hunger surged within him, yet he remained exhilarated. Although he had not yet completed the game, he had experienced most of its mechanics. If he were to describe it in a single word, it would be thrilling. It had been many years since he had played a game so delightfully exhilarating. With innovative gameplay, a sophisticated evolution system, and stunning visuals, this game made it difficult for him to find any flaws. Neglecting his meal, Mark felt an urgent need to finalize his manuscript. With this thought in mind, he seized his pen and began to write. This scene was not exclusive to Mark. Other magazine editors had also commenced their tasks. Within a mere day, the entire electronic entertainment industry erupted with fervor. The magazine cover prominently displayed a grand poster of the little sprites, and the forums were inundated with discussions centered around them. In an instant, the world was abuzz with conversations about this game, and following the console's release, authoritative global statistics began to emerge. Just 2 days after its debut, Pocket Sprites had astonishingly sold 2 million copies, a figure representing only the second day's sales. The flames of global excitement were ignited instantaneously, while at that moment, Xiao Yu was already on his journey back. Although this trip to Fusang was brief, it was the matters concerning the game that provided him with a sense of comfort. Initially intending to stay a few more days to observe the situation, it appeared that Nakayama Takao was reluctant to extend his stay. Although the true reasons remained unclear, Xiao Yu could surmise the general cause. After all, the hotel manager had mentioned several times that someone had come looking for him, only to be turned away by Century Group personnel. Contemplating this, a slight smile tugged at Xiao Yu's lips. He had already deduced who had come in search of him, though no one was privy to his burgeoning plans. Perhaps when the time came to reveal his intentions to the public, many would be left astounded. At this moment, the mere thought of it filled Xiao Yu with an uncontainable excitement. As the plane touched down, Xiao Yu stepped out of the airport and spotted Zhao Jie at the exit, energetically waving her hands and rushing towards him, her face alight with exuberance. Chapter 44. Industry status news of the game's unprecedented success had reached Shanghai City overnight, and subsequent reports from various media outlets propelled the already remarkable sales figures to new heights. The momentum was unstoppable, nearly shocking the entire industry. While Xiao Yu maintained an expression of calm, despite Zhao Jie repeatedly advising him to remain composed, he found it difficult to suppress his inner thrill. Running a few steps to reach Xiao Yu, Zhao Jie embraced him without hesitation, her face brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "It's a hit. It's truly a sensation." Although she recognized the quality of the game, she had not anticipated such explosive sales. Observing Zhao Jie's ecstatic demeanor, Xiao Yu could only shake his head in resignation. He then playfully pinched her cheek and said, "I understand, but we can discuss it back at the office." Zhao Jie, oblivious to the inappropriateness of her actions, simply nodded and ushered Xiao Yu into the company car. As she glanced at Xiao Yu, who had closed his eyes in the back seat, Zhao Jie remarked, "I somewhat regret not accompanying you to Fusang that day. Over 30,000 copies sold in a single night. I truly wish I could have witnessed it firsthand." Hearing this, a smile graced Xiao Yu's face as he responded, "Indeed. You should have seen it. Tell me about the scene that day." Zhao Jie gazed at Xiao Yu, her excitement palpable, with a slight smile gracing his lips. Xiao Yu remarked, "That scene the other day was truly a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, with a sea of people." Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's sudden playful demeanor, Zhao Jie, with a look of exasperation, gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the expression on Zhao Jie's face, Xiao Yu ceased his jesting, and his countenance shifted to one of solemnity. The game is still in its growth phase, and the current sales figures are not particularly indicative. The coming month is of paramount importance, yet it seems there should be no issues. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Xiao Yu, embodying the essence of a devoted fan. "There's something of greater significance than what we currently face. Do you recall the matter I mentioned to you previously?" Zhao Jie suddenly snapped back to attention, her expression now serious as she responded, "I should have discussed this with you much sooner." Xiao Yu's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Is there news?" He had not anticipated such swift progress regarding the acquisition of the motherboard factory, for this was far more complex than merely purchasing a comic company. Due to technological constraints. While there are numerous motherboard manufacturers in the world, few truly possess the core technology. What Xiao Yu seeks is precisely such a company with essential technological prowess. Yet due to his limited knowledge, he required Zhao Jie to engage with him beforehand. Zhao Jie understood the significance of this matter better than anyone. Acquiring a hardware company like a motherboard factory is indispensable for Xiao Yu's future. After a month of arduous effort, she had turned the hardware industry upside down, managing to identify a few firms that met Xiao Yu's criteria. However, the subsequent acquisition posed challenges, as all these companies were still in their profitable phase and seemed disinclined to sell. Reflecting on this, Zhao Jie slowly articulated, "I intended to discuss this with you sooner. But I hesitated, fearing it might affect your work in Kyoto, which is why I delayed until now." With that, she carefully retrieved a document from her handbag and continued. "This is the information I gathered regarding the companies aligned with your requirements." After receiving the file and casting a glance at its contents, Xiao Yu frowned and remarked, "Only 3 companies." Zhao Jie offered a wry smile, responding, "These 3 are the result of multiple rounds of filtering. Had I not adhered strictly to your criteria, I might have found additional options." Xiao Yu's brow furrowed further as he examined the document, feeling a momentary sense of uncertainty. Reviewing last year's financial reports, it seemed these 3 companies should still be in a profitable state, making it unlikely they would consider selling. Noticing the deepening lines of concern on Xiao Yu's forehead, Zhao Jie pondered briefly and surmised his thoughts, saying, "All 3 companies have expressed some interest in financing, though not with great urgency." "Tell me about the dynamics in this industry," Xiao Yu suddenly interjected, prompting Zhao Jie to pause momentarily before she began to elaborate. The industry had not experienced significant fluctuations. Aside from the launch of Intel's flagship processor, the C1000, last year, there had been little upheaval, and currently, nearly all motherboard manufacturers were producing motherboards specifically for Intel's chips. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu suddenly recalled that the chip utilized in his company was, in fact, the C1000. The processing capability paled in comparison to that of his previous life, which had led Xiao Yu to dismiss the matter entirely. In the realm of PC gaming, this world had yet to embark on its journey, let alone soar to great heights. However, Zhao Jie's words sparked a different thought within Xiao Yu. Was there truly only one company in the world capable of producing processors? Zhao Jie momentarily hesitated before nodding and responding. Indeed, the processor industry is currently monopolized. Apart from the processors produced by the Intel Group, all others remain in the developmental phase. Truly a leader in the field, Xiao Yu remarked, eliciting a deepening of the confusion on Zhao Jie's face as she pondered the implications of his statement. Xiao Yu set down the documents in his hand and said, "Please contact these 3 companies. I wish to speak with each one individually." Zhao Jie nodded slightly and refrained from further discussion until they returned to the company. Xiao Yu did not mention the matter of the motherboard manufacturers again. As soon as they entered the company, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon the reception room, which was filled with people. He paused, taken aback. "What is happening here?" In response to his inquiry, Zhao Jie explained, "These are agents from other regions. They have come specifically to procure goods." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is there not enough stock?" Zhao Jie sighed ruefully before clarifying, "It's not that there isn't enough. Rather, we did not anticipate such high demand, so the initial shipments to the distributors were limited. They have come to seize the available stock." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, and the look of astonishment on his face quickly faded. This exemplified the market dynamics. When a product is first launched, one must plead with distributors to obtain inventory. Yet, once the product becomes a sought-after commodity, the once mighty distributors will find their positions reversed, granting the producer true leverage. Chapter 45. The distinction between holding and acquiring among the 3 motherboard manufacturers Zhao Jie identified. Only one was situated in Shanghai, while the remainder were located in Silicon Island. Therefore, Xiao Yu was not particularly anxious about the other 2. Pancher Electronics was relatively unknown in Shanghai City, but held a modest reputation within the electronic motherboard industry. Since the popularization of home computers, the motherboards produced by Pancher Electronics had captured a significant share of the domestic market, achieving a degree of success over the years. Their presence was evident in both the DIY and complete system markets. However, despite this, Pancher Electronics' profit margin remained inferior to that of the other 2 companies, and it fell significantly below the industry average. The low pricing was a major factor, compounded by the fact that Pancher Electronics had not introduced any new technology in recent years, consistently lagging half a step behind its competitors. While Xiao Yu was unaware of the underlying reasons for this situation, he was certain that Pancher Electronics itself would not wish to see such a state of affairs. Thus, Xiao Yu intended to engage in a serious discussion with them. Even if he could not acquire the company outright, he aimed to gain a controlling interest. In the present-day Shanghai City, the reputation of Shenglong Entertainment has eclipsed that of numerous leading companies. Apart from its illustrious standing in the electronic entertainment sector, the substantial profit of hundreds of millions of dollars every 6 months serves as a significant contributing factor. Coupled with the recent extensive media coverage promoting Shenglong Entertainment's new game, it is nearly impossible to divert attention from it. When Zhao Jiuxin, the chairman of Panshur Electronics, learned that the renowned Xiao Yu from Shenglong Entertainment wished to meet him, he was somewhat taken aback. Despite both companies operating within the electronic industry, they had little in common. One focused on software, the other on hardware, which felt rather incongruous. However, with a prominent figure like Xiao Yu seeking a meeting, Zhao Jiuxin was reluctant to offend and thus consented to the encounter. The meeting was set to take place at Shenglong Entertainment's headquarters. Upon his arrival, Zhao Jiuxin was greeted by the familiar face of Zhao Jie. He recognized her well, as it was merely a month prior that she had approached him regarding a potential acquisition, an overture he had declined without much thought. Now, seeing her again stirred a peculiar feeling within him. While he pondered this, Zhao Jie approached him accompanied by a young man. "Hello, Chairman Zhao," Zhao Jie greeted. Then turned to Xiao Yu, introducing him with a flourish. "Chairman Zhao, this is Chairman Xiao Yu of Shenglong Entertainment." After the introductions, Zhao Jie proceeded to present Xiao Yu. "Chairman Zhao, this is our chairman, Xiao Yu." Zhao Jiuxin regarded Xiao Yu with curiosity, his expression betraying surprise. It took him a moment to regain his composure, during which he couldn't help but reflect on the youth before him. He had heard of Xiao Yu's accomplishments, but seeing him in person was striking. In comparison, Zhao Jiuxin felt as though he had aged a decade, lacking the vigor of youth. Reflecting on his past, he realized that at Xiao Yu's age, he was still working for others, while Xiao Yu had already ascended to the status of a billionaire. With a sigh of admiration, Zhao Jiuxin raised his hand in greeting to Xiao Yu, smiling as he remarked, "Chairman Xiao Yu, you truly are a remarkable young talent." Xiao Yu responded with a slight smile, saying nothing further, and gestured for Zhao Jiuxin to follow him into the meeting room. Once seated, Zhao Jiuxin was eager to inquire about the purpose of the meeting. But before he could speak, Xiao Yu addressed him. "I must say, Chairman Zhao, your eagerness surprises me." With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yu continued, "Indeed. There is a matter at hand that I wish to discuss, which Zhao Jie has mentioned to you previously." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiuxin was taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. He looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Chairman Xiao Yu, perhaps my previous explanation was unclear. Panshur is currently in a very profitable position, and we have no intention of selling the company." Xiao Yu smiled faintly, shaking her head as she spoke. "What I am referring to is not a complete acquisition, but rather a controlling stake." "What difference does that make?" Zhao Jiuxin furrowed his brow. "There is indeed a distinction," Xiao Yu replied with a subtle smile. "In the former scenario, you would lack autonomy. In the latter, you retain a measure of independence. Mr. Zhao, I presume a relaxed research and development environment is what you desire?" As she spoke, the light in Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled, causing Zhao Jiuxin's heart to skip a beat. It felt as if Xiao Yu could see through him, leaving him utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. This uncomfortable sensation unsettled Zhao Jiuxin, as he was perplexed by the intensity of her gaze. In an instant, the meeting room fell silent. Xiao Yu regarded Zhao Jiuxin with a gentle smile, patiently awaiting his response. At that moment, Zhao Jiuxin acknowledged that the terms Xiao Yu proposed were significantly more favorable than before, even capturing the essence of what he most desired. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, lifting his gaze to meet hers. With a deep breath, he declared, "Miss Xiao, while your words are compelling, I still refuse to sell the company. I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue this discussion." With that, he stood, nodded apologetically to Xiao Yu, and turned to exit the room. Though mere minutes had passed, Zhao Jie watched in astonishment, her mouth agape. Is this negotiation? In a fleeting moment, she questioned whether something had gone awry. Xiao Yu had managed to drive him away with just a couple of sentences, far quicker than her previous attempts. It seemed there was no intention of negotiation at all. Yet, when Zhao Jie glanced at Xiao Yu, she found her wearing a calm smile, devoid of any urgency. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Jie inquired, "What are you really thinking? This negotiation is already a third complete." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie gazed at Xiao Yu in disbelief, convinced that she had lost her sanity. "Have you gone mad after your trip to Kyoto? You call this one-third complete? Spare me the jest. Just tell me when it's appropriate to purchase tickets for Silicon Island." Zhao Jie lamented weakly. Xiao Yu shook her head with a smile and replied, "You are entirely unaware of what Zhao Jiuxin is currently doing. Had you known, you would not have said that." Her words left Zhao Jie bewildered, still processing the implications when Xiao Yu added, "Arrange for a plane. We shall travel to Silicon Island together." Chapter 46. The astonished Wang Jipeng. Since the return of Silicon Island a decade ago, numerous high-tech enterprises have emerged here, augmented by the presence of the largest processor foundry, making it a significant hub in the electronics industry. Xiao Yu and Zhao Jie traveled there to engage in serious discussions regarding the remaining two companies, Superstar Electronics and the remaining Jiaji Electronics, as established manufacturers of motherboards. Although both companies currently focus primarily on motherboard design, they still possess a wealth of other technological expertise. It can be said that these two companies have captured a significant share of the electronics market. However, in Xiao Yu's perspective, it appears that negotiating with the giant star is currently more feasible, while discussions with Jiaji may prove to be more complex. According to the feedback from the financial report, Jiaji has been deeply entrenched in the market for many years and shows little inclination to divest its motherboard industry. As soon as the plane landed, Xiao Yu and Zhao Jie were driven by representatives from the Silicon Island office to their hotel. Xiao Yu, seemingly unwilling to squander much time in this place, aimed to resolve matters swiftly. Shortly after checking into the hotel, Xiao Yu summoned Zhao Jie to his room. Please contact both companies. I wish to expedite our discussions here. Although Zhao Jie was unaware of Xiao Yu's urgency, she nodded in agreement and promised to handle the matters promptly. Merely an hour later, Zhao Jie returned with feedback. Handing the documents to Xiao Yu, she remarked, both companies responded swiftly. However, Jiaji is unwilling to meet with you. Whereas Giant Star has provided a formal response and intends to discuss matters with you tomorrow. Jiaji's reaction did not come as a surprise to Xiao Yu. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of anticipation for the upcoming negotiations with Giant Star. There was no need for further discussions with Jiaji. Their path had narrowed. Zhao Jie displayed no signs of surprise, seemingly accustomed to Xiao Yu's reactions. He never considered unnecessary matters. He simply focused on moving forward. The following morning, after a brief preparation, Xiao Yu and Zhao Jie headed to Giant Star Electronics. Initially, Xiao Yu expected this large motherboard company to have its own office building, but was taken aback to find it situated within a rather ordinary business complex. Upon entering the company, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. The seemingly chaotic yet remarkably organized office space efficiently allocated all functional areas, facilitating prompt communication and collaboration among the technical staff. The clarity of their engineering mindset was evident, indicating that this company was dedicated to technology. Just as he stepped inside, Xiao Yu noticed a balding middle-aged man approaching him. Recognizing him as Wang Jipeng, the general manager of Giant Star Electronics, Xiao Yu momentarily hesitated. Wang Jipeng approached with a smile, extending his hand towards Xiao Yu, exhibiting an expression of a long-awaited reunion, which momentarily took Xiao Yu by surprise. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu offered a slight smile and inquired, Mr. Wang, have we met before? Wang Jipeng's expression faltered briefly before he chuckled awkwardly. I had the fortune of seeing Mr. Xiao from a distance at the Century annual meeting. Xiao Yu immediately understood. At that time, various companies were present at the annual meeting, and it was not surprising for Giant Star, being an electronics company, to attend. He was simply curious whether they belonged to the profitable group or the loss-incurring one. While Wang Jipeng was a technically inclined individual, he was not without perceptiveness. Noticing the playful smile on Xiao Yu's face, he realized what Xiao Yu might be contemplating. A hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Jipeng's features as he finally spoke. Mr. Xiao, please don't mind. We have already terminated our partnership with Century. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending the urgency behind Wang Jipeng's desire to meet. The seemingly profitable star appeared to harbor some unspoken concerns. I am not here on behalf of the Century Group. We can discuss any matters at length later, he stated. Wang Jipeng's eyes narrowed. Then he nodded, leading Xiao Yu toward the office. As they settled onto the sofa, Xiao Yu surveyed the modest office space. And it was then that Wang Jipeng's voice emerged. Mr. Xiao, I was quite taken aback upon learning of your contact with us. I was uncertain about your intentions. Wang Jipeng's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yu, as if attempting to discern whether he was being deceived. With a light chuckle, Xiao Yu replied, we wish to acquire your esteemed company. He did not attempt to conceal his ambitions, stating his purpose straightforwardly, as such matters inevitably come to light. Xiao Yu preferred candor. If something was possible, it was possible, and if not, it was not. With so many motherboard manufacturers in the world, he was confident he could secure a deal. Wang Jipeng stared at Xiao Yu in astonishment, realizing that despite his own directness, Xiao Yu was even more forthright. After some time, Wang Jipeng regained his composure and asked, could you please confirm that you intend to acquire our company? Xiao Yu nodded, leaving Wang Jipeng feeling increasingly uncertain. Initially believing that Xiao Yu represented Century, he now sensed that there were other reasons at play. May I inquire as to why? Wang Jipeng did not refuse but instead posed a counter-question. A glint of determination flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes as he stated, I require a motherboard manufacturer. It is as simple as that. Wang Jipeng laughed heartily, thinking it absurd that Xiao Yu, a software developer, would have any use for hardware. You're a software-centric company. What need do you have for hardware? I need to grasp both software and hardware. That is how I ensure my own strength, Xiao Yu countered, and at that moment, Wang Jipeng's laughter ceased abruptly. He gazed at Xiao Yu in disbelief, unable to recover for quite some time. Mr. Xiao, do you realize what you are proposing? Wang Jipeng finally managed to ask. Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here? As Wang Jipeng looked at the smiling Xiao Yu, his heart raced uncontrollably. as a hardware manufacturer in this industry. He understood Xiao Yu's intentions, yet he had not anticipated such boldness. At a time when Shenglong Entertainment was thriving, making such a monumental decision, was he not concerned about facing full-scale opposition from both FC and Century Group? Were the youth of today truly this audacious? In an instant, Wang Jiping felt as though he had squandered years of his life. He had encountered bold individuals before, but none so audacious as this. Chapter 47. The abundance of wealth. Wang Jiping could not forget the scene from 6 months prior when Century Group ceased its collaboration due to a failed investment. Century Group withdrew all its funds, leaving not a single cent behind. At the time, Wang Jiping felt no immediate concern, but he would soon realize the gravity of his situation. Given the demands of research and development, Star Technology had invested all it could muster. Yet, a substantial financial gap remained, and as a consequence, all investment discussions over the past 6 months had faltered, primarily due to Century Group's withdrawal. It wasn't until Xiao Yu reached out to him that hope flickered anew. Wang Jiping had already allocated all available funds, and without new capital, the survival of Star Technology was in jeopardy. Thus, when he heard Xiao Yu express interest in acquiring his company, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. "Mr. Xiao, we are merely seeking investment," Wang Jiping managed to respond, attempting to gauge the situation. Xiao Yu's ambitions seemed overwhelmingly grand, and having never encountered the man before, Wang felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yu's intentions, and such a perilous endeavor was not one he would engage in lightly. With a subtle smile, Xiao Yu began, "My finances do not come from the wind. You understand my goals. And you should recognize that the undertaking I envision demands far greater expenditure than you can imagine." Wang Jiping swallowed hard. Fully aware of the magnitude of investment Xiao Yu was implying, his mind caught in a tumult of conflict. On one hand, he yearned for investment. On the other, he was reluctant to part with his company. Observing the turmoil on Wang Jiping's face, Xiao Yu felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, "I am eager to understand what you are currently working on that necessitates such significant funding." Unlike Pansure Electronics, Xiao Yu could infer from the flow of capital that the other party was engaged in developing new technology. However, Wang Jiping himself had yet to grasp the full implications, as the financial reports were flawed. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jiping responded, "We are researching the miniaturization of electronic motherboards." The moment the words left his lips, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of intrigue flashing across his face. Miniaturization? That is no simple feat in this world. Motherboards significantly differed from those in his previous life. Technological shortcomings rendered the industry's electronic motherboards nearly impossible to shrink in size. Even the FC handheld, which boasted portability, was far bulkier than he recalled, and its performance left much to be desired. Xiao Yu struggled to comprehend how individuals in this world could consider an 11-inch display a handheld device. Who had granted them such audacity? Wang Jiping, noting Xiao Yu's reaction, understood the implications of his words. He recognized the difficulty of his current endeavor. Yet having finally caught a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to abandon it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu marveled at the synchronicity of events, feeling as though fate was on his side. Beside them, Zhao Jia watched Xiao Yu with curiosity, pondering what schemes were brewing in his mind. For whenever such expressions graced Xiao Yu's face, it often heralded misfortune for someone. Upon noticing the somewhat tense expression of Wang Jiping, Xiao Yu offered a faint smile and inquired, "Could you share a glimpse of your research outcomes? After all, investors need to understand the technology they are backing." At this remark, Wang Jiping's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded. Did this imply that the other party was considering an investment in him? Without hesitation, Wang Jiping turned to organize some documents on his desk and handed a sheet of paper to Xiao Yu. As Xiao Yu perused the materials, her brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that Wang Jiping and his team had ambitious plans, as they had developed 3 models of motherboards, one of which was impressively compact, about the size of a palm. After a moment, Xiao Yu felt she had gained some insight into the research conducted by Juxing Technology. Shaking the documents in her hand, she remarked, "The design is commendable, but from what I understand, you seem to lack chip technology." Wang Jiping's eyes narrowed, and after a brief hesitation, he replied, "We do have it." "What?" Zhao Jia, beside Xiao Yu, abruptly stood up, her face a portrait of disbelief as she gazed at Wang Jiping, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. The fact that Juxing Technology possessed its own chips was astonishing. Xiao Yu, somewhat annoyed, rubbed her ears and turned to Zhao Jia, saying, "Could you keep your voice down? Is it really that surprising? Without chips, how could they possibly develop motherboards?" After speaking, Xiao Yu turned her attention back to Wang Jiping and continued, "Let me guess, you have developed your own chips. But there is still a considerable gap in technology compared to the current C1000, though they are sufficient for other applications?" Wang Jiping nodded, looking at Xiao Yu with a hint of surprise, and asked, "How did you know?" "The miniaturization of motherboards inevitably leads to a reduction in performance. Compromises must be made." Xiao Yu smiled gently, responding, although I am eager to invest in your company." At her words, Wang Jiping's heart sank, and he looked at Xiao Yu with growing apprehension. The word "but" was what he dreaded most. "I still wish to acquire your company." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Jiping opened his mouth to respond, but Xiao Yu raised her hand to halt him, adding, "Please let me finish. If I acquire your company, I will establish a dedicated hardware research and development department. I will not interfere with your research. I will only provide funding. However, there is one condition. You must prioritize the needs of the company." It was evident that this was a company focused on hardware, which was precisely what Xiao Yu required. Meanwhile, Zhao Jia was left perplexed. She recalled that Xiao Yu had previously considered acquiring Pancher Electronics. How had she suddenly shifted her focus to Juxing technology? At this moment, Zhao Jia was filled with questions, while Wang Jiping wore an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated Xiao Yu's approach. He had assumed she would aim to split and merge, intending to only purchase his motherboard business. Instead, Xiao Yu sought to engulf the entire company. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's terms, Wang Jiping felt a surge of impulsiveness, contemplating the idea of selling his company to her as a whole. Yet, did Xiao Yu possess sufficient funds for such a venture? "Mr. Xiao, this is not an insignificant sum. Although Juxing Technology is currently facing some financial difficulties, it will not be sold at a loss." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, gazing at Wang Jiping as he spoke. "Perhaps you are unaware of the substantial cash flow of Shenglong Entertainment. Just glance at the recent electronic entertainment news, and you shall comprehend my confidence. What I possess in abundance is capital." Chapter 48. A decision must be made swiftly. Wang Jiping hesitated, and it was only when Xiao Yu departed that he remained undecided. 3 days later, as he relayed a message to Xiao Yu, a sense of apprehension washed over him as he looked at Xiao Yu, fearing that he might reject his proposal. To Wang Jiping's surprise, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement with the deadline he had proposed. As Wang Jiping escorted Xiao Yu out of the company, Zhao Jia could no longer contain her curiosity and finally spoke up. "Are we really going to wait 3 days in Silicon Island?" Xiao Yu smiled gently, shaking his head with mirth. "How could that possibly be? Then why did you agree to their proposal?" Zhao Jia asked, her expression filled with confusion. "He won't make me wait 3 days, nor can he afford to. We merely need to await news at the hotel. He will reach a decision within a day." Xiao Yu reassured Zhao Jia with a smile, instructing her, "Disseminate the news regarding our connection with Pancher Electronics." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia's confusion deepened. At that moment, she truly could not grasp the implications of Xiao Yu's strategy. Nevertheless, seeing that Xiao Yu was unwilling to elaborate, she nodded in understanding and returned to the hotel alongside him. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yu, Wang Jiping, seated behind his desk, hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone to summon his secretary. "Please compile the recent reports related to video games. I wish to see them within 3 hours." The secretary was momentarily taken aback, but, observing Wang Jiping's expression, nodded and departed to gather the necessary materials. At that moment, anxiety gnawed at Wang Jiping. Today's negotiations had left him with an unsettling feeling, as if selling the company to Xiao Yu were the only means of survival. Although he specialized in technology, he was not entirely ignorant. Xiao Yu's confidence surely stemmed from some advantage. A company primarily focused on software, suddenly seeking to acquire a hardware firm, revealed the magnitude of its ambition. The secretary did not keep Wang Jiping waiting long. When she placed a thick dossier before him, he briefly skimmed through the contents before halting his movements. His face was etched with astonishment as he stared at the documents, his fingers trembling slightly. Looking up at his secretary, Wang Jiping inquired, "Since when has this data been compiled?" The secretary paused briefly before responding. "I have gathered data from the past month." When it comes to this matter, the secretary harbored some doubts, as the materials were compiled with remarkable ease, given that the entire report revolved around a single game. Although Wang Jiping was not directly involved in the gaming industry, he understood the rarity of a game achieving such prominence that it warranted a comprehensive report. The last game to attain such explosive success was the original FC Repairman series from many years ago. At that moment, Wang Jiping finally grasped the source of Xiao Yu's confidence. A game of such immense popularity would undoubtedly yield substantial profits for Xiao Yu over the year, far surpassing industry standards. The FC platform had propelled the Repairman series to greatness, and conversely, the series had significantly contributed to the current stature of the FC group. Now, with St. Dragon Entertainment looking to acquire his company, it was conceivable that they could evolve into the next FC group. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jiping's thoughts began to stir. If the conditions proposed by Xiao Yu were indeed feasible, it might warrant serious consideration. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Wang Jiping was met by a visibly anxious secretary rushing towards him. Following Wang Jiping's earlier instructions, the secretary had been closely monitoring the developments at St. Dragon Entertainment, and upon receiving a message the previous evening, felt compelled to inform her boss. "What is it?" Wang Jiping inquired, furrowing his brow. "Boss, we've just received news that St. Dragon Entertainment appears to be in discussions with Rock Solid Electronics. Having spent years in the industry, Wang Jiping was no stranger to rock-solid electronics. Upon hearing this news, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively realizing that he could not afford to delay any longer. If Xiao Yu were to acquire rock-solid electronics, it would likely spell the end for his own giant star technology. After a brief moment of reflection, Wang Jiping stated, "Get in touch with Director Xiao of Saint Dragon Entertainment. I wish to meet with him." In a hotel room, Zhao Jie observed Xiao Yu, who had just hung up the phone with a smile, her face brimming with curiosity. "Is there news?" Zhao Jie eagerly asked, her excitement palpable. Upon receiving a nod from Xiao Yu, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. Giant Star Electronics has, in principle, agreed to our acquisition plan. After today's discussions, I will return to Shanghai, and you will remain to handle the details. To Xiao Yu, this matter seemed settled, and there appeared to be no need for further deliberation. Zhao Jie gazed at Xiao Yu with shining eyes, marveling at the ease with which what seemed an insurmountable task in the hands of others had been accomplished by Xiao Yu. After a brief tidying up, the two made their way to the cafe where they were to meet Wang Jiping. Meanwhile, Wang Jiping, who had arrived early at the cafe, was feeling restless, frequently glancing towards the entrance and attempting to mask his inner anxiety with deep breaths. The bell chimed, and he abruptly turned to the door, his expression brightening upon seeing Xiao Yu approach. Waving to Xiao Yu, he took a deep breath, finally managing to steady his emotions. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu, Wang Jiping spoke, "Chairman Xiao, I have contemplated the matter, and there are certain points I wish to confirm. Pray proceed." Xiao Yu replied with a faint smile, taking a delicate sip of his coffee. "If we were to merge with your esteemed company, would we truly retain our rights to independent research and development?" This was the crux of Wang Jiping's concerns. The abrupt cessation of all ongoing research post-acquisition would be far from favorable for him. "Certainly," Xiao Yu responded with a slight smile. "The realm of gaming is rooted in software development, yet its foundation lies in hardware. Thus, I shall not impede your current research endeavors. On the contrary, I will invest significantly in them, provided that you ensure the acceleration of progress." Wang Jiping's expression brightened at this assurance, and he nodded in agreement. That is indeed a given. At this juncture, Wang Jiping had come to recognize Xiao Yu's resolve, alleviating much of his initial resistance. After a brief discussion of the finer details, they established a general direction for their collaboration. Starting tomorrow, Zhao Jie would remain to assess the market value of superstar technology, thereby formally initiating the acquisition process. Chapter 49. Matters under my purview shall not be obstructed. Once everything had been settled, Wang Jiping appeared to be holding back his thoughts, his demeanor betraying a hesitance. This sight caught Xiao Yu's attention, prompting him to inquire with curiosity, "Is there something else on your mind?" After a moment of internal conflict, Wang Jiping finally voiced, "There is one matter I wish to clarify. However, if Chairman Xiao is reluctant to disclose it, I shall not press." Intrigued, Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, encouraging him to continue. Wang Jiping hesitated briefly before stating, "I have heard that Chairman Xiao has been in contact with Pancher Electronics." Indeed, Xiao Yu affirmed with an alacrity that surpassed Wang Jiping's expectations, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, his face awash with confusion. Why? Initially, Wang Jiping had suspected that Xiao Yu was considering a binary choice, but now he sensed he might have misjudged the situation. Observing the perplexity on Wang Jiping's face, Xiao Yu offered a gentle smile and remarked, "You have misinterpreted the situation from the start. What would you think if I told you that Pancher Electronics is also developing new technologies, with the agreement already in hand?" Xiao Yu felt no need to conceal his speculations from Wang Jiping. Wang Jiping's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Xiao Yu, momentarily lost in thought. How could this be possible? Hearing his exclamation, Xiao Yu smiled softly, teasing, "In the electronics industry, a lack of innovation signifies impending demise. Pancher certainly has no intention of languishing. After all, what distinguishes your current operations from mere contract manufacturing? Relying on the Inger Group for survival is ultimately not a sustainable strategy." As Wang Jiping's expressions continued to morph, Xiao Yu added, "I shall not withhold this from you. After the merger of superstar technology, I will facilitate a complementary competitor for you, Pancher Electronics." The weight of this revelation struck Wang Jiping with profound astonishment. Who could have foreseen the magnitude of Xiao Yu's ambitions? Not content merely with acquiring superstar, he also aimed to envelop Pancher Electronics within his grasp. From the very beginning, Xiao Yu had no intention of letting them off the hook. In a fleeting moment, Wang Jiping's fighting spirit was ignited, and he looked at Xiao Yu and declared, "In terms of technology, we will not lose to Pancher." "Let us hope so," Xiao Yu replied with a faint smile. After a day of bustling activity, Xiao Yu set off alone back to Shanghai City. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find not only his company's representatives waiting for him at the airport, but also Zhao Jiuxin, the chairman of Pancher Electronics. As soon as Zhao Jiuxin saw Xiao Yu emerge from the exit, he rushed over with an expression of palpable urgency. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he asked, Chairman Zhao, what brings you here to the airport? Ignoring Xiao Yu's teasing remark, Zhao Juxin, with a look of distress, inquired, is it true that you are planning to acquire star technology on Silicon Island? Xiao Yu smiled slightly and responded, that matter has already been settled. Zhao Juxin's expression changed. He could tell from Xiao Yu's demeanor that the deal had undoubtedly been concluded, as the latter wore a beaming smile. Realizing this, Zhao Juxin's body trembled slightly, and he then asked, Chairman Xiao, I just want to know, does our previous discussion still hold? At this, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, regarding Zhao Juxin with unexpected interest, and remarked, I am far more intrigued by your current predicament. What has transpired to alter your circumstances so swiftly? Zhao Juxin's face was a picture of conflict as he finally said, let us find a place to talk. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, gesturing for his company personnel to leave first before getting into Zhao Juxin's car. Their destination was a quaint tea house on the outskirts of Shanghai City, a surprising choice for someone of his technical background. After ordering a pot of tea, Zhao Juxin chuckled helplessly and said, I come from a research and development background. When I feel overwhelmed, I often retreat here to find solace. Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and replied noncommittally, now, tell me about your current situation. What has transpired? With a sigh, Zhao Juxin began, there are financial issues within the company. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Yu was taken aback, frowning slightly as he remarked, I recall that your company's funds could sustain operations for a while longer. Indeed, Zhao Juxin continued, but the financial issues I refer to extend beyond mere monetary concerns. It is a matter I find rather embarrassing to disclose. The company's finances have been manipulated on the reports. Due to this year's extensive expenditures, I initially dismissed it as standard technical costs, unaware that a sum of money had been quietly siphoned off by the company's financial manager. This hidden sum has now become a ticking time bomb, causing great distress for Zhao Juxin. The relevant financial department has already intervened, and if issues arise, his company may face the risk of being sealed off. With only 3 days to rectify this crisis, he feared that without a solution, he himself might face imprisonment. After listening to Zhao Juxin's account, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He inquired, what is your proposed solution? Zhao Juxin understood that this was a summons to make a choice. However, gazing at Xiao Yu's expression, he questioned whether he truly had any options. Grinding his teeth, Zhao Juxin replied, if you assist me this once, Pancher Electronics will officially merge with Shanglong Entertainment. My concern is not about the threat of imprisonment, but rather my reluctance to abandon my current research achievements. Xiao Yu regarded Zhao Juxin with a hint of surprise and pondered before asking, I know you are researching new technology, but I am unaware of the direction. Can you elaborate? After a momentary hesitation, Zhao Juxin responded, processors, for the PC sector. In just a few brief words, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, such technology is already under investigation. I truly underestimated your capabilities. Xiao Yu had previously sensed a possibility regarding processors, yet he had not anticipated that the research would pertain to the PC sector. Initially, he presumed their technology would merely overlap with that of superstar technology, yet it turned out to be a complementary innovation. As this realization dawned upon him, Xiao Yu felt as though fate was assisting him. The two companies he valued were, astonishingly, engaged in divergent research paths, one focusing on miniaturization and the other on central processing units. This revelation nearly compelled Xiao Yu to burst into laughter, suppressing his exhilaration. Xiao Yu fixed a penetrating gaze upon Zhao Juxin and declared, what I wish to convey is that there will be no issues regarding this matter. I will resolve the problems concerning Pancher Electronics. Zhao Juxin's eyes brightened, though a hint of apprehension lingered as he asked, could there be unforeseen complications? Xiao Yu smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with confidence. When I, Xiao Yu, take charge of a matter, no one can obstruct it. Chapter 50. The impact of adequate funding. No one could conceal matters from Xiao Yu. Although it sounded somewhat juvenile, if Zhao Juxin were to discover Xiao Yu's true identity, he would likely reassess his perspective. Remarkably, within just a day, Xiao Yu acquired the information he sought. Upon Zhao Juxin's return to Shanglong Entertainment the following day, he was met with the so-called investigative materials in Xiao Yu's hands. Confused, he asked, Director Xiao, has the news emerged? Xiao Yu smiled slightly, waving the documents in his hand, then responded, everything is here. It involves a familiar face you never anticipated. Hearing this, Zhao Juxin was momentarily stunned. His brow furrowed in confusion as he took the materials and began to peruse them. Within merely a few minutes, his expression shifted dramatically, leaving him momentarily speechless. Staring blankly at Xiao Yu, Zhao Juxin murmured, how is this possible? Even with all his calculations, Zhao Juxin never envisioned such a scenario, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Zhao Juxin's astonishment, Xiao Yu stated, how can there be anything impossible? This situation has been orchestrated by Jiaji Company for 3 years. Among the mid-level leadership, 2 have been bribed for over a year, and you were completely unaware. Xiao Yu glanced at the list in his hand, his expression darkening as he realized he was being toyed with. What I seek to understand now is whether these 2 are aware of your current actions. Xiao Yu shook his head and replied, no. This matter is being handled solely by my independent team. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled faintly and responded, then dismissed them without leaving a trace of opportunity. I will arrange for their handling, including Jiaji Company. This operation against Pansure Electronics has been orchestrated entirely by Jiaji Company from behind the scenes. The reason is quite simple. 3 years ago, Pansure Electronics snatched the Inger Group's order from Jiaji Company at a remarkably low price. Consequently, Jiaji harbors resentment, which has led to today's targeted actions. Xiao Juxin was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yu to take matters into his own hands. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Xiao Yu intended to proceed. Yet, Xiao Yu did not divulge his plans. Instead, he instructed, you should coordinate with Xiao Jia as soon as possible. This month, I will integrate your company with Juxin Technology, and together, you will form a hardware department. Xiao Juxin nodded to indicate his understanding. But before he could turn to leave, Xiao Yu's voice rang out once more. Also, be prepared. You will be taking on several developers. I will provide you with their specialties and names in advance. Xiao Juxin hesitated momentarily, yet he nodded again, his mind swirling with questions about how Xiao Yu could secure developers if he intended to acquire them. As Xiao Juxin exited the office, Xiao Yu's demeanor shifted to one of calmness, his smile fading away. A mysterious glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he contemplated how to confront Jiaji Company. Although Xiao Yu was not angered by the failed acquisition, he could not overlook the incident that nearly brought Pansure Electronics to ruin. How dare you meddle with what I, Xiao Yu, have set my sights on? Do you truly believe you have an extended lease on life? Xiao Yu's strategy against Jiaji was straightforward. Currently, what Shenlong Entertainment lacked was not financial resources. In comparison, Jiaji Company's assets could hardly rival those of Shenlong Entertainment. Thus, Xiao Yu resolved to employ a simple and forceful approach. He would throw money at the problem. Within just a few days, leveraging the resources of the Xiao family, he identified one of the top recruitment firms in Shanghai and across the nation and commenced his plans against Jiaji. In Silicon Island, Jiaji Company, as the most technologically advanced electronics group, had thrived in the electronics industry for many years, rarely encountering significant crises. However, during this period, the chairman, Lei Yunhai, felt somewhat overwhelmed. The initial plan against Pansure had been progressing smoothly, with the expectation of delivering a crushing blow to Pansure. Yet, Lei Yunhai recently received alarming news that Pansure Technology had swiftly plugged the loopholes and seemingly found a formidable investor. Although the identity of this investor remained unknown for the time being, it was certain that this company possessed considerable strength. Rock-solid electronics narrowly escaped a calamity. Lei Yunhai, already in a foul mood, was contemplating an opportune moment to retaliate against Rock-solid when he discovered an anomaly within the company. Initially, a crucial team leader from the development group resigned, and despite his fervent attempts to dissuade the individual, his efforts were met with polite refusal. Reluctantly allowing the person to depart, Lei Yunhai suddenly felt as though a breach had opened in the dam of his company. As a steady stream of resignation letters began to flood in, with some even willing to pay exorbitant penalties to exit. In the span of merely half a month, 2/3 of the entire research and development department had vacated. By the time Lei Yunhai regained his composure, it was already too late. As mid-level developers began to leave, more and more individuals were whisked away, and it dawned on Lei Yunhai that he was being targeted. The extensive headhunting operation aimed at Jiajik's company sent ripples throughout the industry. Once a formidable entity, Jiajik's was nearly hollowed out within a month, with virtually all of its technical backbone having departed. Many competitors grew wary, initiating discussions with their own staff to prevent a similar fate from befalling them. The entire sector became alert, even speculating whether a corporate giant had entered the fray, as such a large-scale headhunting endeavor would be inexplicable otherwise. When the dust finally settled on this matter, whispers emerged from the headhunters that the party behind the assault on Jiajik's had allocated a staggering sum of 100 million yuan solely to annihilate Jiajik's. Upon learning this, Lei Yunhai appeared utterly haggard. The once glorious Jiajik's now seemed rather desolate. The research and development department lay nearly empty, with only a handful of inexperienced youths remaining, individuals incapable of standing on their own. Even with an abundance of patents in hand, Jiajik's was rendered powerless. It had been irrevocably shattered. At that moment, Lei Yunhai was oblivious to the identity of his adversary, as if a wolf had infiltrated a flock of sheep, effortlessly extracting the majority of his core personnel without any defenses in place. With bloodshot eyes, Lei Yunhai fixed his gaze on the phone before him. The moment it rang, he eagerly answered. After the caller conveyed their message, shock washed over his face, disbelief etched in his expression. Chapter 51. We must have our own platform. Lei Yunhai could scarcely fathom that the assault on his company originated from Shanghai. specifically from the very Saint Dragon Entertainment he had rebuffed in their previous telephone conversation. When he learned from an old friend about the hidden puppet master behind the scenes, astonishment overtook him. He had witnessed numerous attempts at sabotage following failed acquisitions, but he had never encountered such ruthless tactics. In just a month, his company was nearly stripped bare by Saint Dragon Entertainment. What troubled Lei Yunhai even more was his friend's final warning to refrain from provoking Saint Dragon Entertainment. Was it merely a software company? Did he truly fear them? However, this notion did not endure for long. Upon examining the meticulously organized information prepared by his secretary, Lei Yunhai was utterly astounded. Within a mere 6 months, the revenue had soared into the hundreds of millions, and now, with a globally acclaimed game set for release, the stakes were even higher. Alarmingly, this game had already generated tens of millions of dollars in profit for Shenlong Entertainment prior to its launch. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Lei Yunhai. Could he truly contend with his opponent? The revenue amassed by Shenlong Entertainment in half a year eclipsed that of Jiaji's entire annual earnings. Moreover, the rival possessed a substantial cash flow, rendering Lei Yunhai's position rather precarious. Yet, the idea of succumbing without a fight left a bitter taste in his mouth. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he exhaled a deep sigh, his face momentarily betraying a sense of desolation, as if he had aged considerably. He could only hope that Jiaji would withstand the impending storm. After a month of integration, Pancher Electronics and Juxing Technology were officially merged into Shenlong Entertainment. At this juncture, Zhao Jiuxin and Wang Jiping, former adversaries, stood in the office awaiting Xiao Yu's arrival. The events of the past month had truly broadened their horizons. They had previously believed that ample funds could facilitate any desired research and development endeavors. However, they now realized that wealth could indeed grant them unbridled freedom. Not only had they acquired 2 electronic technology companies, but they also had surplus funds to lure away the core personnel from Jiaji. Upon hearing this news, they initially thought they were in a dream, taking several days to fully comprehend it, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment. During this time, they had been preoccupied with onboarding the personnel they had recruited from Jiaji. Their presence today was twofold: to report on progress and to respond to Xiao Yu's prior notification regarding an urgent matter requiring their attention. The 2 erstwhile competitors engaged in hushed conversation, pondering what significant announcement Xiao Yu had in store for them. Just as they were immersed in their whispers, the office door swung open, revealing Xiao Yu accompanied by Zhao Jia, clad in professional attire. Xiao Yu gestured for them to take a seat before inquiring about the personnel arrangements. After exchanging glances, Zhao Jiuxin and Wang Jiping nodded in affirmation, stating that everything had been organized and that Hans Wang was ready for deployment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his features. Following the integration of the hardware team, Xiao Yu had aptly named the project Hans Wang, which encompassed nearly all the core technologies from Pancher and Juxing. Today, Xiao Yu had summoned the 2 gentlemen to address additional matters. Clearing his throat, he shifted the atmosphere of the office into a more formal tone. Zhao Jia, familiar with Xiao Yu's style, instantly grasped that a significant announcement was forthcoming. I believe you may have speculated on Shenlong Entertainment's next course of action. Now that you have successfully joined our ranks, I am here to officially communicate this development to you. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, Xiao Yu smiled and declared, as of today, the Frost Group is officially established. With Wang Jiping appointed as the head of the development team and Zhao Jiuxin as the deputy, responsible for technical support. At this announcement, both Zhao Jiuxin and Wang Jiping were momentarily taken aback, while Zhao Jia, observing from the side, pondered the rationale behind Xiao Yu's arrangement. We shall officially embark on the Frost project and develop our very own handheld console. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the other 3 transformed, their astonishment lingering for quite some time. Our own handheld console. Though they were aware of Xiao Yu's considerable ambition, they had not anticipated such swift action following the recent acquisition of their 2 companies. The intention to begin developing a proprietary handheld so promptly was beyond their expectations. At this juncture, Zhao Jiuxin hesitated briefly before speaking. Isn't this a bit hasty? Xiao Yu shook his head, his eyes sparkling, a smile gracing his lips. It will not be hurried. Typically, the development cycle for a handheld console requires at least a year. However, Wang Jiping already possesses the technology for miniaturizing the motherboard, and we merely need to address the chip issues promptly. Gazing intently at the group, Xiao Yu continued, I require you to produce the most powerful handheld console possible. Current handhelds remain entrenched in the 2D era. We will achieve 3D gaming standards on our device. Wang Jiping's face brightened instantly, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Xiao Yu. It is worth noting that even the Century Group had only just released a 3D console. While FC was not primarily a console brand, it had long held a dominant position in the handheld market. Even a formidable entity like FC had not managed to create a handheld capable of 3D graphics over the years, making Xiao Yu's ambition to start with 3D truly unfathomable. Seeing the group silent, Xiao Yu calmly stated, "We are a new company, and our mission is to lead this industry out of its current lethargy. Handheld consoles remain a mainstream gaming platform in this world. Only new technologies can successfully capture this market. Within a year, I expect to witness refined technology. During this time, I will progressively release 3 games to support the forthcoming handheld platform, marking the moment when Shenlong Entertainment takes flight." Wang Jiping's eyes sparkled with determination as he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "I will give my all to make this happen." Zhao Jiuxin nodded heavily in agreement. Fully aware of the profound impact the release of such a handheld console would have on the entire industry. An innovative gaming handheld with 3D graphics, just the thought of it ignited an irresistible urge to experience it firsthand. With ample financial resources at their disposal, they could pursue this endeavor with abandon. With existing technological reserves, further optimization and integration could potentially allow them to realize their vision in less than a year. In an instant, Wang Jiping and Zhao Jiuxin were filled with exhilaration, as if they had been invigorated by a surge of energy. Chapter 52. The beginning. With 3 games with the grand vision sketched by Xiao Yu, Zhao Jiuxin, and Wang Jiping walked outside, their faces alight with exhilaration. However, as they departed, Zhao Jia turned to Xiao Yu with a look of confusion. 3 games, are you serious? Compared to handheld consoles. Zhao Jia was far more curious about where Xiao Yu had sourced these 3 games. Half a year had already passed, and during this time, Shenlong Entertainment had devoted all its efforts to Pocket Monsters, with Xiao Yu never once mentioning the development of new games. Yet today, he had casually mentioned 3 games, which took Zhao Jia by surprise. "Have I ever deceived you?" Xiao Yu replied with a smile, while his mind was already formulating his upcoming strategies. Handheld consoles are an indispensable step in the video game industry. Their portability and the vast array of games available make them essential devices for countless players. In my previous life, before smartphones had fully transitioned into the era of smart technology, handheld consoles were a must-have. From the popular PSP era to the later Switch. Whether it was the explosive success of the former's 3 generations or the latter's near elevation to a financial product, all attest to the immense market for handhelds. This is the allure of handheld consoles. In today's world, whether it be FC or Century, the handheld products in Xiao Yu's eyes are akin to ancient relics. Is there a lack of technology? Not at all. It's simply that they have grown too complacent. If FC had fully committed to developing new handheld consoles, the current situation would be drastically different. This presents an opportunity for Xiao Yu. He intends to create a revolutionary handheld console. As for games, Xiao Yu's mind is brimming with ideas. With a glint of brilliance in his eyes, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon Zhao Jia, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Contact all game development departments and expedite the completion of all work related to Pocket Monsters. We are about to embark on a busy second half of the year. Staring at Xiao Yu in astonishment, Zhao Jia quickly understood his demeanor. He was poised to undertake something significant. Nodding solemnly, she turned to set new objectives for the company. Fusang, Kyoto District, Century Group headquarters. Gazing at the monthly financial report in his hands, Yamato Masaru wore a beaming smile, as though he had stumbled upon a fortune of over $100 million. The creases on his face deepened with joy. However, in the same office, Nakayama Takao bore a serious expression. It was not due to the numbers reflecting a deficit. On the contrary, the financial report from the past few months was exceptionally promising. In just half a year, Century Group's total revenue from video games had already surpassed that of the entire previous year. While the new console contributed to this success, it was undeniably the wildly popular game, Pocket Monsters, that had allowed Century Group to amass wealth with remarkable ease. What should have been a moment of joy now caused a flicker of concern within Nakayama Takeuchi. This situation seemed to be gradually slipping out of his control. Miyamoto Jun, who had been closely observing Nakayama, sensed this shift and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "Are you worried about Sarayu Entertainment?" Beside them, Yamato Masao, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, his expression vanishing in an instant as he turned his gaze toward Nakayama. In contrast to Nakayama, his connection with Xiao Yu appeared to be more intimate. For without Xiao Yu, the Yamato family might have long been lost to obscurity. It was indeed Xiao Yu's influence that had elevated the Yamato family's current standing. The Yamato family harbored some resentment towards Nakayama, who had merely stood by as a spectator. In the ruthless arena of commerce, a powerhouse like Xiao Yu should have been afforded more opportunities, yet Nakayama seemed to have entertained thoughts that were ill-advised. Nakayama nodded and expressed, "It's too swift. This is merely a company that has been established for a year." To this, Miyamoto Jun chuckled lightly. Such is the nature of the video game industry. The rise of a company can often occur in the blink of an eye. Nakayama shook his head and replied with resignation, "That is not my point. There are many game companies that have risen within a year, but Xiao Yu is undoubtedly the first, as he possesses the potential to become a leading entity." As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Miyamoto Jun fell silent, confronting a reality he had long been reluctant to acknowledge. It was not merely that Xiao Yu had the potential to become a leading entity. From the very beginning, his ambition had been to attain that status. From their inaugural game, Xiao Yu had never relinquished the rights. Although his company had only 2 titles, both were monumental successes. More critically, the copyrights to these games belonged exclusively to Xiao Entertainment. Should Xiao Entertainment choose, they could terminate their partnership with the Century Group at any moment. Presently, Xiao Entertainment was both renowned and affluent, while the Century Group stood to lose a formidable rival, one that was not to be underestimated. As if grappling with a momentous decision, Nakayama regarded both Yamato and Miyamoto, his countenance laden with gravity. No further hesitation could be afforded. The market was finite. If they allowed Xiao Yu to enter, their position as a leading entity would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Not to mention the backing of the Xiao family. Even dealing with Xiao Yu alone would require utmost caution. I have resolved to negotiate with him first. If he does not acquiesce to our demands, I shall completely blacklist him from our platform. This was the only recourse available to the Century Group, the sole weapon they held in their grasp. Yet, Miyamoto Jun appeared to disagree with Nakayama's decision. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. Are you not concerned that Xiao Yu might defect to FC? A rare smile flickered across Nakayama's face as he shook his head and said, that is impossible. I understand better than anyone how Yamai Tomita thinks. He would never accept Xiao Entertainment. As the sovereign of this industry, he would not permit the existence of any threat to FC. Xiao Yu would only meet a more tragic end. The only condition he could accept was that which we proposed. Miyamoto Jun fell silent for a moment, gazing at Nakayama Takao, feeling an unsettling discomfort within. As a fellow genius, Miyamoto Jun held a certain regard for Xiao Yu, feeling a twinge of sympathy. After all, the annihilation of a prodigy is hardly beneficial for the entire industry. In a fleeting moment, Miyamoto Jun even contemplated extending a helping hand to Xiao Yu. But he was acutely aware of his own insignificance in the face of capital. Neither Nakayama Takao nor Yamauchi Tomita would heed his counsel. Chapter 53. A Tacit Alliance, a Masterpiece of Genius. A voice of admiration echoed through the room. Standing quietly to the side, Hekiguchi Jun lowered his head, refraining from speaking. Only stealing a sidelong glance at Yamauchi Tomita, his gaze fell upon the latest state-of-the-art console, and a sense of discomfort washed over Hekiguchi Jun. The president of the FC Corporation was actually playing on the competitor's console? Such a revelation would be an utter disgrace. Dispose of that machine. Do not allow me to lay eyes on it again, Yamauchi Tomita said coolly, his finger lightly brushing over the game disc before him, the words pocket monsters glaringly prominent. After a brief pause, he added, leave the game. Hekiguchi Jun's eyes widened in shock as he watched Yamauchi Tomita's secretary remove the console. The president truly valued this game. The room fell into a profound silence once more. After a while, Yamauchi Tomita's voice broke the stillness. Hekiguchi, what is your perspective on the recent dynamics of the industry? Upon hearing the inquiry, Hekiguchi Jun trembled slightly, then respectfully replied, President, the entire industry has recently been abuzz with discussions about a game, Pocket Monsters. I believe we should take action. If we initiate a recruitment effort, Sacred Dragon Entertainment will inevitably gravitate towards us. This notion had long been in Hekiguchi Jun's mind. Xiao Yu had previously worked under the FC Corporation and could not possibly be devoid of affection for it. Moreover, FC could offer Xiao Yu a broader platform, elevating his status further. Yamauchi Tomita glanced at Hekiguchi Jun, a fleeting smirk crossing his face, unnoticed by Hekiguchi Jun. At that moment, Hekiguchi Jun wore a confident smile, as if he believed that a mere effort would easily secure Xiao Yu's allegiance. Your foolishness makes it impossible for me to entrust the company to you, was a simple statement, yet it struck Hekiguchi Jun like a bolt from the blue. He stood there in stunned silence for a long while before regaining his composure. With his head bowed, Hekiguchi Jun stammered, I humbly request your guidance, President. Yamauchi Tomita cast a cold glance at Hekiguchi Jun before letting out a disdainful laugh. Kindness and naivety cannot govern a corporation. Hekiguchi, do you truly believe you can manage a genius like Xiao Yu? Do not jest. He is not a docile kitten but a man-eating tiger. A fierce beast entering the industry. Roaring through the forest, all things must yield. He pays little heed to the mere position of a third party. The vast confines of the quality hierarchy cannot contain him. What he desires is for the entire industry to bow before him. Upon hearing this, Hekiguchi Jun's body trembled slightly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He had never envisioned that Xiao Yu could possess such grand ambitions. However, Yamauchi Tomita was different. He was the sovereign of the entire video game industry. His keen intuition made him aware that Xiao Yu had always aimed for the foremost position. Such formidable backing could not be orchestrated by someone content with a third-party role. If the past was merely speculation, then this sensational new work serves as further validation of Yamauchi Tomita's conjecture. Xiao Yu would undoubtedly not be satisfied with his current standing. Given the opportunity, he would soar to great heights. Now that he was aware of this, it was imperative to deny Xiao Yu such an opportunity. Yamauchi Tomida's expression instantly darkened, and he spoke coldly. The Century Group has likely already begun their actions. They will attempt to suppress Xiao Yu through various channels, and we must prepare to eliminate this newcomer with full force. Hekaguchi Jun momentarily paused, quickly grasping Yamauchi Tomida's intentions. He nodded in agreement, stating, "I will personally handle this matter." After a brief hesitation, he pondered and asked, "What happens afterward? How do we deal with Xiao Yu after he has been suppressed?" A cold smile appeared on Yamauchi Tomida's face as he replied, "We must swiftly initiate the acquisition plan for Holy Dragon Entertainment. Our actions must be decisive." A spark of understanding lit up Hekaguchi Jun's eyes as he nodded, affirming, "Understood." The net targeting Xiao Yu was gradually unfolding, yet at that moment, Xiao Yu remained blissfully unaware, indulging in lavish meals at home, taking advantage of this rare moment of tranquility and anticipating the forthcoming busyness. Xiao Yu felt it was essential to relax. At the dining table, Xiao Yu's mother gazed at her son with a gentle expression, her eyes brimming with pride. Reflecting on the Xiao family's esteemed status in Shanghai, she felt elated that her son had garnered a modest reputation in the city. In contrast, Xiao Yu's father sat across the table with a calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of any pride. Noticing that Xiao Yu had set down his chopsticks, Xiao Lei finally spoke in a measured tone. "Are you avoiding someone?" Taken aback by this remark, Xiao Yu pondered briefly before nodding. "One could say that." "The Century Group's people?" Xiao Lei inquired, chuckling and shaking his head. Xiao Yu gazed at his father in surprise, his face reflecting disbelief. "Dad, when did you turn into a fortune teller? Where's the respect for your own father?" Xiao Lei looked at Xiao Yu, somewhat exasperated. "It's not fortune telling. It's a matter of normal business acumen," he replied with a smile. "You have been exceedingly remarkable this past year, drawing the attention of even those outside your industry. It is hardly surprising that the Century Group would seek you out." Xiao Yu nodded before responding, "I have nothing to discuss with them at this juncture." After a brief silence at the dining table, Xiao Lei finally spoke. "Avoiding them is not a solution. You must respond to them, whether it be to part ways or to continue the collaboration. I am not avoiding them. It is simply not the right time. In another month, they will understand my decision," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Observing the joyous expression on his son's face, Xiao Lei, a billionaire who had navigated the business world for over a decade, found himself momentarily at a loss regarding his beloved son's intentions. Although he had initially intended to say something, he suddenly felt it best to remain an observer, without inquiring why a month was necessary. Xiao Lei knew that his son must possess some decisive strategy. He had thought that once Xiao Yu nodded, he would lend his assistance. For the Xiao family would not allow themselves to be bullied. If pushed to the brink, Xiao Lei could dismantle the Century Group. After all, it was merely a 100 billion level enterprise. If conflict were to arise, the Xiao family was indeed unafraid. While the Shengmei Group could not claim to crush the Century Group, it would certainly have no trouble incapacitating it. Anyone who dared to bully Xiao Lei's son would find themselves confronted, even by the highest authorities. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Lei smiled faintly and declared, "Go ahead and do as you will. My Xiao family does not fear the Century Group." Chapter 54. The veil of a new game. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Yu remained industrious, reviewing the materials prepared by Zhao Jia. It seemed that the Century Group was even more anxious than he had anticipated, not even waiting for the Pocket Pixie's performance to stabilize before attempting to intimidate him. While others might have quailed under such pressure, Xiao Yu was undeterred by the threats from the Century Group. Threatening him? They had clearly forgotten the circumstances he had faced in the past. Did the Century Group possess a game that could rival his? With a cold chuckle, Xiao Yu dismissed the matter, knowing that there were others who would be more troubled by it. The most pressing concern at hand was the upcoming Shanghai International Electronics Exhibition at the end of the month. Originally intended to showcase new technologies within the electronics industry, the exhibition had expanded in scale, allowing participation from nearly every sector related to electronics. Over the years, electronic entertainment had come to occupy a significant portion of the exhibition. Having been established for only a year, Shenlong Entertainment was poised to participate in this year's event, presenting an excellent opportunity for the company to gain visibility within the industry. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Xiao Yu's eyes as he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Jia. The call was answered after a single ring, indicating that Zhao Jia had been anticipating his call. Xiao Yu's lips curled slightly as he spoke. "Notify all company members. We will hold a meeting tomorrow." Issuing a notice for a company-wide meeting that evening was unprecedented in Shenlong Entertainment's brief history. On the other end, Zhao Jia paused momentarily before nodding. Understood. The following morning, all employees arrived at the company earlier than usual, and upon Xiao Yu's arrival, he discovered the conference room already filled to capacity. The conference table has been removed, and the spacious meeting room is now filled with people, resembling a classroom. Xiao Yu, adorned with a subtle smile, enters the room, instantly capturing the attention of many. Standing at the podium, his gaze falls upon Zhao Jiuxin and Wang Jiping, the pivotal figures of the hardware development team. upon whom the weight of the past 6 months has largely rested. Over the past month, Xiao Yu has invested nearly 100 million into the newly established Frost Group. And based on existing technological reserves, he anticipates that some results should be forthcoming. As Xiao Yu looks their way, both Xiao Jiuxin and Wang Jiping immediately comprehend that he is poised to ask questions. How is the progress of the hardware development team? With this inquiry, Wang Jiping stands up, unfolding the documents in his hands to commence his report. We have entered the testing phase. All hardware matching has undergone basic testing and has shown no issues thus far. As long as we pass the next round of tests, we can ascertain the hardware's quality. The progress is considerably swifter than Xiao Yu had anticipated. Typically, there are not many complications following basic tests, and after 2 rounds of testing, they have already met their standards. Calculating the timeline, it aligns perfectly with the upcoming exhibition. With this thought, Xiao Yu's eyes brighten, and he cheerfully states, "Accelerate the pace. I need detailed data before the electronics exhibition, as it pertains to the release date of our handheld device." Wang Jiping nods in agreement, confirming that there are no issues. Only then does Xiao Yu turn his attention to the game development team. Wang Xiaotao and Bai Fong, having been tempered by the trials of pocket monsters, now possess sufficient capability and have become core members of the game development team. A month prior, Xiao Yu entrusted them with 3 game design proposals he had personally crafted, assigning them the responsibility for initial development. Now that a month has passed, Xiao Yu believes it is time to see some tangible results. Wang Xiaotao, how are the games coming along? Those present are aware that Xiao Yu had suddenly provided the development team with 3 game proposals a month ago. And aside from those involved in the project, nearly everyone else is oblivious to the content and mechanics of these games. A wave of curiosity sweeps through the attendees, all eager to see what Wang Xiaotao has to reveal. Wang Xiaotao's face radiates enthusiasm. Although this past month has been somewhat exhausting, it has also been exceptionally fulfilling. The reason is simple. The 3 games entrusted to him by Director Xiao are simply magnificent. Featuring entirely new concepts and gameplay mechanics, they incorporate nearly all the latest technologies, presenting a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaotao has managed to complete portions of the design. Nodding, he and Bai Fong, armed with a stack of materials and a hard drive, approach the stage and announce the preliminary design has been completed. Xiao Yu clears the projection area, stepping aside with a curious expression, eager to witness the fruits of their labor. As the first image appears on the large screen, a collective gasp fills the room, each face adorned with astonishment. What is this? A racing game? Members from other development teams gaze curiously at the visuals displayed on the screen. Before them stood a race car, a sight typically reserved for rally competitions, seemingly poised to burst forth from the confines of the image, though captured in a still frame. The rapidly spinning tires stirred up dust, evoking a sense of imminent action. With just a fleeting glance at the photograph, Xiao Yu instantly recognized it as the work of Bai Fong. Since their initial discussion regarding the first game, Bai Fong's progress had been nothing short of remarkable, encapsulating the essence of all gaming features within a single image. Observing Xiao Yu nod in approval ignited a spark of joy within Bai Fong. Such validation from Xiao Yu was a source of great delight. In the company, receiving praise and acknowledgement from Director Xiao often signified a promising future as a formidable force within the industry. At that moment, Wang Xiaotao's voice resonated in the room. A month ago, our first development team commenced the preliminary design of 3 games simultaneously, and this is one of them. Based on rally racing, it employs the latest 3D technology and will feature various rally cars. As for the tracks, we intend to include world-renowned circuits. World-renowned circuits? As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of astonishment filled the conference room. The global automotive culture is vibrant, and many harbor dreams of racing. However, the stringent entry standards have barred numerous enthusiasts from participating in such events. Renowned rally tracks across the globe stand as sanctuaries for car aficionados. The audacity to encompass all these esteemed circuits within the first game is undeniably ambitious. After all, the more extensive and detailed the content, the greater the potential for bugs. Yet, the first development team's willingness to undertake such a venture suggests that they have conducted thorough testing. Otherwise, they would not dare to make such claims. Chapter 55. The potential of a masterpiece racing games have yet to emerge in this world, which is the primary reason Xiao Yu has chosen to present this game. The previous purely 2D graphics failed to capture the essence of racing games, but with advancements in technology and the widespread adoption of 3D capabilities, players' expectations for visual fidelity have soared. Through technological enhancement, the highlights of racing games can now be vividly showcased. This inaugural 3D handheld console features a meticulously selected game by Xiao Yu. Mountain Road Racing, a racing game that achieved significant acclaim on the PS platform, has garnered multiple awards. While its sales may not be extraordinary, it is undoubtedly suitable for launch. Naturally, Xiao Yu aims to circumvent inherent flaws present in existing games, as only through such efforts can this game attain perfection, realism, and an abundance of racing routes. elements that mountain road racing previously lacked are now essential. With simplified controls, additional features are required to engage players. Glancing at the preliminary selection of over a dozen race route maps displayed on the screen, Xiao Yu recognized that this game was already poised for success. Meanwhile, within the conference room, many gazed enviously at the visuals before them, their hearts brimming with anticipation. After finally completing the introduction of mountain road racing, Wang Xiaotao observed Xiao Yu nodding in acknowledgement, prompting him to unveil the second game. A collection of robust figures gathered against a backdrop of fierce flames, with a prominent fist symbolizing the cover. A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's face. It was evident that this was yet another masterpiece by Baifeng. Fist King, a globally acclaimed fighting game from his previous life, had spawned countless derivatives and occupied a significant portion of his childhood. The thrill of executing combos is universally understood. This game, perfectly suited for handheld devices, was one Xiao Yu was not willing to overlook. As the audience watched the images Wang Xiaotao presented, a sense of admiration began to swell within them. Another genre revealed. Over the years, countless fighting games had emerged on both consoles and handhelds, yet only a few could claim true notoriety. With Fighter under the FC banner being the most notable, this masterpiece, with sales nearing 10 million, had become a perennial favorite for the FC group. Yet it remained stuck in outdated graphics, where even the characters' appearances were challenging to discern. However, glancing at the visuals Wang Xiaotao now showcased, it was evident that this game boasted extraordinary graphics. Particularly during the introduction of the combat system, the expressions of everyone present turned to sheer astonishment. Combos. Special moves. Wang Xiaotao unveiled a constant stream of features, leaving everyone feeling as though they were in a dream. Could fighting games truly evolve to this extent? Even if Xiao Yu remained speechless, he had to concede that the gaming landscape was indeed monotonous. Having played Fighter, he recognized it could not compare to Fist King. With its simplistic moves and lack of impactful sensations, it was merely rich in character design, transforming a fighting game into something akin to a role-playing game, a rarity indeed. With a smile, Xiao Yu watched Wang Xiaotao speak passionately, increasingly eager for the third game and the impact it would have on the audience. Just as everyone became engrossed in the framework of Fist King, Wang Xiaotao began to unveil the content of the third game. Classical armor, an array of cold weapons, handsome men and beautiful women, especially a striking figure clad in silver armor, instantly captured the attention of many. A gleaming sword pierced through the characters of unmatched three kingdoms, evoking an inexplicable sense of epic grandeur with just a glance. The novel Three Kingdoms also existed in this world. China's ancient history had similarly traversed the Three Kingdoms era, with characters from that period appearing unchanged. If not for the comparison, Xiao Yu might have thought he had momentarily crossed into another dimension. Compared to the Three Kingdoms he was familiar with, the version in this world leaned closer to historical accuracy. Due to its immense popularity, the Three Kingdoms novel had become a global bestseller, serving as one of China's calling cards, particularly in Southeast Asia, where fans were plentiful. The illustrious gaming company has ventured into strategic gameplay with their title inspired by the Three Kingdoms, yet it remains a blockbuster in its own right. However, this time, Xiao Yu is not embarking on a strategic game, but rather reviving the previous incarnation of true, unrivaled Three Kingdoms. The exhilarating sensation of combat, the thrill of decapitating enemy generals amidst throngs of soldiers, and the spectacle of various extraordinary abilities promise to deliver multifaceted enjoyment to players. This game significantly contributed to the sales of gaming consoles in its prior existence. At this moment, Wang Xiaotao inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Unlike the previous two titles, this game is his true passion. As an avid fan of the Three Kingdoms, he has invested a considerable amount of effort into its development. From refining combat techniques to establishing visual aesthetics, he has been intricately involved in the preliminary stages of this game's creation. Wang Xiaotao gestured towards the armored general displayed on the screen, stating, "Most games in the Three Kingdoms genre focus predominantly on strategy. This time, we shall wholly concentrate on the combat system. This is a purely action-oriented game. The generals will be central to the gameplay, with Xiao Yun as the protagonist, and the narrative framework will draw upon the threads of the Three Kingdoms saga. Our objective is to immerse players in the exhilarating experience of battling amidst legions." As Wang Xiaotao eloquently elaborated, visuals transitioned continuously, showcasing battle maps and character designs. Observing from the side, Xiao Yu wore a playful smile. Recognizing the dedication Wang Xiaotao has poured into this project, he even felt that failing to entrust this game to Wang Xiaotao would be tantamount to jeopardizing its potential. With a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, Xiao Yu returned to the present once Wang Xiaotao concluded the game presentation and turned his gaze towards the others. Noticing that nearly everyone was absorbed in the recent exposition, Xiao Yu smiled gently and stepped back onto the stage. "Everyone, let us take a moment to regain our focus," he announced. The crowd turned their attention to Xiao Yu, a palpable tension rising within them. With 3 games unveiled, the next step was to finalize the production teams. Each game possessed blockbuster potential, and no one wished to relinquish such an opportunity. Yet, all decisions would hinge upon Xiao Yu's directives, causing many to feel apprehensive about their involvement in the game development process. Observing their anxious expressions, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. With the game introduction completed and preliminary tasks concluded, the first development team would not be able to manage all 3 projects simultaneously. I intend to divide these 3 games among 3 distinct production teams to expedite progress and provide every member of the development group with invaluable experience. Following the phenomenal success of Pocket Monsters, the company has recently recruited 2 batches of personnel. Although these individuals possess foundational skills in game development, they lack experience in crafting major titles. The 3 games presented this time will significantly assist these individuals in familiarizing themselves with the development process at Shenlong Entertainment. As his gaze swept across the faces of the enthusiastic development team members, a smile graced Xiao Yu's lips. The racing game, Mountain Road Racer, is under the purview of the 3rd development group. No sooner had he spoken than the members of the 3rd group erupted with excitement. Their leader Chun Hui even leaping with joy. Though not an old-timer at Shenlong Entertainment, Chun Hui became part of the company during the latter stages of the development of Pocket Monsters. From the outset, he had been an observer, witnessing the gradual rise of Shenlong Entertainment, and his desire to partake in game development grew increasingly fervent. Now, as the leader of the 3rd development group, he finally had the opportunity to engage fully in the game's creation, a stroke of luck for him. Observing the elated Chun Hui, Xiao Yu smiled gently and remarked, "Mountain Road Racer is a brand new game, with its course centered on the sense of control. You must strive for authenticity in both the racetrack and the vehicles. The possibilities afforded by 3D technology are boundless. I hope this will become a phenomenal success. We will ensure the task is completed," Chun Hui declared with enthusiasm. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, then gestured for Chun Hui to take a seat, his attention shifting to another individual. With eyes slightly narrowed and a gaze that seemed perpetually drowsy, only Xiao Yu knew the immense effort it took to recruit this person. Chao Nan, standing before him, was the production director Xiao Yu had lured from the esteemed game company, Leo Games. Although in his 20s, this young man was among the few production directors in Shanghai, having produced several notable works, albeit none considered masterpieces. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu perceived a lack of experience in him, having immersed himself in role-playing games for years. Chao Nan required a complete transformation. Only Xiao Yu recognized the immense potential within this young talent. A flicker of insight crossed Xiao Yu's eyes as he continued. The development of the King of Fighters will be managed by the 2nd production group. At these words, Chao Nan froze, taking a moment to regain his composure. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Xiao Yu. To him, all 3 games possessed the potential for greatness. Although intrigued, he understood that he was not suited for the development of these titles. With Xiao Yu entrusting him with the King of Fighters, he couldn't help but worry about the possibility of ruining the game. However, his team members held a different perspective. The chance to participate in the creation of such a game was a rare opportunity. Just as they were about to cheer, Chao Nan suddenly stood up. "Mr. Xiao," he began hesitantly. Noticing his uncertainty, Xiao Yu smiled reassuringly, gesturing for him to sit before saying, "I understand your concerns. You lack experience in developing fighting games and fear you may jeopardize the project." Chao Nan nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed his greatest worry. The essence of fighting games lies in the exhilarating sensation of impact and the moment when a series of combos fully engages the player's senses. The fervor and exhilaration of this experience are undoubtedly within your grasp. Chao Nan's eyes brightened, and he plunged into contemplation, as if he found the reasoning quite compelling. "This is a game steeped in competition, and I hope you can undergo a transformation. Maintaining a style, while seemingly error-free, often leads to stagnation without any new advancements. A comprehensive change is essential. You possess the potential of an outstanding producer, and I do not wish for you to confine yourself to familiar patterns." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone stared at Chao Nan in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. It seemed that the only person in the entire company who could receive such praise from Xiao Yu was Wang Xiaotao. Could this individual truly possess such potential? At that moment, Chao Nan felt as if he had encountered a mentor, and being evaluated by a genius in the video game industry left him momentarily at a loss, his face radiating excitement. Xiao Yu smiled and continued, "I have great faith in the prospects of this game. Martial arts fighting is one of China's prominent cultural exports, and Kung Fu is synonymous with our heritage. I suggest integrating renowned historical masters and their techniques from Chinese history into the game, as this would offer a unique feature to players. Furthermore, incorporating fighting styles and characters from other countries could significantly enhance its international appeal." Chao Nan nodded enthusiastically, gratitude illuminating his face. This was guidance toward his direction. "I assure you, I will not disappoint the chairman's expectations. This game is destined to become a masterpiece." Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, then turned to Wang Xiaodao of the first production team. It was no secret in the company that he was an avid fan of the Three Kingdoms, and the content announced in this meeting clearly reflected Wang Xiaodao's passion for this game. With a slight smile, Xiao Yu announced, "The production team for the game True Wushuang Three Kingdoms will be led by the first team, with myself as the team leader and Wang Xiaodao as the deputy leader." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xiaodao sprang to his feet in excitement. Whether he was the leader or the deputy mattered little to him, as long as he could participate in the game's production. Being part of this project, especially with Xiao Yu's involvement, underscored the game's significance. Meanwhile, Zhao Jia, taken aback by this announcement, wore an expression of helplessness. She had assumed Xiao Yu would devote his energy to the company in the latter half of the year, only to find him diving headfirst into game development. However, few knew the thoughts occupying Xiao Yu's mind. True Wushuang Three Kingdoms was the first handheld game in the Three Kingdoms genre that Xiao Yu had ever played, and he held a deep affection for it. This game had garnered numerous awards in his previous life, and the fact that it was created by foreigners had been a lingering regret for him. He felt a pressing need to develop this game himself to rectify that long-held disappointment. His ambition was to elevate this game to new heights. One masterpiece a year. Such a notion was a trivial perspective. With a significant advantage at his disposal, what was modesty? The entertainment landscape in this world was alarmingly scarce, and its players yearned for more exceptional games. One game cannot satisfy the players. It must ensnare gamers worldwide in the embrace of Holy Dragon Entertainment. Chapter 57. Various Speculations. When Keiko Yamato of Century Group heard this news, her face was awash with shock, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Has Xiao Yu gone mad? As she gazed at her grandfather, Masao Yamato, opposite her, she felt as if she were hallucinating. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Yu would unveil 3 games at once? Was he unaware of his company's dire circumstances? The ban imposed by Century Group had already begun to take effect, affecting even Holy Dragon Entertainment's pocket pixies. Would Takeyoshi Nakayama still grant him a chance for new games? Observing Keiko's expression, Masao recognized that the crux of the matter extended beyond these concerns. Xiao Yu's revelation about the new games, bypassing Century Group, hinted at deeper implications. It was a declaration of war, unabashed and direct. Xiao Yu appeared undeterred by Nakayama's threats, seemingly indifferent to Century Group's channels. You wish to ban me? Then I shall continue to release games. After a moment's hesitation, Keiko spoke. Grandfather, what has been FC Group's response? Is Xiao Yu risking everything to attract FC's attention? In this world, only these 2 companies could digest Xiao Yu's grand offering. Century's rejection does not imply FC's disinterest. Masao shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. FC has explicitly stated that they will not accept Holy Dragon Entertainment and have already initiated all necessary measures to impose a ban. Their television networks have even halted the airing of Pocket Pixies. Compared to Century Group's actions, Xiao Yu resembles an avenger to FC, employing ruthless tactics. One might mistakenly believe he was part of FC's enterprise. Keiko furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is unexpected. Xiao Yu is not one to act recklessly. Could there be others involved?" No sooner had she spoken than Masao's eyes widened. If that were the case, it could spell significant trouble. A company capable of quietly aligning with Xiao Yu and facilitating the release of 3 games possesses formidable strength. Once the shadowy puppeteer emerges, it will undoubtedly be a colossal entity. Has the Xingmei Group entered the fray? Realizing this, Masao's expression altered drastically. With the immense cash flow backing Xingmei Group, they could easily cripple Century Group. They nearly overlooked that Xiao Yu is supported by the Xiaos, a titan in the Chinese business realm, a global enterprise. Xingmei Group. Masao abruptly rose from his seat, his face etched with urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "We must swiftly investigate which company is in contact with Xiao Yu. If we cannot ascertain the truth, I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance." Although the 2 companies are allies, Masao is also a director of Century Group. Both sides are equally invested. If they were to mutually destroy each other, the Yamato family would gain nothing. Xiao Yu's phone call was unequivocal, demanding a declaration of allegiance. Yet, he found himself in a state of ignorance, acutely aware that choosing the wrong side could lead to irrevocable consequences. Both Xiao Yu and Nakayama Takao were formidable figures not to be trifled with. In the bustling heart of Shanghai City, at the Central Business Tower, Seiji Nagata gazed upward at the towering structure, his eyes drawn to the emblem of Shanglong Entertainment, glimmering with an enigmatic allure. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, adorned with a striking silver insignia at his collar, he exuded an air of authority. The silver emblem was the mark of the Fusang Group, which had established a branch in Shanghai 3 years prior, tasked with overseeing commercial affairs in Huagua. Seiji Nagata was the regional head for Huagua, and today he had come to engage with a company that had long captured the attention of the Fusang Group, Shanglong Entertainment. In Nagata's perspective, this company was nothing short of miraculous. Despite the daily marvels occurring along the Shanghai coastline, few could rival the achievements of Shenglong. Within just a year of its inception, it had amassed revenues exceeding $10 billion, standing as a paragon of success in the electronic entertainment industry. The Fusang Group had been strategizing its foray into this sector for years, equipped with cutting-edge technology and superior hardware standards. Should they choose to do so, they could unveil groundbreaking consoles or handheld devices within 6 months. However, they had refrained from doing so, as a critical component remained beyond their grasp: the development of video games. After years of fruitless endeavors, the Fusang Group reluctantly acknowledged the impenetrable nature of this industry, where FC and Century held a monopolistic grip over game development. Regardless of the strategies employed, the Fusang Group found themselves thwarted by these two companies, leading to repeated failures in their ambitions. Yet, this time was different. They had unearthed a rare opportunity. Shenglong Entertainment had unwittingly become the target of both companies, presenting an unprecedented chance. Seiji Nagata's purpose for visiting Shenglong Entertainment today was to discuss potential collaboration with the Fusang Group. Should he succeed, he would ascend as a new star within the conglomerate. At this moment, Nagata felt confident that his visit would yield no unexpected hurdles. After all, who could refuse the olive branch offered by the Fusang Group? He surmised that Xiao Yu must be in an exceedingly awkward position, while he envisioned himself as the savior. With this thought, a self-assured smile graced Nagata's face as he strode toward the building. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Xiao Yu was intently revising a project proposal, focusing on the game Unparalleled Three Kingdoms, striving for perfection. However, he was startled when he looked up at Zhao Jia, his expression one of astonishment. What? The Fusang Group? Upon seeing Zhao Jia nod, Xiao Yu recalled that he indeed had a meeting scheduled with them today. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement, stating, "I will head over immediately." The Fusang Group bore a resemblance to Sony from his past life, a company that thrived on technological supremacy but seemed to harbor broader ambitions. Upon entering the reception room, Xiao Yu beheld the beaming face of Shengtian Negao seated before him. A flicker of emotion stirred within him as he greeted, "Hello. Welcome to St. Dragon Entertainment." Noticing Xiao Yu's haggard appearance, Shengtian Negao's expression subtly shifted, further affirming his belief that Xiao Yu was not faring well. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in such a state. At that moment, Shengtian Negao was unaware that Xiao Yu had been laboring tirelessly for an entire day, believing instead that his disheveled demeanor stemmed from the recent ban he had faced. With unwavering confidence, Shengtian Negao settled into his seat and remarked, "Mr. Xiao, your pallor suggests you are burdened with many matters. Coincidentally, I have heard some news at our headquarters in Fusang. It seems the environment within your esteemed company is rather troubling of late." Chapter 58. I must inform them who the true authority is. Astonishing. The two leading firms joined forces to strangle the emerging third party. At this moment, Xiao Yu could almost envision an extensive narrative of commercial warfare. Yet what purpose would it serve? He had anticipated this day. If the opposing party did not respond amidst such a siege, Xiao Yu would have found it perplexing. However, what connection did this have to the DFA Group? With curiosity gleaming in his eyes, he scrutinized the smiling Shenglong Negao, pondering for quite some time what the intentions of the DFA Group's envoy might be. Seeing Xiao Yu remain silent, Shengtian Negao smiled faintly and continued, "Mr. Xiao, the electronic entertainment industry is thriving, a realm that should be flourishing with innovation. Yet, it is monopolized by two companies devoid of creative spirit. Do you not find this lamentable?" Feeling somewhat sentimental, Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, "I typically lack the time to entertain such thoughts." Shengtian Negao's smile momentarily faltered, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he stared at Xiao Yu, at a loss for words. Was there still anyone capable of conversing in such a manner these days? Clearing his throat discreetly, Shengtian Negao forced the awkwardness aside and addressed Xiao Yu. "Mr. Xiao, FC has commenced its collaboration with the Century Group to suppress you. My association with them is limited. What if I were to tell you they intend to acquire your company during your most precarious moment?" Shocked, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, "Is your FA Group so keen on embedding commercial spies within other companies?" Shengtian Negao struggled to keep pace with Xiao Yu's thought process, internally exclaiming in frustration, "Is it no longer possible to engage in a civil conversation?" With an awkward smile plastered on his face, he chuckled nervously, "Mr. Xiao, our FA Group has always adhered to the law." Xiao Yu offered a slight smile, one that conveyed ambiguity, nearly pushing Shengtian Negao to the brink of exasperation. The subtle hints had lost their efficacy, and he had little time to squander in this exchange. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Shengtian Negao fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu and stated, "Mr. Xiao, let us speak plainly. Our FA Group seeks to engage in a profound collaboration with St. Dragon Entertainment." As anticipated, the moment the words left his lips, a spark of insight ignited within Xiao Yu's eyes, and a smile graced his lips. His earlier curiosity about the FA Group's purpose in seeking him was now clarified. They had come to discuss a partnership. Indeed, the electronic entertainment industry presents a landscape fraught with challenges. The potential within this sector is apparent to anyone. And even in China, there has been a gradual recognition of its significance in recent years. The prospect of immense profits has drawn countless companies. Yet few have ascended to greatness. Shenglong Entertainment stands as a rare entity, and it can be asserted that since the inception of electronic entertainment, no other company has emerged in quite the same manner as Shenglong. At this moment, Masaru Morita fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao Yu, eager to discern his response. What justifies a deep collaboration with us? Xiao Yu inquired, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with curiosity. To his knowledge, the DAFA Group lacked a channel for promoting games, and the notion of developing them? Absurd. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's question, Morita was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Could it be that he was tempted? A glint of sharpness flashed in Morita's eyes as he replied, Director Xiao. You should know that collaborating with us will render FC and Century non-threatening. In fact, your game sales would multiply several times over. Is it merely based on your words? Is the DAFA Group in the habit of deceiving others? Xiao Yu retorted with a cold laugh. You can't even prepare a PowerPoint presentation. Do you really think so little of me? Morita's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment as he cast a sheepish glance at Xiao Yu. He realized that Xiao Yu had a point. Expecting belief without substantial assurances was a tall order, even for the DAFA Group. Without visible, reassuring conditions, no one would be willing to entertain the notion of collaboration. After a brief moment of hesitation, Morita slowly articulated, We are currently developing a next-generation console. While I cannot disclose specific performance details, I can assure you that it will far surpass that of Century Group. As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the meeting room. A spark ignited in Xiao Yu's eyes as he fixated on Morita. The world was indeed a tumultuous place, despite his prior suspicions. He was still taken aback by this revelation. A next-generation console? The DAFA Group was poised for greatness. In an instant, Xiao Yu comprehended the implications. As a leading global hardware supplier, crafting a console was well within their capabilities. However, they faced a significant hurdle, the absence of suitable game titles for a launch lineup. It seemed they had approached Xiao Yu for this very reason. With this thought in mind, a smile crept across Xiao Yu's face, and he turned to Morita, inquiring, What kind of collaboration does your esteemed company envision? Morita's expression brightened at this query, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, We require pocket monsters as part of our launch lineup. If there is a game that currently reigns supreme, it is undoubtedly Shenglong Entertainment's Pocket Monsters. This game is a masterpiece of our time, and with its backing, the DAFA Group's next-generation console is bound to achieve remarkable sales. Absolutely, Xiao Yu affirmed. Xiao Yu's seemingly casual remark instantaneously ignited a spark of excitement within Shinton Nagao, yet the subsequent words rendered the smile on his face to a frozen tableau. There is only this particular game, and we shall not appear as your third party. Shantian Nagao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly at Xiao Yu, unsure of how to respond. Mr. Xiao, it appears we are the sole company you can choose, he reminded, attempting to regain his composure. I merely wish to convey to Yamauchi, Tomita, and Nakayama that they cannot do without me. As he spoke, Xiao Yu gestured towards himself, smiling as he declared, I can elevate a new monarch of the industry at any moment, and he merely needs my game to ascend. I must inform them who truly holds the power. Xiao Yu silently added in his thoughts. Shengtian Nagao continued to stare at Xiao Yu, the echoes of his previous words reverberating in his ears. They sounded audacious. Yet there seemed to be an inkling of truth beneath the bravado. Xiao Yu and his Shenglong Entertainment indeed possessed this prowess. 2 games, each a global sensation, had rendered the name Shenglong synonymous with quality gaming. In the face of a century's losses, Xiao Yu had managed to turn the tide. His games had birthed a blockbuster new console for the century. Xiao Yu had even faced a ban from the unrelated FC Group. All of this served as ample evidence of Xiao Yu's influence within the entire industry. After a long pause, Xingtian Nagao finally spoke. I can agree to this matter. But the condition is the assurance of the game's quality. Rest assured, I would never tarnish my own reputation. Chapter 59, Earth-shattering news upon exiting the building. Shuntan Nagao stood at the entrance, lost in thought for a considerable time, eventually confirming that he seemed to have successfully negotiated the issue. Xiao Yu had agreed to collaborate, adapting Pocket Monsters for the DAFA Group's next-generation console and participating in the launch lineup. While the news was undoubtedly positive, Shengtian Nagao felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Upon returning to the company, he promptly dialed his brother's number. Hello? A deep voice resonated, causing Shengtian Nagao to straighten his posture as if confronted by something fearsome. Chairman, the negotiations have been finalized, he reported, suppressing the exhilaration within. On the other end of the line, the chairman of the DAFA Group, Shengtian Xiaofu, fell silent, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Excellent. What are their terms? They did not exceed our expectations, nor did they touch our bottom line. Shengtian Nagao found this somewhat peculiar. They had been prepared to lower their profits to secure Shenglong Entertainment. Yet, Xiao Yu seemed to be far more accommodating than he had anticipated. Sheng Tian Xiaofu paused, a glimmer of enigmatic light flickering in his eyes as he listened to his brother's report. Upon hearing the terms described by Xingtian Nagao, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He is manipulating us. In an instant, Xingtian Nagao's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed, "How could this be? If he were truly exploiting us, I would certainly be aware of it." He urged us to announce our collaboration with Shenglong Entertainment in advance, solely to capture the attention of FC and the Century Group, thereby easing his own burden. Although I remain oblivious to his intentions, it is undoubtedly not a trivial matter. Xingtian Xiaofu remarked leisurely. What then shall we do? Should we cease our collaboration? Currently, the new console from the DAFA Group has yet to be launched. If we were to clash with those two companies, we would likely encounter endless troubles. Xingtian Xiaofu smiled slightly and replied, "No, we must proceed according to their terms. We have no avenue for retreat." Upon hearing this, Xingtian Yongfu was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend why his brother would make such a statement. "Yongfu, it is imperative for the DAFA Group to enter this industry. This is our singular opportunity. With Shenglong Entertainment advocating for us, it becomes our trump card. Eventually, we shall confront them, and there is no turning back." Xingtian Yongfu, slightly stunned, pondered the words and sensed a semblance of truth in them, ultimately nodding in agreement. "I understand. I will make the arrangements." According to the agreement, the news of the collaboration between Shenglong Entertainment and the DAFA Group is to be disclosed before the commencement of the Shanghai International Electronics Exhibition, as the DAFA Group intends to unveil their new console at the event, serving as a prelude. After ending the call, Xingtian Yongfu contemplated briefly before turning to organize the subsequent matters. In Fusang, the Century Group, after several days of investigation, Yamato Masao had yet to uncover any information. Xingmei Group had shown no unusual financial movements, indicating that the potential entrant was not any other party. Burdened with worry, Yamato Masao did not associate this with Xiao Yu, nor did he believe that Xiao Yu would undertake any earth-shattering actions. Surely, there must be clues that he had overlooked. Yamato Masao, with a grim expression, pondered this predicament. While across from him, Yamato Keiko appeared lost in thought. "Grandfather, there is a saying in Huagua, darkness under the lamp. Could it be that we are searching in the wrong direction? The company has been investigating solely within Huagua, since there are no giants entering the market there. Perhaps this individual is closer than we imagine, in Fusang or other international enterprises." Upon hearing this, Yamato Masao was momentarily stunned, then fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at the FC headquarters in Kyoto, Yamauchi Tomita was equally troubled. The consecutive bans had not flustered Xiao Yu. However, news had arrived that left Yamauchi Tomita frowning deeply. The DAFA Group's regional representative for Huagua, Xingtian Yongfu, has been spotted at Shenglong Entertainment. Yamauchi Tomita stared in astonishment at the opposite Hirabayashi Gun, his face reflecting sheer surprise as he ruminated for a long time without grasping the connection. Hirabayashi Gun hesitated slightly before speaking. "It seems the Century Group is also investigating something. According to the feedback received, Xiao Yu is not compromised with the Century Group. He appears to have other options." Just a single phrase, yet the astute Yamauchi Tomita, whose once aged eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, became instantly alert. Fixating on Hirabayashi Gun, Yamauchi Tomita coldly commanded, "Repeat that." Shenglong Entertainment seems to have found a way out, refusing to compromise with the Century Group. Yokoi Jun hastily lowered his head in response. In an instant, Yamauchi Tomita's aged hands clenched the documents into a crumpled mass of paper, and his entire demeanor transformed into one of ferocity, akin to an enraged lion. His gaze sharper than ever. Morita Pifu, the DAFA Group, a hardware conglomerate born in Fuso, has, within a mere few years, through relentless technological accumulation, achieved a status as one of the foremost electronic technology groups in the world. The Great Law of Technology. This is the slogan of the DAFA Group, renowned across the globe, and indeed, they have lived up to it. This company possesses hardware research and development capabilities that far surpass those of FC and the Century Group. What they lack is merely software. In contrast to conglomerates like the Shengmei Group, the DAFA Group appears to be pure in its focus, standing as a colossal entity within the electronic entertainment industry. Should this company develop game technologies that rival its hardware prowess, it would become an invincible force, a calamity for the entire electronic entertainment sector. The first parties, FC and Century, would inevitably find themselves at the forefront of this threat. While there was no danger in the past, this fierce beast has now grown fangs, and those fangs belong to Shenglong Entertainment. A blockbuster masterpiece, combined with unparalleled hardware performance, would create a voracious predator. To say they are a perfect match would be an understatement. These two companies have reached a level of invincibility. In an instant, Yamauchi Tomita's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting unpredictably. Yokoi Jun, having never witnessed such a sight from Tomita, found himself enveloped in confusion, unsure of what to think. Just as the atmosphere in the office became increasingly oppressive, the door was suddenly thrust open from the outside. A secretary, her face filled with terror, gasped, "President, the Shanghai branch has called, urging you to quickly view an urgent news report." Yokoi Jun snapped back to reality, hurriedly turning on the office television, where a breaking news segment was being broadcast by Kyoto TV. According to a reporter stationed in Shanghai, today Morita Nagao, the representative of the Daifa Group in the Shanghai area, officially announced an in-depth collaboration with Shanglong Entertainment. At that moment, Yokoi Jun felt as if struck by lightning. Staring blankly at the television, oblivious to the remote control that slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Yamauchi Tomita's expression darkened considerably. His teeth clenched as he glared at the beaming Morita Nagao on the screen. Scoundrel. Chapter 60. Shanglong Entertainment is destined to be revered by them. With a crash, everything on the desk was swept away, cups and trinkets scattering across the floor. Nakayama Takao's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on the images on the television, while the secretary stood frozen in fear beside him. At the doorway stood the recently arrived Yamato Masao and Miyamoto Junichi, exchanging glances that conveyed their unspoken thoughts. Scoundrel. Shameless. Morita Nagao. You wretched fool. Xiao Yu. You are the sinner of the entire industry. If Xiao Yu were present to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly offer a sardonic remark. Truly, it is a display of impotent rage. If one possesses the capability, why not create a game oneself? Yamato Masao observed Nakayama Takehiro's current demeanor and could not help but sigh in resignation. From the moment he received the news, he understood that the situation was far from simple. The presence of the Dafa Group, once they personally intervened, would undoubtedly incite a tempest. All third-party game development companies would respond accordingly, and with the endorsement from St. Dragon Entertainment, their position as a first-party entity would be significantly shaken. The affirmation from a leading game company would bring immense attention to his platform. Now, it would depend on how the Dafa Group would court other game companies. Nakayama Takehiro gasped for breath before heavily taking his seat, his expression shifting continuously. He had initially believed that Xiao Yu would relent, but who would have anticipated that the other party would seize such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? They had long worried that Shengmei Group would enter the fray. Yet it turned out to be the Dafa Group that had stabbed them in the back. Seeing Nakayama Takehiro gradually regain his composure, Yamato Masao approached him. Should they reach out to Xiao Yu again and suspend their measures against St. Dragon Entertainment? Given the circumstances, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had reached a breaking point. If they could bring Xiao Yu back into the fold, they still had a chance to confront the Dafa Group. Nakayama Takehiro was well aware of the advantages of such a course of action. But would Xiao Yu truly forgive them? With a bitter smile, he lamented, who could have imagined that a first party could be outmaneuvered by a third party? Observing the despondent expression on Nakayama Takehiro's face, Miyamoto Jun, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. I shall pay a visit to Shanghai. Nay, Xiao Yu will not meet with us. Nakayama Takehiro shook his head. I mean at the International Electronic Exhibition in Shanghai. He cannot possibly avoid us there. As one of the few prominent game production companies in Huagua, attending such an international event was imperative for Xiao Yu, and that would be their sole opportunity. Nakayama Takehiro's eyes brightened momentarily, only to quickly dim again. A rift had already formed, and given the current circumstances, even FC was attempting to court Xiao Yu. By any means necessary. Even if we cannot win him over, we must not allow the Dafa Group to enter the arena. They must pay the price. Yamato Masao declared coldly. And upon hearing this, a faint smile gradually emerged on Nakayama Takehiro's face. Masao was correct. Even if Xiao Yu were to ally with FC, it would be far better than joining the Dafa Group. I entrust this task to you, Miyamoto-kun. Miyamoto Jun nodded, then turned to leave. Originally, he had not intended to attend this exhibition, but in order to win over Xiao Yu, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Once an invincible first party, they now found themselves relying on external forces to counter the Dafa Group's intrusion, and the irony of a third party being the adversary was almost inconceivable. In Shanghai, at St. Dragon Entertainment, Xiao Yu perused the planning proposal with a smile. From the expression on his face, it was evident that his mood had not been swayed by the recent troubles. Since the announcement of the collaboration with the Daifa Group, Xiao Yu and Shanglong Entertainment have been thrust into the spotlight of the industry. To retain Xiao Yu as a partner, Daifa Group has expended considerable effort. Zhao Jia is naturally aware of the associated risks, leaving her anxious for several days. Is everything truly fine? I have heard that the FC Group and the Century Group have sent representatives. Upon hearing this inquiry, Xiao Yu set aside the proposal in her hands and responded. They will not meet me now because I do not wish to see them. Are you still angry? Zhao Jia assumed Xiao Yu was still perturbed by previous betrayals. However, Xiao Yu shook her head and smiled, saying, I am not so petty. I simply do not wish to waste my breath. We are already in the final stages, and they will comprehend everything at the exhibition. Zhao Jia was momentarily taken aback. suddenly recalling some earlier documents that ignited a fervor within her. The nearly flawless design was astonishing. It was hard to believe that such a handheld device could be crafted with such intricacy. Had she not seen the prototype, she might have thought she was dreaming. All progress at Shenlong Entertainment was proceeding methodically. 3 games were advancing simultaneously, with nearly all foundational designs completed, achieving 1/3 of the overall progress, thus perfectly poised for the subsequent handheld release. As for the hardware, Zhao Jiuxin and Wang Jiping had employed all their resources. And after the final basic testing, the handheld's performance had met Xiao Yu's expectations, even slightly exceeding them. This situation invigorated Xiao Yu further. Acquiring 2 companies at once was indeed a brilliant decision. Prepare yourselves. Though this is our first exhibition, we must ensure that the name of Shenlong Entertainment resonates. Xiao Yu instructed, her eyes glimmering with determination, adding, at this exhibition, I want everyone to witness the confidence of Shenlong Entertainment. Mere third parties cannot satisfy our ambitions. Neither FC nor Century, nor even the FA Group has the qualifications to lead us. We are a game development company of Huagua, and indeed, the foremost among them. In the future, we shall ascend to become the monarchs of this industry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jian nodded vigorously, then confirmed, the schedule has been established. We will unveil our new games and handheld device at the exhibition following the FA's console release. At this point, Zhao Jie glanced at Xiao Yu and continued, I have also compiled the list of invitees for the launch event. We shall invite according to the list. There is no need for discretion. Even if they do not attend, they will surely see the related reports. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and remarked, the path to the summit is always strewn with the fallen. Without a few stepping stones, how can I engrave the name of Shenlong Entertainment into this industry? As she spoke, a cold smirk crossed Xiao Yu's lips, her eyes glinting with resolve. Only an unparalleled pinnacle of technology can earn us their admiration. Shenlong Entertainment was destined to be revered. The aura emanating from Xiao Yu made Zhao Jie, who was in close proximity, shudder involuntarily. This air of authority within the tumultuous sea of commerce was something she had sensed more than once from him. Chapter 61. Major announcement. Since the World Expo was held in Shanghai City 3 years ago, various large-scale exhibitions have taken place annually. Among them, the World Electronics Exhibition stands out as the most successful, having generated considerable value for 2 consecutive years. This year marks its 3rd edition, equally grand in scale. Hundreds of premier electronic groups from around the globe are core exhibitors, complemented by nearly 10,000 participating enterprises from virtually every corner of the world. At this grand event, all cutting-edge products in the electronics sector will be showcased. The electronic entertainment segment boasts its own dedicated exhibition area, gathering the foremost gaming production companies worldwide. Consequently, this day is poised to attract numerous young individuals eager to experience the latest breakthroughs in video gaming. The expansive exhibition space features a gigantic logo in stark black and white, and its sci-fi-inspired booths are manned by hundreds of staff members. This is the display area of the DAFA Group, which today has drawn considerable media attention due to the weighty announcements set to be revealed. Many journalists have come specifically for this significant news. Having arrived at the exhibition earlier, Xiao Yu now lingered in the backstage area of the DAFA Group, a subtle smile adorning his face, lost in thought. Beside him, Zhao Jie felt a twinge of unease. Had their company not been a participant, perhaps today would have heralded a fruitful collaboration. However, it was clear that Shenlong Entertainment was destined to become a rival of the DAFA Group. With a smile on his face, Muraoka Toyo looked at Xiao Yu. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they turned to the matter at hand. Following today's announcement, we will promptly dispatch technical personnel to your company for collaborative learning, ensuring that our games are swiftly adapted to your machines, he stated. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, responding, no problem. Muraoka Toyo's smile broadened at Xiao Yu's affirmation. Checking the time, he rose and gestured with one hand, saying, please, Mr. Xiao. The exhibition is set to commence at 9 o'clock, coinciding with the press conference. As the event began, Muraoka Toyo was prepared to unveil a sensational revelation to the media. Outside the exhibition booth, throngs of reporters had already gathered. When Muraoka Toyo and Xiao Yu emerged together, the crowd fell momentarily silent, only to erupt in excitement as realization dawned. It truly is Xiao Yu from Shenlong Entertainment. Someone shouted, igniting a frenzy of camera flashes. As the two took their seats, Muraoka Toyo surveyed the journalists and announced, thank you all for your support. Today marks the signing of a cooperation agreement between DAFA Group and Shenlong Entertainment. And you will witness the birth of something extraordinary. Applause erupted from the audience, yet many eyes remained fixated on Xiao Yu. Over the past year, one name has dominated the electronic entertainment industry, Xiao Yu. This industry newcomer has undoubtedly created countless wonders within a single year, and it would not be an exaggeration to declare him the foremost figure in the gaming realm of Huagua. After all, since the rise of the electronic entertainment sector, Huagua has yet to produce a game company of notable distinction. Some journalists have eagerly begun to raise their hands, yearning to pose questions. After exchanging a glance with Masahiro Morita, Xiao Yu pointed to a particular journalist and said, "You may proceed with your inquiry." The journalist, brimming with excitement, turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Mr. Xiao, why did Shenlong Entertainment choose to collaborate with DFA Group, considering that DFA has never ventured into the electronic entertainment industry?" Xiao Yu replied, "Due to its technological prowess, DFA Group possesses the capability to enter the electronic entertainment field. As far as I am aware, this industry has not witnessed any significant technological innovations in quite some time. Even this year's new console from Century Group has not made substantial breakthroughs. While the 3D visuals are exquisite, the machine's performance leaves much to be desired." The audience of journalists erupted in surprise, as none had anticipated Xiao Yu would take a jab at Century Group at that moment. Among the crowd, Miyamoto Junichi appeared helpless, while his companion, Yamato Keiko, bore an expression of deep discontent. They were acutely aware of their own console's shortcomings. Despite being touted as a technological innovation, it still relied on years-old technology. Xiao Yu's previous reticence to address the matter stemmed from a desire to preserve both parties' dignity, but now he felt compelled to speak out, given Century Group's prior betrayals. To expect kindness from someone who has shown none is, in essence, an affront to their integrity. Observing Xiao Yu's calm demeanor, Yamato Keiko sighed in resignation and remarked, "Are we really going to let him continue? What else can we do?" Miyamoto Junichi replied, equally resigned. The questioning from the audience persisted, and after addressing several industry grievances, a journalist finally inquired about the day's focal point. "Mr. Xiao, what type of collaboration will Shenlong Entertainment engage in with DFA Group?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled faintly and responded, "We will provide comprehensive software support to DFA Group. As for the specifics of our collaboration, you may view the upcoming promotional video." As soon as he finished speaking, Masahiro Morita signaled to the staff to commence the presentation of the promotional video. Gradually, a console with a slight curvature emerged on the screen, revealing a device imbued with a distinct sci-fi lineage. Just as everyone marveled at the design of this console, various gaming visuals began to materialize on the screen. The stunning 3D graphics resembled animated sequences, exhibiting no lag whatsoever. It was only when the audience witnessed the live demonstration that they realized these visuals depicted actual game scenes. Although Xiao Yu perceived the graphics as somewhat rough and inferior in performance compared to the first generation of the PS from his previous life, it was undoubtedly among the most advanced consoles in this world. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the crowd, Xiao Yu regarded them as if they were naive country bumpkins. "Never have I encountered such remarkable creations." It was only after the conclusion of the game visuals that Shoji Morita slowly articulated, "The new console embodies the utmost dedication of the DFA Group. Incorporating numerous innovative technologies and utilizing the most advanced core processor from the Intel Group, with a graphics memory soaring to 512 megabytes, capable of running high-quality 3D games. Moreover, we have contributed several exclusive titles for this machine." With that, Morita pressed a button on the remote, unveiling the first title in the launch lineup, Guangwei Corporation's Three Kingdoms. Upon seeing the name on the screen, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of a playful smile. How intriguing that a third-party developer under the Century Group has been lured away. Meanwhile, as he gazed at the game displayed on the screen, Miyamoto Junichi's expression turned exceptionally grim, and he coldly remarked to his companion, Yamato Keiko, "How could there be absolutely no news about this?" Yamato Keiko stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unaware that the DFA Group had orchestrated so much while she had been solely focused on Xiao Yu. Not only had they failed to keep watch, but now their very home was being raided. As they observed the series of games being announced, nearly all were from third-party developers under the Century Group. While the excitement in the room was palpable as everyone hurriedly noted down the game titles, Yamato Keiko and her fellow Century Group colleagues felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 62. Who do you think you are? If there was one thing the Century Group yearned to see on that screen, it was the absence of Shenlong Entertainment's name. Although there were numerous games presented, they paled in comparison to Shenlong Entertainment. These titles might ensure that the DFA Group's new console wouldn't flop, but a blockbuster was essential for significant sales. Presently, the only individual capable of delivering such a masterpiece to the DFA Group was Xiao Yu. Shoji Morita wore a subtle smile as he slowly proclaimed, "Next, we will unveil a heavyweight title." Casually glancing at the Century Group staff, Morita prepared to reveal his final trump card. The familiar artwork and game visuals emerged. As the BGM of Pocket Monsters filled the air, the venue fell silent before erupting into gasps of astonishment. This was indeed a masterpiece. The phenomenon that swept the globe for half a year, Pocket Monsters, one of the pillars of Shenlong Entertainment. How could the DFA Group have acquired Pocket Monsters from Shenlong Entertainment? This was undoubtedly the most explosive news of the day, ever since rumors of a ban on Shenlong Entertainment surfaced. The Century Group's new console would no longer support online gameplay for Pocket Monsters. Although the sales of the Century Group's consoles plummeted, the impact on Pocket Monster's sales was also significant. While it has surpassed 10 million in sales, it remains far from sufficient for Xiao Yu. The readaptation for the Daifa Group's console is exhilarating news for both the Daifa Group and the vast player base. If you deny me, I shall find my own path. If you restrict my enjoyment, I have other choices. Miyamoto Junichi watched in pale disbelief, his eyes filled with resignation. Since arriving at Shanghai, I have been unable to meet Xiao Yu, despite numerous attempts to schedule an appointment. Although I had anticipated this outcome, seeing the confirmation still feels like a catastrophic blow. Beside me, Yamato Keiko's face is etched with shock, rendered speechless for a considerable time. It is over. All is lost. The once prominent console sales will plummet drastically, while the formidable Daifa Group, bolstered by their Pokemon franchise, is poised for explosive sales. Shortly thereafter, Morita Nagao announced another significant piece of news. Following today's press conference, we will open channels for telephone reservations. Players who pay a deposit will receive a commemorative edition of the Pokemon game. Gasps of astonishment filled the audience, followed by a flurry of flashing cameras. Truly a monumental story. Witnessing the spectacle on stage, Miyamoto Jun took a deep breath, then turned to leave, his silhouette heavy with desolation. We have lost. We have utterly failed. Standing frozen, Yamato Keiko gazed at the unfolding scene, her complexion pale. The once thriving era, which had long been on the brink of collapse, had an opportunity for a glorious comeback, only to devolve into this dismal reality. Was it greed that led to this downfall? Perhaps, had they not harbored ambitions to absorb Shenlong Entertainment, they might not have found themselves in this predicament. Yamato Keiko now recalled Xiao Yu's strategy. If one reaches out, one must be prepared for the repercussions. In such circumstances, how could they ever regain their footing? The Daifa Group now seemed unstoppable. On the other side of the exhibition, upon learning that the Daifa Group's new console launch would be backed by Shenlong Entertainment, team leader Yokoi Jun's expression turned exceedingly grim. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly stood up and strode towards Shenlong Entertainment's booth. By this time, the press conference had concluded, and Xiao Yu had returned to the exhibition area of Shenlong Entertainment. As a homegrown enterprise in Shanghai, the company received considerable support from relevant authorities. It is important to note that this is a unique game development company, not only in Shanghai, but also across the nation. And Shenlong Entertainment has garnered praise for its commitment to traditional culture through the Pokemon franchise, deterring anyone from easily offending such a company. Little did Xiao Yu know that Yokoi Jun intended to hold him accountable for everything that transpired today, disregarding Xiao Yu's current status. A throng of people surged towards Shenlong Entertainment, momentarily catching the staff off guard. When they saw Yokoi Jun's grim countenance, the staff immediately became alert. Knowing of the FC Group did not equate to fearing it. Having had no prior interactions with the company, why should they be intimidated? Fixing his icy gaze on the staff, Yokoi Jun demanded, "Bring Xiao Yu to me." "Apologies, sir. You would do well to leave, Mr. Xiao is not someone you can meet at your whim," the staff replied coolly. With such a dismissive tone, how could they expect to see Mr. Xiao? They might as well return home. Infuriated by the staff's rebuff, Yokoi Jun shoved past them, intent on breaching the interior. "Xiao Yu, if you have the audacity to pull the Daifa Group into this, then have the courage to face me. Come out." The shouts instantly captured the attention of numerous onlookers. By this time, the exhibition was already bustling with visitors, and upon hearing the commotion, many hurried over. Inside, Xiao Yu, who was in the midst of discussing the press conference with Zhao Jie, momentarily froze upon hearing the outcry from outside. It was not the fact that Hungjing Jun had arrived that surprised him, but rather the origin of those exclamations. Contemplating whether to record the moment for a humorous video, a subtle smile graced Xiao Yu's lips. Listening to the roars from outside, Zhao Jie furrowed her delicate brows and turned to Xiao Yu, asking how they should proceed. Should they summon security? Xiao Yu shook his head, then turned to the two imposing bodyguards clad in black behind him. These were hired from his father, and he hadn't expected them to be needed so soon. Their presence sufficed. With a smile, Xiao Yu beckoned them to follow. Zhao Jie, her face filled with concern, trailed behind. At that moment, Hungjing Jun continued to bellow, having drawn a crowd of not only onlookers but also staff from neighboring exhibition areas. Most present were from third-party game development companies, familiar with Hungjing Jun's reputation. Those who initially intended to intervene quickly fell silent. Not everyone possessed Xiao Yu's audacity, and they still depended on the first party for their livelihood. Since the dawn of electronic entertainment, only Xiao Yu's Shenlong Entertainment had dared to stand firm against the first party. After a few moments of shouting, Hungjing Jun, panting heavily, fixed his gaze on the slowly approaching Xiao Yu, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he rushed towards him. However, he was abruptly halted by the bodyguard. Bumping his head against the bodyguard's chest left Hungjing Jun momentarily dazed, and it took him a while to regain his composure. After tapping the bodyguard's shoulder to signal them to step aside, Xiao Yu turned to Hungjing Jun with a smile, his tone dripping with derision. Like a shrew, If it weren't for your appearance, you'd have been thrown out long ago. Who do you think you are? He raised a hand and patted Hung Jun's insignia. The glimmering FC logo under the lights, symbolizing his position in the realm of electronic entertainment. Surrounding them, everyone recognized Hung Jun. Yet they had never witnessed him treated in such a manner before. As a senior executive of FC, Hung Jun's identity was exceedingly unique. Since joining FC a decade ago, he had been the head of overseas operations, having pioneered 80% of FC's international market. Yamauchi Tomita had often publicly stated that without Hung Jun, FC would struggle to penetrate the overseas market. In addition to his exceptional business acumen, Hung Jun was also Yamauchi Tomita's son-in-law, with multiple significant identities. It was evident how much Yamauchi Tomita valued him, leading many in the industry to believe that Hung Jun would undoubtedly be FC's heir apparent. In such a context, the respect afforded to Hung Jun was substantial. Yet, what were they witnessing now? Xiao Yu was audaciously insulting Hung Jun, a situation that had never occurred before. Hiroshi Yokoi fixed his gaze intensely on Xiao Yu. After taking a few heavy breaths, the expression on his face gradually transformed into one of calmness. Xiao Yu, you have unleashed a ferocious beast into the industry. The entire sector will remember your actions today, how you have brought ruin to the electronic entertainment realm. I dare not bear such a title, Xiao Yu replied with a light chuckle. If anyone is to be blamed for destruction, it should be you. Such grandiose claims. The contributions of FC to the industry are evident to all. What have we destroyed? Hiroshi Yokoi shot back coldly. You have salvaged the industry, yet in doing so, you have also brought about its demise, Xiao Yu retorted with a sneer, surveying the representatives from various companies present. Who still remembers the pioneering force in electronic entertainment? Atari Group? As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared at Xiao Yu, bewildered as to why he suddenly brought up this company. 20 years ago, the electronic entertainment industry was in its infancy, when a European electronic company birthed the first true video game in the world. The very first arcade machine was developed by this company, though only 12 units were made. It marked a significant milestone. The first genuine video game, Breakout, was officially launched. Back then, the entire world of video gaming relied on Atari Group's channels. It was the true king of the industry. However, a rash and arrogant decision led Atari to bury its own empire. During a time when the electronic entertainment industry was desolate, even regarded by many investors as a formidable threat, FC Group swiftly rose to prominence, becoming the largest first party. The current flourishing of the video game industry is a result of FC's leadership, presenting an appearance of prosperity, yet unbeknownst to many, a crisis has been lurking beneath the surface. Drawing from Atari's cautionary tale, the global video game sector has adopted a conservative development approach. While this strategy ensures the market does not suffer damage, it stifles innovation. The absence of innovation in the video game industry renders it devoid of novelty. The fact that FC Group has not updated its handheld consoles in years illustrates their stagnation. They fear treading the same path as Atari Group. Have you experienced any innovation at all? Xiao Yu's simple inquiry caused many in the room to lower their heads, unwilling to utter a word. Radicalism serves no purpose for the industry. Hiroshi Yokoi exclaimed sharply. Are you suggesting we revert the entire industry back to 20 years ago? That is the past. You are living in a dream. This industry needs transformation. Antiquated notions should lie quietly in their coffins and not embarrass themselves in public. With a piercing gaze directed at Hiroshi Yokoi, an aura of power emanated from Xiao Yu, causing Yokoi to instinctively take a few steps back, suddenly jolted back to reality. Hiroshi Yokoi's face flushed crimson. He had been startled by a newcomer, and in that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were confronting the formidable Tomita Yamai. This sensation left him profoundly uneasy, intensifying his disdain for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I caution you, starting today, I shall unite the entire industry in a concerted effort to ostracize you. All your devices and software, including the engines you have developed, will face a complete cessation of collaboration. You must understand that offending the entire industry leads to dire consequences. I intend to bring about your downfall. This includes the DFA group with whom you are allied. Xiao Yu regarded Hung Jun with a cold smile, showing no sign of concern. Meanwhile, Gong Ben-jun stood among the crowd, his face a mask of shock as he witnessed this scene, utterly taken aback that the FC group showed no inclination to relent. On the other side, Sheng Tian Yongfu also glared at Hung Jun with a dark expression, astonished at the magnitude of FC's reaction and their audacity to undertake such actions. Having infiltrated the industry for years, FC's influence is intricate and formidable. While they may not be able to vanquish the DFA group, they can certainly affect its strategic positioning. This news does not bode well. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiao Yu, each person silently lamenting the unprecedented measures FC Group had taken against a single company, especially one that was a third party. Hung Jun, wearing a smug smile, reveled in the reaction, believing Xiao Yu to be intimidated. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd. I hear someone wishes to commit murder? The mocking tone prompted everyone to turn, revealing a middle-aged man in formal attire, flanked by a throng of admirers. Initially unremarkable, the crowd's gaze sharpened upon noticing the insignia on his chest. An official from the Hua nation. Xiao Yu turned to see his father, Xiao Lei, standing beside the man, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although their primary business is not electronics, Shengmei Group has numerous collaborations and is a sponsor of this event. Xiao Lei's presence beside this man signified that his identity was far from ordinary. A glimmer of intrigue crossed Xiao Yu's face, suggesting that an engaging spectacle was about to unfold. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Hung Jingjun snapped, spinning around only to be rendered speechless, staring incredulously at the newcomer. Fong, Director Fong? This man was a high-ranking official from the Huan nation, one whom Hung Jingjun had encountered a few times, also a principal organizer of this event. He could hardly believe that the person standing before him was none other than Fong Shua, a leading figure in copyright and culture within Hua, frequently engaged with Xiao Yu and others present. Fong Shua's expression turned icy upon hearing Hung Jingjun's words. Mr. Hung, this is Hua, not your Fuso. Are you threatening me? Chapter 64. I shall teach them a lesson. Hung Jingjun could scarcely fathom Fong Shua's appearance here. Yet what truly sent a chill down his spine was the presence of the individual beside Fong, with a resemblance to Xiao Yu. Hung Jingjun quickly recalled that Xiao Yu's father was also in Shanghai, and coincidentally, he was the chairman of Shengmei Group. A sudden heaviness enveloped him as Hekaguchi Jun abruptly realized the gravity of his blunder. Xiao Lei had initially accompanied Fong Shua to survey the exhibition layout for this year's event, given that the planning was spearheaded by their Shengmei Group. He had intended to visit his son's company's exhibition area afterward, but he never anticipated witnessing such a scene. While his son indeed held the upper hand, he was still his son. Was he someone to be summarily commanded? Yamauchi and Tomita would never dare speak to him in such a manner. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as Xiao Lei directed a disdainful smile at Hekaguchi Jun, casually remarking, FC truly exudes a formidable presence. Having garnered considerable profits last year, I presume? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they turned to observe Xiao Lei. Many acquaintances of Xiao Lei whispered amongst themselves, and the atmosphere quickly became charged with murmurs. None present had anticipated Xiao Lei would confront Hekaguchi Jun in such a brazen manner, overtly threatening the FC group. Among the crowd, Miyamoto Jun and others were expressions of bittersweet amusement. It was evident that Xiao Lei was genuinely irate. Hekaguchi Jun's complexion reddened as he surveyed Xiao Lei, finally articulating. Xiao Yu bears responsibility. In pursuit of his own interests, he has placed the entire industry in jeopardy. The video game sector cannot withstand the fluctuations of years past. Once ruined, there will be no chance for resurgence. In light of FC's dominant position in the industry, Hekaguchi Jun felt he had no recourse but to employ every means necessary to thwart the entry of the DFA group into the market. As soon as he uttered those words, a light chuckle emanated from Xiao Yu. Do not flatter yourselves. Where is your dignity? You fear the emergence of disruptive innovations, perceiving them as catastrophic threats. Yet what do you truly understand? The market is already discarding you. The sales figures speak for themselves. Casting a sweeping glance at the gathered crowd, Xiao Yu continued, Hekaguchi Jun, enlighten me. Has your console ever undergone an upgrade? No. For years, you have failed to implement a single enhancement. You stubbornly believe the market cannot accommodate rapid technological advancements. However, reality has demonstrated that even the slightest improvements can ignite boundless interest among players. With a mocking smile directed at Hekaguchi Jun, Xiao Yu derided, I once thought my company lacked an understanding of gaming. Now it appears I was mistaken. It is FC that does not comprehend the essence of gaming. Truly, like attracts like. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. All present stared at Xiao Yu in disbelief, involuntarily swallowing hard. Xiao Yu had the audacity to declare that FC lacked an understanding of gaming. How could he utter such words? Since the demise of the Atari era, FC had consistently been at the forefront of the global video game trend. From the initial rise of console gaming with titles like Donkey Kong to subsequent masterpieces such as The Legend of Zelda, Street Fighter, and Double Dragon, culminating in the release of the FC handheld 3 years ago, which solidified their status with the iconic Repairman series. FC had single-handedly revived the industry after the avalanche triggered by the Atari era. However, at this moment, Xiao Yu dismissed everything with a single remark, causing many in the crowd to furrow their brows. Unperturbed, Xiao Yu maintained a cold smile, fixating on Hung Jingjun before him. To save the market does not imply one can recklessly trample upon it. Observing Xiao Lei's son exerting such pressure that his opponent dared not utter a word, Fong Shua's eyes sparkled with intrigue. China's video game industry commenced its journey rather late. According to official statistics from the previous year, the majority of game companies operated on an outsourcing basis, developing for foreign gaming firms. Even those dedicated to game production did not achieve remarkable success. It was not until last year, when a globally popular pet simulation game emerged, that some individuals within the country suddenly took notice of this nascent company. Who would have anticipated that within just 6 months, they would amass hundreds of millions of dollars, and in the first half of this year, release a blockbuster titled Pocket Monsters, which would see many mythical creatures from traditional Chinese culture spread worldwide. In a mere year, Xiao Yu had captured the attention of influential figures. Electronic entertainment always serves as the finest cultural medium, one that is easily embraced on a global scale. Such a precious company, and yet the city of Shanghai hesitated to utter more than a few words, while an outsider dared to speak out and even threatened to boycott them. Did they think China was easily intimidated? At this moment, Fang Shuo had silently resolved that should Hung Jing-jun take any action, he would ensure FC experienced a taste of regret. Hung Jing-jun, now panting heavily, glared at Xiao Yu in silence, feeling his hands and feet turn cold. You claim FC does not understand games, he exclaimed incredulously. I have made that assertion, Xiao Yu retorted with a cold laugh, then suddenly reached out toward Zhao Jie, his gaze still locked on Hung Jing-jun. Bring it here. Having been a mere bystander, Zhao Jie, upon hearing this command, quickly handed the invitation in her possession to Xiao Yu. He raised his hand and forcefully slapped the invitation onto Hung Jing-jun's chest, a smirk adorning his face as he declared, tomorrow, Shenlong Entertainment will hold a special press conference. You may come and witness who is truly ruining the entire industry. Hung Jing-jun stared blankly at the invitation on his chest, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and fixed a steely gaze on Xiao Yu, stating, we shall see. With that, he turned and strode out. Curiosity rippled through the crowd regarding what Xiao Yu's press conference would entail. Did he truly dare to invite FC without fear of causing a scene? In a short while, the exhibition staff began dispersing the crowd, leaving Fang Shuo standing before Xiao Yu, a broad smile on his face. Indeed, the youth possess great potential. You at Shenlong Entertainment have provided a much-needed boost to the national video game industry. Those in power are optimistic about you, so continue to develop. With that simple statement, Fang Shuo turned to leave, yet Xiao Yu understood that those words carried far more weight than countless trivialities. The attention and optimism from above served as a shield against disaster, unless one were to self-sabotage. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling a surge of joy within. Who would have thought that after confronting FC today, one could reap such benefits? Contemplating this, Xiao Yu suddenly wondered if he should engage in such confrontations more often. After all, a little confrontation could be invigorating. At this moment, Zhao Jie approached, her delicate face as serene as a still lake, and remarked to Xiao Yu, now that we have completely severed ties with FC, it is evident that you possess more confidence than anyone else. This is strength. Without it, how could I possibly command this group tomorrow? Xiao Yu scoffed, then turned to Zhao Jie. Prepare thoroughly. Tomorrow, I intend to give FC's outdated members a lesson. Chapter 65. What is this? No one had anticipated that the Shanghai International Electronics Exhibition would prove to be so captivating this year. The very first day was filled with sensational news. Initially, the DFA Group officially ventured into the electronic entertainment industry, with their new device backed by Shenlong Entertainment's masterpiece, Pocket Little Elf. Following this, FC's overseas head, Koike Jun, was publicly ridiculed by Shenlong Entertainment's chairman, Xiao Yu, inciting his furious wrath. Yet all of that was now behind them. Everyone was eagerly anticipating today's major revelation, a press conference that had captured the attention of all exhibitors. Occupying the largest booth in the electronic entertainment exhibition area, the event had just begun, and attendees began to swarm in. The grand indoor booth prominently displayed the Shenlong Entertainment logo, while a massive LED screen behind it left everyone in awe. Nearly dominating the entire backdrop, this display was last year's latest product, boasting exceptional image resolution capable of showcasing high-definition videos. It was clear that Shenlong Entertainment had something significant in store for today. Numerous players and journalists speculated whether a new version of Pocket Little Elf would be unveiled. Outside the booth, countless eager players had gathered, their faces alight with anticipation. They had acquired their tickets and invitations through a forum event, a gesture of goodwill from Shenlong Entertainment towards its players. It was worth noting that no other gaming company in the world had ever done such a thing. Whatever it is, I can't believe we players get to be involved, one exclaimed with excitement. It must be a game. I bet it's the latest version of Pocket Little Elf from the DFA Group's new console, another chimed in. This sentiment was the prevailing view among forum users and the gaming community, especially since Pocket Little Elf had only been released 6 months ago and was still in its peak phase. Who knows? Regardless of what it is, I'll buy it. Shenlong Entertainment's games are undoubtedly enjoyable, someone else declared, instantly garnering agreement from those around. Meanwhile, in another section, Gong Ben-jun, who had arrived early, sighed upon hearing the players chatter. It has already become a phenomenon. Xiao Yu has captured a significant number of loyal players with just 2 games. This is merely the beginning. And now it seems impossible to contend with him. Unless a major issue arises with Xiao Yu's own games. Yet how likely is that? Gongbin Jun pondered, acknowledging that while he was a genius developer in the electronic entertainment industry, he still paled in comparison to Xiao Yu. With Xiao Yu present, there was no way that Shenlong Entertainment would engage in such self-destructive behavior. At that moment, Yamato Keiko leaned in and whispered into Miyamoto Junichi's ear. Hiroki and his team have arrived. Miyamoto turned his head to see Hiroki's grim face approaching, flanked by 2 members of the FC Group's review team. It appeared that Hiroki suspected Xiao Yu was about to unveil a brand new version of Pocket Monsters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the review team along. Even with just a promotional video, industry peers could identify critical elements within the game. Coldly regarding Miyamoto Junichi, Hiroki spoke in a chilling tone. Miyamoto Junichi, is this the opponent you handpicked? Now that the tables have turned, how does it feel? He was utterly deranged, ready to lash out at anyone within reach. Miyamoto chose to ignore him, turning away and silently awaiting the start of the press conference. In a mere 10 minutes, the venue was filled to capacity. A sea of luminaries from the electronic entertainment industry, even the illustrious Guanghui game companies were present. Just then, 2 figures stepped onto the stage, Xiao Yu and director Zhao Jia of Shenlong Entertainment. As soon as they appeared, the journalists below erupted in a frenzy of flashing cameras, nearly blinding Xiao Yu. Such is the nature of fame, and with his striking looks and wealth, it was hardly surprising. A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's face as he surveyed the guests, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed all the invitees had arrived, and they were clearly placing great importance on this press conference. Casting his gaze towards the section occupied by game developers, Xiao Yu felt a quiet amusement. As if he were gazing at a net ready to catch substantial fish, his spirits lifting inexplicably. Welcome everyone to our gathering today. Since the establishment of Shenlong Entertainment a year ago, this is our first grand press conference, and I believe it will not be our last. A dry chuckle resonated from the audience, yet applause erupted in abundance, primarily from the players. Industry rivals were gathered here for various reasons. Not merely to jest with Xiao Yu. After this press conference, it would remain to be seen how many would still consider themselves friends of Shenlong Entertainment. Disregarding the audience's reactions, Xiao Yu glanced at Zhao Jia, signaling her to commence. Zhao Jia pressed a button on the remote, and the enormous screen behind them suddenly illuminated, capturing the attention of many. Today, we will unveil our inaugural product. Please take a moment to watch the promotional video. As soon as the words left his lips, Miyamoto Junichi sensed something amiss. Xiao Yu had always referred to his company's games simply as games and had never labeled them as products. A sudden jolt of ominous premonition gripped his heart. Beside him, Yamato Keiko looked at Miyamoto in confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. The screen flickered to life with a radiant white line against a pitch-black background, slowly revealing shimmering light and shadow, emerging like glass in the darkness. The milky white device, with its transparent buttons and familiar symbols, combined with its reasonably slender body, captivated the audience. As the content on the expansive screen gradually emerged, a profound silence enveloped the room. Miyamoto Jun suddenly rose to his feet, his face a canvas of astonishment, mirroring the expression of his companion, Yokoi Jun. Yamato Keiko's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes widened to their utmost limit, as if she had beheld something truly terrifying. The capsule-like body, the pearly hue, the glass-like reflections, the buttons and the shoulder keys, all complemented by an array of rich connection ports and an overwhelmingly large screen. Within the metallic, glimmering circle on the back of the device rested the emblem of Holy Dragon Entertainment. The surrounding silver-white decorative trim elevated the entire design to an extraordinary level. No one had ever encountered such a creation. Its flawless ergonomics amalgamated everything they had scarcely dared to imagine. Is that a handheld console? Miyamoto Jun whispered, his face etched with disbelief, as silence reigned. Even the reporters entranced by the machine on the screen, momentarily forgetting the purpose of their cameras. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Events were unfolding precisely as he had orchestrated. Chapter 66. The emergence of the handheld console. All present gazed in utter shock at the grand screen, their faces painted with bewilderment. They were mistaken, utterly mistaken. Everyone in attendance, whether from the industry or outside it, whether peers or players, had misjudged the situation. The secret displayed upon the screen had been completely unveiled. The crystalline coating, the immaculate white body, and the perfectly crafted crystal buttons, everything was so exquisite, so comfortable. Xiao Yu was not showcasing a mere game, nor any gaming accessory, but rather a handheld console. A handheld console that had never before graced this world. A third-party company, established for less than a year, had quietly produced such a flawless handheld device. No one could believe their eyes. Miyamoto Jun stood agape, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. No, this cannot be. It is all a fabrication. Yokoi Jun exclaimed with agitation, his face contorting with fervent emotion. Pointing at the console on the screen, Yokoi Jun declared vehemently, "It's fake. All of it is a deception." Xiao Yu, You are deceiving all the consumers. You intend to use this non-existent handheld to fool the entire world. Holy Dragon Entertainment is but a mere third party. Where do you derive the technology to create a handheld console? In his excitement, Yokoi Jun's words faltered, his voice abruptly ceasing as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Yu on stage. There stood Xiao Yu, wearing a steely smile, holding a handheld console identical to the one displayed on the screen, mockingly observing him. Yokoi Jun's body trembled, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Xiao Yu has truly brought the handheld console to fruition. Ignoring the frenzied remarks from the likes of Haikai Jun, Xiao Yu chuckled softly and began. Allow me to grandly introduce this handheld device. We initiated the handheld project 6 months ago, collaborating with the eminent pioneers in electronic technology, Rock Electronic and Star Technology. For this endeavor, this device features a 4.3-inch 16:9 backlit, full viewing angle Jing Tian ASV LCD display with a resolution of 480 by 272 pixels, boasting the capability to render autonomous 3D polygon graphics, making it a handheld 3D gaming console that one can easily hold and play. Our vision for this handheld transcends mere gaming. It also encompasses video and audio playback functionalities, employing 2 storage methods, the latest 6cm UMD disks and SD storage cards, with a maximum expandable memory of up to 60 gigabytes. Like a whisper from a demon, Xiao Yu articulated the capabilities of the console. And when he announced its ability to run 3D games, the audience was left in sheer astonishment. Just this year, players worldwide experienced the allure of 3D gaming on the new console from the Century Group, yet its cumbersome design and restrictive gameplay hardly allowed for mobility. However, this handheld console seems to offer a refreshing alternative, a device that can be played in hand, with impressive battery life and meticulous design, instantly captivated the hearts of many present. Such a flawless handheld console is undoubtedly the object of their dreams. In stark contrast, the competitors, aside from a multitude of third-party onlookers, were left speechless, including Miyamoto Junichi and Haikai Jun, who were at a loss for words. The fact that development began 6 months prior indicates that Xiao Yu had no intention of relying on either of their companies. What he sought was merely time and financial support, an opportunity to sustain his handheld project. This opportunity was handed to him by Miyamoto Junichi himself, who could never have anticipated such a bold move from Xiao Yu. This handheld console has emerged as a groundbreaking innovation, with a fresh design and platform. From this day forth, the world will no longer be limited to the FC and Century platforms. As of today, 2 new platforms will enter the fray, one from the Great Law Group and the other, the handheld device in Xiao Yu's hands. Yet, in the eyes of Haikai Jun and Miyamoto Junichi, Xiao Yu poses the greatest threat. As for the Great Law Group, without Xiao Yu's games, what significance does their console hold? Both men believed that Yoshio Morita of the Great Law Group had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Yu. Observing Morita's expression, it was clear he was utterly unaware of these developments. Seated in the front row, Morita felt a strong urge to storm up and smash the handheld console in Xiao Yu's hands. To think he had been outsmarted by Xiao Yu, who had secretly developed his own handheld console, this was an overt challenge to him. At this moment, Morita Akio dared not utter a single word. The host console had yet to be released, and the DAFA group still required the support of Xiao Yu Games. If they were to sever ties now, it would likely lead to a drastic decline in console sales almost instantaneously. Consequently, the DAFA group would incur losses amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars, a scenario he could never allow to transpire. Even more alarming was the fact that Xiao Yu had opted for the SD card as the storage medium. While SD cards were considered a novel technology due to their substantial capacity and had captured a significant market share in recent years, it was widely acknowledged that they had yet to attain their full potential. They should have dominated the storage solutions landscape, having previously languished in obscurity, but now, thanks to the Shenglong Entertainment handheld, they were poised to captivate the world. As for why Morita Akio had taken notice of this development, it was naturally due to the fact that the majority of SD card patents resided within the domain of the DAFA group. The handheld was akin to a stick, while the SD card represented the sweet reward for the DAFA group. At that moment, Morita Akio found himself in no position to object. Failure to endorse Xiao Yu's handheld release would result in a substantial loss of SD card orders and the forfeiture of a chance to expand the SD card market. Furthermore, a falling out with Xiao Yu might lead to the withdrawal of support for his games. Whether it was the former or the latter, both outcomes were intolerable to Morita Akio. He felt as though he were a snake, its vital point grasped firmly by Xiao Yu, rendered immobile. After a brief stalemate, Morita Akio concluded that it would be far more prudent to cooperate with Xiao Yu. Observing the silence in the room, Xiao Yu was not surprised. A slight smile graced his lips as he continued. Next, we shall unveil the games that will be released concurrently with this new console. With a twinkle in his eye and a hint of a mysterious smile, he added, I will now take you on a journey to experience the allure of this console's exclusive game. Chapter 67, Grand Release. Roaring Engines, a console, not only failed to satisfy everyone, but it also heralded the launch of a new exclusive game. The crowd was astonished. They had never anticipated that Xiao Yu had prepared not only the handheld, but also an entirely new game. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, everyone involuntarily trembled, taking a moment to regain their composure. Miyamoto Jun, his face a mask of disbelief, turned to his companion, Yamato Keiko, his eyes wide with astonishment. What did I just hear? Xiao Yu mentioned a game? Yamato Keiko, momentarily stunned, nodded slowly, her expression one of sheer bewilderment. After a long pause, she finally affirmed. Xiao Yu is indeed set to unveil a new game. Suddenly, the large screen went dark, followed by the resounding roar of engines. It was as if a sleek race car had zoomed past, the visuals absent but the exhilarating sound permeating the air. A silver flash darted across the screen, shortly followed by the distinct sounds of various engines. As the metallic sheen on the screen intensified, a fleeting flash of fiery crimson swept across the scene, followed by the rapid rotation of a wheel hub that captivated the audience. The moment the complete car body graced the screen, many attendees found themselves momentarily breathless. Among the participants at this press conference were numerous representatives from Chinese enterprises, and while there were some from abroad, the presence of Chinese companies was undeniably significant. The red racing car displayed was familiar to every Chinese citizen. The Fire Dragon, an indelible name in the annals of Chinese motorsport. It stands as a legendary figure in the broader cultural landscape of China. With 8 consecutive World Rally Championship titles, it proudly holds the distinction of being the first ever Grand Slam champion in rally racing globally. This legendary vehicle, the Fire Dragon, has triumphed on every rally course around the world, leaving no track unclaimed. Even those like Miyamoto Junichi, who have never piloted a rally car, are aware of its existence. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Yu's inaugural game turned out to be a racing title. Just as the crowd was taken aback, the screen abruptly transformed. A cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by the roar of multiple engines, revealing an array of cars in various colors. These were all renowned racing vehicles, many in attendance. Ardent enthusiasts of automotive culture began to call out the names of the cars displayed as if reciting long familiar tales. The Fire Dragon. It is the Fire Dragon. Good heavens. And there's the Sonic. Look, it's the legendary racer Prayer's vehicle, the Lightning. A cacophony of voices erupted. Yet the representatives from various game development companies found themselves trembling with anticipation. The visuals were as lifelike as reality itself, and the words real-time demonstration emblazoned on the screen were nothing short of breathtaking. This was indeed a live gameplay demonstration, indicating that the console in Xiao Yu's hands had commenced testing the game, showcasing flawless performance. Even more astonishingly, it appeared that a substantial portion of the game's features had already been developed, with only a few minor issues to resolve. This game was on the verge of completeness, in a world where no one, apart from arcade developers, had managed to transition an RP racing game to a console, let alone a handheld device. Xiao Yu's game displayed performance that even surpassed many existing consoles. At this moment, Miyamoto Junichi gazed at the game screen, his fingers trembling slightly. As for Yokoi-gon, he was left speechless, utterly astonished and unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Despite the quaking of his body from fear, Yokoi was determined to endure, to witness every detail of Xiao Yu's new game. Today, come what may, he would face it with clarity. The reactions of the crowd did not escape Xiao Yu's notice, as a subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips. This game, provisionally titled Mountain Road Racing, is the world's first real-time 3D racing game for handheld consoles. We have temporarily included 20 well-known racing cars in the game. What was just presented on screen was merely a glimpse of 4 of those vehicles. As for the tracks, at this point, Xiao Yu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The essence of this game lies in racing and tracks. As Xiao Yu observed the momentary stillness of the crowd, a faint smile graced his lips. We have temporarily compiled a selection of globally renowned racing circuits, totaling 20, encompassing rally races, urban circuits, and professional tracks. Players can experience the adrenaline of various tracks without leaving the comfort of their homes. In an instant, the audience was taken aback, exchanging astonished glances that reflected their disbelief. Such a grand endeavor. Initially, they thought only a few tracks would suffice, yet here lay a remarkable total of 20. This revelation caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, other game development companies discerned the palpable ambition in Xiao Yu's words. Once the game skyrockets in popularity, it is inevitable that expansion packs will emerge, representing an additional stream of income for Xiao Yu. However, rather than envy or disdain, they acknowledged this as Xiao Yu's calculated strategy, which unveiled the formidable prowess of Shenglong Entertainment. From the outset, they had been fostering player engagement, and now they had succeeded. At that moment, many players in attendance wore expressions of sheer excitement. They had never anticipated witnessing such an event today, the unveiling of a new game by Shenglong Entertainment. Although the wait time remained uncertain, just the visuals alone ignited their anticipation, something only Shenlong Entertainment could achieve. Xiao Yu was acutely aware that once this news circulated, it would create ripples akin to those caused by handheld consoles. The entire industry would tremble from the impact of this game and the console. Yet, if anyone believed that today's presentation was nearing its conclusion, they were gravely mistaken. He still had a trump card to reveal. How could he allow the audience to assume that their astonishment had already reached its peak? With this thought, a smile crept across Xiao Yu's face. He gestured for silence and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is merely our first game. We are now set to unveil our second." As his words resonated, a sudden hush enveloped the room, followed by an explosion of gasps. What? There's another game? Good heavens. How much has Shenlong Entertainment prepared for this launch? One game is insufficient. What is Xiao Yu planning? Is he intent on overwhelming us? Amidst the murmurs, Yokoi Jun swayed slightly, struggling to maintain his composure, his heart brimming with resentment as he glared at Xiao Yu. Did Xiao Yu comprehend the implications of his actions? How far would he go before he was satisfied? Chapter 68. The mysterious masterpiece. Yokoi Jun's thoughts had no bearing on Xiao Yu's presentation. In fact, since the game's announcement began, Xiao Yu had scarcely acknowledged Yokoi Jun. If one wished to defeat him, they must exhibit commendable skill. Otherwise, they would only face defeat. Without such resolve, it would be best not to cross him. With a smile, Xiao Yu signaled Zhao Jie to switch to the demonstration video of the next game and commenced his speech. Kung Fu, one of China's world-renowned legacies, is not solely an inheritance of China, but rather a treasure of the entire world. As Xiao Yu's words echoed, the screen remained enveloped in darkness. Yet the sound of clashing objects reverberated through the air. Numerous nations across the globe boast their own martial arts, including Kung Fu, Jiu-Jitsu, Aikido, and more. Since the inception of the first true fighting game, Double Dragon, no significant innovations have emerged. After uttering this statement, Xiao Yu cast a scornful glance at Hungjing Jun, almost provoking him to the brink of fury. Shenlong Entertainment has always championed innovation, and thus, we present to you a groundbreaking fighting experience. With the conclusion of this declaration, the large screen behind Xiao Yu suddenly illuminated, and as the white light faded, a bare-chested middle-aged man came into view, his well-defined muscles glistening under the dim lighting. Striking forcefully against a wooden dummy, the scene, enhanced by 3D technology, exuded a captivating aesthetic rather than stiffness. The scene swiftly transitioned, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a crowd, as countless flashes illuminated the vast arena. On the central stage, two opponents engaged in an intense bout. Their moves fluid and remarkably captivating. Like the perspective of a soaring eagle, the camera swiftly shifted, showcasing another pair of fighters. Their combat more resplendent than what was previously witnessed within the arena. Radiant lights erupted from their hands, shattering stone walls with a single punch, igniting flames in an instant. Just as the audience became entranced, the scene appeared to stabilize. The 3D fighting arena, populated by 3D characters, brought a new dimension to the experience. While the horizontal fighting scenes remained unchanged, they now appeared more vivid thanks to the infusion of 3D technology. Characters continuously swapped in and out of combat, executing flawlessly connected moves that offered the spectators a thrilling spectacle. This marked a revolution in fighting games. With the incorporation of new technology, the game's visuals dazzled, and the gameplay introduced the innovative concept of combo attacks. The professionals present were well aware of the advantages of Xiao Yu's design. Fighting games thrive on the exhilaration of combos, and Xiao Yu has ingeniously reimagined this core element. Coupled with distinct and vividly portrayed characters, the game is poised to attract an even larger audience. At that moment, Miyamoto Jun's face registered a flicker of astonishment, overshadowed by a profound sense of melancholy. Reflecting on the first time he met Xiao Yu, although hailed as a genius, he never anticipated Xiao Yu's remarkable growth. Within just a year, two critically acclaimed masterpieces had emerged, now supplemented by two more games. From his perspective, these new titles undoubtedly reached the caliber of major works, with the latter likely to become a legendary creation as well. This gaming company not only possesses its own handheld console, but now boasts 4 flagship games that would be the cornerstone of any enterprise. Xiao Yu has accomplished what others could only dream of in a lifetime. With these titles alone, Xiao Yu could ensure the success of his handheld console sales. Observe the various game development companies around you. Even their gazes have begun to shift. With such a formidable gaming influence, the success of handheld consoles is undeniably foreseeable. A wildly popular gaming platform represents an irresistible opportunity for all third-party developers. Securing a presence on such a thriving platform promises substantial revenue to fill one's coffers. Many game developers have already discerned the true purpose of Xiao Yu's invitation today. It is not merely to witness a game launch, but to grasp the immense strength of Shenlong Entertainment. Following today's press conference, signs of Shenlong Entertainment's ascent to industry dominance have become apparent. Their focus lies in recognizing the platform's value. While success is assured, The paramount concern remains how to leverage this momentum to capture the attention of a broader player base. Xiao Yu has never divulged details about his handheld device, nor has he broached the topic of platform migration with them. Yet now, these game developers are increasingly inclined to engage in discussions with Xiao Yu. The opportunity is ripe, and it is a race to see who will seize it first. As for past rivalries with Shenlong Entertainment, those thoughts have long been cast aside. What is pride? Can it be consumed? Whether Xiao Yu's mockery holds any weight is irrelevant. Who bears animosity towards wealth? The allure of profit is undeniable. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the crowd, Xiao Yu's voice resonated once more. We shall name this game champion, featuring a plethora of fighting characters from around the globe. With over 30 options available to satisfy players worldwide in their quest for their ideal character. Once again, we witness the emergence of a monumental game, evoking profound admiration among all present. However, as they gazed at the still-lit screen, Miyamoto Junichi and Yokoi Jun felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Could there be another game? Their eyes fell upon Xiao Yu, who wore a slight smile, his gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light, causing a rush of anticipation. It seemed they were correct. Xiao Yu was about to unveil yet another game. As the words left his lips, the venue plunged into silence, every eye sparkling with disbelief as they turned towards him. Another game, seemingly one of great significance to Xiao Yu. Everyone was astounded, their eyes riveted to the screen behind him, eager to behold the essence of this game. Yet Xiao Yu remained unhurried, announcing, "Next, I invite you to revel in an audio-visual feast." As the last word echoed, the lights in the exhibition area extinguished instantly, plunging the environment into darkness, leaving all momentarily stunned, before a flicker of flame ignited on the large screen. The dancing flames appeared almost lifelike, capturing the attention of many. Miyamoto Junichi's ears perked up, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Soon after, a thunderous roar filled the press conference, akin to a tsunami of fervor. Chapter 69, a masterpiece of the next generation. What is this? Everyone was taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment as they listened to the sounds emanating from the immersive surround speakers ahead. It felt as though they were truly present in the moment. Despite their awareness of its artificiality, the experience was nothing short of breathtaking. Xiao Yu had pushed the conference to its limits, investing considerable sums into creating a holographic spectacle that could achieve such auditory brilliance. Beside him, Zhao Jia quietly observed Xiao Yu, her heart filled with admiration. The expenditure that had once baffled her now made sense as she experienced this vivid immersion, revealing the formidable genius of Xiao Yu. The Three Kingdoms is an epic saga that cannot be overlooked, with the battlefield as its eternal theme, rife with strategy and valor, and fraught with bloodshed and flames. Xiao Yu intended to convey this essence during the press conference, and he succeeded, as evidenced by the expressions on the attendees' faces. This event would be forever etched in their memories. Suddenly, the flames on the large screen surged forth, illuminating the dim environment with countless sparks, followed by a torrential downpour of arrows. Miyamoto Jun gazed in awe at the unfolding scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this a war game? In the next moment, the scenery shifted rapidly, showcasing the battlefield from the perspective of a soaring eagle. A grand city loomed on the battlefield, and with a piercing cry, the eagle soared across the vast expanse of 1,000,000 warriors, ultimately landing on the shoulder of a general adorned in resplendent golden armor. His helmet, embellished with twin plumes, framed a robust figure with piercing eyes akin to those of a hawk, accompanied by a beautifully crafted halberd at his side. As the camera pulled back, the three characters' Tiger Pass were inscribed upon the city walls. Every attendee felt a jolt of excitement, especially Wu Yuhui from Radiant Games, who trembled uncontrollably. Is this a Three Kingdoms game? Could Xiao Yu be creating a strategy game akin to Radiance? Wu Yuhui felt a chill run through him. It was inconceivable that Xiao Yu would resort to plagiarism, for that would be an affront to Sacred Dragon Entertainment. Should this game be entirely original and maintain its current quality, it would undoubtedly overshadow their own Three Kingdoms. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Jun seemed to grasp something profound, his eyes lighting up with realization. Beyond strategy and territorial conquest, a significant highlight of the Three Kingdoms lies in its multitude of illustrious generals. If Radiant Games' interpretation emphasized tactical planning, then Xiao Yu's game would likely delve into the prowess of the warriors. In the next instant, the scene shifted again, revealing the battlefield below the city walls, where countless soldiers surged forward. A young general clad in silver armor wielding a long spear entered the frame. The silver spear, intricately carved with a dragon, bore a striking resemblance to the emblem of Sacred Dragon Entertainment. Zhao Yun made his first appearance. The on-screen Zhao Yun suddenly broke into a sprint, his spear sweeping through the air, sending adversaries flying. The players watching this spectacle felt an exhilarating rush within. This is the battlefield they had always yearned for. The thrill of combat was intoxicating. This was indeed the essence of warfare. We have never encountered a game quite like this. My anticipation for the live demonstration is growing exponentially. I am determined to purchase it. Even if it consists solely of CGI, I shall acquire it. It is simply magnificent. This is precisely how I envisioned Xiao Yu. As the clamor gradually intensified, numerous players found themselves involuntarily rising to their feet, eager to advance for a clearer view. Observing this scene, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. The climax had yet to unfold. Suddenly, Xiao Yun, who was previously engaged in fierce combat, halted, brandishing his Fangtian Huaji before him, which then swept across the battlefield. Sparks erupted instantaneously, the tremendous force propelling Xiao Yun backward, forcing him to break through the throng before he could finally regain his footing. Is this Lu Bu? How formidable! Players exclaimed, their eyes fixated on the resplendent golden armor, which seemed almost blinding. At that moment, the crowd noticed a transformation in Xiao Yun on the screen. A faint white luminescence enveloping him, as his aura soared to unprecedented heights. Wu Shuang, observing the display, murmured softly. The Wu Shuang technique is undeniably a remarkable highlight of the game, characterized by exhilarating and grandiose maneuvers that other games lack. Had it not been for the handheld device's capabilities exceeding his expectations, enabling such stunning visuals, Xiao Yu would never have ventured to showcase it in this manner. A roar erupted from the screen, followed by Xiao Yun charging towards Lu Bu. Dust and debris were kicked up as he surged forward, a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Yun's spear met Lu Bu's armor, as he sliced through the crowd and ascended the city walls. The explosive visuals ignited a fervor among the onlookers. At that moment, the title of the game finally appeared on the screen. Truly, Wu Shuang Three Kingdoms. Wu Shuang Three Kingdoms? Wu Shuang Three Kingdoms? Miyamoto Junyi stared, entranced by the name displayed, his mind racing with the earlier visuals, a tremor of astonishment coursing through him. Indeed, it is Wu Shuang Three Kingdoms. Such powerful skills and renowned generals are deserving of the title Wu Shuang. The screen transitioned to showcase the actual gameplay, dazzling abilities, three-dimensional character designs, and the chaos of battle amidst the crowd, all accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack, set the players' hearts ablaze. At that moment, Miyamoto Junyi realized that this game was undoubtedly overseen by Xiao Yu himself. Otherwise, it could not have reached such remarkable heights. Yet another anticipated masterpiece is on the horizon. It can be said that the three games presented by Xiao Yu during today's conference are of exceptionally high quality, although they still have room for refinement. The mere fact that such a level of artistry is already attainable speaks volumes about Xiao Yu's prowess. Indeed, Shenlong Entertainment is as Xiao Yu proclaimed. Shenlong's productions are bound to be exquisite. Meanwhile, Yakaguchi Jun remained silent, seated quietly, lost in contemplation. Xiao Yu's invitation to attend the conference had initially suggested a mere game remaster. Yet who could have anticipated such a revelation? Time and again, he found himself confronted with the stark reality of Xiao Yu's formidable abilities. Xiao Yu spoke through his prowess. Defeating him was certainly within the realm of possibility. Present works of equal caliber provide platforms of the same standard. At this moment, Yokoi's army was acutely aware that such aspirations were exceedingly difficult to realize. At least not in the present. The research and development of handheld devices by the FC Group was not without progress, yet it faced significant bottlenecks. Even the games themselves were similarly stymied. Since the Century Group unveiled its inaugural 3D console, followed by the subsequent 3D console from the Great Law Group, and now with the emergence of the 3D handheld from St. Dragon Entertainment, it appears that the world has indeed entered the 3D era. Chapter 70, A Shift Towards Philanthropy? This is a game in which I played a pivotal role in its development, and we have dubbed it a revolutionary handheld experience of a new era. For this game, we have crafted a groundbreaking game engine, striving to achieve the pinnacle of what is currently possible. We aim to deliver to all players the most exquisite gaming experience achievable with contemporary technology. Standing on the stage, Xiao Yu began to passionately introduce this masterpiece. Unparalleled Three Kingdoms. This game, which embodies the essence of the entire project, is poised to completely revolutionize the handheld market for St. Dragon Entertainment. One must ask the gaming community if a handheld device boasts performance not merely on par with, but exceeding that of consoles. Capable of fulfilling all your current needs and offering exclusive games of superior quality, would you acquire such a device? The answer is straightforward. A gaming machine that provides an exceptional experience for players is the rightful path. Now, with St. Dragon Entertainment presenting this handheld, its popularity is undoubtedly foreseeable. With an already outstanding gaming platform, refined skills, and an impeccable design, everyone knows what choice to make. At the launch event, apart from the elated players, no one else could easily settle their thoughts. Particularly among various game developers, it would be disingenuous to claim that their emotions were uncomplicated. As fellow third parties, some have toiled in the industry for years, some even for over a decade. However, no company has ever contemplated creating its own gaming platform. The lack of confidence is not the sole reason, As Xiao Yu articulated, they have lost their drive for innovation. If they cannot dare to undertake bold innovations in a single game, how could they possibly design their own platform? Look at Saint Dragon Entertainment. Under Xiao Yu's leadership, this company, established merely a year ago, has achieved feats they once only dreamed of. With new game modes and content constantly emerging, they have even designed a handheld device, leaving others far behind. As everyone sank into contemplation, Xiao Yu's voice resonated once more. The launch event has now reached its conclusion. We have introduced all the games and the handheld device we aim to unveil, and now it is time for questions from the press. No sooner had he finished speaking than the journalists, who had been waiting eagerly, snapped back to attention, their faces alight with excitement, hands raised high, eager to capture Xiao Yu's focus. This lady over here, please pose your question, Zhao Jie said, pointing to one of the reporters. The woman stood up, her face radiating excitement, and introduced herself. I am Shang Jie, a reporter from the Player Channel. I have a few questions to pose. May I ask, Mr. Xiao? Is the new handheld console from Shenglong Entertainment developed entirely with independent technology? As the question slipped from her lips, it captured the attention of many, who turned their gaze towards Xiao Yu, eager to see how he would respond. Until now, the audience had only noted that Xiao Yu claimed the console was his own creation, but had never elaborated on the technologies employed. Could it merely be a simple collaboration? Upon hearing the question, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth lifted in a slight smile as he replied, "It is entirely independent technology." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, yet Xiao Yu seemed intent on expanding on the topic. We initiated our hardware acquisition plan 6 months ago, and I was fortunate to encounter companies like Pancher Electronics and Juxing Technology, which are deeply passionate about technology. The technologies they researched perfectly aligned with Shenglong Entertainment's vision for the industry, leading us to reach a consensus and collaborate with both companies to establish Frost Studio. This was the studio's first public unveiling, and the entire electronics industry remained unaware of the transformative impact it would have. From the design of the model to the development of the motherboard and processor, all were accomplished using our proprietary technology, endowing this console with complete independent intellectual property rights. Listening to Xiao Yu speak eloquently on stage left Hekong Jun and Xingtian Yu feeling utterly chilled. They had hoped that Xiao Yu had not fully mastered the technology behind the handheld console and would require external support. If that were the case, they could employ other means to undermine him. By severing their access to technology, Xiao Yu's console could be doomed before its inception. However, now Xiao Yu had left them no opportunity whatsoever. This signaled a complete annihilation of their hopes. Shang Jie was exhilarated by Xiao Yu's response. It was well known that China had faced numerous technological barriers in the electronics industry, and the ability to possess entirely independent technology demonstrated Shenglong Entertainment's resolve. There could be no room for error with this console. Filled with excitement, Shang Jie posed another question. Mr. Xiao, how will Shenglong Entertainment collaborate with various game development companies? A platform, no matter how exceptional, could not be sustained with merely 4 or 5 games, even if they were masterpieces. It was imperative to enrich the game libraries significantly to ensure the console's steady development. This concern was shared by many game companies present, who feared Xiao Yu might propose conditions they could not accept. Numerous eyes were fixed on him, seemingly awaiting his answer. With a slight smile, Xiao Yu began, "Today, in front of all the media, I wish to make a promise to game development companies worldwide, as well as third parties. Shenglong Entertainment will provide free access to our game engine and offer assistance to certain companies in perfecting the porting of their games to our handheld platform." With a single utterance, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Yu, as if he had unveiled some earth-shattering secret. Offering a game engine for free? Could it be that they would save a significant sum of money? Moreover, the notion of selflessly assisting certain game companies with platform porting, was Xiao Yu engaging in philanthropy? The assembled third-party representatives and game development companies stared at Xiao Yu in utter disbelief, as if they were witnessing a ghost, fixated on the smiling figure on stage. "Am I hearing things?" murmured the head of a game company. "This is simply unbelievable. Is this for real?" The clamor swiftly subsided, yielding countless inquisitive gazes. Yet Xiao Yu remained steadfast in his previous declaration. Providing assistance without charge and supplying a development engine for free, one could almost feel as though they had incurred a loss of billions. But how could Xiao Yu be so naive? Meanwhile, in the audience, Gong Benjun furrowed his brow, sensing that he might have overlooked something significant. Today's barrage of explosive news was overwhelming, leaving him perplexed about Xiao Yu's underlying motives. Chapter 71. Don't celebrate too soon. Opening everything up, to the extent of disregarding profit, could only be described as a charitable act. Yet to label it as such would be an insult to Xiao Yu. What difference was there from giving it away for free? At that moment, not only others, but even Zhao Jie looked bewildered at Xiao Yu, struggling to regain her composure. This wasn't what was previously stated. A fleeting expression of anxiety crossed Xiao Jie's face, only to be replaced by a sense of calm as if she had recalled something vital. Steady yourself. You must remain composed. Xiao Yu would never incur losses. Repeatedly affirming this to herself, Zhao Jian managed to stabilize her emotions. Journalist Zhang Jiejia was evidently taken aback by the announcement. Not solely her, but the entirety of the press conference attendees. A group of players gazed around, bewildered by the peculiar atmosphere, their expressions akin to those of onlookers at a spectacle. Mr. Xiao, may I confirm, this is indeed without charge? As soon as Zhang Jiejia posed her question, the heads of various game companies present felt their hearts leap into their throats. Xiao Yu, with a smile, nodded affirmatively and replied, all of it is true. May I inquire about the reasoning behind this? Of course, Xiao Yu responded with a slight smile. I cannot allow people to think I am merely working for love. A ripple of laughter erupted from the audience, and the atmosphere of the press conference lightened considerably. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Yu summoned a statistical bar chart on the large screen behind him. Since the inception of video games, their trajectory has been fluctuating. However, the past decade has exhibited remarkable stability. Some might argue that stability is undesirable, but I assert unequivocally that this is indeed detrimental. As his words hung in the air, the ambience of the venue shifted once more into an uncanny tension. Unabashed, snickered Yokoi Jun, his disdain palpable. Ignoring the other person, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. The numerous additional conditions set by the first party have led to a continuous rise in the costs of game development. While this undoubtedly stimulates the emergence of blockbuster titles, data reveals that in recent years, there have hardly been any significant releases, indeed, not even one per year. In such a scenario, this poses a lethal threat to the entire industry. When the electronics sector becomes overly cautious and halts innovation, it has already faced defeat. Therefore, in order to reduce development costs, I have chosen to fully open up these resources. At this point, Xiao Yu took a sip from his cup, feeling quite satisfied. It was a flawless speech, akin to an act of charity. However, in the audience, Miyamoto Junichi's expression grew increasingly grim, while nearby, Yamato Keiko appeared utterly bewildered. Is Xiao Jun truly intent on proceeding with this? When have you ever seen him incur a loss? Miyamoto Junichi lamented. From the moment you first encountered him, one should have realized that in this world, while others may suffer losses, Xiao Yu will never be among them. He is effectively holding the entire industry hostage. At this moment, Miyamoto Junichi felt a chill run down his spine. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. Even when facing the peak of Yamauchi and Tomita, he had never felt this way. It was as if a person had suddenly bound you with a rope and then proclaimed, "This is for your own good." Once bound, you will have food and drink, living in unparalleled happiness. Yet, as you gazed upon the sumptuous feast before you, realizing it was indeed real, you found yourself willingly ensnared. This was precisely what Xiao Yu was undertaking. It all sounded free, but the audience likely had yet to grasp the full implications. The game engine was developed by Shenlong Entertainment, and the platform was also created by them. Once they utilized these resources, they would be irrevocably ensnared. Who wouldn't desire something free? It would save money and reduce development costs, with assistance readily available, not to mention the allure of such a thriving platform. They would also have the opportunity for profound exchanges with Shenlong Entertainment. As all game development companies acclimatized to the model established by Shenlong Entertainment, they would soon realize that deviating from it would incur exorbitant costs. In that case, it would be wiser to remain on Shenlong Entertainment's platform and earn a bit more. After all, why suffer when one can simply lie back and profit? At this moment, Miyamoto Junichi began to comprehend the terrifying nature of Xiao Yu's strategy, a realization he had only just come to. Are there any astute minds among the various game companies? Certainly. Do they recognize the situation? Of course. Yet, even with such an enticing opportunity laid before them, they would find it exceedingly difficult to decline. Currently, no major platform could offer them resources as exceptional as those from Shenlong Entertainment. Even if they were being coerced, they would accept it. Just look at the beauty of Shenlong Entertainment's console. It is nothing short of magnificent. Even if you were to hold a knife to the neck of the FC Group's design department, they could not produce such a product. With no other options available, the only path left is to choose Shenlong Entertainment. The people there are amiable, eager to assist, and, most importantly, with 4 blockbuster titles to support them. Such a launch lineup would compel even FC and Century to tread carefully. Xiao Yu's determination was evidently palpable. If that were the case, why not take a bold risk? Contemplating this, Wu Yuhui, who had remained silent until now, exhibited a myriad of expressions before suddenly rising to his feet and inquiring, "Director Xiao, is everything you said truly the case?" "Indeed," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Then, as it stands, Wu Yuhui took a deep breath. Guangwei Games will be launching a new version of the Three Kingdoms on the Shenlong Entertainment platform. What? Yamato Keiko abruptly stood, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Wu Yuhui, momentarily at a loss for words. On one side stood the Century Group, and on the other, Xiao Yu, a partner of the Yamato family. She felt an overwhelming sense of conflict. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Jun displayed an expression of as expected, pressing Yamato Keiko back down with a hand. It was indeed anticipated. Now was not the time for discord. Shenlong Entertainment was formidable, so much so that at that moment, Miyamoto Jun felt little inclination to resist. It was not surprising for someone to defect on the spot. What perplexed him was why it had to be Guanghui Games. This gaming company was the premier entity under the Century Group, and now it was turning its back in front of them, leaving Miyamoto Jun bewildered. At that moment, Yokoi Jun regarded Miyamoto Jun with a mocking gaze. Indeed, Century is a breeding ground for opportunists. A single press conference has lured away the leading company of the first tier. Each person has their own aspirations. I cannot hinder every individual, Miyamoto Jun replied nonchalantly. Yet today, it seemed fate conspired against Yokoi Jun. Just after his mockery, another voice emerged. Mengong Games is willing to join the handheld platform of Shenlong Entertainment, and we will present our new game. Seemingly not satisfied, the chairwoman of Mengong Games, Nangang Yu, continued, we demand exclusivity. Exclusivity? From Mengong Games? At this, all present were left agape, staring at the resolute woman who had stood up, her determined expression leaving no doubt about her resolve. The first tier of FC Group, a pillar of strength, had indeed turned against them on the spot. Chapter 72. The replacement Nangang Yu, the newly appointed chairwoman of Mengong Games, was a woman of Chinese descent who had managed to establish herself in such a challenging environment as Fusang, achieving the first-tier status for her company through formidable prowess. Over the years, Nangang Yu had sought change. However, FC's capabilities had not shown significant improvement, even when they could develop commendable games. They ultimately had to abandon them due to platform constraints. Xiao Yu was right. The existence of FC was indeed stifling the industry's progress. The launch of the new machine by Century Group represented an opportunity for them, yet they had remained cautious. Until the emergence of the Great Law Group, they had glimpsed a ray of hope, a beacon that could guide them out of their industry predicament. However, they were all gravely mistaken from the outset. They had been fundamentally misguided. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Yu would emerge as a bright moon in the darkness, illuminating their path forward? A company that understood game development now possessed its own platform, with technological capabilities that far surpassed current handheld standards, even exceeding those of console platforms. This unprecedented situation left them both astonished and contemplative. Only those who have traversed their path could procure what they truly needed, and Xiao Yu offered them a novel choice. As for the advantages of Shenlong Entertainment, Nangang Yu, not being foolish, was well aware. Yet, what difference did it make? Even so, it was far superior to their current predicament. Lacking the energy to develop a platform, they had to conform to the prevailing trends. The handheld device from Shenlong Entertainment was poised to become an immense success, and naturally, they wished to seize this favorable opportunity. At that moment, Yakaguchi Jun felt a burning shame, his eyes glinting with malice, wishing he could devour Nangang Yu alive. Had he truly been outmaneuvered? Publicly humiliated? Nangang Yu, do you intend to breach our agreement? He spat, his words laced with menace. Upon hearing this, Nangang Yu turned to Yakaguchi Jun with a smile. My apologies, Mr. Yakaguchi, but I find Mr. Zhao's points quite compelling. You, Yakaguchi Jun retorted. If you wish to survive, Dream Palace must follow Mr. Xiao. Some things are destined to be obsolete. This felt like a heavy hammer striking Yakaguchi Jun's heart, nearly provoking him to rage. What did you say? If you don't understand, then get out. Has FC fallen so low as to threaten people just to retain game developers? Xiao Yu's icy voice echoed, instantly redirecting Yakaguchi Jun's attention. Fixated on Xiao Yu, Yakaguchi Jun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Under Xiao Yu's gaze, he felt as if he were facing Yamauchi Tomita, a sensation that nearly compelled him to relent. Suppressing the turmoil within, Yakaguchi Jun coldly replied, we shall see. After delivering this unproductive threat, he turned away with his entourage. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Junichi, who had remained silent, slowly rose. After casting a profound glance at Xiao Yu, he remarked meaningfully, I hope we can collaborate in the future. With that, he too turned to leave. In an instant, the two leading factions exited the press conference, leaving the journalists sensing an undeniable tension in the air. Particularly, Miyamoto Junichi's statement appeared to suggest that the rift had not been entirely severed. Xiao Yu, however, maintained an air of indifference, allowing both parties to depart. With the handheld console's promotional campaign heating up and game marketing set to unfold comprehensively, any engagement between the two factions would lead to a relentless conflict. Xiao Yu had no time to soothe the wounded spirits of either side. Of course, he might contemplate some consolation in relinquishing market share. As the press conference drew to a close, numerous companies departed, burdened with heavy thoughts. No one wished to believe the events of the day, yet they had transpired, compelling them to return swiftly and devise a strategy to confront this upheaval. The following day, when the media unveiled the details of the press conference, the entire industry was left in shock. In Fusang, the headquarters of FC, Yakaguchi Jun did not even wait for the exhibition to conclude, hastily returning to Fusang overnight. Standing quietly in the office, the scene outside was shrouded in ominous clouds. Yamauchi Tomita, gazing through the window, witnessed a flash of lightning strike down. The storm is brewing. He mused, then turned his gaze towards Yakaguchi Gun, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Yakaguchi, I am fully aware of everything that has transpired. Yet I must declare that you have already lost. From the moment you faced Xiao Yu, FC was proud. However, you have tarnished that pride, leaving me deeply disappointed. Yakaguchi Gun trembled, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Yamauchi Tomita, horror etched across his face. Chairman, he began, but Yamauchi raised a hand to silence him. Continuing slowly, your performance at Shanghai has been utterly disgraceful. Threatening someone in public. Who do you think you are? Without FC, you are nothing. I have yet to deal with the issue of Xiao Yu, but I must first tidy up your mess. Look for yourself. With that, Yamauchi hurled a newspaper onto Yakaguchi's chest. Shocking. FC's overseas representative Yakaguchi Gun publicly threatens a third party. Is this a struggle for resources or a tyrannical clause? The bold headline nearly consumed the entire front page, leaving Yakaguchi feeling an icy chill enveloping him. Anger surged within him. When had he ever uttered such words? This is all a fabrication. Yet, there were photographs, and major media outlets in Fusang had begun to report it, with even foreign press catching wind of it. FC was on the brink of a significant image crisis. Casting a cold glance at Yakaguchi Gun, Yamauchi Tomita said, prepare yourself. You should take a trip abroad to clear your mind. Your position will be filled by someone else. Yakaguchi trembled, then quietly inquired, who? Furukawa Taro. Yakaguchi's head snapped up, disbelief flooding his features. This person, wasn't he supposed to have been ousted from headquarters? Why was he here? No sooner had he spoken than the office door swung open, and a slender figure entered, bowing respectfully to Yamauchi Tomita. Greetings, President. Yakaguchi turned sharply at the sound, a fleeting glint of malice crossing his eyes. Furukawa Taro. Yakaguchi. It has been a long time, Furukawa Taro said, a professional smile gracing his face as he regarded Yakaguchi with a fleeting look of disdain. Chapter 73, Rectifying Xiao Yu? 3 years prior, FC had aggressively expanded into overseas markets. Yet Yakaguchi Gun had employed numerous tactics to send his competitors back to the Fusang headquarters. Subsequently, he had spent a year distancing Furukawa Taro from the core. Who could have predicted that years of effort would come to naught? The rival had returned. In that moment, Yakaguchi realized that no one could be ousted from FC without Yamauchi's consent. Now, Furukawa Taro had taken his place. Ignoring Yakaguchi's expression, Yamauchi Tomita calmly stated, I will reignite the new handheld console project to counter Xiao Yu's new device. As the year draws to a close, I yearn for the unveiling of an innovative handheld console. With the onset of conflict, let us engage in a contest of prowess. At this moment, Takashi Furukawa spoke with a smile, asserting, I shall strive earnestly. The FC has not yet reached a point where it can be easily dismissed. Xiao Yu shall fall before us. Yamauchi Tomita nodded, his expression noncommittal. Stepping out of the office, Takashi Furukawa let out a derisive laugh and turned to his companion. Yokoi-gun. Yokoi, you could never have imagined I would be the one to take your place, could you? Unexpected yet entirely anticipated. Upon hearing this, Takashi Furukawa chuckled lightly, stating with cool indifference, you have lost, and utterly so. I can vividly envision you being led by the nose by Xiao Yu. You. Do not be hasty, simply observe. Years ago, I was merely a move behind you, but that does not signify my inability to contend with Sacred Dragon Entertainment. Your foolishness is evident. Stand behind me and learn how I vanquish my competitors. With that, he turned and departed, disregarding Yokoi-gun entirely. Watching the retreating figure, Yokoi-gun slammed his fist against the wall in frustration before turning to leave. The repercussions of the press conference continued to reverberate. Even the Great Law Group refrained from making further statements, merely reiterating that Xiao Yu would not withdraw from the initial launch sequence of the console. With no additional news forthcoming, the Great Law Group, having been outmaneuvered by Xiao Yu, initially sought to issue a stern warning. But upon Xiao Yu's announcement to utilize SD cards, they capitulated to the allure of financial gain. After years of promoting SD cards, it appeared that this time they could rise anew on the coattails of Sacred Dragon Entertainment. After all, money reigns supreme. As for lessons learned, can they rival the allure of the truth is fragrant principle? At this juncture, the Great Law Group could only silently pray that Sacred Dragon Entertainment's handheld console would not significantly impact their own system. Should this plan falter, they would incur substantial financial losses. However, it was the global players who found themselves truly reveling in excitement. When the CG trailers for the 3 games premiered, players worldwide erupted in a frenzy. Despite Sacred Dragon Entertainment's late entry into the arena, they managed to capture a considerable fanbase following the release of 2 games. These seasoned players were well aware of the allure of the 3 upcoming titles. Within a mere few days, numerous emails from eager players arrived at Sacred Dragon Entertainment, expressing their fervent desire to experience the new games as soon as possible. This left many developers astonished, spurring them to expedite their work on the projects. Yet, as this situation escalated and the anticipation for the 3 games grew, some began to feel a sense of unease. Wang Xiaotao had never encountered such a circumstance, and his concerns were not entirely unexpected, though they significantly hindered the development progress of the games. Noticing the tension in his colleague, Xiao Yu felt it necessary to engage in a conversation. "What troubles you?" he inquired, observing Wang Xiaotao's furrowed brow in the office. Upon observing a sudden change in Wang Xiaotao's expression, he became increasingly conflicted. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "I constantly fear that the game may encounter significant issues. As global anticipation continues to rise, we cannot afford any uncertainties." Xiao Yu immediately interrupted Wang Xiaotao's words, fixing his gaze intently upon him, feeling a sense of helplessness within. This was an inevitable path toward the birth of a masterpiece. It was only natural for Wang Xiaotao to feel apprehensive. Having participated in the development of a legendary game for the first time, the high expectations had understandably left him feeling insecure. St. Dragon Entertainment must deliver nothing short of excellence. We adhere to stringent review protocols. Only projects that pass our scrutiny are released to the world. You need not worry about anything else, Xiao Yu asserted. Your only task is to push your limits to the utmost. Wang Xiaotao stared blankly at Xiao Yu, his face a canvas of astonishment. The reasoning was so compelling that he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. "If you cannot adjust your mindset, I may have to temporarily remove you from the development team," Xiao Yu stated coldly. Just those few words left Wang Xiaotao in a state of alarm, prompting him to rise abruptly, fear etched across his features. "Rest assured, Director Xiao, I promise to fulfill my duties," he exclaimed, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Yu, hoping to sway his recent decision. After scrutinizing Wang Xiaotao for a moment and confirming his unwavering resolve, Xiao Yu finally replied, "You may leave now. Do not allow these distractions to affect you. Otherwise, I will follow through with my words." Wang Xiaotao cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yu before departing. However, as he exited, he noticed Zhao Jia entering the office accompanied by another individual. Upon seeing the person trailing Zhao Jia, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, "Nan Gongyu?" This marked the second encounter between Xiao Yu and Nan Gongyu since their discussion at the last exhibition. Unlike their previous meeting, this time, Nan Gongyu had come for negotiations, eager to assess the extent of Xiao Yu's sincerity. "Chairman Nangong has come personally to discuss the game we talked about last time," Zhao Jia reminded him. This prompted Xiao Yu to suddenly recall the matter, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he turned to Nan Gongyu and inquired, "Has Chairman Nangong decided to unveil a new game?" As one of the leading entities in the industry, Nangong Games had released numerous titles, none of which could be labeled as masterpieces, yet many were significant works. Initially, Xiao Yu had anticipated that Nangong Games would present one of their past hits to support him. Thus, he was taken aback by the announcement of a new game instead. The specifics of the game remained unknown to him, but it appeared he would have the privilege of a first glimpse today. Nangongyu remained silently observant, not uttering a word. This man before her was regarded by Miyamoto Junichi as a prodigy within the industry. Every game he touched was bound to be a rare gem. Before arriving in Shanghai, she had already met with Miyamoto Junichi in secret, and his evaluation of Xiao Yu lingered in her mind. This game will only be deemed perfect after Xiao Yu's refinement. Despite not understanding why Miyamoto Junichi held such a high opinion, Nangongyu resolved to give it a try. The changes in this game are unprecedented. So much so that it could be regarded as a transformative work for Dream Palace Games, leaving her uncertain about its future. Since Xiao Yu can offer them superior advice, it seems prudent to give it a try. Chapter 74. The IP belongs to me. The game to you. I have come to seek your counsel regarding a game. Without the slightest hesitation, Nangongyu expressed her purpose, feeling a lack of persuasive power, and proceeded to mention the illustrious Miyamoto Junichi. Teacher Miyamoto has asked me to inquire about your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, her brow arching in surprise. How intriguing it is that a game from her own company would require her evaluation. It reflects a certain level of confidence in her. A smile graced Xiao Yu's lips as she calmly remarked, "Is this a new game set to debut on handheld consoles?" Nangongyu nodded slightly and handed over the planning proposal she held. The information was scant, as it was impossible to reveal the entire picture. Only the crucial elements needed to be disclosed. Xiao Yu accepted the proposal with a smile, and after a brief glance, her eyes sparkled with interest. Mobile Suit? She looked at Nangongyu with mild astonishment, not expecting her to present the Mobile Suit series from her past life's memories. Strictly speaking, the Mobile Suit series did not excel in gaming. Rather, its enduring success lay in the realm of animation. Arguably one of the most triumphant animated series of her previous life, with its merchandise possessing immense value. It appears that Nangongyu harbors considerable ambition. After perusing the planning document for a while, Xiao Yu finally turned her gaze back to Yu. Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? As soon as the words left her lips, Yu was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind the question. After a moment's thought, she replied, the truth. Xiao Yu smiled gently before stating, this game is hardly worthy of being called a major title. Her words plunged Yu into a state of despair, leaving her momentarily speechless. Staring blankly at Xiao Yu, her expression grew increasingly grim. Is it truly that inadequate? There are few mecha games, and none have gained substantial fame. Dream Palace is well aware of this. However, achieving success necessitates exploring alternative avenues. The gradual prevalence of 3D technology offered a glimmer of hope. Yet the market outlook remains bleak. If even Xiao Yu, known for her remarkable works, expresses such skepticism, does that not imply the project is beyond salvation? Yu's expression darkened, and a sense of reluctance brewed within her. Yet, the reality was as it stood. Dream Palace had invested a considerable sum in this endeavor. Could they simply abandon it? Noticing Yu's troubled demeanor, Xiao Yu smiled subtly and asked, you have invested a significant amount of money, haven't you? Yu instinctively nodded, then suddenly looked up at Xiao Yu, confusion evident in her eyes. What do you mean? Literally, it seems I could consider investing as well. Upon hearing this, Yu's expression transformed dramatically, and even Zhao Jie, who stood nearby, looked on with astonishment at Xiao Yu. What was she contemplating? Zhao Jie refrained from speaking further, merely wishing to observe what Xiao Yu intended to do. She found it hard to believe that he would squander money so frivolously. Xiao Yu, however, wore a beguiling smile as he turned to Yu and said, I am willing to invest in this game, but I require the intellectual property rights. Dream Palace only holds the rights for game development. At first glance, his terms appeared exceedingly harsh, yet Yu understood that, in comparison to losing everything, this arrangement might allow for a recovery of some funds. What purpose does a doomed game serve? Yu questioned, furrowing her brow in confusion as she looked at Xiao Yu. It is destined to fail in your hands, but not in mine. There is profit to be made. After all, only I possess the capability to rescue this game. No one else has the means. Yu was taken aback by Xiao Yu's confidence, and upon hearing his words, she felt a knot form in her chest, struggling to regain her composure. What will you do? She asked. That's a secret. Maintaining his infuriating demeanor, Yu suppressed the urge to retaliate and took a deep breath before inquiring, how much are you willing to invest? The conversation inevitably turned to finances. Discussing anything else would only stir emotions. The game requires minimal modifications. Shenglong Entertainment will provide comprehensive technical support for Dream Palace's game, and I will contribute additional content. My primary focus this time is the copyright. As he spoke, a smile graced Xiao Yu's face, and he raised 3 fingers. How much? Yu's breath quickened. 30 million. As soon as he finished speaking, both Yu and Zhao Jie stared at Xiao Yu in astonishment, their minds racing with disbelief. Why would he offer such a sum for a game he deemed unpromising? Yu felt a surge of excitement. The development costs for this game had only amounted to a little over 20 million, and now, before its official release, they were poised to break even. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune remained uncertain for her. Gazing at the planning document in her hands, Yu found herself at a loss regarding her feelings toward the game. Although it bore the prestigious title of a first-tier project, she was acutely aware of the company's precarious situation. Should this game fail, Dream Palace would likely face ruin or, at the very least, a severe blow. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she steeled herself, looked up at Xiao Yu, and declared, I will arrange the agreement immediately. A smile spread across Xiao Yu's face as he replied, pleasure doing business. Once they had parted ways, Zhao Jie hurried back to the office. Observing Xiao Yu's demeanor, which resembled that of someone who had just made a fortune, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. 30 million, just for the copyright. Xiao Yu turned to Zhao Jie, a playful smile gracing his lips as he replied, you are unaware of the true value of this IP. The game? She asked, puzzled. No, its worth extends far beyond the game itself. Xiao Yu smiled mysteriously. Notify the animation department. They have work to do. Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback before coming to her senses, staring at Xiao Yu in disbelief. You intend to animate this game? Using the previous Pokemon model? Xiao Yu smiled gently and spoke slowly. The secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Although she did not explicitly state her intentions, Zhao Jie had already surmised what Xiao Yu was planning. This approach was all too familiar to her. Animating the IP could significantly elevate its popularity, leading inevitably to a game adaptation. Provided everything proceeded smoothly, it would undoubtedly culminate in a blockbuster game. Yet, observing Xiao Yu's demeanor, it seemed that she was not merely content with a single game. In that instant, Zhao Jie felt a flicker of anticipation regarding Xiao Yu's forthcoming actions, eager to discover her true intentions. Chapter 75. Your father, after all, is your father. During this period, Li Jiayuan had been closely monitoring the production of Pocket Monsters. As the animation neared completion, he He was contemplating the possibility of a sequel to capitalize on the momentum. However, upon receiving news that director Xiao was seeking him out, Li Jiyuan understood that his role was about to take shape. Rushing into the office, he looked at Xiao Yu with excitement and inquired, "Boss, are we producing a sequel to Pocket Monsters?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Xiao Yu sliding a project proposal towards him. "There will be no sequel this year. You have a new task," she stated. Taken aback, Li Jiyuan picked up the documents in front of him and began to peruse them, his face reflecting confusion. Was this truly a game proposal? Why was it directed at him, someone not involved in the gaming department? As Li Jiyuan pondered this, Xiao Yu's voice reached his ears. "I need this game to be animated." The words struck him momentarily speechless. Once he confirmed he had not misheard, he cautiously asked, "A mecha battle animation?" Xiao Yu nodded and, extending her finger, fixed her gaze upon him, declaring, "I have but one requirement. The details must be flawless." A jolt of realization coursed through Li Jiyuan. He sensed that this demand was far from simple. Director Zhao's intentions were far-reaching. Sure enough, as Li Jiyuan wrestled with his curiosity, Xiao Yu's voice echoed once more. "I require numerous details to support subsequent merchandise releases." Li Jiyuan's expression shifted. His eyes suddenly ablaze with understanding as he looked at Xiao Yu and exclaimed, "Are you planning to create models?" A clever individual communicates effortlessly, grasping the nuances with ease. Xiao Yu inwardly acknowledged this, smiling at Li Jiyuan as she affirmed, "Precisely." With this confirmation, Li Jiyuan's face lit up with excitement. The boss was indeed not limiting herself to animation development. Was she now strategizing for merchandise? Gazing at the materials in his hands, he envisioned the fervent scene following the anime's release, where the merchandise would thrive. With this thought, Li Jiyuan stood upright, brimming with enthusiasm as he declared, "I will strive for perfection, ensuring every detail is immaculate." The mecha design, an immensely vital element, held the potential to propel this anime to unprecedented heights. Followed closely by the success of its associated merchandise, Xiao Yu had witnessed the meteoric rise of Mobile Suit Gundam, where a single model could command prices in the tens of thousands, with even the most sought-after components sold piecemeal. The scene where the player, with tears in their eyes, angrily pulls out their wallet is indeed poignant. The success of this game hinges on the efforts of your animation department. After offering a few words of encouragement, Xiao Yu watched as Li Jiyuan departed from the office. Once the door closed behind them, Xiao Yu rubbed his aching temples, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. Since the press conference, the influx of tasks had become overwhelming. He longed for the swift release of the game to grant himself a much-needed respite. As the days passed, the DFA group methodically arranged for the launch of their new console. Ever since Xiao Yu unveiled his handheld device, a sense of inexplicable defeat loomed over the DFA group. Although it was not a betrayal in the conventional sense, Morita Nobuo still felt deceived. Thus, he persistently reminded himself that upon the console's release, he would demonstrate to Xiao Yu that his console could shine brightly, even without the support of Shanglong Entertainment. This sentiment intensified after receiving a correspondence from Shanglong Entertainment indicating that their game would be bundled with the console. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to Xiao Yu's requests. With only a few hours remaining until the scheduled launch, the new console was set to be unveiled to the world at midnight. At that moment, Morita Nobuo felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, silently praying that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. His gaze fixated on the ticking clock, and when the chimes rang out, his heart seized momentarily. The fate of this endeavor rested upon this battle. "Xiao Yu, I shall make you regret ever releasing your handheld." As the seconds ticked by, Morita Nobuo could no longer conceal his anxiety, rising to pace restlessly in the room, contemplating whether the sales figures had already materialized. Just then, the office door swung open unexpectedly. He turned to see who had entered, his words caught in his throat as he dashed forward. He swiftly snatched the paper from the newcomer's hand, excitement coursing through him as he examined the data on the statistics sheet. The first line revealed the sales figures within the initial 3 hours, 50,000 units. A flicker of elation surged within him, knowing that this figure only represented sales in Fusong, with the remaining data to be compiled by the following morning. Achieving over 100,000 pre-orders on the first day would be a remarkable accomplishment for the DFA group, especially for their inaugural console, which bore high hopes. Yet, the smile on Morita Nobuo's face quickly faded. As his gaze shifted downward, his expression hardened. How could this be? A gasp escaped him, while the subordinate at the door wore a wry smile, aware that the news he had brought was not as favorable as it seemed. The intricate relationship between the DFA group and Shanglong Entertainment was no secret within the company. He had intended to deliver the information before presenting the data, but now, it was too late. Swallowing hard, the subordinate hesitantly remarked, "Chief, it seems there is some discrepancy." No sooner had the words left his lips than Morita Nagao abruptly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he stared at the person across from him. In a chilling tone, he demanded, I am not blind. I see everything clearly. I simply want to know why this is happening. His finger nearly punctured the paper in his hand. The glaring crimson figure in the Shenlong Entertainment section was painfully conspicuous. 49,000 units. The bundled sales of the Pokemon reboot had astonishingly reached 49,000 units. As for the remainder, they were solely sold by the Daifa Group themselves. 1,000 units in 3 hours, and that was nationwide. Was this some sort of joke? Were they truly pursuing the game, or were they after the console? At that moment, Morita Nagao's face was clouded with confusion, struggling to comprehend where the problem lay. He had initially believed he could deal a decisive blow to Xiao Yu's arrogance, only to find himself dealt a stinging slap in return, imparting an unforgettable lesson. Your father is, after all, your father. Chapter 76. The bizarre sales and the innovative arcade gameplay. The media is always the swiftest and fearlessly dives into the size of the unfolding spectacle. On the second day after the Daifa Group's console launch, various media outlets began to release their reports. For the first time, the term viral was not associated with the main product, but instead focused on the revamped Pokemon. Astonishing. A masterpiece achieves remarkable results, significantly boosting the Daifa Group's console sales. How a divine teammate was forged. A masterpiece once again rescues the console market. Early in the morning, after a sleepless night, Morita Nagao's mood worsened upon seeing the reports. After a flurry of activity, the Daifa Group had inadvertently aided Shenlong Entertainment, which had recently suffered significant profit losses, in recovering a substantial amount of funds. Did he truly appear to be a philanthropist? The secretary beside him watched Morita Nagao with trepidation. After a prolonged hesitation, she cautiously inquired, "Chief, could it be that we tipped off the media?" No sooner had she spoken than a piercing glare shot towards her. With a dark expression, Morita Nagao fixated on his secretary and coldly replied, "Is that the crux of the matter? Where are the sales reports from abroad?" The secretary instantly trembled, hurriedly nodding as she replied, "They are being compiled. If you don't have them within half an hour, you shall never appear before me again." His icy voice plunged the secretary's spirits into despair. Within half an hour, Morita Nagao finally received the coveted report. However, after a meticulous glance, he nearly fainted once more. The figures mirrored those of the domestic sales. Although they were not as staggering, the bundled sales of the Shenlong Entertainment console still accounted for a staggering 70. At that moment, Morita Nagao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding at the thought of what might transpire if Shenlong Entertainment abruptly terminated its partnership with the Daifa Group. A half-sales figure? As soon as the thought arose, Masuda Nagao felt a shiver run through his body, and he dared not pursue it further, fearing that such events might indeed come to pass. While he was lost in contemplation, the telephone on his desk rang abruptly. The only person capable of calling this line was one individual, prompting Masuda to stand up abruptly, his demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency as he answered the call without delay. On the other end of the line, an emotionless voice echoed, causing Masuda's body to stiffen instantly. This was a precursor to his brother's wrath. "I have seen the data. The sales figures appear to be rather disappointing." The voice continued in a flat tone, yet it left Masuda drenched in cold sweat. The data seemed superficially appealing, but once we accounted for certain influencing factors, we could readily declare it a failure. From the outset, we erred. The technology we championed has finally encountered an insurmountable issue. What we require transcends mere hardware. We need software firmly within our grasp. Yet, you allowed this problem to surface only after incurring losses. Nagao, you have deeply disappointed me. Masuda remained silent, his complexion turning an ashen hue, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. I will exert every effort to rectify this loss. There is no opportunity left. The losses are substantial. We must temporarily withdraw from this market and let them battle amongst themselves. Such a statement effectively negated the several $100 million invested by the Daifa Group. It was a severance of monumental proportions. Masuda Xiaofu had contemplated leveraging the current circumstances to elevate the Daifa Group's reputation, but such a move would only serve to further entangle himself with Shenlong Entertainment. A perilous endeavor, especially when the Daifa Group lacked the upper hand. They could only withdraw from this conflict temporarily, biding their time to strike when Shenlong Entertainment was at its most vulnerable. The handheld console war was more tumultuous than anyone had anticipated. It was not merely a matter of wealth, but rather a choice dictated by the market. FC and Shenlong Entertainment were poised for a final showdown, a battle that would undoubtedly alter the industry landscape, and it would be then that their opportunity would arise. At this juncture, it was not solely the Daifa Group that harbored such sentiments. Numerous other companies were also observing with keen interest. This was a war of deification, one in which they could not intrude at will. The Shanghai International Electronics Expo spanned half a month, culminating in a resplendent finale. Yet, many understood that the true electronic warfare had only just begun. Following Shenlong Entertainment's release of its handheld console concept advertisement, promotional imagery of 3 eagerly anticipated games began to disseminate across the globe. Within a mere month, it swept through the gaming community, igniting fervent anticipation for the impending revelry. Though the handheld console had yet to officially launch, a significant number of players remained focused on the arcade market. At this moment, within an arcade in Shanghai City, numerous individuals gathered around a machine, captivated by a player's performance. Cheers erupted continuously, transforming the atmosphere into a cacophony of excitement. Yet the players remained fervently engaged. Meanwhile, the proprietor, Wu Xiao, stood outside, directing workers as they carefully unloaded an arcade machine from a truck. Upon entering the establishment, the attention of numerous players was immediately captured. Master Wu, is this a new arcade machine? My goodness, it's enormous. What game is this? What game is this? The interior quickly transformed into a cacophony of excitement. Filled with veteran players, most of whom were familiar with Wu Xiao, who wore a mysterious smile as he spoke. Of course, it's a new game. This arcade cost me quite a fortune. Which company's new game is it? Someone inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xiao replied, I believe it's called Sacred Dragon Entertainment. Instantly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, Sacred Dragon Entertainment? Wu Xiao slapped his forehead, chuckling. That's the one. It's said to be a company from our very own Shanghai. Sacred Dragon Entertainment, you say? But have they ever released an arcade machine? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the same uncertainty. While none could recall Sacred Dragon Entertainment developing an arcade, being seasoned players, they were familiar with the company's games, and interest was piqued. The first arcade game from Sacred Dragon Entertainment. Under the urging of the crowd, the arcade machine was swiftly assembled by the staff. Gazing at its massive frame, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. Is this a cockpit? My goodness, is that a racing steering wheel? Fool, that's a rally racing steering wheel. Traditionally, arcade machines comprised a single screen and a few buttons. As Xiao Yu would put it, they were merely enlarged versions of gaming consoles, with simpler technology leading to widespread accessibility. However, the arcade machine released by Sacred Dragon Entertainment was designed to fully simulate the cockpit experience, striving to provide players with the most authentic driving experience. Chapter 77. Transmitting new versions. Transmitting new experiences. Never before had an arcade been so silent. As everyone stood transfixed by the machine, their sole focus was on it, oblivious to everything else. The sleek, aerodynamic body, the nearly fully realized cockpit, identical in design to a racing car, captivated all present. Who among them, regardless of age, did not harbor a racing dream? This arcade machine before them had the potential to fulfill that dream. Boss, give me 200 coins. Someone's exuberant shout broke the silence. And soon the entire arcade buzzed with excitement. As a player settled into the machine, the crowd gathered around. The player, visibly thrilled, reached out to touch everything within the cockpit, his expression a mix of wonder and delight, causing those watching to shiver with anticipation. Come on, hurry up. Many are waiting. What's the rush? I need to familiarize myself with my vehicle, the player retorted, only to feel the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Best not to provoke the crowd. It was best to commence the game swiftly. He inserted a coin into the slot and pressed the start button. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the previously dark screen, followed by a thunderous roar reminiscent of a real car engine, causing the seat to quiver slightly. This sensation exudes an undeniable authenticity, captivating numerous players instantaneously. Subsequently, the screen gradually illuminates, as if traversing through a tunnel, followed by the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Gazing at the throngs displayed on the screen and the tunnel ahead, players are instantly filled with exhilaration, accompanied by the urging voices from behind. Hurry, the racetrack is about to be revealed. Goodness, is that a real racetrack? And there's the course from last year's city championship in Shanghai. One astute observer immediately recognized the tunnel on the screen, triggering a wave of excitement. Choose the Shanghai tunnel. Prompted by the crowd, the player swiftly selected the city championship course, seamlessly entering the gaming interface. At the outset, only basic racing cars are available for use. Unlocking the next vehicle requires finishing in the top 3 positions. As the countdown concluded, with a foot firmly pressing the accelerator, players barely had time to react before the seat jolted back violently, akin to a propulsive force, causing them to lean back as the racing car on screen surged forward. Stunned by this display, many players wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Is it really that intense? One murmured. I've never witnessed such realism in an arcade game. Exclamations of awe erupted, quickly met with a chorus of agreement. Standing nearby, the proprietor, Wu Xiao, felt an exhilarating thrill, his gaze fixed ardently on the arcade machine. Years of experience in the gaming industry led him to believe this machine would achieve remarkable success, whether in terms of graphics or the immersive experience it offered players. It was an exquisite masterpiece. I must acquire several more. Resolutely, Wu Xiao squeezed through the crowd and made his way outside, reaching the counter and picking up the phone to dial a number. Old Ma. Yes, it's me. Reserve 5 units of that new machine for me. No, 10. If we're going to do this, let us do it big. I fear even 10 may not suffice. But at present, this is all the capital I can muster. However, the response from the other end of the line caused Wu Zhao's heart to sink as he learned there were no machines left. With a crestfallen expression, he remarked, I just returned an hour ago, and you're telling me there are none? Old Wu, you have no idea. Many buyers, after experiencing the machine firsthand, decided to increase their orders. I'm powerless to assist. You were in such a rush to leave. Struck momentarily speechless by the words on the line, Wu Zhao could only take a step back. All right then, reserve 10 units for me. Once the stock arrives, I expect you to prioritize my order. Resigned to a secondary option, he knew that otherwise, even these 10 might slip away. In a single day, both large and small gaming establishments across Shanghai ignited with fervor due to this brand new arcade machine, even leading to lines forming outside. This phenomenon continued to proliferate as a fresh arcade game began to gain popularity nationwide and even globally. Within just a week of the arcade's market debut, Xiao Jie received countless calls from upstream and downstream partners urging her for supplies. It could be said this week marked the most exhausting 7 days of her life. Her charming face bore signs of fatigue, yet it was still illuminated by a genuine smile. The unprecedented success of the game came as no surprise. Even the first arcade release from Saint Dragon Entertainment has ignited a global sensation, an outcome she had never anticipated. It seems that everything Saint Dragon Entertainment touches turns to gold, yet Xiao Jie is acutely aware that none of this would have been possible without Xiao Yu. One could assert that without Xiao Yu, the current stature of Saint Dragon Entertainment would not exist. He is a true genius, an incomparable prodigy. Upon this reflection, a more radiant smile graced Xiao Jie's delicate features as she sat in Xiao Yu's office, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events around her. A rich aroma suddenly enveloped her senses, jolting her back to reality, whereupon she noticed a cup of coffee placed before her. Lifting her gaze, she discovered Xiao Yu watching her with an amused expression, causing her previously pallid complexion to flush with vibrant color, and her eyes shyly darted downward. What are you doing grinning foolishly in my office? His peculiar inquiry made her cheeks flush even deeper. I wasn't thinking of anything, Xiao Jie stammered, hastily handing her documents to Xiao Yu before adding, this is the arcade report for this week. You may have a look. Xiao Yu regarded her with a hint of skepticism, briefly scanning the documents before a smile broke across his face. The data exceeded even his expectations, far surpassing what he had envisioned. As the first round of promotional efforts for the game commenced, Xiao Yu chose an unconventional approach. Merely relying on superficial visual advertisement would not suffice for a game destined for great acclaim. Gradually drawing players into the experience is the key. What he sought was a comprehensive explosion of popularity, transcending mere industry confines. He needed players to continuously encounter the game's highlights. The arcade was merely his initial step. Further publicity would follow until all handheld devices and games launched during the New Year period, marking the true conclusion of their efforts. With only a few months left until the release date, he had a plethora of tasks ahead. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Yu looked up to address Xiao Jie, but he noticed her recent exhaustion. While he had been reviewing the documents, she had fallen asleep on the sofa. Chapter 78. The Singleton. Since the decision to establish her own game company a year ago, Xiao Jie has been the most dedicated contributor. Over this past year, she has immersed herself in every detail, now realizing that she had scarcely taken the time to genuinely care for her companion. Observing his peaceful slumber, she recognized that he looked rather charming. Xiao Jie was uncertain of how long she had been asleep. Upon awakening, she discovered a garment draped over her. Sitting up in confusion, a sudden realization struck her, and her expression shifted dramatically. Had she truly dozed off? Raising her eyes to the desk, she found it vacant, causing her cheeks to flush once more as she hastily prepared to leave the office. However, as she opened the door, she found Xiao Yu standing at the threshold, holding a cup of coffee. Their eyes met, and she instinctively took a step back, her gaze evasive, while he maintained a calm demeanor and entered with a light chuckle. First, have a drink. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie obediently returned to her seat. After taking a gentle sip of her coffee, Xiao Jie turned to Xiao Yu and inquired, what is it? It seemed that aside from handheld devices and games, nothing else could capture Xiao Yu's attention. Yet, she had an unsettling feeling that he was preoccupied with something else. Accompany me on a business trip to the capital. Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback by this statement, clearly surprised by the unexpected nature of the request. What for? To negotiate with a company, Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. Are you acquiring another company? Xiao Jie looked at Xiao Yu with a hint of astonishment, but then quickly realized the implication of her words. What did she mean by another acquisition? Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded and continued. To be precise, it concerns a forum. The era of personal computers had yet to fully materialize, and PC games had not yet emerged. The current online landscape was still predominantly centered around forums. Initially, Xiao Yu had little interest in the largest gaming forum in the country. but later discovered that the organization was hosting offline gaming competitions through written narratives. This revelation left him in awe of their creativity. Describing gaming battles through text was a novel approach, albeit lacking in real-time engagement, yet it was the first instance of such an endeavor. Moreover, the competition structure was surprisingly well-developed, which piqued Xiao Yu's interest. Concurrently, he recognized an entirely new avenue for development: competitive gaming. Originally intending to postpone this initiative for several years, Xiao Yu suddenly saw a business opportunity. Since he had stumbled upon it, it felt serendipitous. With a little nurturing, this team could potentially lead a gaming league. Xiao Yu relished such straightforward ventures. Fortunately, the organization was merely a small team, hardly deserving the title of a company. Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation of the company's status, Zhao Jie became somewhat perplexed. It seemed unnecessary for Xiao Yu to undertake this journey personally. Although she couldn't quite fathom it, she nodded in agreement to the plan. The night passed without further discussion, and by midday the following day, Xiao Yu met Zhao Jie at the airport before boarding a flight to the capital. "Consider this a respite. I'll handle the negotiations," he abruptly stated as they settled into their seats, leaving Zhao Jie momentarily stunned, but she nodded in acquiescence. The journey from Shanghai to the capital was not particularly lengthy. They arrived at their destination in less than an hour. Upon exiting the airport, they were greeted by a car service. The vehicle was from the Shengmei Group's branch in the capital, and the person sent to receive them was also from the same company. Xiao Yu truly experienced the lifestyle of a privileged heir. "Young master, the company you mentioned is located in the suburbs. I will arrange for your accommodations, and we can visit the company tomorrow," Wang Yu, who had been with Shengmei Group for many years and was responsible for all affairs in the capital, stated. Upon hearing that the only son of Director Xiao was coming to the capital for business, he did not dare to be negligent and planned to accompany them throughout the trip. Within the upper echelons of the group, everyone was aware of Director Zhao's only son, whose annual profits reached hundreds of millions of dollars, achieved without relying heavily on family resources. In the realm of entrepreneurship, utilizing one's own pocket money is a rare talent, setting one apart in the entire circle. It is evident that such an individual possesses immense potential. Coupled with the influence of the Xiao family, it seems the young master is poised for a remarkable ascent. At this juncture, to refrain from seizing the opportunity and aligning oneself with the powerful would be unwise. Waiting until the competition becomes overwhelming may result in a missed chance altogether. Wang Yu, reflecting on this, glanced through the rearview mirror and observed Zhao Jie sitting beside Xiao Yu, appearing somewhat anxious, her eyes darting as if a thought had struck her. "Just make the arrangements. I've been feeling a bit weary lately. Find us a quiet place," Xiao Yu said, turning his head to look at Zhao Jie. Instantly, Zhao Jie's heart skipped a beat, realizing he was addressing her, and an unusual sensation surged within her. I understand, Zhao Jie responded, but Xiao Yu, slightly exasperated, regarded Wang Yu with a look that conveyed disbelief. It was clear to him that Wang Yu had misconstrued the situation. What did she mean by "I understand"? Could she truly grasp his understanding? With a hint of frustration, Xiao Yu wished to convey that overthinking was unnecessary. The St. May Group encompasses a multitude of industries. Even in the capital, it boasts 2 5-star hotels. Wealth can indeed feel isolating, as even the hotels used during business trips are owned by oneself. "The entire floor has been reserved for you. Please rest well, and I shall pick you up in the morning," Wang Yu said, handing Xiao Yu a room key before hastily departing. The manner in which he turned away bore a striking resemblance to a street vendor discreetly distributing small cards. After silently mocking this image, Xiao Yu glanced at the key in his hand, pondering why there was only one. Upon arriving at the hotel's top floor with Zhao Jie, he finally understood what it meant to have an entire floor cleared for oneself. There was but a single suite. Gazing at the key card, Xiao Yu turned to Zhao Jie, whose cheeks were flushed, and suggested, "Shall we open another floor?" To his surprise, Zhao Jie shook her head. "They are all suites, and they can be separated." Xiao Yu offered a wry smile and replied, "There's no need to force it." Zhao Jie cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression slightly askew, remaining silent as she studied him, leaving Xiao Yu perplexed. After deliberating, he decided to respect her choice, reminding himself that this was not his request. Their suite comprised 2 rooms, and thus they spent the night with diverging thoughts until the morning light broke. Xiao Yu realized he had matured. In Chapter 79, An Extraordinary Company and its Founder, Xiao Yu took longer than usual in the bathroom, and by the time he was ready, Zhao Jie awaited him in the living room. Their eyes met briefly before they exited the room together, where Wang Yu's vehicle was already stationed outside the hotel. As they settled into the car, Zhao Jie handed over some documents, stating, "This contains information about the company you are to discuss today." After Xiao Yu accepted the papers, Zhao Jie hesitated before continuing. "Rather than a company, it is more akin to a studio. Are you suggesting it lacks acquisition value?" Xiao Yu gazed curiously at Zhao Jie and inquired. Zhao Jie nodded and articulated her thoughts. "I fail to perceive the highlights of this company, and I cannot fathom why you would place such importance on it." Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, to outsiders, they may seem somewhat frivolous, perhaps even playing around, yet the essence of electronic entertainment lies in the very act of play. A model that can cultivate creativity is akin to an inexhaustible gold mine. You will soon recognize its value. As he spoke, Xiao Yu winked at Zhao Jia, deepening her perplexity. The outskirts of Beijing were indeed desolate, stretching endlessly with barren land. Just after disembarking from the vehicle, Xiao Yu felt a gentle breeze sweep past, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. His gaze fell upon a solitary two-story residence, and turning to Wang Yu, he asked, "Are you certain we haven't arrived at the wrong location?" Wang Yu, unaware of Xiao Yu's motives for seeking out such a company, checked the address in his hand and confidently nodded. "There is no mistake, it is Huan Yu Company. I have confirmed it." Surveying the environment, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of exasperation, yet the situation was as it was, and there was little he could do. With a sigh, he proceeded toward the courtyard, thinking it prudent to investigate further. The somewhat antiquated two-story villa was quite common in the outskirts of the city, making it difficult to imagine a forum being established here. Upon noticing the plaque affixed to the wall beside the door, inscribed with the characters Huan Yu Company, they were reassured that they had indeed arrived at the correct destination. Just as Xiao Yu raised his hand to knock, the door was suddenly flung open, revealing a somewhat bewildered young man. He appeared perplexed, gazing at Xiao Yu with a look of utter confusion. "Who are you?" The young man, bespectacled and around 170 centimeters tall, bore a youthful visage. His skin pale, and his hair tousled as if he had just awoken. Before Xiao Yu could respond, Wang Yu stepped forward and introduced them. "We are from Shanghai, and this is Mr. Xiao Yu, the chairman of Shenglong Entertainment." Upon hearing this, the young man's expression underwent a remarkable transformation, from shock to elation, ultimately culminating in sheer ecstasy. Shenglong Entertainment, the creators of Pocket Monsters? His exclamation broke the silence, leaving Xiao Yu slightly speechless, while Wang Yu instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Yu, seemingly concerned for his safety. The young man, flustered and unsure, glanced around before adjusting his glasses and excitedly addressing Xiao Yu. "Are you truly Xiao Yu, the creator of Pocket Monsters?" Upon receiving a nod from Xiao Yu, the young man grew even more animated, nearly leaping with joy if not for the restraint of decorum. He swiftly turned and dashed into the inner room, prompting Xiao Yu to hesitate for a moment before following him inside. While the exterior appeared somewhat dilapidated, the interior revealed a world of unexpected charm. Upon entering, they found the living room sparsely furnished, yet as they ventured deeper, the sound of a ceiling fan whirring filled the air. Within the confines of the room, 3 office desks, each exceeding 5 meters in length, were arranged in succession, with 4 computers gracing each desk. The appearance of these machines suggested they were the latest models, prompting Xiao Yu to reassess the financial capabilities of this group. They were clearly not a mere assembly of ordinary youths. The atmosphere within the room was chaotic. As 7 or 8 individuals rushed out from the inner quarters, their faces adorned with expressions of curiosity, fixated on Xiao Yu. It was rare to encounter a living game producer standing right before them, and they were eager to take a closer look. Noticing their gaze, Xiao Yu coughed lightly to regain their attention and inquired, "Is this the Huan Yu Company?" As soon as the words left his lips, the young man who had been standing at the entrance nodded excitedly and introduced himself. "This is indeed Huan Yu Company. You may call me Han Chao." Surprised, Xiao Yu regarded the young man with newfound interest and gestured towards the computers, asking, "Did you acquire all of this?" Han Chao shyly nodded, seemingly a bit embarrassed. "My family is affluent. I established this studio myself. We are friends with shared passions, which is why we came together." "A company? I have stated that this is a company," Han Chao's friend interjected, emphasizing the distinction. A subtle smile curved Xiao Yu's lips as he replied, "I believe we can have a discussion, perhaps in a quieter location." Taken aback, Han Chao stared at Xiao Yu momentarily before nodding and leading him to a shaded area in the courtyard, where they found themselves alone. "You seem quite particular about the designation of your company," Xiao Yu remarked as they settled in. Han Chao appeared momentarily stunned before contemplating and affirming, "Indeed. I operate a company, not merely a studio." "Please elaborate," Xiao Yu encouraged, his eyes glimmering with interest. "I am passionate about video games, yet I lacked a platform for exchange. Initially, I created a forum, and referring to it as a studio was justifiable. However, the release of Pocket Monsters transformed my perspective." As soon as he mentioned Pocket Monsters, Han Chao's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if invigorated by an unseen force. It was evident he was a devoted fan. With a hint of excitement, Han Chao continued, "I have explored everything from games to comics, even animations. I can discern the uniqueness of this game. It possesses a formidable competitive edge that others have yet to recognize." At this revelation, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of golden light momentarily illuminating them. As his interest in Han Chao deepened, the competitive nature of video games? Such a notion seemed a few years ahead of its time. And yet here was this young man articulating it now. Was it foresight or true genius? A smile played on Xiao Yu's lips as he gazed at Han Chao, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. End of chapter 80. The first step in electronic sports, Master of Spirits? With a smile gracing his lips, Xiao Yu gazed at the excited Han Chao across from him and inquired softly. Just a single phrase rendered Han Chao momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of subtle complexity. Are you also participating in the Pocket Monsters competition? Han Chao asked, a hint of trepidation mingled with anticipation in his voice. A devoted fan of Pocket Monsters, he had observed a burgeoning community on forums since the game's release, where players fervently compared their Pokemon data. Thanks to the influence of the anime and manga, they recognized the game's inherent competitiveness. Much like the gym battles depicted in the series, the game itself featured a combat system, leading to the emergence of small-scale tournaments within the forums. Typically, these competitions involved groups of several hundred players, captivating many in recent months. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Yu mention this name, Han Chao instantaneously sensed that Shenlong Entertainment had not randomly introduced this mode. If they were indeed to host a competition, it would undoubtedly be a monumental event for the gaming community, as no large-scale player confrontations had ever occurred since the inception of video games, an unthinkable notion in the past. Observing the barely contained excitement flickering across Han Chao's face, Xiao Yu smiled gently and extended his hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Yu, the chairman of Shenlong Entertainment, and I cordially invite you to join us. At this moment, Han Chao's expression froze, his gaze fixed in bewilderment upon Xiao Yu, clearly taken aback by the invitation. What do you mean by cordially invite to join? He stammered, confusion clouding his mind. Unfazed, Xiao Yu maintained his cheerful demeanor and replied, Shenlong Entertainment strives to deliver an unparalleled gaming experience to players worldwide. It is somewhat unexpected that you have discerned this aspect from the combat system. Initially, I had intended to postpone this plan for several years, as I had yet to find the right person for this endeavor. However, I have since altered my perspective. Pointing at the bewildered Han Chao, Xiao Yu continued with a smile, because I have discovered you. Shenlong Entertainment will be hosting a true Pokemon Master Tournament. Sensing that this declaration might not be sufficiently impactful, Xiao Yu added with a gentle, alluring tone reminiscent of a devil's whisper, it will be of a global nature. Upon hearing this, Han Chao's face transformed into one of sheer astonishment as he stared blankly at Xiao Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. His mind felt overwhelmed. First, the founder of Shenlong Entertainment, Xiao Yu, had sought him out. Then, he was invited to join the company, and finally, he was informed of the impending global Pokemon Master Tournament. Was he dreaming? After a brief moment of daze, Han Chao suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his own face in front of Xiao Yu, as the sting of pain registered on his cheek. He came to the realization that everything he had just heard was indeed true. Is this truly happening? Upon hearing Han Chao's soft murmur, Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, of course it is true. This is a group of prodigies. Over the past month, I have observed the forum and discovered that they have created an exceptionally well-structured competition system, which is of utmost importance to esports. They have managed to make everything appear so legitimate, save for the scale of the competitions. Xiao Yu gazed intently at Han Chao and slowly continued, you need Shenlong Entertainment. And Shenlong Entertainment equally requires you. Are you truly content to confine your passion and efforts within such a small circle? You must allow the world to witness your dedication, to see your enthusiasm, and to acknowledge all that you have accomplished. Join Shenlong Entertainment, and I will provide you with a grand stage to showcase your talents to the entire world. His impassioned speech ignited a surge of fervor within Han Chao, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Having never lacked for money in his family, he often felt like a mere specter at home, only noticed when financial matters arose, receiving nothing more than a few words and some cash in return. This is why he purchased a courtyard in the outskirts of Beijing, collaborating with friends to manage the forum. He had thought that this would be the course of his life, never imagining that his seemingly whimsical ideas would be taken seriously. Now, this man, a veritable titan in the realm of electronic entertainment, was extending an olive branch to him, inviting him to join Shenlong Entertainment. After taking a few deep breaths, Han Chao slowly inquired, what must I do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu realized that he had achieved his objective. The other party had consented to his terms. The first step would involve Shenlong Entertainment allocating funds to Huan Yu. Effective immediately, Huan Yu would officially be renamed Huan Yu Technology, tasked with overseeing Shenlong Entertainment's esports initiatives. Esports? Han Chao looked at Xiao Yu in surprise, never having anticipated that he would utter such a term. Upon reflection, he found the word to be perfectly apt. Intense competition is indeed synonymous with sports. What follows? At that moment, Han Chao's heart began to pulse with anticipation for what lay ahead. You have half a month to refine your existing competitive structure. During this period, we will conduct promotional activities for the Global Little Spirit Masters Tournament. In half a month, we will officially commence global registration. We will select 8 teams from around the world to gather for the grand finals in Shanghai, ultimately crowning the Global Little Spirit Master of the Shenlong Cup. with a plethora of generous prizes for the champions. Seeing the astonished expression on Han Chao's face, Xiao Yu winked, his countenance brimming with delight. This was a plan he had long since devised, merely expedited now, as this group of young individuals had inadvertently alleviated many of Shenlong Entertainment's burdens. At that moment, Han Chao stood up, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "If this is true, we shall create a miracle in the electronic entertainment industry. The global little spirit master, just the title alone is enough to drive people wild. Mr. Xiao, you cannot fathom the players' enthusiasm. I assure you, it will astonish you." After Han Chao finished speaking, he seemed somewhat impatient and turned to dash into the room. Moments later, jubilant cheers erupted from within, unmistakably expressing their elation. However, when Zhao Jie emerged from the room, her delicate face was etched with astonishment as she hurriedly approached Xiao Yu beneath the pergola, inquiring, "Are you serious? When have you ever seen me jest?" Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Chapter 81. Monumental Ambitions. Zhao Jie was aware of Xiao Yu's immense ambitions, but had not anticipated their magnitude. In just a few months, the inaugural handheld device from Shenlong Entertainment was set to be released, accompanied by 4 essential games. It seemed ludicrous to Zhao Jie that Xiao Yu was diverting her attention to electronic sports. In her view, it bordered on madness. Shouldn't all efforts be concentrated on the handheld device and the games? At that moment, Zhao Jie was blissfully unaware of Xiao Yu's grand design. She merely perceived it as a distraction from their primary focus. Yet, Xiao Yu had already commenced the promotion of her game within the realm of global electronic entertainment competitions. With a penetrating gaze fixed on Zhao Jie, she slowly articulated, "Zhao Jie, consider this, when players around the globe are immersed in this grand event. What will captivate their attention? Victory?" Zhao Jie blinked, surprisingly appearing rather endearing. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, shaking her head as she continued, "It is not solely victory. It is also Shenlong Entertainment. At that moment, nearly all players will be drawn to this spectacle, resulting in tremendous exposure for Shenlong Entertainment. Whether in the realm of electronic entertainment or on a global scale, when all eyes are upon us, do you not believe our new game will garner attention?" Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing as she processed the implications of Xiao Yu's words. "If exposure increases, our new game will naturally enter the player's line of sight, and when you inform them that subsequent games will gradually join the ranks of electronic sports, what do you think will occur? Anticipation will soar." Zhao Jie gazed at Xiao Yu, her face a canvas of astonishment. "No, it cannot be just that. Are you truly planning to do this?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Indeed, whether it be mountain racing or boxing champions, these games inherently possess a competitive nature. Why would I not include them? In fact, I will ensure that all future competitive games under Shenlong Entertainment will be incorporated. In that moment, we shall orchestrate an electronic sports gala unique to Shenlong Entertainment, establishing ourselves as the industry's gold standard. Eventually, all gaming companies will adopt our benchmark and align with our standards." Zhao Jie, observing Xiao Yu's fervent enthusiasm, felt a rush of exhilaration coursing through her veins. She understood Xiao Yu's ambitions were grand, but she had never fathomed their extent. Was this the allure of the entire entertainment industry? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she slowly remarked, "If this endeavor succeeds, you will emerge as the sovereign of the entire industry. Indeed, there will come a day when we shall supplant FC. This is not merely our ambition, but rather our journey." A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's countenance as he continued, "I intend to pursue endeavors that no one dares to undertake, not even in thought." Han Chao, brimming with excitement, emerged from the room, followed closely by his companions. They had never anticipated that their actions would garner such significance, to the extent that they had resolved to join Xiao Yu in Shanghai. Regarding the contract, they were confident that Shenlong Entertainment would not resort to trickery, especially since their company, aside from its computers, possessed little of value. What concern would a company with revenues in the hundreds of millions of dollars have for a few computers? "Mr. Xiao, we have decided to accompany you to Shanghai. The contract can be signed there," Han Chao declared. Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Xiao Yu's face as he nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall meet in 2 days and return to Shanghai together." He then turned to Wang Yu, instructing, "Please tally the personnel and assets. We will head back to Shanghai in 2 days. Make the necessary arrangements." "Understood, young master," Wang Yu replied, reassured. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Han Chao, Xiao Yu departed from Huanyu Company, returning to the capital city. Having spent nearly an entire day at Huanyu Company, darkness had already descended by the time they returned to the urban area. After having Wang Yu drop him and Zhao Jie near their hotel, Xiao Yu dismissed the others, intending to wander alone. Since his arrival, he realized he had never truly explored the streets. Even his clothing was procured by Zhao Jie, and he had never taken the time to seek out his culinary preferences. Zhao Jie, puzzled, regarded Xiao Yu, unable to fathom his reason for stopping here. Just as her curiosity piqued, she heard Xiao Yu exclaim softly, and, without a moment's hesitation, He grasped her hand and dashed towards a nearby shop. Startled by the sudden grasp, Xiao Jia's cheeks flushed crimson. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself being led into a hot pot restaurant. Copper pot hot pot, my absolute favorite, Xiao Yu exclaimed, eliciting a look of surprise from Xiao Jia, who wondered aloud, why have you never mentioned this before? Simply a matter of time, Xiao Yu replied with a light chuckle, then began perusing the menu. Nanlishan, an established brand in the capital, caught his eye. As he scanned the ingredients, he waved his hand dramatically, nearly startling the nearby staff. I'll have it all. Hurry with the dishes. In his previous life, working in the capital, his meager salary had forced him to deliberate extensively before indulging in copper pot hot pot. Yet now, as a wealthy heir, he could easily afford to buy the establishment and dine there daily if he so wished. Seeing the staff hesitate, Xiao Jia, unaware of Xiao Yu's thoughts, interjected, just serve a portion first, there's no need to worry. Perhaps finding reassurance in her presence, the staff nodded and departed. Xiao Jia's keen gaze lingered on Xiao Yu, her silence speaking volumes as she observed him for an extended period, until the copper pot arrived. And through the steam met with Xiao Jia's gaze, Xiao Yu finally spoke. Why are you staring at me? I was pondering how your mind works, Xiao Jia replied, a subtle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. You really didn't need to exert yourself so much. Even if you were utterly inept, your family's wealth would suffice for your indulgences. However, your performance over the past year has been remarkably exceptional, to the point of inducing a sense of unreality. It is worth noting that a year ago, Xiao Yu was merely seen by Xiao Jia as a novice in the industry, and now he stands as one of its prominent figures, a title he is soon to shed. With the upcoming launch of new machines and games by year's end, the entire industry will undoubtedly remember the name Xiao Yu. There's no helping it. I could easily rely on my looks, but I am simply too outstanding. I have tried my utmost to remain low-key, Xiao Yu remarked, touching his face. Huh, Xiao Jia scoffed, having never encountered someone so shameless. Gazing through the steam at her slightly flushed cheeks, Xiao Yu smirked and said, with you looking at me like that and asking me questions, could it be that you are enamored with my exceptional self? To Xiao Yu's teasing, Xiao Jia surprisingly did not retort immediately, instead exhibiting a hint of hesitation. The atmosphere at the dining table grew peculiar until, in the next moment, Xiao Jia's voice broke the silence. I think I have indeed taken a liking to you. At her words, Xiao Yu, who had been holding meat with his chopsticks, froze momentarily, looking up at Xiao Jia in utter astonishment. Had he just received a confession? Chapter 82. The Esports Club as a lifelong singleton. It was the first time someone had confessed to him. On the surface, Xiao Yu maintained his composure, but internally, he was in a state of turmoil. What should he do after being confessed to by a beautiful woman? He felt an urgent need for guidance. The meal was excruciatingly awkward, with Xiao Yu remaining silent from beginning to end, while Xiao Jia appeared indifferent, as though she had never uttered those words. Even in subsequent conversations, she evaded the topic entirely. In a silence that enveloped them, they returned to the hotel. Beneath the dim lights, Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Jia, who wore a suppressed smile, feeling provoked. At Xiao Jia's startled exclamation, without even turning on the room lights, Xiao Yu swiftly scooped her up and carried her into the room. By the following morning, as Xiao Yu emerged, supporting his waist, he couldn't help but reflect on the exertion it had required. After a simple morning routine and ordering breakfast to their room, Xiao Yu and Xiao Jia dined together. Noticing Xiao Jia continually feeding him, Xiao Yu found this life of being waited on rather delightful. However, as they were basking in their intimacy, a sudden ringing at the door interrupted them. With an exasperated sigh, Xiao Yu rose and walked to the door. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Standing at the entrance were none other than Han Xiao and his companion Wu Zhao, both visibly excited and holding a stack of documents. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, suspecting they had pressing matters to discuss. After ushering Han Xiao and Wu Zhao inside and settling down, Xiao Yu looked at them with curiosity. Is there something urgent? As the two individuals were about to speak, they suddenly spotted Xiao Jia emerging from the room, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Though they were still youthful, they were not entirely naive. Upon seeing her settle beside Xiao Yu, they immediately fell silent. In the company, apart from her limited involvement in game planning, everything else was under her purview, and they would have to engage with her in the future. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao felt a slight sense of relief and handed the materials he was holding to Xiao Yu. This is what we organized last night. After discussing it with you, I believe this is precisely what you need. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words and subsequently handed Xiao Jia a copy of the documents. And the two began to peruse the materials together. In this world, esports had yet to make its debut. Even the forum competitions that Han Xiao and Wu Zhao conducted were merely rudimentary in their structure. Xiao Yu recalled that he had only chatted briefly with Han Xiao. Yet he was surprised that Han Xiao had managed to present something so refined today. The improved system and competition rules made Xiao Yu regard the two young men with newfound respect. Is this the result of your overnight efforts? Upon hearing this inquiry, both nodded. Han Xiao, with a hint of shyness, replied, "It's still not mature. We organized it this morning, and we're eager to bring it to you." Their dedication to this endeavor stemmed not from monetary gain, but from their genuine passion for the subject, a compelling allure of introducing their enthusiasm to the world. Xiao Yu smiled subtly, exchanging a glance with Zhao Jia, her expression one of satisfaction. "What do you think? Your husband is quite impressive, isn't he? In every sense." At that moment, Zhao Jia rolled her eyes, then pointed at the documents in her hands and asked, "Who proposed the club idea?" Wu Zhao, feeling somewhat bashful, raised his hand and confessed, "It was me." Zhao Jia, intrigued by the club model, encouraged him to elaborate. In their prior conversations, she had sensed the bright future of esports, and the concept of an esports club now sparked her interest. "This seems to have significant potential. We hadn't initially considered this." But after Mr. Xiao mentioned that these competitions would not be one-off events and that more competitive games would emerge, the idea struck me, Wu Zhao explained, scratching his head. "I am not only a gaming enthusiast but also a sports aficionado. In football, there are teams and clubs. By continuously nurturing professionals, a club can yield substantial profits. My father owns a C-level team, which inspired my thoughts on this. Esports is an entirely new industry, and we need to cultivate it swiftly to establish a healthy competitive environment. A club could be a viable path. Through a club, we can guide the formalization and professionalization of esports, potentially unlocking even greater development opportunities." Talent indeed, Xiao Yu mused, observing the increasingly animated Wu Zhao. He couldn't help but feel grateful. He had struck gold. Initially, he thought Han Xiao was the only gem, but it appeared that Wu Zhao was also a rare and exceptional talent. The realm of electronic sports has already embarked on its professional journey. With a plethora of world-class tournaments emerging, and even the Olympics contemplating the inclusion of esports as a new competitive category, clubs have proliferated like mushrooms after rain. And the transfer fees for professional esports players have soared to over $50 million. In today's context, revealing such facts to others would likely lead to one being deemed mad. However, Xiao Yu understands that anything is possible. Zhao Jia's eyes gleam with an almost frightening intensity. As a veteran in the electronic entertainment industry, she perceives the boundless potential in these statements. Should this truly come to fruition, it would herald a glorious era for the entire electronic entertainment sector, and she finds herself eagerly anticipating the execution of these plans. Suddenly, Zhao Jia rises, pacing excitedly, her face alight with enthusiasm as she gazes at Xiao Yu. "I must be involved in this project from start to finish. We should even establish our own esports club." Xiao Yu smiles gently and responds, "This is precisely the task you are meant to undertake. By the end of the year, we must host our inaugural esports conference. This is of utmost importance, the true beginning of all our endeavors. You should immediately reach out to the Public Relations Department to announce the commencement of our first esports tournament on the official website, featuring both individual and team formats. We must swiftly cultivate a cadre of esports teams and clubs, aiming for them to shine brightly in the future." After articulating these thoughts with fervor, Xiao Yu turns to Han Xiao and Wu Zhao, who have remained silent until now. "You two will ensure full cooperation with the company for this initiative. Tomorrow, join me to meet with Shanghai. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that while the Public Relations Department will assist in this event, subsequent tournaments will be independently managed by you. I require leaders who can stand on their own, not perpetual dependence. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 83. Training the Air. The two young men departed, brimming with excitement and passion. Standing by the window, Xiao Yu and Zhao Jia watched the silver-gray sports car leave the hotel, their faces radiant with smiles. The task may seem daunting, yet the two young men are resolute, aiming to seize this project as their personal ambition. "Using them in this way, don't you feel any pangs of conscience?" Zhao Jia remarked to Xiao Yu, her mind replaying the recently departed sports car. While she does not harbor a particular fondness for cars, that one was unmistakably eye-catching, and she recognized it instantly. It was a limited edition sports car, with only 20 units produced worldwide last year, 5 of which are in the country. "Are they truly heirs?" Zhao Jia inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yu, who appeared momentarily perplexed, as if recalling something. He pointed toward the car below and said, "Are you referring to that one?" Zhao Jia nodded, and Xiao Yu, somewhat taken aback, replied, "There are 4 of that model in my garage. Is it really that valuable?" Caught off guard, Zhao Jia nearly choked on his words. "There are only 5 in the country, and your family owns 4 of them?" Xiao Yu stroked his chin and then spoke. "Regardless of all that, it seems they themselves do not care about their identities. If they truly have the ambition, they might as well transform into the affluent generation like I have." He continued, "What does it matter if one has ample money? Ultimately, it is not earned by oneself, and spending it yields no thrill. To spend one's own hard-earned money, now that brings a sense of accomplishment." With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu turned to Zhao Jia, gesturing grandly as he declared, "Come, it is our last day in the capital. Allow me to take you shopping." Zhao Jia blushed slightly, playfully scoffing at Xiao Yu. Yet she did not reject the endearing term. Once they had prepared themselves, They headed straight for the Jingmao Commercial Street. As the largest shopping center in the capital, this location is a veritable treasure trove of global luxury goods. Since arriving in this world, Xiao Yu had yet to truly explore the opulence it offered. However, within just an hour, he began to feel a pang of regret. Glancing at the myriad of bags in his hands, he instantly regretted the decision to shop. While Zhao Jie, observing the items Xiao Yu carried, appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if they had perhaps acquired too much. Planning to take a break before resuming their shopping spree, Xiao Yu and Zhao Jie found themselves seated in a cafe, engaging in light conversation. Although only a few months remained, with careful planning, they could still avoid numerous conflicts. Esports was merely a temporary addition to the agenda. Despite its global nature, it consisted of only a single competitive event, which was not too overwhelming. Particularly after learning about Xiao Yu's subsequent plans, Zhao Jie resolved to focus all her efforts on this endeavor. I shall mobilize all available resources upon my return. I want this inaugural conference to become a grand event for the entire industry. Zhao Jie's face lit up with joy, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Clearly elated by the prospect. I trust you with this matter, Xiao Yu remarked with a smile. Just as he was about to speak further, he noticed something amiss outside the window. Zhao Jie, momentarily taken aback, turned to look behind her and spotted a throng of people encircling the store for reasons unknown. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, a fleeting shadow of recognition washing over him regarding the individuals outside. Noticing Xiao Yu's unwavering gaze, Zhao Jie, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know them? Let me take a look." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yu stood up and walked towards the exit, with Zhao Jie quickly following suit after informing the staff. Upon stepping outside, a cacophony of voices greeted them. "You refused to take the job I found for you, insisting on drawing here? Have I given you too much face? Enough of this nonsense. Get back now." Accompanied by the sound of a girl crying, Zhao Jie's brow furrowed, as she seemed to have deduced something troubling. Silent, Xiao Yu pushed through the crowd, apologizing as he made his way forward. There, he saw a girl in her 20s, her face hidden in her hands as she sobbed quietly, surrounded by scattered easels and sheets of paper strewn about. One unfinished sketch lay at Xiao Yu's feet. Picking it up for a closer inspection, Xiao Yu's brow knitted in familiarity with the style of the artwork. Lifting his gaze towards the girl, Xiao Yu, relying on the memories nestled within his mind, called out a name. "Yuan Yuan." As the words left his lips, the girl, who had been sobbing, fell silent, turning back to look at Xiao Yu with a hint of surprise. "Who are you?" Gazing at her familiar features, Xiao Yu furrowed his brows as a flood of memories surged within him. "What are you doing here? Where have you been all these years?" The girl before him was Yuan Yuan, who could be considered his godsister, the only daughter of He Tian, a close friend of his father Xiao Lei, and also his business partner. Years ago, when Xingmei Group initiated an internal audit, He Tian, as the responsible party, had offended many. Some members of the board sought to cover up evidence, hiring assassins who ultimately led to He Tian's demise in a car accident. At that time, He Tian had only one daughter, his wife having passed away long before. Xiao Lei took her in as his goddaughter. Yuan Yuan was merely 13 then and had vanished from all contact after being taken in by relatives. 8 long years had passed, and Xiao Yu was only 2 years her senior. He recognized her primarily due to the distinctive style of the sketch she held. Unmistakably a left-handed technique he was all too familiar with. At that moment, Yuan Yuan stared blankly at Xiao Yu, momentarily lost in thought, before hesitantly calling out, "Brother Xiao Yu?" Zhao Jie, observing the interaction, began to comprehend that this girl had some connection to Xiao Yu. "Come here." With a smile, Xiao Yu gestured for Yuan Yuan to approach. However, the young man beside her suddenly seized her arm. "What do you think you're doing? Do you know this person?" As he spoke, the young man's gaze turned predatory as it fell upon Xiao Yu, brimming with hostility. Yuan Yuan struggled slightly, but found herself unable to move. Witnessing this, Xiao Yu's expression darkened instantly. "Release your grip." Unfazed, the young man sneered. "I'm Zhao Xiong's girlfriend, and you think you can just tell me to let go? Who do you think you are?" A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes as he replied calmly, "I am her brother." Zhao Xiong froze momentarily, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. The intensity of Xiao Yu's gaze felt as if he were about to devour him. A look only someone accustomed to holding high positions could possess. After delivering those words, Xiao Yu stepped forward, pulling Yuan Yuan protectively behind him. Zhao Xiong, momentarily relinquishing his hold, attempted to advance again, only to find Yuan Yuan securely sheltered by Xiao Yu. The atmosphere grew tense, and noticing the flush on Yuan Yuan's cheeks, Xiao Yu's expression turned icy. He raised his hand and struck Zhao Xiong across the face. The slap echoed loudly, sending a tingling sensation through Xiao Yu's fingers. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was a crisp and melodious sound, a resounding slap. With a cold demeanor, Xiao Yu regarded the incredulous Zhao Xiong, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Who do you think you are to strike my sister?" The onlookers had never witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. Their eyes wide with astonishment as they observed this urban ethical drama, far more riveting than anything on television. Zhao Xiong, having been dealt a resounding slap by Xiao Yu, held his cheek, his expression shifting from cold disdain to incredulity. After all, in his years of navigating the capital's elite, how many dared to treat him so? Did he wish to court death? Who are you? Zhao Xiong glared menacingly at Xiao Yu. Do you have any idea who I am? At that moment, He Yuanyuan, still protected by Zhao Jia, suddenly changed her expression, breaking free from Zhao Jia's grasp and rushing to stand before Xiao Yu. Zhao Xiong, if you dare to lay a finger on my brother, I will haunt you even in death. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong erupted into laughter, his face radiating arrogance. Pointing at Xiao Yu, he mockingly addressed He Yuanyuan. Do you think you can protect him? Don't be ridiculous. Zhao Jia stood by, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. How could He Yuanyuan be oblivious to Xiao Yu's true identity? It was unfathomable, understanding the girl positioned in front of him. Xiao Yu felt a twinge of exasperation. After all, He Yuanyuan had been raised solely by her mother and was not well acquainted with He Tian. Years ago, in an effort to conceal the truth behind He Tian's demise, his father had never disclosed his true identity, leading He Yuanyuan to believe that the Xiao family was merely an ordinary one. Though they had spent only a few months together, they had hidden away in He Yuanyuan's hometown. Who could have anticipated a reunion in the capital? Pulling He Yuanyuan aside, Xiao Yu offered no elaborate explanations, but simply smiled at Zhao Xiong, saying, I grant you half an hour. Gather every connection you can think of. Summon as many as you wish. I am eager to see what you are capable of. Very well. You have my word. He Yuanyuan attempted to interject, but Zhao Jia held her back. Turning to Zhao Jia, He Yuanyuan's face was etched with urgency as she exclaimed inwardly, You have no idea of Zhao Xiong's background. He is the sole heir of Zhao Wuji, the chairman of Jingtian Technology. Jingtian Technology? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yu's expression transformed into one of curiosity. His gaze fixed on Zhao Jia, his eyes brimming with inquiry. A mere glance revealed that Xiao Yu had not previously encountered this name. As a competent secretary, Zhao Jia promptly began her elucidation. It is a technology company that rose to prominence in recent years, primarily focusing on instant messaging under the name Jingtian Communications. Last year, it was listed in Hong Kong, achieving a market valuation exceeding 1 billion. As she concluded, a peculiar expression crossed Zhao Jia's face as she regarded Zhao Xiong. A company valued at over 1 billion dares to be so brazen in public? If it were Xiao Yu, would he not ascend to the heavens? Jingtian Technology was indeed unique. It was the first company in the country to successfully go public through instant messaging technology. There was no other like it in the nation. And although its financial strength was modest, its reputation was considerable. The audacity displayed by Zhao Xiong left an impression of a nouveau riche. Meanwhile, upon hearing the explanation, Xiao Yu's countenance transformed, filled with intrigue. Indeed, it is said that when one is drowsy, a pillow is offered. Perhaps Jingtian Technology is unaware of this. But when it comes to online chat software, Xiao Yu is well informed. Presently, even within Shenglong Entertainment, Jingtian Communication is in use. Though it lacks significant advantages compared to the former black and white Beast chat software, it remains a rare gem in the realm of online communication. The fact that such a promising software has been reduced to this state by Zhao Wuji is rather disheartening. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu's gaze towards Zhao Xiong transformed. This was an opportunity that he could not afford to miss. At that moment, as Xiao Yu's eyes locked onto Zhao Xiong's, the latter was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of increasing arrogance as if he understood something. Having just made a call home, he anticipated that assistance would soon arrive to deal with Xiao Yu. All he had to do was sit back and enjoy the spectacle. You're finished. Zhao Xiong sneered coldly. But in the next instant, he witnessed Xiao Yu calmly retrieving his phone. Wang Yu, please look into Jingtian Technology and Zhao Wuji for me. Let him know I wish to meet him at the Economic and Trade Commercial Street. With a mere sentence, Xiao Yu hung up the phone, a smile adorning his face as he regarded the utterly bewildered Zhao Xiong, the coldness in his eyes becoming increasingly apparent. Zhao Xiong's heart raced, sensing that something was amiss. He did not wait long. Within half an hour, 3 business vehicles approached the commercial street. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiong erupted into laughter, his arms waving in delight. However, when the vehicles came to a halt and the occupants disembarked, his expression instantly froze. Dad, what are you doing here? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a resounding slap echoed through the air. Though it did not strike him, those around felt a pang of discomfort. In contrast to the earlier slap delivered by Xiao Yu, this one displayed a distinct potency, causing Zhao Xiong's cheek to swell immediately. Still dazed from the slap, Zhao Xiong turned to see Zhao Wuji gazing at Xiao Yu, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he inquired, May I ask if you are Mr. Xiao? A profound silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, filled with incredulity. What sorcery is this? Shouldn't he be the one delivering a slap to Xiao Yu? The crowd remained in disbelief, while He Yuanyuan stared at Xiao Yu, bewildered, uncertain of the changes that had taken place in her long-lost brother. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, maintaining a cold demeanor. Your Xiao family's upbringing is of no concern to me. If you collide with me, do not blame me for my severity. Your Xiao family lacks the capability to oppose me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyelid twitched, yet he remained silent, lost in thought. At nearly 50 years of age, being reprimanded in public by Xiao Yu was a trial few could endure. However, he found himself unable to retaliate, for the Xiao Yu before him was no ordinary individual. He was the son of the business magnate Xiao Lei and the chairman of Shenglong Entertainment. In terms of status and wealth, the present Xiao Yu is undeniably superior in every aspect, a fact that cannot be disputed. If one were to rely on experience in front of Xiao Yu, it would likely be oneself who ends up embarrassed in the end. Moreover, is it not more appealing to create several game variations? The world is indeed wondrous. One might have initially presumed that the younger generation would falter, only to be taken aback when the arrival of the elder was met with a resounding slap in the face. To be reprimanded by the youth while standing there obediently is perhaps the most audacious of all. The onlookers were left profoundly shaken, their worldview upended. What could have led to such a transformation? At this moment, Zhao Xiong was equally perplexed, his mind clouded with questions. Few were privy to the truth. Xiao Yu could surmise a portion of it, while the opposing Zhao Wuji understood the underlying reasons for this predicament. The second round of investment for Jingtian Technology was about to commence, with Xingmei Venture Capital leading the charge. An unexpected turn of events at this juncture would inflict the most grievous blow upon him. Jingtian Technology was not solely his enterprise. At best, he was merely a controlling shareholder, surrounded by numerous investors who were counting on this venture capital to yield substantial profits. Thus, dealing with Xiao Yu at this moment was akin to undermining his own livelihood. Upon receiving that fateful call, he realized the gravity of the situation. His son had audaciously clashed with the son of Xiao Lei, the chairman of Shengmei Group, a true case of inviting calamity upon oneself. Contemplating this, Zhao Wuji lowered his head and spoke. Mr. Xiao, it is entirely my son's fault. I implore your magnanimity. This matter reflects our Zhao family's shortcomings. I assure you that such an incident will not occur again. As he spoke, a luxurious vehicle approached, and Wang Yu, hastily disembarking, felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing the gathering crowd. Upon locating Xiao Yu unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Observing Zhao Wuji's demeanor of contrition, Wang Yu leaned closer to Xiao Yu and whispered, causing Xiao Yu's eyes to gleam with intrigue. Fixing his gaze upon Zhao Wuji, Xiao Yu smiled slightly and said, Mr. Zhao, your son assaulted my sister in public. We shall address this matter in due course. I wish to know, how did he Yuan become a pawn for your Zhao family? Allowing your son to perpetrate such humiliation? Zhao Wuji abruptly lifted his head, glancing at the pitiable He Yuan behind Xiao Yu, a fleeting glimmer of realization crossing his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, He Yuan is the fiancé of our Zhao family. Xiao Yu regarded Zhao Wuji with palpable disdain, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is this truly the conduct one would expect from a leader of a technology company? Have you formalized this engagement? He inquired languidly. No, it is merely a verbal agreement. Zhao Wuji seemed to grasp something significant and responded. Dad, the He family has accepted the money. Zhao Xiong interjected, his voice filled with urgency. Silence. Zhao Wuji seethed, wishing he could strangle Zhao Xiong and start anew, lamenting how such a troublesome offspring had come into existence. Zhao Xiong's face was one of utter disbelief, staring at Zhao Wuji with incredulity. A gentle applause resonated, and Xiao Yu, with a smile adorning his face, gazed at the Zhao family. He spoke. How much shall I refund you? Do not set your sights on my sister. From this day forth, she shall have no further ties with you. Following this, Xiao Yu turned to He Yuan and inquired, what sum did the Zhao family offer? 5 million, came the response. At these words, a glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. The He family had indeed overstepped. Did they truly believe that with He Tian's demise, no one would care for He Yuan? Wang Yu, hand over the money to them, he commanded. Wang Yu nodded eagerly in compliance. Yet Xiao Yu leaned closer to Zhao Wuji, whispering, Mr. Zhao, is my sister truly worth this paltry sum? Whom do you seek to insult? Are you worried about your investment? Zhao Wuji inquired. Rest assured, I assure you, the investment shall not cease. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened. As long as the investment continued, he would accept any humiliation. However, the next moment, his expression stiffened abruptly. Xiao Yu continued, I will acquire your company in its entirety. Let us await the outcome. Such treacherous individuals as the Zhao family, who prey upon the vulnerable, must be dealt with decisively. Who has the energy to squander on such people when they could be developing new games instead? Having spoken, Xiao Yu disregarded the stunned Zhao Wuji and turned to lead Zhao Jia and He Yuan away. At that moment, Wang Yu approached Zhao Wuji, slipping a check into his pocket, casting a dispassionate glance at him. Of all the people to offend, do you truly understand the nature of the young master? Be vigilant when you stroll the streets. Do not bring shame upon yourself. With that, Wang Yu hurried back to Xiao Yu and the others, opening the car door to allow the driver to take them away. The conclusion of the encounter was abrupt, and as the onlookers regained their senses, they speculated about Xiao Yu's identity and how he could intimidate a wealthy man like Xiao Wujia. In the car, He Yuan, still in a daze, suddenly came to her senses and looked towards Xiao Yu in the passenger seat, her eyes filled with confusion. In her recollection, the Xiao family was merely moderately affluent. Years ago, Xiao Yu's father, Xiao Lei, had merely described himself as a low-level leader in Shengmei Group. How could he so effortlessly produce 5 million? Yet, He Yuan refrained from immediate inquiry, deciding to wait, sensing that there were reasons for the omissions. The journey passed in silence, and upon returning to the hotel, He Yuan's anxiety intensified as she surveyed her surroundings. It became increasingly evident to her that the Xiao Yu before her was not the same person she had once known. You cannot fault yourself for your ignorance. The circumstances were perilous back then, and my father chose not to divulge too much information. Xiao Yu reassured He Yuan before recounting the events of that year. Though brief, he touched upon all the key points, leaving He Yuan increasingly astonished. Who could have anticipated that the events of the past would unfold in such a manner? The matter concerning your father has reached its conclusion. The individuals involved back then have been apprehended. I never anticipated that you would transform into this. Upon hearing these words, He Yuan offered a wry smile and responded. Years ago, Uncle Xiao claimed that it was the company's compensation fund. My uncles took it for investment purposes, initially reaping some profits, but eventually suffered significant losses, leaving the entire He family in dire debt. Consequently, they reached out to the Zhao family. Ironically, the He family remains oblivious to their shares in Shengmei Group. It is merely that the beneficiary is He Yuan. Nearby, Zhao Jia listened with a sense of bemusement, pondering whether this was the reality of a wealthy family, an unfolding family drama, indeed. In any case, return to Shanghai with me first. I have already informed the family, and we can address any issues upon our return, Xiao Yu said, smiling at He Yuan. At that moment, He Yuan realized that returning to the He family would likely incite chaos. It was an opportune time for her to escape. After all, the life of the He family had not been a fond memory for her over the years. Chapter 86. The Veil of the League. Xiao Yu's role as a mere tool was firmly established. After bringing He Yuan back to Shanghai, Xiao Yu noticed that his parents were incessantly fussing over their goddaughter. Particularly after learning about the events in the capital, his mother, Xiao's mother, bore an especially frosty demeanor. What a disgrace. Are daughters merely commodities to be sold? Meanwhile, Xiao's father wore a grim expression as he took his phone and left the living room. Xiao Yu, observing quietly, could easily discern his father's intentions. He was evidently planning to sever the investment and obliterate Jingtian technology altogether. However, Xiao Yu found value in this company. It would be more beneficial to utilize it rather than destroy it completely. Father, Jingtian technology must not be destroyed. I still have great use for it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "You intend to use the Zhao father and son?" He was aware of the investment in Jingtian technology. As the major shareholder, Zhao Wuji was a pivotal figure. Initially, he intended to halt the investment, but now, given Xiao Yu's implication, it seemed there were alternative plans at play. Xiao Yu shook his head, chuckling softly, and stated, "I am not blind. I will find a way to eliminate the Zhao family. I intend to acquire Jingtian technology in its entirety." Hearing this, Xiao Lei's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Xiao Yu before finally responding, "I will handle this matter. You merely need to prepare the funds." With that, he turned his attention away from Xiao Yu and made a phone call, reiterating the details of their earlier conversation. Watching his father hang up the phone, Xiao Yu was filled with astonishment. Was this truly his domineering CEO father? With a single statement, he could determine the fate of a publicly listed company? Xiao Lei, smiling at Xiao Yu, said, "Just await my news. I will inform you when the asset transfer is to take place." Xiao Yu nodded in a daze, taking a considerable amount of time to assure himself that he had not misheard. With a formidable father, one suddenly finds themselves devoid of ambition. After leaving home, Xiao Yu hurried directly to the company. Since this undertaking was being managed by his father, he felt at ease in trusting all matters to the upcoming events. Accompanying Xiao Yu were Han Xiao and Wu Zhao, who, as the principal figures of the global competition, were already waiting for him in the conference room alongside Zhao Jia. Also present were members of the Pocket Monsters production team. As Xiao Yu entered the conference room, he observed everyone immediately straighten their posture, their eyes fervently fixed upon him. Being the central figure of this initiative, many had already perused some foundational materials prior to his arrival. The concepts of a worldwide competition, teams, and generous rewards stirred a palpable excitement within them. Standing before his designated position, Xiao Yu scanned the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all reviewed some of the materials to varying extents. Since a few days ago, I have been in contact with each of you. What are your thoughts? This endeavor must be led by us. Wang Xiaodao proved to be even more audacious than Xiao Yu had anticipated. As soon as Xiao Yu spoke, Wang Xiaodao immediately raised his hand to share his ideas. Xiao Yu smiled at him and remarked, "That's a splendid notion. Our Shenlong Entertainment is destined to lead the entire industry." Casting a glance around the room, Xiao Yu continued with a smile, "Since there are no objections to this plan, I hereby declare the official establishment of Shenlong Entertainment's esports project. I will gradually announce the heads of this initiative." As he spoke, his gaze settled on Zhao Jie. A slight smile appeared as he said, "General Manager Zhao Jie will be fully responsible for the development of this project, and I will guide the activities during this period. Cui Yin from the publicity department is in charge of the promotional activities for this competition. I have but one objective. In 3 days, I want the details of this competition to reach every corner capable of receiving external information." "Understood." Cui Yin nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Han Chao Wu Zhao, you two are tasked with formulating the specifics of this competition. I will participate in the revisions, and you must deliver the most comprehensive competition system before the end of this month." "Understood." The two, attending a Shenlong Entertainment meeting for the first time, were filled with overwhelming excitement, eager to ensure the utmost perfection in their work. "Wang Xiaodao, your development team must fully cooperate with the system issues of this esports initiative. I will not tolerate any semblance of negligence. Should there be any man-made errors, I will ensure your entire development team remembers this lesson for eternity." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaodao was momentarily taken aback, yet wore a serious expression. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, we will not disappoint your expectations." Witnessing the fervor among his colleagues, Xiao Yu clapped his hands and declared with a smile, "Let us get to work. I want the entire world to witness the true strength of Shenlong Entertainment. Remember, this league is of paramount importance for the impact it will have on our future products. I cannot afford any mistakes." "Understood?" The atmosphere in the conference room is electric. This year marks a monumental moment in the electronic entertainment industry, with the emergence of groundbreaking titles. From the pet simulator to the later phenomenon of pocket monsters, players around the globe have devoted an entire year to these two games. Wang Xiaoxiao, a student from Shanghai High School, has become an ardent fan of Shenlong Entertainment during this time. Coming from a wealthy family, her singular passion is to care for a pet of her own. Although their villa is spacious enough, her family disapproves. Her father suffers from dog allergies, her mother is allergic to cats, and her younger sister is averse to rodents. Her family's objections have nearly extinguished her hobbies, but the arrival of the pet simulator has injected a spark of joy into her otherwise mundane life. It is during this period that she has delved into console gaming, investing considerable sums into it, yet the only game she plays is Pocket Monsters. She anticipates that by the end of the year, she may indulge in several more games, as rumors suggest that Shenlong Entertainment will release 3 titles simultaneously. At this moment, Xiao Xiao is selecting a stylish strap for her pet simulator when a familiar voice suddenly emanates from the television. Pausing her actions, she curiously glances up at the screen, only to discover that it is broadcasting the climactic battle scene from the final episode of Pocket Monsters. "Boss, do you also enjoy this anime?" Xiao Xiao inquires, taken aback by the aunt's unexpected interest, as she does not seem to fit the typical demographic of anime viewers. The aunt, momentarily surprised by the regular customer's question, shakes her head and replies, "This is not an anime. It appears to be an advertisement for some competition." "Competition? Advertisement?" Xiao Xiao is momentarily taken aback, narrowing her eyes in intrigue to discern the nature of an advertisement that employs Pocket Monsters as its theme. Chapter 87, The Father of Esports? The television continues to display animated scenes, and just as Xiao Xiao's curiosity peaks, the imagery abruptly shifts. The entire screen turns black, followed by the sound of roaring waves. The visual style suddenly transforms into a 3D format, and upon a mere glance, Xiao Xiao is taken aback. Isn't that the Shanghai Sports Arena? Accompanied by familiar music, she sees unfamiliar characters alongside none other than the beloved figures from Pocket Monsters, Shenlong, and the Yellow Rodent. In the center of the arena, the large screen presents the battle scenes from the Pocket Monsters game. In an instant, a thought strikes Xiao Xiao, and her breath catches in her throat. Do you wish to fight alongside your Pokemon? Do you desire the world to focus on you and your Pokemon? With complete freedom to customize battle skills and a refined competition system, we will unveil the allure of Pokemon. Trainers from around the globe, we will meticulously replicate the arena matches, striving to provide you with the most authentic Pokemon competitive experience. St. Dragon Entertainment has personally taken the reins of a world-class league, allowing us to unveil the allure of Pokemon to the entire globe. What are you waiting for? Come and register. Wang Xiaoxiao, however, was oblivious to the contact information provided, as her mind was entirely consumed by the prospect of the world-class league. Pokemon has always hosted offline competitions, with the most popular being forum friendship matches held in the capital. Yet, due to her age, She felt unable to journey alone to the capital for such an event. This situation had long been a source of regret for Wang Xiaoxiao, but now she found herself hearing something extraordinary. Saint Dragon Entertainment was about to host a world-class Pokemon League. Surely, she could not be dreaming. Standing there in a daze, Wang Xiaoxiao reviewed the advertisement several times to confirm that she had not misheard. It was a Master S tournament, a prestigious world-class competition. Participants who secured a ranking would be awarded the unique title of Pokemon Master, along with mysterious rewards. In an instant, regaining her senses, Wang Xiaoxiao dashed out of the store. She needed to quickly learn the proceedings of the competition in Shanghai City. This was an event she simply had to partake in. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao was not merely an ordinary player. The entire world was captivated by the league's announcement, causing the gaming community to erupt in excitement. In an instant, all attention was drawn to Pokemon. Players around the globe, regardless of their allegiance to Pokemon, were filled with exhilaration. Since the inception of electronic entertainment, there had never been a world-class competition related to gaming, not even at a regional level. This was groundbreaking. Before St. Dragon Entertainment proposed this idea, no gaming company, whether first party or third party, had ever suggested such a concept. Numerous gamers began to engage in discussions about this event, with those unfamiliar with Pokemon feeling a pang of envy, lamenting that their favorite games had never been so indulgent toward their fans. In stark contrast, St. Dragon Entertainment seemed to soar to new heights. Meanwhile, many Pokemon enthusiasts were instantly swept up in a frenzy. In the Europa League, a young man with golden hair tightly embraced his companion, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "George, we must participate in the tournament. We have the strongest Pokemon combination. We shall become the most formidable team. I've dreamed of this day." In the Federation region, a throng of young people rushed toward a store, humming the Pokemon soundtrack, their faces brimming with anticipation. Slamming his identification card on the counter, the leading youth exclaimed, "Hey, buddy, hurry, I want to register for the Master S tournament. Can we start now?" The staff member momentarily paused, then quickly regained composure, nodding affirmatively. "No problem, registrations are open now." With that, they entered the identification information into the system. And within 10 minutes, a white card bearing a unique number emerged from the machine. "Sir, congratulations on becoming the first Pokemon trainer in this region. Here is your identification card. We will replace the cards of advancing participants in the qualifying rounds. This card will accompany you for life." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, and the young man wore a look of utter disbelief. Having come merely to deliver a message, he unexpectedly found himself recognized as the foremost Pokemon trainer in the region, a delightful surprise indeed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was engulfed by the jubilant cheers of the crowd, as various individuals surged forward, waving their identification cards, eager to become Pokemon trainers themselves. "Make way. Don't block the path. I'm the second one. Hurry. Once I'm done, I'll leave immediately. Don't obstruct those behind." Such scenes unfolded across nations worldwide. When, 3 days later, the data arrived on Xiao Yu's desk, everyone was taken aback. 100,000. Due to participant limits, each region had established quotas based on population density. Yet, no one anticipated such an overwhelming number of applicants for the competition. A staggering 100,000. With nearly 90,000 needing to be eliminated in the preliminary rounds, such proportions had never been witnessed in any competition before. It is essential to note that this was merely the first round of the contest. According to the divisions of the 5 continents, each region would select seed teams or individuals to participate. From the remaining 10,000, 10 individuals and 10 teams would be chosen to compete. This was a colossal endeavor, a transformation no one had foreseen. As Xiao Yu gazed at the information in his hands, his heart brimmed with excitement. He turned to address the crowd, his eyes resting on Zhao Jie, and declared, "The numbers far exceed your estimations. In the coming month, you shall be exceedingly busy, but rest assured, I will ensure that everyone in the company collaborates with your endeavors. This global public competition shall be etched into the annals of electronic entertainment history." While Xiao Yu encouraged the team, the entire electronic entertainment industry fell into a profound silence. No company had anticipated such a bold move from Xiao Yu, nor did they foresee the emergence of esports in the world. Reflecting on the years spent developing games, one could not help but wonder if all their efforts had been in vain. Had they truly overlooked such a possibility? Was age clouding their judgment? What does it mean to be one step ahead? Should this world-class league succeed, Xiao Yu would ascend as the leader of the esports industry, and his name would be synonymous with electronic gaming. If the founder of the Yali Group, Yali Berg, is regarded as the father of electronic entertainment, could it not be said that Xiao Yu would become the father of esports? Chapter 88. Pink Lightning at Shanghai's Wanxiang Supermarket. One of the few enterprises boasting an outdoor large screen, it has long been a prime venue for advertisements, being a well-known landmark in the city. During holidays or New Year's celebrations, this location invariably draws crowds. Adhering to the principle of utilizing available resources, Xiao Yu secured a month's rights to this prominent screen to broadcast the Pocket Monster Global Master Championship. Outside Wansheng Supermarket, a considerable gathering had formed, not for shopping, but to watch the competition. The tickets were limited, and many were unable to secure a spot. Fortunately, the live broadcast alleviated some of the players' regrets. To their astonishment, Jengar had been defeated. It seemed this cohort of players was somewhat lacking in prowess. In the square, many players sighed with lingering disappointment as they beheld the concluding text flashing across the large screen. Today marked the final round of the promotion matches, which had been underway for 3 days. In Shanghai alone, thousands participated, and by now, a third of the matches had already been completed. Over these 3 days, numerous players showcased their remarkable skills, presenting an array of strategies that truly demonstrated the art of gameplay. Take Jengar for instance. Everyone assumed this little sprite would be vanquished by the opposing Alakazam, yet it was struck by Jengar's poison mist, leaving spectators bewildered. The animations did not deceive me. What a foolish creature Jengar is. How could it lose, being so weak? Many players lamented this outcome, but their grievances were merely for jest, as several competitors had specialized in a handful of sprites, delving deeply into skill combinations. This provided a fresh experience for many players. As the crowd in the square engaged in animated discussions, the broadcast of the next round commenced on the large screen. Oh my, it's yesterday's Pink Lightning. As the words left their lips, the square erupted in a frenzy. Pink Lightning was undoubtedly the star of the Shanghai promotion matches. This nickname was bestowed due to her wearing a pink mask emblazoned with a lightning bolt. In the first round, she had effortlessly obliterated her opponent's Jengar with her Squirtle, her dazzling maneuvers ensuring that everyone remembered this girl. Coupled with her enigmatic aura, she quickly amassed a legion of fans. Curiosity abounded regarding which sprite she would employ this time. I could hardly contain my excitement to witness the goddess's performance. Don't look at my wife. I see you thinking nonsense. She's clearly my wife. Everyone, step back. I am here to observe the sprites. As Pink Lightning emerged, an uproar of cheers erupted from her throngs of fans, while nearby onlookers regarded them as if they were mad. As the countdown commenced, the large screen shifted its focus predominantly to the battlefield, with the contestants appearing in the top left corner. The competition segment officially began, and just as the lights illuminated, the audience beheld that the opposing contestant was utilizing a Gyarados. Alright, we see that the contestant APG is employing the sprite Gyarados, a common water-type sprite. Yet it is often challenging for users to maintain control over it. We look forward to APG's performance. Now, let us see what popular contestant Pink Lightning has chosen. Immediately, a flash of lightning illuminated the screen, revealing an entirely golden EV. It's a Thunder EV. Pink Lightning has chosen a Thunder EV. Goodness, has EV successfully evolved? Whether inside or outside the arena, the air was filled with exclamations of surprise. In contrast to the previous Gyarados, the evolution of Leafeon was rather unique. Due to the unstable nature of EV, its evolution was exceedingly capricious, requiring the fulfillment of specific conditions to succeed. Leafeon was among the rarest forms, as it demanded an immense expenditure of energy. However, to speak candidly, should it successfully evolve, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. As the Pokémon from both competitors took their places, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Gyarados initiated with the move Bite, aiming to diminish Leafeon's defense. Just as Gyarados completed its skill, Leafeon prepared its own move. A charming cry resonated through the venue, captivating everyone present. The cuteness of Eevee's call was simply irresistible, drawing some players into a state of utter enchantment. Surprisingly, Leafeon refrained from launching an offensive and instead utilized the move Charming Cry, attempting to lower its opponent's attack. With the commentary of the match echoing in the background and the gameplay unfolding before the audience, they became thoroughly engrossed in this thrilling contest. After several rounds, neither side had claimed victory. Just as Gyarados prepared for its next skill, Leafeon deftly evaded the attack. A profound silence enveloped the arena as countless eyes fixated on the unfolding drama, accompanied by the lightning skill unleashed by Leafeon. In an instant, Gyarados transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing from sight. Following a brief moment of stillness, the arena erupted into ecstatic cheers, with many leaping in jubilation. Let us extend our congratulations to Pink Lightning for triumphing in the final round of the qualifiers, securing the esteemed title of first place in the Shanghai region. As a popular contender, this successful advancement undoubtedly thrilled numerous fans. Concurrently, the global qualifiers were also nearing their conclusion. In addition to Shanghai City, over 10 other competitors would be selected from the nation, leading to domestic qualifiers that would ultimately determine representatives for the worldwide championships. All of this must be accomplished within a month, presenting a race against time for Shanglong Entertainment. Any misstep could pose a significant setback for the company. Fortunately, the first round had been successfully concluded, which was a glimmer of good news. What Shenlong Entertainment did not foresee was that this global tournament would open up an entirely new market for them. While Xiao Yu was still immersed in the Shanghai tournament, Zhao Jie suddenly burst into the office, flinging the door open. Xiao Yu was taken aback, gazing at Zhao Jie in surprise. "Is there something wrong?" she inquired. Zhao Jie, her cheeks flushed with excitement, looked at Xiao Yu and exclaimed, "The television station has contacted us." Chapter 89. Broadcasting rights. Selling broadcasting rights had always been part of Xiao Yu's plan, considering the immense popularity of Pokemon. Such an endeavor was far from daunting. Xiao Yu had initially planned to contact television stations for the resale of broadcasting rights after the first round of the competition. Yet he did not anticipate that they would approach him first. "Is it a local television station from Shanghai?" Xiao Yu inquired curiously, gazing at Zhao Jie. With an expression brimming with excitement, Zhao Jie shook her head vigorously and replied, "No." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, and remarked, "Is it a higher-tier television station?" It is worth noting that, in this world, there is yet to be an electronic entertainment channel. And Xiao Yu was surprised that it was not a local station reaching out to him. However, his conjecture proved to be incorrect, as Zhao Jie, still filled with enthusiasm, shook her head and explained, "It is not as you think. Over 30 television stations have contacted us, including 3 local stations. And the headquarters in the capital has also reached out. The rest are all international stations." "What?" Xiao Yu stood up in disbelief, his expression gradually shifting to one of excitement. "What is going on?" The information provided domestically indicated that this world-class league served as a calling card for Shanghai City, and the relevant departments viewed it as an excellent promotional opportunity, thus contacting us for domestic exclusive broadcasting rights and overseas transmission rights. As for the international interest, it stemmed from the recent media attention surrounding the event, which, upon assessment, revealed substantial broadcasting value, prompting them to reach out as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately grasped the reasons behind the league's immense popularity. "When potential customers take notice of you, it is indeed your moment to shine. I will contact these television stations. I plan to auction the broadcasting rights in 3 days. Inform them that if they wish to ride this wave, I would not hesitate to bestow upon them a grand gift." Zhao Jie hesitated momentarily, reminding him, "What about the capital side?" Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, "The domestic market is vast. Only the capital can absorb it. I am auctioning the overseas broadcasting rights." Zhao Jie exhaled with relief, instantly realizing that her concerns had been unfounded. Xiao Yu was far more astute and composed than she had imagined. In a grand courtyard in the capital, the usually refined Feng Shuo examined the receipt in his hand, a smile playing on his lips as he could not help but let out a hearty laugh before placing the document on the table. The secretary, having never witnessed Feng Shuo in such high spirits, glanced sideways and remarked, "The receipt from Shenlong Entertainment arrived promptly. The Jing Tai is delighted to have successfully secured the domestic exclusive broadcasting rights, which is no small feat. You seem quite pleased." Feng Shuo nodded in agreement, stating, "I have met Xiao Yu. He is quite assertive. It is rare to find someone of his stature among today's youth who remains so grounded." He reflected on the competition's unprecedented popularity, noting that even with participant limitations, there were reports of 100,000 individuals participating globally. Compared to other competitions, this number was already substantial. Feng Shuo sighed, acknowledging they never anticipated the overwhelming impact of electronic entertainment would be this colossal, and Shenlong Entertainment, merely in its inaugural hosting of such a world-class league, has mobilized participation from dozens of countries and regions, with an astounding total of 100,000 participants. Such matters are beyond their wildest imaginations, and from this, one can discern the profound impact this league will have on the entire industry. Shenlong Entertainment, once a pioneer in its field, now finds itself sprinting ahead. This remarkable pace is such that not only can competitors scarcely keep up, but even outsiders would be astounded. As for the overseas broadcasting rights, the inquiry from leadership momentarily caught the secretary off guard, who then replied, "At present, we are uncertain. 12 foreign television stations have confirmed their participation in the auction. It is imperative to closely monitor this situation. Should this league succeed, Xiao Yu will undoubtedly capture the attention of the upper echelons, and it is crucial to safeguard his interests during such a pivotal time." "Understood. I will keep a vigilant eye on this matter," the secretary responded with a respectful bow, a shiver of realization coursing through him. 3 days later, 12 foreign television stations converged in Shanghai City, a rare occurrence indeed, spurred by the prospect of a world-class competition. While they were intrigued by this event, it presented a novel experience for them. The term electronic entertainment sports has recently surged in global popularity, with media outlets vying to cover this sweeping competitive phenomenon. Unlike the traditional sports familiar to the masses, electronic entertainment has genuinely permeated all age demographics. No one anticipated that this so-called children's game could incite a global frenzy. While the attendees were oblivious to the phenomenon of the Pocket Monsters World Championship in their own country, they were acutely aware of its immense popularity. The spectacle of throngs gathered in the square, undeterred by torrential rain, was indicative of viewership. The market always favors the prepared. As the representatives of the 12 television stations gathered in Shanghai, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Those present were resolute. Securing the broadcasting rights for this event would translate into boundless wealth. Claire, why are you not at the station, but leading the team in person? A sardonic voice pierced the air, causing the rotund Claire's expression to darken. As the marketing manager of Freedom Island Television, this bidding opportunity represented a potential turning point. Since last year, the station's ratings had plummeted, and profits had dwindled to the brink of collapse. Securing the overseas broadcasting rights for Pocket Monsters would not only be a significant opportunity, but perhaps the sole chance for redemption. The speaker was none other than his rival, Jack Ryan, the market supervisor of CBB Television. Last year, this individual had usurped a considerable market share from Claire, rendering them bitter adversaries. Fixing a fierce glare upon his opponent, Claire coldly declared, "Ryan, irrespective of today's outcome, as long as I am present. Even if Freedom Island fails to secure these broadcasting rights, you at CBB shall not lay claim to them either." Madman. With Claire's piercing gaze upon him, Jack felt a chill run down his spine, and his demeanor darkened in response. He possesses an intimate understanding of his old rival. The adversary is known for their unwavering commitment to their words. This time, it appears he may face the consequences. Meanwhile, the onlookers, though eager to witness the unfolding drama, are acutely aware that the stakes for these seasoned market professionals are far from trivial. A glance exchanged among the crowd ignites a spark of anticipation. Chapter 90. Competitive bidding. The tension is palpable. As Xiao Yu stepped into the conference room, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere among the attendees, prompting a quiet internal lament. Nevertheless, grievances aside, the pursuit of profit must continue. After all, competition fuels greater earnings. Reflecting on this, he donned a broad smile and confidently entered the room. Upon his entrance, representatives from 12 television stations turned their gaze toward him in unison, as if beholding a gilded idol. This was none other than the youngest billionaire, renowned for his audacious ventures within the electronic entertainment industry, and poised to ascend as the fourth titan alongside the giants of FC, Century, and FA Group. Disregarding FC, Century, and FA Group, Xiao Yu had carved a path of his own amidst adversity. The rise of FC was a byproduct of the decline of the Yali Group, which left the industry in disarray. Anyone with a modicum of prudence could ascend to prominence. Meanwhile, Century Group emerged just as FC began to falter, establishing its own market niche. As for the FA Group, the absence of Shenlong Entertainment would likely lead to dismal sales. A stark reversal that would not be an exaggeration to attribute to the success of Shenlong Entertainment. Under Xiao Yu's leadership, Shenlong Entertainment has steadily forged its own identity, backed by a pocket-sized sprite, a pet machine, and 2 swords, battling its way to success. Such a talent undoubtedly commands their respect and attention. As Xiao Yu settled into his seat amidst the fervent admiration of those present, he surveyed the crowd before addressing them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your presence amidst your busy schedules for this bidding session. We had initially planned to sell the overseas broadcasting rights. However, we do not intend to offer them to each of you present. We seek partners for long-term, amicable collaboration, and thus, will only select one partner for the time being." His words momentarily stunned the audience, while Claire and Ryan's eyes narrowed, as they seemed to grasp the significance of his statement. Long-term collaboration? Surely, this was not merely a one-off event. Claire's mind raced, and after Xiao Yu concluded, she promptly raised her hand. Having already discussed the attendees' profiles with Xiao Yu, he recognized her immediately. "Mr. Claire, do you have a question?" Xiao Yu inquired. Ryan, noticing Claire's initiative, felt a fleeting sense of dissatisfaction but understood the importance of maintaining silence at that moment. "Mr. Xiao, I have a matter that requires confirmation. Do you intend to conclude this world-class league immediately?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Xiao Yu smiled faintly and nodded, affirming, "Indeed. We plan to continue the Masters tournament." Claire's mind stirred, her eyes darting as if a thought had occurred to her, yet she refrained from voicing it. "Ladies and gentlemen, are there any further questions?" With a subtle glance at Ryan from CBB Television, Xiao Yu then surveyed the crowd. A few individuals exchanged glances before one spoke up. "Mr. Xiao, we conducted a thorough assessment prior to our arrival, and we wish to understand how you plan to sell the broadcasting rights." Xiao Yu smiled gently, raising a finger as he began. "Firstly, we will only sell the overseas broadcasting rights as a whole. We will not consider splitting them, and the term will be 2 years. Secondly, our reserve price is $100 million US dollars. That's all." The audience waited in anticipation but was met with silence regarding any subsequent conditions from Xiao Yu. They stared at him in astonishment, bewildered by the lack of further information. Noticing Xiao Yu's subtle shake of the head, the room fell into a hushed silence. A globally successful event priced at $100 million is not excessively high, barely acceptable. However, this is merely the reserve price, meaning that those who bid below this threshold would be disqualified from further negotiations. Electronic competitive entertainment is an unprecedented venture worldwide. They have only glimpsed its current popularity, oblivious to how circumstances may evolve in the coming months. Should interest wane, not only would profits be elusive, but even recouping their investment could prove challenging. They had initially anticipated negotiating with Shenlong Entertainment to potentially divide the overseas broadcasting rights, thereby mitigating risks for both parties. But it was evident that Xiao Yu had no intentions of doing so. Even the first condition alone could eliminate half of the television stations. Very well. I shall grant you 10 minutes to deliberate. If you are unwilling, you may depart now. As his words echoed, several individuals exchanged glances, then rose to bow respectfully to Xiao Yu, stating, Mr. Xiao, we cannot accept such terms. If the opportunity arises, we look forward to future collaborations. In less than a few minutes, 7 out of 12 television stations had withdrawn, yet Xiao Yu displayed no signs of concern, a smile lingering on his lips. Meanwhile, Zhao Jia, standing nearby, furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent. Observing the remaining 5 television stations, Xiao Yu smiled gently and remarked, It appears your differences lie in the second condition. I believe you may now submit your bids. The meeting room fell into silence once more, and after a brief pause, the first individual raised their hand, NNC Television, bidding 31 million. The initial bid exceeded the reserve price by 30 million, causing Zhao Jia to momentarily freeze, her heart swelling with joy. Free Online, bidding 55 million. Within mere seconds, another bid surged by 20 million. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. It seemed these companies retained confidence in the industry. Those who remained were evidently astute, fully aware of the value of this undertaking. AFC Cable, bidding 200 million. As soon as the bid was uttered, it instantly captured the attention of many, with several individuals turning their gaze towards the confident woman who made the offer, seemingly convinced that this price was beyond contestation. It is worth noting that this represented a doubling of the original amount, which should have been sufficiently compelling to sway Xiao Yu. However, the woman had yet to savor her victory. Following the bid, a brief silence was interrupted by a derisive laugh. 2 billion can be announced so audibly. Perhaps I should stand on the table and shout? Remarked Ryan from CBB Television, a true media personality who wasted no time in amplifying the tension. Casting a casual glance at the AFC representatives, Ryan smiled as he addressed Xiao Yu, CBB Television. 3 billion. Though the meeting room was sparsely populated, a chorus of gasps filled the air as all eyes, except for Claire from Free Island Television, turned towards Ryan, the one who had just placed the bid. In less than 10 minutes, the bidding had escalated threefold. Were it not for the presence of Ryan and CBB Television, one might have suspected this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Xiao Yu. Even Xiao Yu himself cast a surprised glance at Zhao Jia, his eyes conveying a singular thought. How much did this ruse cost me? 3 billion was beyond Xiao Yu's anticipated range. He had initially estimated the price to fall between 2 and 3 billion, and typically, few would dare to approach the latter limit. Given that this was the inaugural event of its kind, despite his confidence, the market ultimately dictated the terms. Had the opposition not intended to bid so high, Xiao Yu might have found himself burdened with this project indefinitely. However, the circumstances had surpassed his expectations. In an instant, Xiao Yu felt as though he had incurred a loss of several billion. Had he foreseen this scenario, he would likely have raised his initial offer by 1 billion. Indeed, it was the fear of taking risks that often impeded one's path to wealth. Silently chiding himself, Xiao Yu smiled at the representatives from Free Island Television, who had yet to place a bid. According to the available information, these two entities were fierce rivals, with the other side having already set such a high price. Was there truly no response forthcoming? Sensing the weight of the collective gaze upon her, Claire clenched her fists, her mind swirling with conflict. The authority granted to her by the company was limited. Although the ceiling exceeded 3 billion, it was not by much. Now that CBEB had bid 3 billion, she found herself in a precarious position. Did they possess prior knowledge of her limits? With a flash of determination in her eyes, Claire resolved not to concede to CBB's desires. Free Island Television, for billion, she declared. The room fell into stunned silence. Even Ryan wore an expression of disbelief as he regarded Claire. Caught off guard, he realized he had underestimated Claire's authority. Could she truly offer more than 3 billion? The declaration of 4 billion struck Ryan like a heavy blow to the chest, nearly rendering him breathless. 4 billion. Had Free Island lost its senses? The representatives from the other 3 television stations regarded Claire with a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. 3 billion had already reached their limit. And with CBB already at the threshold, who knew what further madness awaited? A smile crept across Claire's face as she fixed her gaze on Ryan, declaring, I have made it clear. If I cannot possess it, you shall not acquire it so easily. Ryan shot her a fierce glare, exclaiming, You lunatic. With that, he abruptly rose to his feet and addressed Mr. Xiao, stating, Forgive my candor, Mr. Xiao, but the ceiling for this project is set at 3 billion. I have already offered the maximum price this market can bear. Yet, due to personal grievances, someone here is undermining market regulations. I find it exceedingly difficult to proceed with this transaction. He continued, furthermore, Mr. Xiao, I wish for you to grasp one crucial fact. The financial situation of Free Island Television is dire. While they may muster 4 billion, they possess not a single penny for promotion. Please contemplate this carefully. Bestowing a knowing look upon Mr. Xiao, Ryan turned and exited the conference room. Simultaneously, the representatives from the other 3 stations rose, exchanged polite farewells with Mr. Xiao, and departed. With a madman emerging victorious in this auction, they saw no reason to linger. The conference room quickly emptied, leaving Mr. Xiao with a smile as he redirected his attention to Claire, who sat across from him, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. It appeared you have triumphed. Mr. Xiao, I fear it is a Pyrrhic victory, Claire replied with a wry smile. This is my utmost authority. Should this project fail, I may find myself ousted from Free Island Television, potentially ending my career at the age of 40. I doubt you will see that day, Mr. Xiao laughed heartily. His gaze fixed intently on Claire, his expression brimming with merriment. Hearing this, Claire was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow as she asked, Are you so confident in your project? This new market is promising, and no one understands esports better than I, for I have brought it to fruition. You will witness a deluge of currency flowing your way. As he spoke, Mr. Xiao signaled to Xiao Jia, who stepped forward and placed a document before Claire. Mr. Claire, this is our proposal, a plan whose value extends far beyond 4 billion. Surprised, Claire hesitated before reaching for the proposal. Esports development plan? This outlines our strategy for the next 2 years. We will gradually cultivate this market. Please, examine it closely. With a skeptical glance at Mr. Xiao, Claire opened the document and began to read intently. After only a few pages, her expression shifted dramatically, and it took her some time to regain her composure. In mere minutes, she found herself parched, a sensation she had not experienced in ages. What extraordinary plan is this? She exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at Mr. Xiao. Can you truly accomplish this? Naturally. In this world, no one else can achieve it. Save for myself and Saint Dragon Entertainment, Mr. Xiao replied with a smile. Over the span of 2 years, Saint Dragon Entertainment aims to refine the entire esports industry, with plans to introduce 3 games, including Pocket Monsters, establishing a normalized competitive framework. It is anticipated that there will be at least 2 world-class tournaments each year. Furthermore, upon the industry's maturation in 2 years, a substantial influx of highly competitive video games will be introduced. And Saint Dragon Entertainment will ensure that this league evolves into a comprehensive tournament. In the later stages, specialized competitions for popular games may also be organized. One can only speculate on the formidable financial beast this market will become once it matures. For 100 million? By then, such an amount may scarcely ripple the surface of the esports arena, perhaps merely covering the transfer fees of 8 esports athletes. At this moment, Claire seems to glimpse her own future, promotions, salary increases, and potentially becoming a rising star in the streaming industry. With fervent eyes fixed on the young Xiao Yu before her, Claire realizes that by aligning herself with this young talent, she secures a radiant future. Due to this project, Xiao Yu has become an indispensable figure. Overwhelmed with excitement, Claire extends her hand towards Xiao Yu and declares, I believe I have made an extraordinarily wise decision. This 400 million is truly well spent. You have made an exceedingly astute choice, Xiao Yu replies with a slight smile, adding, next year's streaming rights for Pocket Monsters will still be entrusted to Free Island. In the face of a mature market, I trust Free Island Television knows how to operate effectively. Of course, we will never disappoint our partners, Claire responds with a smile. End of excerpt. Chapter 92. National League Free Island Television has invested 400 million to acquire the overseas broadcasting rights for the Pocket Monsters League under Saint Dragon Entertainment. The day after the agreement was signed between Saint Dragon Entertainment and Free Island Television, this news spread across the globe, with Free Island Television promoting it extensively. The announcement left everyone astonished, as it represented an unprecedented move that challenged preconceived notions. For 100 million for a brand new league? Even though the counterpart has successfully conducted offline events, garnering substantial player support, it remains an unknown venture. Such a sum is undeniably a madman's gamble. Just as everyone assumed Free Island would face financial ruin, the inaugural global league organized by Saint Dragon Entertainment was nearing its conclusion across various local leagues. Xiao, where are you headed? As Wang Xiao approached the door, her hand paused at the sound of her mother calling her name, prompting her to turn around and respond. To a classmate's house. The woman at the door regarded Wang Xiao with a hint of suspicion. I haven't asked you lately. What are you doing at your classmate's place? Oh, I'm just helping them out, providing some tutoring, Wang Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Her mother, not suspecting anything amiss, smiled gently and said, well, off you go then. Return early. Your father is coming back from a business trip tonight. He hasn't seen you in quite some time. Wang Xiao nodded, then turned and dashed out. disappearing in the blink of an eye at the entrance. Today marks the final competition of the domestic qualifying rounds, where 3 individual contestants and 3 teams will be selected to participate in the Global League. As the representative contestant from Shanghai City, this is the most crucial match for her. Victory would grant her a place in the Global League, while defeat would mean stopping at the national top 10. Although the latter title is indeed impressive, Wang Xiaoxiao has always strived for first place, never settling for second. Even in loss, she wishes to understand her shortcomings. Moreover, the current circumstances suggest that her chances of advancing are quite favorable. The journey from home to the competition venue took over an hour, and upon arrival, she was greeted by a sea of people outside, surely numbering in the thousands. With a sigh of astonishment, Wang Xiaoxiao donned her mask and made her way towards the player entrance. "It's the Pink Lightning," someone shouted, causing a stir among the crowd. As the strongest contestant from Shanghai City and the one with the highest hopes of clinching victory, Pink Lightning has already garnered a dedicated fanbase. Startled by the surrounding excitement, Wang Xiaoxiao quickly sprinted a few steps and vanished into the tunnel. Inside the venue, it was already filled to capacity with spectators eager to witness the match. As the largest enclosed sports arena in Shanghai City, it was here that the National League would hold its final contest today. 4 enormous screens descended from the ceiling, ensuring that every audience member could view the real-time gameplay. Beneath the screens lay the competition arena, equipped with state-of-the-art gaming devices to provide the contestants with an optimal experience. Just as the last of the audience settled in, the lights in the arena suddenly dimmed, leaving many players momentarily stunned. Was there a power outage? Before the thought could settle, a familiar melody resonated throughout the arena, followed by a dazzling display of lights. The players were momentarily taken aback, their excitement gradually building. The scene before them mirrored the finals of a championship from an anime, with the lighting exactly as depicted. As various beloved characters flashed across the big screen, the atmosphere in the venue soared, and the crowd erupted into cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural National Pokemon Master Championship Finals is now officially underway. With the host's announcement, the energy in the arena surged once more. Today's finals will determine 3 individual award winners and 3 teams in the group competition. These 3 teams and 3 individual award recipients will earn direct qualification to the World League, where they will face off against the strongest players globally in an ultimate showdown. "Are you all ready?" the host proclaimed. "Now, let the competition begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than the lights in the arena shone brightly towards the entrance, where contestants began to emerge one after another. Among them, the 3 highest-profile contestants stepped forward first. Haisha, the top-ranking player in the Jingxing region, excels in utilizing aquatic Pokemon and enjoys considerable prestige within the area. Pink Lightning, a mysterious beauty and the leading player from the Shanghai region, has shrouded herself in enigma since the commencement of the competition, earning her the title of the most elusive player in the domestic gaming sphere, a true master of all Pokemon types. Wang Yu, the top player from the Central region, specializes in Fire-type Pokemon and is notably the only competitor to stage a comeback in this tournament, with various divine maneuvers that players regard as classics. As participants continued to fill the venue, the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. In the guest room, Xiao Yu gazed at Claire, his face beaming with delight. "What do you think, Mr. Claire? This is merely the regional finals." Claire, consumed by excitement, did not even glance back at Xiao Yu upon hearing this. His gaze fixated on the competitors on stage. The venue, capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators, was already half-filled, despite it being just the regional finals. It is worth noting that prior to this, electronic entertainment was a relatively niche activity. Although there were many players, it remained quite insular, and no one had ever envisioned such a spectacular scene in the realm of competitive gaming. One can only ponder what the atmosphere would be like during the World Championship. "Mr. Xiao, you have illuminated my vision of a remarkably bright future. I am convinced that the day the World Championship Finals commence will be a grand celebration for the entire world and its players. Naturally, let us now thoroughly revel in the allure of this electronic sports spectacle." "It is indeed an honor," Claire replied with a subtle smile. At this moment, the competition had officially commenced, with the first match featuring Haisha against a newly qualified player from the Central region. Haisha employed his beloved Pokemon, the Roundland Shark, which, despite its previously modest popularity, had gained considerable attention due to Haisha's participation in the tournament, leading to a surge in its fan base. Conversely, his opponent utilized the Pokemon Abominable. In the very first round of battle, the opponent fell prey to the Roundland Shark's sand attack, quickly entering a state of debuff, significantly diminishing their accuracy. By the 5th round, they had completely succumbed to the Roundland Shark sandstorm, concluding the battle in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 93, Champion. Pink Lightning. As the crowd erupted in cheers, even Claire, who had never engaged in gaming, felt a swell of emotion. "What a remarkable game," Claire mused, gazing at the grand screen. He then turned to Xiao Yu. "Mr. Xiao, I have a question that has been lingering in my mind. Could you possibly shed some light on my curiosity?" returning his gaze from the screen. Xiao Yu looked at Claire, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Do share. Is this the dawn of electronic sports or a glimpse into the future?" Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly and shook his head, expressing to Mr. Claire, "You certainly have a far-reaching vision." His gaze fell upon the large screen, while the arena resonated with a tumultuous wave of cheers, gradually causing his eyes to become somewhat wistful. Memories of the world-class competitions he had experienced in his past life flooded his mind. Prize pools in the millions, the world's top players converging, and breathtaking displays of skill that single-handedly salvaged entire teams. The roaring applause of thousands in the arena, the glory of countless teams reaching the pinnacle, and the staggering viewership of over 100 million online during the finals. These were elements that this world could not replicate at present. At that time, one could say that an esports final captivated the attention of players worldwide. This was the ambition Xiao Yu aspired to achieve. However, despite the current competition appearing grand in scale, it was merely the inaugural event, fraught with various imperfections. The scheduling of matches was mismanaged, and the singular broadcasting platform for the league significantly hampered its popularity. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had gained invaluable experience from this league, and when the second season commenced, it would undoubtedly be far more exhilarating than the current one. Mr. Claire, I can assure you, this is merely the beginning. If we continue our collaboration, I will show you what true miracles look like. Upon hearing this, a gleam of excitement ignited in Claire's eyes, and with a smile, he nodded in agreement, stating, "I shall eagerly await your demonstration." The competition progressed swiftly, and just a few hours later, many participants had been eliminated. As anticipated, the successful contenders included Xiao Yu and Pink Lightning. However, according to league rules, both Pink Lightning and Xiao had the same relegation score, necessitating a decisive match to determine the National League champion, thus commencing the final battle of the individual tournament. On the field, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of excitement. Although she was aware of her own prowess, she had not anticipated reaching this stage. Initially, she had merely hoped to secure her position, yet here she was, competing for the championship. Casting a glance at Xiao across from her, a smile illuminated her face. Victory in the final battle would mean she would claim the championship. While her opponent was formidable, Wang Xiaoxiao possessed ample confidence in her ability to prevail. All right, both contestants are in position. Let us begin selecting the 4 sprites they will use. As the announcement concluded, the visuals on the large screen began to shift, with the audience fixated on the screen, their hearts racing in anticipation of the sprite selections. Now, we can see that Xiao has completed his choices first, while Pink Lightning is still deliberating on her final sprite. As the selections were made during the competition, the sprites were not yet revealed, to be showcased during the battle itself. Just a few minutes later, Pink Lightning finalized her selection. The match would be broadcast live by the television station, allowing many who could not enter the venue to watch the transmission. Even the grand screens in the shopping mall were no exception. As the Wanxiang supermarket showcased the match footage, the jubilant cheers of children occasionally echoed through the mall, piquing the curiosity of Yang Jiao, who was out shopping. Typically, her daughter, Wang Xiaoxiao, accompanied her during such outings, yet today, her absence rendered the shopping experience somewhat lackluster. Upon hearing the cheers, she turned her gaze towards the large screen, and in that fleeting moment, she found herself entranced. The visuals evoked a sense of familiarity within her, and despite the masked figure, those eyes were unmistakable. Xiao. To confirm her suspicions, Yang Jiao decided to observe further. After all, if it truly was her daughter, the implications would be significant. Her daughter had unexpectedly appeared on television. At that moment, the match had commenced, and as the camera shifted, Wang Xiaoxiao's presence diminished on the screen, replaced by an image that left Yang Jiao in astonishment. Wasn't this the game her daughter frequently played? Broadcasting gameplay on television? Meanwhile, the commentator began to narrate. Alright, we can see that the Pokemon chosen by Xiao is Blastoise, a water-type Pokemon. Let us see what Pokemon the opponent, Pink Lightning, has chosen. To her shock, it was Raichu. Pink Lightning had opted for Raichu. The competition officially began, and as the first round's moves were executed, Blastoise unexpectedly initiated with Tail Whip, catching everyone off guard. Raichu's defense plummeted, but even more surprising was Raichu's choice to employ Double Team instead of an offensive move during the first round. Seeing the opponent's maneuver, Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to unleash Hydro Pump, albeit missing its target. Observing the outcome, a sense of foreboding washed over Xiao. Glancing at Pink Lightning, she noticed the masked figure still bore a smile, an indication that she had been outsmarted. The game interface shifted dramatically, and the commentator's voice resonated once more. Raichu uses Nuzzle. In an instant, the arena erupted in astonishment as the system's judgment took effect. Blastoise was immobilized, unable to execute its moves, while Raichu invaded its territory. Following a flurry of dazzling moves, Xiao inevitably succumbed in the first round. However, this overwhelming defeat was far from over. In the second round, despite both competitors utilizing water-type Pokemon, Xiao still found no fortune. After Pink Lightning's Dragapult unleashed Dragon Breath and Dragon Pulse in a seamless combination, it swiftly eliminated Xiao's Psyduck. With a best-of-3 format, the victor was clear. As the concluding battle music played, the venue erupted into cheers. For the National League had finally unveiled its first individual champion, even as the world's inaugural electronic sports competition, and with domestic events occurring a day earlier than their international counterparts, in a certain sense. The champion of Pink Lightning should be regarded as the first title holder in this realm. The opponent, who advanced smoothly, will soon enter the Global League Championship venue in a month's time. Chapter 94. Join us with the conclusion of the National League. The players have yet to detach themselves from the fervor of this competition. This enthusiasm is likely to persist until the global finals in a month, and the broadcast on domestic television has achieved unprecedented viewership ratings. No one could have anticipated the immense popularity generated by the league initiated by Saint Dragon Entertainment. This marks the first time electronic entertainment has truly entered the consciousness of audiences across all age groups, captivating both players and non-players alike. The revelation of the rewards for Pink Lightning sent shockwaves through both insiders and outsiders. A cash prize of 1 million, coupled with the trophy for the first National League, and the status of a lifetime honorary player for Saint Dragon Entertainment, as well as the title of Game Evaluator for their new releases. Setting aside the generous rewards from Saint Dragon Entertainment, the sheer volume of fans has propelled Pink Lightning to overnight fame across the nation. If players gazed upon this achievement with envy, the onlookers were consumed by jealousy. Earning 1 million simply by playing a game seemed far too easy. The conclusion of this league even inadvertently boosted the sales of several games from Saint Dragon Entertainment, a delightful surprise. In the Wang household, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Wang Tao returned from a business trip with a strange expression on his face, alternating glances between his wife and daughter. Wang Xiao clutched the oddly shaped trophy. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "Mom, could you explain what happened?" Yang Zhao's expression was inscrutable, her face stern, which instilled a sense of fear in Wang Xiao. "I thought you were truly helping your classmates study, but it turns out you have been lying all this time." Yang Zhao's voice rose sharply, causing Wang Xiao to shrink back, struggling to regain her composure. Despite her championship title, she felt the weight of her transgressions and sought reassurance from her father. Wang Tao cleared his throat, a faint smile gracing his face as he regarded his wife. He had only just learned of his daughter's exploits. The globally acclaimed league, along with its staggering 1 million prize, had left him astounded. Though he ran a business, it was merely a small venture, yielding an annual profit of merely 10 million. The fact that his daughter had earned 1 million in just 1 month of gaming was beyond belief, yet it was indeed reality. Zhao, our daughter was merely trying to spare you worry, so please do not hold it against her." "Worry? My concern stems from her deceit." Yang Zhao shot an accusatory glare at her daughter. "Have I forbidden you from playing games, or what? Why did you keep this from me? Pink Lightning? Could you not have thought of a more creative name? That mask you wear was bought by me." Wang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. With an awkward smile, she set down the trophy in her hand and moved closer to her mother, shaking Yang Zhao's arm and saying, "Mom, I understand my mistake. I assure you, I won't dare to do it again." Yang Zhao was not angry. After all, while the concept seemed fantastical, it was still rather legitimate. What she found difficult to accept was that she initially thought her daughter's gaming was merely a means of relaxation, only to discover that it could also be a source of income, which surprised her. Observing her daughter's playful demeanor, Yang Zhao sighed softly and inquired, "I am not opposed to it, but have you truly considered the implications of your actions?" Reflecting on the scenes she witnessed at the mall today, which bore a resemblance to celebrity culture, she felt a twinge of concern for her daughter's future. Would she potentially become a so-called star? Wang Xiao had not considered such matters. She merely shook her head and replied, "I plan to disappear after the World Finals. This is merely a hobby. If it weren't for my passion, I wouldn't have participated in this league." Meanwhile, Wang Tao, seemingly unconcerned, affectionately ruffled Wang Xiao's hair and smiled. "If you enjoy it, pursue it without worrying about anything else." As the family discussed today as competition, they were suddenly interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. Yang Zhao, curious about who might visit at this hour, stood up to open the door, only to find a poised and elegant woman standing outside, momentarily leaving her stunned. "May I inquire if this is Wang Xiao's residence?" "I am Xiao Jie from Shenglong Entertainment," the visitor said with a slight smile. Upon hearing that Xiao Jie was from Shenglong Entertainment, Yang Zhao was taken aback and quickly ushered her inside, her face alight with curiosity. "Is there something you need?" After leading her to the living room, Yang Zhao fixed her gaze intently on Xiao Jie, her eyes filled with inquisitiveness. Wang Xiao, seated nearby, also regarded Xiao Jie with curiosity, while Wang Tao appeared deep in thought. "We have come to discuss matters concerning the finals with Wang Xiao," Xiao Jie said. offering a gentle smile as she placed a document before Wang Xiaoxiao. This is a proposal, considering your daughter's age, and that she will be entering university after next year's college entrance examination. We would like to invite her to intern with us at Shenlong Entertainment. Yang Jiao was taken aback and instinctively asked, what kind of work? Shenlong Entertainment is a comprehensive company, and I happen to oversee the esports league sector. In the future, we will require a significant number of professional commentators. As she spoke, Zhao Jie smiled at Wang Xiaoxiao and continued, I had the pleasure of discussing with Xiaoxiao, and she expressed an interest in broadcasting, so I am inviting her to join us at Shenlong Entertainment. Does that mean your league will not be a one-time event? Wang Tao interjected, seizing the key point and asking with a hint of surprise. Taken aback by his question, Zhao Jie regarded Wang Tao with a measure of surprise. Indeed, we shall continue to operate the league, and future games will not be limited to just this one. Wang Tao's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to Yang Jiao and Wang Xiaoxiao, stating, if that is the case, you both should give it considerable thought. Yang Jiao was well aware of her daughter's interests. When it came to matters of profession, she always supported whatever her daughter favored. Now, it was entirely up to Wang Xiaoxiao's own choice. Wang Xiaoxiao certainly understood the advantages of this agreement, as it would enable her to pursue a career in a field she cherished, an exhilarating prospect indeed. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao had no inkling of the extent of her burgeoning popularity. As the champion of the inaugural National Esports League, she held an aura of mystery, almost revered as a goddess in the eyes of outsiders. Her exceptional gaming skills, combined with a profound passion for esports, aligned perfectly with the standards set by Xiao Yu. In the early days of the streaming industry, she would have been regarded as a pillar of the platform. How could Xiao Yu possibly let slip someone with such potential to ascend to greatness with just a bit of nurturing? Thus, Zhao Jie's evening visit was set into motion. No one understood Wang Xiaoxiao's value better than Xiao Yu. Chapter 95. The legendary buy one, get one free? Wang Xiaoxiao still found it difficult to relinquish her passion, and Shenlong Entertainment had offered her the optimal choice. To work for a gaming company she admired while indulging in her love for games was a dream come true. As soon as Wang Xiaoxiao picked up the pen, Yang Jiao realized there was no way to dissuade her daughter. The child's intentions were commendable, and Yang Jiao recognized this seemed to be a splendid decision. After Wang Xiaoxiao completed her signature, Zhao Jie's face was lit with joy as she extended her hand to shake Wang Xiaoxiao's, saying, I am delighted that you have made such an entirely correct decision. We shall meet again in a year. After exchanging a few words, Zhao Jie intended to stand and leave, but was unexpectedly halted by Wang Tao's sudden interjection. Miss Zhao, please wait a moment. Wang Tao's sudden remarks startled both Yang Jiao and Wang Xiaoxiao, who exchanged puzzled glances. Zhao Jie turned back with a curious expression, her face filled with intrigue. Mr. Wang, is there something else you wish to discuss? I have a matter to discuss with you, Wang Tao replied, his gaze intense. The following morning, as Xiao Yu entered the office, he was greeted by Zhao Jie, who followed closely behind. With a smile, Xiao Yu embraced her, saying, come home with me this week. Zhao Jie's cheeks flushed, and her head lowered momentarily, breath caught in her throat. Wasn't he a bit premature? Although they had confirmed their relationship, it had yet to be made public, and now he wished to take her home? It's not too early. If I don't take you back, my mother will start arranging blind dates, Xiao Yu said, his expression turning pained. Aren't you worried that I might catch the eye of a wealthy heiress and be whisked away from you forever? Go away. Don't be ridiculous, Zhao Jie retorted, her face turning crimson as she playfully punched Xiao Yu's chest, then nodded, I'll prepare myself. After solidifying this arrangement, Zhao Jie placed a contract on the table, stating, Wang Xiaoxiao's position has been finalized. This young lady has officially joined us and will undergo systematic training in a year. Xiao Yu glanced at the contract in hand, nodding in approval. Excellent. This shall be one of our mainstays in the future. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jie continued, there is another matter. Wang Xiaoxiao's father, Wang Tao, wishes for us to assess his company for potential investment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as he replied, this stipulation is not included in the contract. It is unrelated to the contract. I bring it up now because I perceive its investment potential, Zhao Jie interjected. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued, do elaborate. Zhao Jie nodded and began to detail Wang Tao's company. Wang Tao operated an internet company that, although the PC gaming sector had stagnated, was witnessing a rise in other software domains. Last year, after the largest domestic portal site, Wanghu, went public with a market valuation exceeding several billion, Wang Tao's products were notably distinct. What makes them different? Xiao Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. He had used Wanghu himself and perceived the current PC system landscape as convoluted, with 3 mainstream systems, none of which seemed adequately suited for the evolution of electronic entertainment. However, Xiao Yu's focus was currently on consoles, leaving little room for contemplation of the PC platform. Zhao Jie's mention had caught him off guard. What kind of product could she find intriguing? Zhao Jie looked at Xiao Yu and stated, Wang Tao's company is developing an internet live streaming software. Xiao Yu abruptly stood, astonished. His expression one of disbelief, which startled Zhao Jia. What did you say? A live streaming software? Zhao Jia, taken aback by his reaction, nodded affirmatively. Yes, a live streaming software. Are you saying he has developed a live streaming platform? The kind that allows interaction with viewers online? Xiao Yu gestured animatedly, his mind racing with astonishment. Is it possible that such software exists in this era? What a jest. Can the current systems and hardware support it? Zhao Jia nodded again, continuing, yes, precisely as you described. However, due to limitations in systems and hardware, it can currently only facilitate 1 to 100 live streams, which is already its maximum capacity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu exhaled in relief. It now sounded plausible. If it were akin to the previous world, he would have been genuinely alarmed. 1 to 100. That could indeed serve as a remote conferencing tool, he remarked, then turned his gaze back to Zhao Jia. It certainly presented itself as a worthy investment project. What is his objective? To develop his own system? He must believe this field possesses a promising future, and electronic entertainment will serve as a robust ally, Xiao Yu mused. His eyes gleaming with excitement, a smile gracing his lips. What a remarkable individual to foresee such a future under current circumstances. Should he succeed, Wang Tao would undoubtedly carve out a significant presence within the internet sphere. To develop a system for a single software, who would believe such ambition? It seemed a dream too audacious to entertain. The system development in this world diverges significantly from that of my previous life. There are 3 mainstream systems, all strikingly similar. Yet astonishingly, each one is an outdated version from 5 years ago. The absence of upgrades over such a lengthy period is unimaginable. In the realm of PC gaming, an electronic entertainment cornerstone, when work and leisure can coexist, the PC remains the unequivocal choice of the populace. In my past life, regardless of the fervor surrounding consoles, they could not shake the consistent growth of PCs, a fact beyond dispute. Even though numerous console gamers lament the shortcomings of the PC platform, this has not impeded the latter's sales trajectory. I never anticipated my swift immersion into the PC industry. Currently, Shenlong Entertainment possesses its own hardware development capabilities, while its software division is neither particularly strong nor weak. With the addition of Wang Tao's company, there exists the potential to dominate the PC system landscape. Yet I am acutely aware that this endeavor entails considerable expenditure. The office fell into an immediate hush. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke. Let us discuss this. We can collaborate on system development while postponing investment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia nodded and replied, understood, I will make the arrangements. The decision to delay investment did not surprise Zhao Jia. At present, all cash flow within Shenlong Entertainment must support upcoming plans. Should investment be necessary, it would likely have to wait until after the new year. As long as Shenlong Entertainment's handheld devices and games achieve significant sales, there will be ample funds to invest in this project. Chapter 96. The opening ceremony. Although Shenlong Entertainment did not provide direct investment, support in the form of funds was still received. Wang Tao felt no disappointment. Rather, he became increasingly elated. He had not expected Xiao Yu to invest immediately. Gaining her attention was a victory in itself. Over the past 6 months, global investments in internet technology have been declining, with many major investment firms losing faith in the future and withdrawing their capital. While the situation remains less pronounced domestically, it is dire overseas, with numerous internet companies folding and whispers circulating that the internet era has come to an end. If Xiao Yu were to hear such claims, she might well respond with incredulity. This world has yet to witness the rise of the internet era. How could it possibly be deemed over? However, Xiao Yu is currently preoccupied, for the global league is on the verge of commencing. As the domestic league concluded, various regional leagues around the world followed suit, culminating in the selection of 12 contestants, including those who advanced from the domestic tournament, all of whom have arrived in Shanghai. This marks the inaugural world-class league, where these 12 contestants will vie for the title of world champion in the largest sports arena in Shanghai. As the league approaches its climactic finale, Shenlong Entertainment has unveiled its prize pool, an astonishing total of $3 million, far exceeding all expectations. Shanghai, at the City Sports Center, has been undergoing renovations for 3 months, standing as the largest venue in the city. The venue, capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators, allows every attendee to witness the players' performances and the game visuals on colossal screens. Tickets went on sale a month prior and were sold out within just 3 days. When the figures were released, not only was Shenlong Entertainment taken aback, but even the officials of Shanghai City were astonished, as nearly half of the tickets had been purchased by international players. This means that on the day of the finals, Shanghai City would welcome tens of thousands of overseas spectators. While the game's popularity was anticipated, the extent of its fervor surpassed all expectations. Various departments began to prepare diligently, and the overseas broadcast of the finals had already commenced its promotional activities. as it seemed the entire world revolved around this grand finale of the global esports league. Driver, could you speed up, please? In a taxi heading to the Shanghai Sports Center, Ryan and his companions wore expressions of anxious urgency. They had journeyed 3 days prior from the European Union, eager to witness their idol, the Skeleton Reaper, compete in this league. However, having left the hotel, they found themselves stuck in traffic for an hour, and with just an hour remaining until the match began, time was of the essence. The driver, somewhat speechless, glanced at Ryan in the back seat. He understood the urgency but was helpless against the traffic congestion ahead. This road has never been this congested before. What is going on today? He muttered, rolling down the window to inquire of a fellow driver. What is the situation? Where are you headed? Don't ask. To the sports center. I heard there is some kind of match today, and people from all over the world are flocking here. The driver gestured towards the cars ahead. Out of 10 cars here, 9 are headed there. Goodness, what kind of match has such a grand spectacle? The driver exclaimed with surprise. As the traffic gradually moved, Ryan and his friends finally arrived at the venue just before the match commenced. Upon seeing the dense throngs of people ahead, they let out a collective groan and pushed forward. Having come this far, they were determined to fight for their idol. Inside the venue, in the competitors' rest area, each participant had their own private room, given that contestants had arrived from all corners of the globe. Among the 4 representatives from the European Union, none were more renowned than the champion, the Skeleton Reaper. Since the release of Pocket Monsters, he had become a legendary figure online, with many players in foreign forums praising his gameplay as exemplary. He was certainly a formidable contender for the championship in this league. At that moment, he sat silently in his designated spot, wearing a mask, his hands trembling slightly, betraying the tension within him. Oliver had never envisioned that one day he would be recognized by the world through gaming. A venue filled with 50,000 people was something he had never dared to dream of. Today marked the championship battle, and he would represent the entire European Union in this competition. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to showcase the prowess of the Skeleton Reaper to the world. With clenched fists, Oliver's face radiated excitement as his moment approached. Meanwhile, in another room, Wang Xiao, the National League champion, exhibited an air of relaxation. With fruit in hand, she indulged without a hint of anxiety about the impending match. For her, reaching the World Finals was already a delightful surprise, and she maintained a carefree attitude towards rankings, believing that as long as she exerted her utmost effort, there would be no regrets even in defeat. The tension had dissipated. It was now a matter of her composure, a truth imparted to her by her sister Xiao Yu, which she held as a sacred principle. As the announcement echoed throughout the room, she swallowed her last bite and her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she stepped outside. Contestants from other rooms also emerged with solemnity, converging towards the competition venue. Inside the arena, the audience had already taken their seats, yet the dim ambience piqued their curiosity about what spectacle Shenlong Entertainment had planned. Suddenly, the previously darkened big screen erupted with a burst of flames, followed by rousing music, the theme of the Masters tournament from Pocket Monsters, igniting a sense of exhilaration. Countless lights flickered to life, converging on a corner of the venue, revealing not a column or wall, but a colossal object concealed by a black curtain. With a dramatic flourish, the curtain was drawn, unveiling a towering Shenlong Pokemon. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause, the lights swiftly transitioning to another area. Juke. It was Juke. Good heavens. Surely there are more Pokemon to come, with Shenlong and Juke making an appearance. Could it be the 4 sacred beasts? Amidst the fervent cheers, the next curtain was lifted, revealing a massive figure adorned with a shell, its armored form glinting under the lights. Xuanwu. It truly was Xuanwu. The players' roars grew hoarse with excitement. As the lights shifted, attention followed suit. The curtain was swiftly pulled aside, and a gentle breeze swept through, revealing the grand physique adorned with alternating black and white fur. Baihu. All 4 of the top sacred beasts from Pocket Monsters, Baihu, Shenlong, Juke, and Xuanwu, had appeared. Chapter 97. The Advancement Matches. The allure of esports. The finals had commenced, with simultaneous broadcasts from around the globe. As the largest overseas broadcasting platform, Free Island Television had engaged in extensive promotion prior to the match, investing $400 million. Should they falter, the consequences could lead to the downfall of the entire network. As the finals approached, the data monitoring center of the television network was packed with personnel eager to discern whether this competition could indeed salvage their station, Freedom Island TV. The moment arrived. With the emergence of the 4 sacred figures on screen, even those not present were momentarily taken aback, including Claire and her executive colleagues. It was truly a stroke of genius. A mere electronic entertainment competition had been elevated to such a remarkable spectacle. Even in defeat, it was certain to leave an indelible mark on the world. The station director gazed at the unfolding images and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This was genuine brilliance. Even outside the realm of electronic entertainment, such talent would find a place in television and film. He had delivered precisely what the audience yearned to witness. The seldom effusive director of the network, upon observing the camera work and the arrangement of the opening ceremony, found himself compelled to commend Xiao Yu. Who could have imagined that a titan of the electronic entertainment industry was also a multifaceted talent? At that moment, the arena was once again shrouded in darkness, and suddenly, a spark ignited on stage, followed by a dazzling array of fireworks that shot into the sky. The unexpected display startled the audience, and then beams of white light illuminated the stage, converging like the gaze of Olympus upon the central platform. 12 figures appeared, some stout, some slender, some male, some female, some tall, and others short. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stand the champions from various regions of our global league. They have emerged victorious from the throngs of competitors, bringing a myriad of delights to the audience and players alike through their beloved little sprites. Today, they will once again vie for the title of the ultimate sprite master. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. On stage, the contestants shivered with excitement, their spirits lifted by the resounding cheers echoing through the arena. Below, I declare the competition to commence. The stirring music surged forth, and the 12 participants dispersed, embarking on the first round of competition. From these 12, 6 would be selected to advance, followed by further eliminations until 3 finalists emerged. The ranking would be determined by the points accumulated over the 2 rounds. In the event of a tie, those competitors would engage in an additional round until a champion was crowned. The competition commenced in waves, while the large screens within the venue began broadcasting the game footage. The audience responded with fervent cheers, reacting to the evolving scenes on screen. Headbutt. Blastoise executes the headbutt skill. The opponent fails to evade. It appears there is no chance left. With the commentator's impassioned narration, the atmosphere within the arena reached a crescendo, even stirring the executives at Freedom Island TV, who were watching from across the ocean, igniting their excitement. Most present were company executives, and even the youngest among them had long since outgrown the age of indulging in video games. Electronic entertainment is a nascent phenomenon for them, and the realm of esports is something they had never even heard of. However, they now find themselves captivated by this wave of emotion, a notion they could scarcely have anticipated. How could a mere game exert such a profound influence? The prominent figures gazed at the tumultuous scene, momentarily rendered speechless. For a full hour, they remained oblivious to the steadily rising viewership metrics, fixated on the television in rapt attention. Within the venue, an electrifying voice resonated throughout the arena. Down goes the mosquito frog. Congratulations to player Skeleton Reaper for advancing first. The commentator's voice surged, and then the camera panned to reveal Oliver, adorned with a skull mask. Gradually rising, the glimmering joy in his bright eyes was unmistakable. The first of the global top 6 had emerged. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoxiao's match commenced. As the sole female player to progress in this tournament, the broadcast of Shanghai's match overseas captivated players worldwide, entranced by this enigmatic female contender. Exuding the same mystery and power, she stood out as the only master of all elemental sprites among the 12 competitors. At last, the first sprite of Pink Lightning appeared, a Nidoking. This marked Pink Lightning's inaugural use of this sprite, and anticipation filled the air. The opponent's first sprite entered the fray, a Zubat, also a poison-type sprite, a surprising turn of events. Zubat initiated the assault with Bite, clearly aiming to swiftly diminish Pink Lightning's defenses. It was a double return. Surprisingly, Nidoking did not retaliate but instead opted to bolster its status. As expected, Pink Lightning accurately predicted the opponent's move, as Zubat unleashed a wing attack. Despite sustaining damage, Nidoking's health began to wane. Nidoking then launched its attack, and as anticipated, it was a Super Horn attack. A critical hit. It was indeed a critical hit. In a single surge, Pink Lightning's Nidoking eliminated Zubat. As Zubat's health rapidly dwindled, a thunderous cheer erupted within the venue, and large pink flags began to wave fervently. Xiao Yu was left in astonishment, while Zhao Jie beamed with delight beside her. Was this your idea? Xiao Yu asked, surprised by Zhao Jie's calm demeanor. After all, she is our key player. If you're not concerned, I certainly must take action myself, Zhao Jie replied, radiating confidence. As one of the pillars of Shanglong Entertainment, Wang Xiaoxiao had matured enough, and their role was merely to give her a push. Regardless of victory or defeat, Wang Xiaoxiao was destined to become the first goddess of esports. And now, she had not disappointed them, successfully advancing in her first match, her opponent having little chance against her prowess. Even Xiao Yu, who stood nearby, was quite satisfied with Wang Xiaoxiao's performance. Given sufficient strength, the investment by Shanglong Entertainment would indeed prove invaluable. Chapter 98. The finals. The competition progressed exceptionally smoothly. Within a mere 2 hours, the first round of the elimination match had concluded. Among those who successfully advanced were the Skeleton Mage and Pink Lightning, along with the formidable Haisha. Regrettably, Wang Yu lost to the top contender from the Federation, Anderson. The remaining 2 qualifiers were Lewis, the champion from South Asia, and Edward, a member of the Euro Union. The 6 contenders were predominantly the elite of their respective regions. With the first half of the competition now complete, the remaining matches were scheduled for the afternoon, ushering in a halftime interlude. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside had erupted with fervor. At the Freedom Island television station, the data monitoring center was abuzz with high-ranking officials, their expressions tinged with anxiety as they awaited crucial news. Suddenly, the electric door slid open, and an exuberant staff member rushed in, clutching a document. The results were in. This marked the first time Freedom Island Television had measured viewer ratings immediately following a broadcast of a brand new program, leaving everyone uncertain about the outcome. "Quick, bring it here," exclaimed the host, brimming with excitement. The staff member, flustered, hastily placed the document into the hands of the station director. In mere moments, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if centuries had passed. "Impossible." With the director's exclamation, a wave of tension gripped everyone present, and Claire, standing at the forefront, felt her expression shift slightly. Could it be that the ratings had not met expectations? Gradually, a glimmer of exhilaration spread across the director's face as he perused the document. He glanced at those around him and declared, "It's a hit. WeVE struck gold." No sooner had he uttered these words than Claire, disregarding the hierarchy, snatched the paper from the director's grasp. Over 10 million viewers. Her astonished outcry sent shockwaves through the monitoring room. "What percentage is from the 18 to 30 age group?" The supervisor quickly inquired, snapping back to attention. "Yes, over 50. As a television station with decades of history, Freedom Island had always catered to a middle-aged audience. While it had produced programs aimed at younger viewers, their ratings had historically been dismally low. In fact, the highest rating ever achieved was merely 10, and that was 5 years ago. Young people represented the future. If a show could captivate this demographic, Freedom Island Television would continue to thrive. At that moment, the director and his colleagues envisioned a glittering future, the likes of which they had not witnessed in decades. Communicate the news. Before the afternoon matches commence, we must replay this morning's events in full to maintain the momentum. Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. The individuals present were seasoned veterans. If such explosive ratings could be sustained, they were poised to create ongoing miracles, even capable of setting a new record for the afternoon broadcast. At this moment, those who had previously vied for the broadcasting rights were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that an unprecedented league could achieve such remarkable success, and they could almost envision a future where various advertisers would eagerly cross the threshold of Freedom Island. The influx of wealth should have rightfully belonged to them. Rage etched across Ryan's face as he clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the paper before him, the data striking him like a resounding slap. Claire must be waking from dreams filled with laughter. Xiao Yu, lacking the energy to concern himself with the reactions of various television stations, understood that profitability hinged on the final match results. It was prudent to focus solely on the competition. The semi-final matches had commenced, with 6 contenders vying for victory, and 2 matches had already concluded. The Sea Sharks triumphed over Edward, advancing smoothly, while Lewis fell to the Skeleton Reaper, missing out on the finals. The final match would unfold between Pink Lightning and Edson. Should Pink Lightning secure enough points, claiming the championship would not be an impossibility. Ladies and gentlemen, both trainers have chosen their Pokemon, and now we shall witness the final battle of the day. Let us await the spectacle. As the announcement faded, the camera shifted entirely to the 2 contenders. Anderson's face was etched with concern, for he noticed that Pink Lightning exhibited no signs of urgency. This demeanor was characteristic of either an individual confident in their impending victory or one indifferent to the outcome of the battle. Yet, Anderson could not shake the feeling that Pink Lightning belonged to the former category. A flash illuminated the screen as Anderson released his first Pokemon, Venusaur. He had chosen his most adept contender, Venusaur. Just as Anderson's Pokemon emerged, Pink Lightning's Pokemon made a dazzling entrance. Charizard. Goodness. Charizard. Pink Lightning had successfully evolved into Charizard. The venue erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. No one had anticipated that Pink Lightning would evolve into Charizard just before the finals. Watching the match, Xiao Yu wore a look of disbelief. He understood the evolution mechanism of Charizard better than anyone. As a Dragon-type Pokemon, those within its lineage are notoriously difficult to evolve. Wang Xiaoxiao must have invested considerable effort to achieve this transformation. The battle commenced, with Anderson's Venusaur launching the first attack, unleashing a toxic powder. Observing Charizard succumb to poisoning, Wang Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, promptly employing the smokescreen technique. Anderson paused momentarily, his expression darkening. It appeared the opponent was predicting his moves. Indeed, as Venusaur's subsequent attack missed its mark, a sense of foreboding washed over Anderson. It seemed he had miscalculated. As expected, after evading the attack, Charizard retaliated with Dragon Breath, leaving Venusaur paralyzed. Flamethrower. The fire-breathing dragon unleashed a torrent of flames. A vast surge of fire erupted on the screen, engulfing the paralyzed flower, which, in its incapacitated state, had no means to retaliate, and was subsequently struck by the dragon's flare blitz. Witnessing the HP bar plummet to 0, Anderson found himself at a loss for words, having experienced firsthand what it means to be swept away in a single blow. This technique, renowned throughout the league, is a signature move of the Pink Lightning, capable of annihilating opponents if given the slightest opening. It was only then that Anderson comprehended the peculiar sensation, utterly stifling. Chapter 99. The arrival of the superstar. The second round of the match has commenced. We see Wang Xiaoxiao first select her team lineup, a Magneton. Anderson simultaneously released his own creature, a Shelmet. The cheers within the venue had never ceased. As both Pokemon appeared, a wave of exhilaration swept through the audience. As before, it was a battle of type advantages, but Anderson's choice implied a strategy of his own. In the opening round, Shelmet initiated the attack, opting for an Ice Shard without any controlling abilities. Wang Xiaoxiao looked on in surprise at the opposing attack, as her Magneton instantly lost a third of its HP. A critical hit. The first round saw Shelmet deliver a devastating blow. The commentator's voice brimmed with excitement, and the audience was taken aback by the turn of events. Such an early critical hit was not favorable for Wang Xiaoxiao. In familiar fashion, Wang Xiaoxiao's Pokemon resorted to a control skill, Supersonic. It seemed the Pink Lightning aimed to induce confusion in her opponent. The players in the arena erupted in cheers, their hearts racing. This was a hallmark move of the Pink Lightning. Once the opponent fell into confusion, it would typically lead to a swift victory. Lightning. They anticipated a rapid defeat for their adversary. Yet, the system's judgment proved to be unexpectedly shocking. As the word dodge flashed across the screen, an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd. What? It actually dodged? Players were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. They had anticipated immunity or temporary confusion, but never a dodge. Did this creature have maxed out speed? A triumphant smile spread across Anderson's face as he cast a challenging gaze at the opposing Pink Lightning. Dodge. It was indeed a dodge. Magneton failed to land its initial strike. With the commentator's voice echoing, the second round had begun. Observing the moves displayed on the large screen, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Hatching? Was Anderson this confident? Madness. The Pink Lightning still possessed 2/3 of its HP. Was such a move not a touch reckless? Players stared in astonishment at the screen, whether they were inside the venue or watching the live broadcast from outside. All wore expressions of sheer disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Anderson would resort to such a skill. Could he truly ascertain that his opponent would be taken down in one fell swoop? The HP of the Tri-Attack Magneton plummeted drastically, and as it teetered on the brink of defeat, a smile crept onto Anderson's face. The final blow was calculated to perfection. The image poised to be displayed on the big screen was one no one wished to see, yet the inevitable loomed. A single strike could vanquish the Tri-Attack Magneton. Even if Wang Xiaoxiao managed to win the subsequent round, she would face the Grim Reaper due to tied scores. A high-stakes battle was hardly a boon for Wang Xiaoxiao. Fatigue could easily cost her the championship. Just as despair settled in the hearts of the onlookers, the word dodge appeared on the big screen, causing an instant halt in breath among the audience, even leaving Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. Such luck was truly unparalleled. The final strike missed, successfully dodged, and it was now Wang Xiaoxiao's turn. Anderson, who had been bubbling with excitement, now stared in disbelief at the screen, his mind grappling with the absurdity of this turn of events. How could such an outrageous occurrence befall him? The final blow had actually been evaded. Regaining his composure, Wang Xiaoxiao pondered whether she should buy a lottery ticket to test her fortune, and with a steadied mind, she began to execute her moves with full force. We witnessed the Tri-Attack Magneton launch an attack, employing its electric skill. The skill inflicted a considerable amount of damage, leaving Anderson's Shelmet in a state of paralysis. A 30% chance actually triggered? We observed the Tri-Attack Magneton unleash an electric terrain, bestowing a buff upon itself, while Shelmet remained paralyzed. Triple attack. It had triggered a triple attack? The commentator's astonished voice echoed in Anderson's ears as he glanced at his screen displaying Shelmet, which had suffered a significant drop in defense due to the previous armor break, rendering its defense nearly negligible. The triple attack was a special move of the Tri-Attack Magneton. If a critical hit occurred, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Anderson dared not contemplate further. He could only hope to evade the impending strike. Such miracles should only happen once in a match. There was no need for a second occurrence. As the triple attack landed with precision, followed by a critical hit, Anderson realized his fate was sealed. Shelmet's HP plummeted to 0 in mere seconds. In stark contrast, the Pink Lightning's HP was reduced to a mere sliver. Even a burning state could obliterate it, yet it remained remarkably resilient. A sliver of health counterattack. The Pink Lightning successfully turned the tide. The venue was first enveloped in a brief silence before erupting into fervent cheers as an astonishing scene unfolded. The Pink Lightning executed a miraculous comeback. eliminating its opponent in a single strike. Wang Xiaoxiao gazed in astonishment at the screen before her, her eyes filled with incredulity. Had she truly emerged victorious? At that moment, the rankings displayed on the grand screen shifted, revealing her triumph as she surpassed the second place by a staggering 10 points, claiming the coveted first position. Meanwhile, Anderson had fallen to fourth place, trailing the third by over 20 points. The venue erupted into a jubilant sea of cheers, while vibrant fireworks illuminated the surroundings once more. Victory! The champion of the inaugural Global Masters Tournament had been crowned. The Pink Lightning had rightfully earned the title of dual champion, reigning supreme in both the national and world leagues. Wang Xiaoxiao felt a whirlwind of emotions, her heart racing as she struggled to find the right words until the awards ceremony began, gradually bringing her back to reality. She beheld the grand emblem of the Pocket Monsters, glimmering with golden brilliance under the lights. As she accepted the trophy from Xiao Yu, she raised it high above her head, proclaiming her victory to the world amidst stirring music. Xiao Yu, smiling at the young girl before him, was filled with profound admiration. With both skill and fortune at her side, she truly seemed destined for greatness. From this day forth, the realm of electronic competitive gaming welcomed a new star. Chapter 100. ESL League. As the fireworks erupted, the canopy at the venue opened fully, illuminating the sky with a dazzling display. Xiao Yu, chairman of Sacred Dragon Entertainment and one of the architects of this event, knew he had to take the stage. Once all the spotlight was focused on him, thousands of players within the venue turned their gazes toward the platform. Dear players, today we have created a miracle. His opening words sent the audience into a frenzy of cheers, with countless players howling and waving their banners. They had gathered to witness a spectacle that the electronic entertainment industry had not seen in decades. Today, the world would behold the allure of electronic entertainment. As he surveyed the enthusiastic crowd, Xiao Yu felt a slight smile tug at his lips. This was his foundation, the greatest asset in the battle for market dominance. We are gathered here today because of a game, Pocket Monsters. As the first masterpiece under Sacred Dragon Entertainment, we have bestowed unprecedented importance upon this game. Due to its excellence and outstanding production quality, we dared to present it as a competitive platform for players. Today we have succeeded. Though there were minor flaws during the competition, we have garnered a wealth of experience through this league. As the tournament has progressed, I can proudly declare that we have accumulated invaluable insights, which we will swiftly assimilate to elevate our performance in future leagues. As his words echoed, a wave of astonished murmurs swept through the venue. While this was not their first league, they had not anticipated that Sacred Dragon Entertainment would openly acknowledge their experiences at this juncture. The entire venue once again descended into a fervor, with countless cheers resonating, persisting for several minutes without respite. Observing the throngs of players, Xiao Yu raised his hand to quell the excitement, and miraculously, the arena fell silent. With a radiant smile, he appeared on the grand screen and began to announce, I am about to disclose a significant matter. Shenlong Entertainment will independently operate the Electronic Sports League, ESL. As we dedicate ourselves to globalizing the realm of gaming esports, the league's content will not be confined to Shenlong Entertainment's games. Our platform will be open to the entire industry. Upon hearing this news, the players were filled with uncontainable excitement, for none are merely fans of a single game. They have diverse interests. The prospect of hosting leagues for their beloved games was an unimaginable revelation. Meanwhile, those in the industry watching from their televisions experienced a dramatic shift in expression. In the Kyoto district, within the Yamauchi residence, Yamauchi Tomita, who was already somewhat fatigued, was abruptly transformed by the voice emanating from the television. His previously calm demeanor morphed into one of fierce intensity, his breath becoming noticeably heavier. Xiao Yu, you intend to have the entire industry revere you. Guchuan Taro, who had been kneeling behind him, trembled with astonishment. The news was overwhelmingly explosive. Electronic entertainment esports was undoubtedly a significant event within the industry this year. Since the inception of the Global League, it had garnered considerable attention from peers. Witnessing the high-profile games, the players' jubilation, and, most importantly, the substantial prizes along with a relatively robust competition structure, suggested that Xiao Yu had meticulously orchestrated this grand spectacle. Many in the industry felt as though they were being rendered obsolete, horrified to realize just how far behind they had fallen compared to Xiao Yu. How could a mind like his operate so astutely? On the other side, at the pinnacle of the Century Group, despite the late hour, the lights remained brilliantly aglow. Nakayama Takao's eyes were bloodshot, his face etched with resignation, while his companion, Miyamoto Junichi, wore a bitter smile. Genius is indeed genius, he remarked, capable of crafting seemingly unrelated endeavors that yield unexpected delights. With weary eyes, Nakayama slowly turned to Miyamoto, inquiring, what shall we do now? Since they had begun to subtly suppress Shenlong Entertainment, game developers associated with the Century Group had been steadily withdrawing, with most joining the ranks of Shenlong Entertainment's handheld series. In a mere month, since the league's inception, Shenlong anticipated a launch lineup of over 20 games, with even more companies expressing interest. As long as Shenlong's handheld devices remained trouble-free, no unforeseen complications were expected. Coupled with the league's promotional efforts, it seemed that nearly every player in the world was now aware of Shenlong Entertainment. Such thoughtfulness and consideration for players, coupled with a plethora of major titles and the exquisitely designed handheld console. When all these exhilarating elements coalesce, one word encapsulates the outcome: success. At this moment, Takeyuki Nakayama found himself filled with regret. Had he chosen collaboration with Xiao Yu instead of pursuing his own ruin, perhaps all of this would now belong to their Century Group. A mere glance at Nakayama was enough for Junichi Miyamoto to discern his thoughts. Without stating it outright, Miyamoto spoke slowly. We must ease relations and join the handheld console initiative of Shenlong Entertainment. Even if they refuse, we must find a way to partake in their league. I have a premonition that the secrets of the future market lie therein. Sitting silently beside them, Keiko Yamato wore an expression of confusion as she spoke. Why don't we host our own league? The Century Group's game library is overflowing with countless titles. Yet none could sustain a league on their own. With a wry smile, Miyamoto shook his head and replied, setting aside how many of our archaic games fall within the realm of competition, I must ask, what will we do in the future? Shenlong Entertainment's ESL is already well established. When one thinks of esports leagues, be it players or enthusiasts, only one name springs to mind: ESL. This is an undeniable fact. Players and the market will only recognize leagues organized by Shenlong Entertainment, for no other company's games can meet this competitive standard. None can compare to Shenlong Entertainment's benchmarks. At the very least, they are 5 years ahead. Upon hearing these words, the group fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Nakayama sighed and said, we must prepare